be debate. You know what I mean? It's I don't like it when discussions are marked as done. You know?
Well, it depends for me.
Yeah, sure. I'm not saying that necessarily. I'm not saying necessarily you would agree with that. I'm just saying. I'm just giving you an idea of
Right.
my.
Yeah, it's like the Holy Grail, right? The quest for closure in anything and all things in life is elusive.
Well, I wouldn't even say. Yeah, I agree, elusive, but I would go even further. The quest for closure or absolute truth in anything is dangerous.
Yeah, I mean, probably ends up in your death.
Sorry, say that one more time.
Oh yeah, I was just amplifying. I think it ends up in death.
Well, it ends up in no, like, people not talking, because if you claim the absolute truth, then you don't want to talk with anyone else that could have a claim against that. And yeah, yeah, but that's just my view. I'm not saying that that's even necessarily what's going on here or anything like that. I'm just, yeah, just, yeah.
So this is like a ball of yarn that's endless. Is that the analogy you were going for?
No, no, not at all. The reason for the ball of yarn is because I don't have a football, well, a soccer ball or a basketball. So I was looking around my flat for something. I was looking around my flat for something round. what a sentence. But we don't have to necessarily get into like proper discussions. But shall I just give you? I'll just post the photos. Just so you can see what I'm talking about, because it might make things easier. Again, this isn't meant to be an
Yeah,
argument at all.
it's okay.
It's purely to do with getting an understanding of misunderstandings. Ah, there we go. Thank you, Mr. Break. There we go.
Right on, brother.
So, Amish, do you see the yarn?
Yeah, looks like chemtrails over my house during the eclipse.
I don't know what that means, but okay. No, the whole thing, to kind of better understand or clarify this whole concept of when you go outside, for example, and you put a spirit level, right, on the ground, it's flat, right? It's all level, right? From what yeah, nothing is measured as round at all, and we can go into the details of that a little bit if you want. But what I was getting to is that there was a misunderstanding on both sides about how to discuss the whole tangent issue. The I guess when globies talk about a tangent, they talk about a point.
Right, but you need 2 points.
Sorry, I didn't hear you. Say that again.
Oh yeah, they talk about like the point on a curve, right? But if you want to know if your tangent is level, the same level as another point, then you're going to have that other point, and they're going to have to connect the 2 points together.
Well, no, that's the thing. They don't. That's where the misunderstanding is.
Right.
It not necessarily misunderstanding with the worldview, just misunderstanding with the definitions. I'm not saying that you're necessarily wrong or anyone's wrong, but I see this so much because there's just people are almost speaking different languages, basically. You are correct in the sense that there is benefit to, say, like finding a point and then like drawing a tangent from that point, right? But then when you do the other point, it has nothing. zero to do with the first point at all. That's where I think there's a misunderstanding. But I don't know if that makes sense or if it's full of holes. But does it make any sense? Or?
Well, I'm trying to think about it. So you're saying that people are not thinking about what locally horizontal is that kind of where you're starting off, and then how to think about their local point of horizontal in relation to others?
Yeah, there's kind of getting closer. Again, you have to use your imagination with this ball of yarn, because it is, one of the stupidest photos I think I've ever put in here. But if for example you consider yourself to be the bubble, right, as a person, and if you assume that the Earth is indeed a sphere or a spheroid or whatever, basically it is this ball of yarn. It's round. Then if you're standing on top, i.e. point, wherever the point is, and you take a level, of course it's going to be level. But if you have someone in Australia, for example, I'm in England, but if someone in Australia, they put a level on their surface of the ground, and they will also get level. But the thing is, those 2 points have almost nothing to do with each other. They don't have anything to do with each other. When we talk about tangents, that's the thing. I think that's where the misunderstanding is. Have I just confused you more, or did that answer your question?
No, I'm good.
Cool. That's all I was trying to do, is really.
All right. So here's another problem: 59 minutes past the hour from a surveying manual.
What does that mean? 59 minutes plus.
At 59 minutes past the hour in chat. I don't tell you the hour because we all have different hours.
Yeah. I see it. Yes.
Okay. So you don't even have one level at one point.
I don't even know what I'm looking at. I don't know what I'm looking at.
I know there. So what you're looking at is something called deflection of the vertical. So when most globers don't even know this, that their own model requires them to believe that the gravity vector isn't straight. It doesn't point straight to the center of Earth. It points off into different directions because the claim is Earth's mass is unevenly distributed. So the idea is you could, if you were to hang an astronomical plumb line, like conceptually from the star all the way to the ground, it's going to be curving.
Okay.
So what does this do to level readings?
I was talking about a ball of yarn and a
I know.
And a spirit level. I have no idea. I've never seen this before.
Things are even less neat and tidy the further you get into this. And one of my big frustrations with this whole adventure into flat Earth is just how unbelievably unfalsifiable globe proponents have made the globe for anybody to scrutinize with any sincerity.
I guess, if I may, you could it could be this could be falsifiable in a sense that you could, like, the person in England could, like, put a level, like something level, right? And then hang on, I'm trying to think how you would falsify. I think we're talking about wait, am I supposed to be falsifying my thing now, or falsifying this thing that you've put up?
Well, so I mean, I don't want to waste your time. In general, the positive claim, just the positive claim that we're attempting to to falsify
Yeah.
is the globe, is what the globe is claimed to be. Like all of
Oh,
its dimensions,
understood.
its orbit, and everything is already out there, and
Gotcha.
we're fact checking it, right? So when we
Gotcha.
go through the process of trying to fact check it, we're finding how these claims are so stacked and wretchedly tangled up amongst one
I hear you.
another that
I
it
hear you.
is intentionally impossible.
Yeah, well, I mean, maybe I mean, you would be the expert on that, hearing all of the crazy claims. But I wasn't trying to do any of that at all. Like I said, I wasn't trying to make a claim necessarily. I was just trying to kind of demonstrate that I think there's a misunderstanding on definitions. Therefore, like the two groups are talking past each other. So a conversation about like horizontal stuff and tangents quickly goes south. You know what I mean? Which I don't like seeing, because I think, like, again, I want you guys to be able to hold Glober's feet to the fire in order to keep them honest. But I don't. It's just difficult. Difficult to see when two people on different sides are not speaking about the same thing. So that was the only purpose of my ball of yarn, was to talk about when the Globies say tangent, right? It means something, but it doesn't seem to come across very well, I guess.
Yeah, I got you. I was
Yeah.
trying to bring the conversation to other issues
No,
that
I
are
hear you, man.
related. But
I hear you, brother. Like, and I appreciate it. It's just like I don't like I said already, I don't like making the same tried and tested claims over and over and over again for you guys to hear for the thousandth, billionth time. You know what I mean? But even though the ball of yarn with the spirit level isn't necessarily an argument, I can imagine it's hopefully a different approach to kind of explain definitions without people rolling their eyes and being like, "Oh, this again." That was all I was trying to demonstrate. But I hear you, man. I hear you. Appreciate you giving me the time, man. Thank you.
hey, no two tangents are created equal.
Say that again. Sorry.
In reality, hey, you don't have a in reality, I mean, pretty much you're never going to be able to get a fully exact measurement of anything,
That's
including
correct.
tangents. So
Absolutely
if
correct.
there's a saying that if you don't have a measurement, if you don't have an error, if you don't have an error level or error rate. So if you can't establish your margin of error, then you really don't have anything measured.
Interesting.
Right.
I mean, I would disagree with that entirely, but I've never
Yeah.
heard it
Well,
phrased that way.
yeah, I know. I found that interesting too. But consider the limitations you have at your disposal. If you're using a ruler and you have little markings on the ruler, each of those
Yeah.
markings has a specific width. Well,
Yeah.
that width is your error.
Yep. Okay.
So you need a higher resolution ruler if your demands for your engineering or construction project require a higher level of precision than that ruler is capable of measuring.
Interesting. Okay. But this
Yep.
is okay.
But you still
Again,
have an
this is
error
more of a
error
thought
level associated with that. So yep.
But this is more of a thought experiment, I guess, from your perspective, than an argument per se. I mean, may I tell you why I disagree with it?
Yeah, and I'm curious.
Okay, so you can't have a measurement without an error. Okay, was that what you said? Yeah, I don't want to misrepresent.
Yeah, roughly. I forgot the exact way the quote goes too. It was either that or they said it the other way around, something like that.
Oh, the other way around. I'd agree with that. You can't have an error without a measurement. Absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, in my mind, they go together. Measurements and errors happen together, and so measurements are the quality of your measurements defined by your error. And if you can't define the error in your measurement, then you have a poor quality measurement.
See. I think so. We agree when it comes to that. The quality of your measurement is defined by your error. That I agree
Yep.
with. But
So somebody who can't define their error can't tell you how possibly accurate they are.
correct.
That's why they have tolerances. That's what they have tolerances. That's what a tolerance
Yep.
is.
But you can still have a measurement
amount of
without an error.
error. Because no matter how good your tools are, you're never going to get them dead nuts on.
But you can have a
You'll
measurement.
never get it dead nuts on because of there's just I don't know unless you got it like you got really lucky. You might get it dead nuts on.
Store, right, and you buy a bottle of Coca-Cola, right, or a can of Coca-Cola.
Okay.
Right. It's what are they? I mean, we have milliliters here in the UK, but what is it usually, like 12 fluid ounces or something?
Yeah, like 12 and a half. Yeah.
Yeah, 12 and a half. So that's a measurement. Yeah.
Yeah. Yep. That's a measurement.
Where's
you could verify using a scale.
But where's the error?
Oh, we don't know. We don't know how off their measuring device was. Yep.
Well, exactly, but that's
I guarantee every can of Coke is. Yeah, but every can of Coke, if you, it's going to be off by a little, unless they weigh it over on purpose. It's going to be off. You know, if you just depending on your tolerances, like how accurate your scale is, how many decimal points your scale goes down to. You know.
But yeah,
it's never going to be right exactly 12. It might say it on the scale, but get a better, more accurate scale, and I guarantee it's not going to be exactly 12 ounces.
But do you get what I mean? Like, there's an example of a measurement without an error. I'm not trying to like trap you.
No, but I had a greater point to get into. I'll just say it real quick. And you know, what is really interesting to me is in this discussion, looking into this topic.
Yeah,
I am finding that the globe curvature is almost created out of the errors that propagate. So it's like the methodologies that are used to make certain claims have error levels that are big enough for the globe's curvature to creep in and take up space and be reified in people's minds.
Gotcha. I hear you.
Yeah, I mean, I see this when I'm reading about surveying, you know, and just other disciplines too. There's just enough wiggle room, enough fudge factor everywhere, and you don't need a lot. And that's the insane part about this. You don't need a lot over incrementally shorter scales.
Agreed.
To add up to a bigger curve. Yep.
In fact, you don't even I would argue it's infinitesimal. It's almost zero. This is certainly as far as humans are able to just detect or whatever. And I hear you exactly. When it comes to, you know, but well, actually, hang on. I just want to take you back. When you say the errors are kind of, what was it that you said that the
errors propagate? So you have, if you have like a multiple sequence of measurements with the same error, or the error from one measurement to the next gets bigger as a result of doing the next measurement.
Gotcha.
Yeah. You've got a situation where you have a snowball effect, right?
Yes, I understand where you're coming from now. You kind of need like one measurement almost, like, or it's just it's like the sum of all measurements. The errors are going to combine together, and as you say, well, not necessarily propagate.
Propagation. Gaussian error propagation. Gaussian error.
What's Gaussian
error? I won't get into that now. I deal in statistics for a living. So I wanted to say that this is very much akin. I want to bring this back to something understandable. This kind of thing is very much akin to having a discussion with somebody about compounding interest in their savings account. For some people, the concept of compounding interest is not intuitive at all. the idea that you invest in like, your money is 7%, and that 7% gets reinvested at 7%, and it snowballs and it grows exponentially. It's huge.
There's net present value. Like there are really easy things to just. Just to be crystal
the general
clear,
public is oblivious to this. It seems much in the same way as I'm talking about with error, and how this ties into flat Earth is what's frustrating. Is when I'm trying to explain what I'm seeing here is the ball creeping into the errors.
Yep, I hear
in
you.
people's minds, and it's really hard to articulate that.
No, I hear you. Just to be crystal clear, Mr. Amos, I'm not like tooting my own horn or anything, but just so you're aware of what, when you're talking to someone like myself. So I'm a data scientist in the tech industry. So when it comes to anything data-wise, stats-wise, code-wise, that's my bread and butter. So I guess I could argue, speaking to someone like myself about it, I'd probably understand a lot more than the average person.
You've got a technical understanding, like the relationships of numbers and scales.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's one thing. But I again, not trying to big myself up or anything, but just so you're aware, like, you please don't feel shy about trying to explain complex numerical things to myself, because I'm like I say, that's my job. That's what I've been doing for 12 years. So. If that helps.
Well, yeah. So basically, what it is it's trying to understand how all the different errors may combine and form one big error.
I hear you.
And so they combine in different ways depending on the conditions present.
Yes.
You'll have confounding errors that you'll never be able to figure out. Some people then bake in like an extra error, extra padding, so that they know that they've got these confounding variables that they can't hammer out. So they're going to give themselves, yep.
And I've gone through
it's complex.
Sorry. Didn't mean to interrupt you.
No, I'm done.
So I've been through the FE. What's it called? The FE.
That PDF. FE core thing. Yeah.
Yeah, that thing. Yeah, and yeah, absolutely. They do. They responsibly take into account error tolerances, for example, as the other gentleman said, regarding I guess light refraction is one of them, and so on and so forth. So I understand where it comes from. I guess the ideal thing would be one measurement, or a big enough measurement that kind of doesn't have compounding or combined errors, that is a bit more trusted. I guess that's kind of what you would be asking for in a way.
Yeah, I thought they were fairly thorough. I remember reading that PDF years ago. I haven't read it since, and I don't really talk about FE Core a lot, but I thought it was well done. Somebody was in here earlier this morning calling them frauds and being dishonest, and pointing to one picture showing a green light and saying that should have been the blue laser, but that's the green laser.
Really?
Yeah, therefore FE Core are a bunch of frauds, because they showed that one picture. It should have been the other picture.
I mean, that's weak. Like,
yeah,
it doesn't have a certain color laser versus the other.
I know, and it gets, the story goes is they asked FE Core to send the originals, which they said they had, and they never did, and then FE Core disbanded. And so, they disbanded because they couldn't send over the pictures. Like, what are you talking about? This seems so freaking inconsequential. It doesn't matter. I mean, like, okay. I know. Well, this has been maybe the last 18 hours of the flat Earth discussion here, and in another server has been talking about this FE Core PDF.
What? Okay. I mean, that just sounds like something you guys shouldn't have even wasted an hour on. But okay.
Yeah, I think we did waste an hour, and it was wasted. But
Okay. Yeah. Yeah,
What bothers me, geeks, is like this is the level of discussion that the other side brings to the table. I mean, I was a Glober like 3 years ago. I'm an older man. I've been. It wasn't that long ago that I loved NASA and everything else, right? I mean, and I still remember how that felt, and I still remember how I thought about these things.
Yeah.
And I could never see myself engaging in this discussion with the kind of context and the kind of content that these madmen bring to our server like this. It's embarrassing.
Well, I'm one of those madmen, really.
Yeah, I
It's
mean, most
embarrassing.
people in my own life are Globers. I get along great with people. I'm not like some bitter asshole that's trying to cram flat Earth down everybody's necks all the time. So
Yeah.
I have plenty of wonderful friends who know that I'm into flat Earth, and we just don't talk about it. Big deal.
Well, and that's honourable, and
Yeah.
you know that's why I like
So-
jumping in here sometimes. Is because there's the majority of the characters in here. I'm I would like to think I'm on relatively good terms with.
Yeah, I think we're on good terms, Geek, and I enjoy talking to you. And if you never become as weird as a flat earther, that's fine.
Well, that's very kind of you, Mr. Harnish.
You're very welcome.
I enjoy talking to you too, sir. But you got to watch out for me sometimes because I do go off the rails every now and then, and I may.
I've gotten pretty angry at people and regretted it later. I mean, I've apologized to people.
I know it
No.
sucks, doesn't it?
Yeah, I have. If you're waiting for an apology from me, please raise your hand. Okay, I think I got them
4,
all.
6, 8, 10, 12.
Yeah,
Way to the
dude,
back, yes, 14, 16, 18. Wow, okay.
dude,
19.
Okay,
I hear you, and I know exactly what you're talking about. Like the feeling afterwards when even if you could even justify being angry and like kind of getting heated, you just feel like shit anyway. It's like it's an awful feeling, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
So I hear you, brother. I hear you.
You got a couple birthday announcements. First is Heretic. Happy birthday, Heretic, the owner of the 24/7 Flat Earth chat room in politics. Thank you, Heretic. And Says Who. Happy birthday, Says Who. He's a regular. He's kind of brash, but he means well, and he loves you. That's Says Who. Thank you, Says Who.
You'll be having a coffee cake in the break room if you'd like to join us.
Yeah, I'll reserve my best wishes for those two characters. Heretic is not a fan of geeks, I don't think.
What does that mean, the fan of geeks?
He does
It
not
means
find
listening to
me.
the term geeks as love letters.
He doesn't find me particularly pleasant or gentlemanly, I guess you could say.
You're fine.
I think most people
Damn,
just
you
are.
fine, geeks.
I know,
I
right? Thanks.
How
Heretic
intoxicated
said
you
it.
are.
I just heard it.
I said you're fine.
Oh, he said it again.
Whoa, Are you serious?
Yeah, not you fine. Not like that.
No. But I mean, I appreciate like you saying that I'm okay, but
Yeah, you're good.
Hey, geeks, I got a geeky thing for you since you like math. So regarding error propagation. So if you're combining errors from multiple measurements and you're trying to find like the total error of everything, you're essentially calculating the root mean square of those errors. That's all it is. All it is in quotation marks.
The root mean squared of those errors.
Yep.
Okay. Wouldn't that under represent what the error might be? I could be wrong. I just.
Yeah, I haven't thought about it, but yeah, I mean,
No. I hear what you're saying.
sometimes it's not intuitive.
To be fair, like I've never come across a situation myself, one that I can even recall anyway, that is combining, sort of almost stitching measurements together in order to, come up with a total.
Yeah. Oh, I mean, I've heard this described in our circles. Like, let's say you've got a sextant.
Yep.
And, let's say, oh, wait, hold on. I got to go. Sorry. Got to go.
Love
I'll
you.
talk to you later. Yep.
Wow, what a nice chap.
Yeah, well, what globe proof you got?
What blow proof have I got? Didn't you see my ball of yarn with the bubble, the level, spirit level on it? Guess not.
I don't know why he's asking that question if he's a Glober himself.
Is
It was just a joke.
Why you
Is it-
here? I owe you an apology, AV.
Is it live right now on YouTube or is it a different channel?
Crit?
Yeah.
Alright, this is better. This is better than typing in text. So, what, you don't see the resemblance between these two images?
No, all three of them are different.
All three of them are different.
Yeah.
You seriously can't. There's no way you can believe that. Like, you're just being dishonest at this point.
Okay, hold on. What I'll do here is I'll bring up a fantasy eclipse from like from a video game or something, and let's do a side by side. We'll bring up a bunch of fake ones done for video games or for movies, and then bring up some real ones. And you're going to have to do a lineup to see if you can spot the real ones or the fake ones. Sound good?
So you're saying that these are fake? Well, these were faked.
No, I said that you can't see. You think they all look exactly the same. Let's test that. Let's see how many you pick out that are exactly the same also that aren't exactly the same. And see if you're going to be honest about it or not.
No, the burden is on proof for you to prove that these are fake.
What do you mean prove that they're fake? What does that mean to you?
What is he talking about?
I'm talking about the fact that you can clearly see the moon during solar eclipse when it's over it. If you
No,
have a
you
long
cannot see
scope.
the moon. People are saying that that's the moon, but how can you tell that it is? What distinguishing features can you see from what you saw on the eclipse?
Crick,
Would you stop talking? I'm talking, and you need to address me because I'm speaking to you. You don't overtalk me and then say crit. Do you understand, Gamma?
Yeah.
Okay. So what distinguishing features do you see from the eclipse itself that it's the moon?
So I don't have perms to send stuff into the side channel.
I posted
I didn't ask you that. I
need the pictures to show you. That's why.
I'm not talking about pictures. Listen to the words carefully of what I'm saying. When you saw the natural phenomenon of the eclipse, what distinguishing features did you see from the quote-unquote moon that you could tell me that it is the moon?
the mares, the craters, everything on the moon, I could see.
You saw that.
Yeah, you can see this if you use long exposure photography. This has been done multiple years in a row at this point.
Holy crap!
That's a lie.
That's not true. That's not
a lie.
true. Like you can see the craters. I saw this. I saw the holes in the Swiss cheese. I saw the holes in the cheese that the moon's made out.
All right, I'm gonna DM you the photos. Here was one from 2017. I will find one from 2024.
That's cap. That's not your photo.
Oh no, it's not my
first of
photo.
all,
but these
where's
are
that-
all over-
Yeah, that's not your photo. Where'd you get that
Where
Okay,
did
from?
the
you can do this too.
Where'd the moon come from anyway? I mean, there wasn't any moon yesterday. The
No,
new
wait,
moon.
wait. I want him to answer the question. You said you took these images.
No, I did
you
not. I did not say that I took this image.
Who took those images?
Multiple photographers that are well known that are not
Multiples.
associated-
Okay. Give me the
Well known. Who are they?
Give me the sources of the multiple.
All right.
You're making a bunch of claims right now that you can't support.
Okay. You saying that I can't support them doesn't make.
Then do it. Then support it.
All right. Here we go. I'll send the one that has their names on it too.
And you said they're long-term exposures. How long were the exposures?
As long as you can get, so roughly like a minute or so.
As long as you can get that, you can
Yeah.
get an exposure for years.
No, as long as you can get as the eclipse is like.
So do you know how long that is?
My
How long were
45
they?
second,
Around
my 45
like a
second
minute.
exposure didn't show that.
Your what exposure?
My 45-second exposure, how come it didn't show that?
Did you composite them?
No.
Oh, well, that's the problem, man.
This
No,
guy.
I didn't do shit to my images. You guys are seeing it straight from my camera besides me clipping out because it wasn't centered and just centering it.
Why didn't you composite it? Why didn't you composite it?
All right, I'm gonna ask a question. Need to answer it. What type of camera? What type of camera was being used for these images?
All right, I can actually find that too.
No, don't find it. You should already know. This is your evidence. I don't want you to find it. Did you come here with images and you have no idea what camera took this image? And you said, let me find it. You should have everything ready to present as to this as being your evidence. You don't have that.
I
You
do
gotta
have it.
find
I'm
it.
looking for it right now. Sorry, I
you're
don't
looking
have the whole
for
thing
it doesn't mean
memorized.
you're looking. I'm sorry. You're looking for it doesn't mean you had the evidence. It means that you have an explanation that you think is evidence, and it's not.
Yeah, keep floundering, but you're just like
Floundering. You didn't have the evidence of what camera. You should have known what camera it was.
Here's an
You should've known.
example of
You're
what
an
he
idiot.
wants. I
You're an
shot
idiot.
mine with a Nikon P900 with
Look
a
at you.
bunch of filters over it so
Yep.
that I didn't burn up my sensor.
That's right. You didn't have that information, did you, Gamma?
I'm
I
finding
was
it.
dropped.
I'm
No,
gonna leave off
finding
this
it
BC
is not the
question
answer.
then.
Sorry, no. Finding it is not the answer. You didn't know. You don't know the camera. You're just assuming they're doing everything correctly because it supports your confirmation bias. That is you right now in the chat. You have no idea. You're scrambling. You're grasping at straws because the only thing you have is a belief system. And you're showing images that confirm that belief. And what I'm telling you is it may or may not be the moon, but there's no way that you're saying that that image that you're trying to support is in any way real. Because if it was, you'd be able to tell me all the relevant information and I could investigate it myself. Something that is evidence stands alone as being self-evident. You don't have to tell somebody to be convinced. They just have to look at it for themselves and find out how this was taken. You didn't have that. You said, let me look it up. Well, that's not evidence, sir. That's your confirmation bias that the Earth is a globe and that the moon and the sun and the Earth are in a syzygy showing a solar eclipse. You failed. Nice try. Moving right along, we want to know if anybody in the chat has any evidence of the Earth being a geometric shape. You failed. I'm not going to listen to you again. So he's not here. Good. He's going to try his gimmick again, I guess, when I'm not here.
So that was it. He was going to show pictures somebody made up.
Yep. And then he doesn't know the people. He doesn't know the camera. He doesn't know anything to support his claim. Well done.
Yeah, I didn't see shit moving into place. All I
Right,
saw
look.
was it just starting to appear.
Right, like there wasn't any moon out. Like, and even on the ones where it looks like it was the moon,
That exact
You-
image.
yeah, you're not seeing craters. You're not seeing. It's just a dang black circle.
The
I
fucking
mean,
moon laid over the top of that. It's
Yep.
not even a real picture.
oh my god!
You don't
can
have to like
imagine?
encourage them by saying even that because you don't. That's not real. I'm gonna
Yep, keep
turn-
floundering.
turn-
Oh,
turn
it's
it
not
way up
real.
on
It
mine.
can't be real.
What
Do
did
this
he mean when he
yourself.
said, "Did you composite them"? Did you
Do
composite
this
yours?
yourself, man. I sent you the
What the
specs.
hell
Do it
does that
yourself.
even mean?
Do it yourself. Do
He
it
doesn't.
yourself.
He doesn't know paraplegic. That's the problem. He thinks that he knows what he's talking about because somebody gave him some images, and those were NASA images. I didn't want to give him
No,
all
they're
the
not.
information.
They're not NASA images.
Yes, they
actually.
are.
Wait,
We knew
really?
that because that was the
The photographers
27.
are? Really?
Okay, here's what I have to do. Right there. All right. That was a 2017 eclipse. Basically, the images that he's putting in the chat right there. And I remember because that was what the anti-flat earthers were using as evidence of globe. Because they were saying, look, it is the moon. And they were showing that very image that he was showing, which is a layered image. So he didn't know any of that relevant information to support his claim. Now he's coming up with it because he knows that's what's required for him to actually tell us everything we need to know about what camera and so forth. And then he started going on long exposures. It's not technically a long exposure.
I don't understand why they're still grasping at things in the sky anyway. Why don't they just give us drop over distance and get it over with? Like, what the frick?
A long exposure would be something like when you see star trails. That's just an image.
And you guys aren't trolling, right? You guys aren't trolling. You guys actually believe.
Oh
the Earth might
my
be
god,
flat.
dude! You've been silent this whole. Hold on, let me address him. Creamy Steve, you've been silent. Hold on, paraplegic. You've been silent this whole time. Creamy Steve, you've been silent this whole time. Now you decide to come in. Do you have any evidence that the Earth? Yeah. Do you have any evidence that the Earth is a globe?
I'm just listening. You don't have to attack me because you're.
I'm
like,
not attacking you. I'm
passionate
asking
about
you a
this.
question.
What do you?
This
What do
room
you
is
want?
designed. This room is
What do you-
designed so that. Oh, if you stop talking, I'll tell you. This room is designed so that people can be inquisitive about the world that they live in. So if you chime in, obviously you have something to say. And if that's the case,
Yeah, I told you.
Yeah, if that's the case, do you have any evidence to support the claim that the Earth is a globe?
I got to think
I'll
about
give you
this
the
a little
floor.
bit because I want to come with the strongest point I can.
You don't have
Excellent. Excellent. Listen and take your time.
I don't want you guys to hate me, by the way, just because I'm.
Nobody
like,
hates
debating.
you, dude. Nobody hates you.
Nobody hates you.
This is what we have set up here is an open forum. Listen, if you say I have evidence, you have the floor. The floor is given to you so that you can demonstrate everything you can about the evidence that you can support the Earth as a globe. That's not. Don't worry about that. But if you don't have evidence, we're gonna find out.
Okay,
really
what about Earth's shadow on the moon?
Right. What can you find out about the shadow of Earth on the moon? How do you know
Okay,
that
the shadow is round? It's considered a spherical object. A flat disk would cast a different shape depending on its orientation to the sun. and moon.
Yeah, just let him finish. Hold on, guys. Let him finish. Go ahead, Creamy Steve.
I finished, but they weren't listening.
Just say it again because you got interrupted.
Okay,
Go
so
ahead.
a flat disk would cast a different shape depending on its orientation to the sun and moon, right? Because the Earth is a spherical object, when it casts a shadow on the moon, this shadow is always round, and it is consistent with a spherical object.
Okay, so do you think that a sphere is the only thing that can cast a spherical onto a spherical object? From a light source hitting an object as a sphere, and it would cast upon another sphere as a spherical object. Do you think that's the only thing that can cause that?
I don't think they have So you think that they're
Just answer my
artificially?
question, sir.
No,
Just
no,
answer-
no. I need context. You're being looped.
Just answer my question. This is what happens in this room when you're not being honest. All you got to do is answer simple questions, yes or no. And so we'll get to the next step. But all you have to do is answer yes or no. And we'll open it up to, like, you know, a discovering whether or not that's the case. If you're seeking the truth, that is. Go ahead. Can that
You're
be
like
the only-
debating on.
No, we are not debate nothing. Just answer the question. Is that the only shape that can cast that shadow, sir?
I refuse to have a con.
Well, that's fine. You can put yourself back on mute once I unmute you. It's up to you. You can sit here and just listen. That's it. Disingenuous people, we don't have time for, sir. If you're
So
being
I just
honest,
went ahead and posted for you that a flat, straight line can cast a curved shadow on an object.
yeah, look at the text, Creamy
Wow.
Steve. And that's the reason why I was asking him, because he thinks that's the only shape that was Duncan Dart's downfall. He said the same thing Creamy Steve said. And when we showed him that in the text, he was writhing, he was mental contortions were coming out, he was saying this and that, but he didn't have an answer to what was being demonstrated to him. See, we have demonstrations. We know that a circular object being casting a shadow onto another circular object, like another spherical object, is not the only thing that can cause a round shadow. There's a demonstration in the text chat, Creamy Steve, if you want to see there's something opposite of what you thought.
It's funny. He said a flat disc can't cast a shadow like that. Like, who the hell? Where the hell he come up with it?
I don't know, but he's not here anymore for us to talk about flat discs.
Yeah, he's not here. It's simple. All you got to do is come with your evidence and be able to support your claims. If you can't do that, then you're just found out to be wanting with the information.
What do you think a guy named Creamy Steve is going to come up with anyway?
Well, no,
Creamy Steve.
He's been sitting in the chat for like a day and a half. So this time that he opened up his mic, this is what he came out with. So, and then he left because he can't have any floor time to just say what he wants. No, it's not how it works.
He thinks debating is asking us questions.
Yeah, exactly. It's very simple, guys. If you think the Earth's a globe in 2024, whether the eclipse proved it to you or you think it is, support your claim with evidence. And once you do, you explore. But if you're not willing to have any of these questions that we ask when we start to quiz you, if you're being dishonest or you don't want to answer, then just keep yourself on mute until you're ready. I want you to be ready. Presentation, everything. Tell me everything about you know. I don't want stories.
From a guy from the outside looking in, it must. I mean, I would think it looked really like ridiculous when you're like, oh, they're trying to prove that the Earth's a sphere. They're talking about eclipses. Like, why wouldn't you just show the curve? Or I don't know if it was so obvious. I don't know. From the outside looking in, if you were new, I would think it would look pretty ridiculous.
It was a very fair yes or no question you asked him. Like, some of them are a bit unfair, but that was extremely fair, and he still couldn't answer it.
Yeah, and the thing is, I don't mute people just for answering the straight questions. Like, all he had to do was be honest. And so being intellectually honest in this channel gets you a long way. You don't get muted. You stay on the chat. And you could be a glober even. But just be honest. That's all. Be honest. Like, I don't, like, Scott Mackey usually gets muted when I'm not around, but I don't mute him. Because he's honest. He's like, it's just a belief. That's all. And I'm like, that's fine. I mean, you can have your belief in the globe. If you can't prove it, then that's something different. If you say you can and you want to stay in the chat, then I'm going to have to hear how you know. That's different from saying you believe it to you know it is. Yeah, the fun time's over, guys. I'm not going to spin people's wheels in this chat if you don't have any evidence. We're here to listen to you tell us how you know the Earth's a globe. No evidence, then just put a white mic on and listen to somebody else bring evidence. That simple. All right, Rich, what evidence do you got? Trust me, I'm completely fair. We will look into every piece of information you present, so long as it's leading us to the understanding. If it's not, if it's a dead end, if it's your confirmation bias, if it's subjective, then there's no need. Anecdotal testimonies, that doesn't work. Well, that guy said so. So what? Who cares? You can't prove it, then off we go to the next champion. Gamma's unmuted, but yeah, we don't need to rehash what you were talking about. It's
yeah, it's honestly probably better for you. I think it'll damage your world belief.
Because I'm going to hold you to it, and it could lead you straight out the door, which I don't want it to. Well, I want you to do the best you can to provide evidence, not the worst you can, because that's not going to go.
Can I provide you with a worksheet for high school level trigonometry to prove that you actually know anything about trigonometry, to prove that the Earth does have a curve?
Yeah. Well, how much curve before we get into that? What's the drop over distance are we talking about on the geometric shape that you're standing on? Let's see if you know any math.
I know it's not 8 inches per mile squared.
Well, what is it, sir?
Oh shit!
What is it?
You
then?
should go back to high school then.
Give us the correct math
Because
for the
that is not what it is not squared.
Gamma, give us the correct math for the parabola that we're on right now.
It is just 8 inches, not 8 inches per mile squared.
It's just 8 inches. What?
Holy shit!
It's just 8 inches. What? Is that it?
Yes, that is it.
8 inches for what? Every mile?
Yep.
And how did you figure that out? Show us the math. Give it to us in mathematical form, please. The formula that supports that.
All right.
Thank you.
So he thinks it's like, wait,
Oh,
so 3 miles is 24 inches? Is that what he thinks?
Isn't that what makes a parabola? Or is that? Am I wrong?
No, the
I
other
don't
one.
know.
He did point slope form. He did a linear equation.
Yeah, it's a linear.
Because that is not.
That's a ramp, dude.
That is not the variable squared in that equation.
What?
The other variable is squared in that equation.
No, put the equation in the chat so we can all examine what you're talking about. So there's no confusion.
Yeah, so we can just go ahead and put it in whatever they use, GeoGebra.
GeoGebra.
As much as I love ramps.
Well, paraplegic, that's exactly what he described. You got an 8-inch grade over 1 miles. So you probably won't feel that as much.
That's a nice mellow ramp. I wouldn't appreciate it skating, but I would appreciate it now.
Oh yeah, skating, it doesn't do you any good.
They're confused, I think. But either way, let's have the math. Because he wants to invoke high school mathematics. Let's see.
All right, I sent it to you then. If you need help rearranging that, I can do it for you because I don't.
I wanted you to put it in the text, but I'll do that for you.
You need help.
Yeah, if you
need help.
Yeah.
I'll put it in the text channel for you, so that everybody can see. This information shouldn't be hidden; it should be given to the people, right? If you know something that no one else knows, here you go, fellas.
I think he was trying to quiz you, so if you share with the class, they might help you.
Yeah.
They might help you.
He got an F on.
Do you think whoever said that? Do you think truth should be hidden?
Absolutely not.
Not talking to you, Gamma. Not talking to you. To the gentleman who said that.
Yeah, that was me. And I said absolutely not.
Then why are you chirping, Rich? You shouldn't even be in this conversation. This should be just him explaining how he knows this is evidence. It's mathematics. Do you think what he's? Let me ask you, Rich, since you so eloquently want to come in here with your little ideas. Do you know that if that math that he's putting in, that I just put in to the text channel, does that support the Earth as a globe?
Why are you asking me?
I want you to look at it because
I thought you were stressing how this was between you two. You're not making a very good example.
Now you're lumped in. Now you're lumped in. So I want you to look at the math that he posted. Do you think that supports the Earth's parabola as it being a globe? Yes or no? Let's get the crowd's reaction.
You're that scared to engage, eh?
Well, go ahead. I'm engaging you now. Since you want to speak.
I want you to engage the other line of questioning. I was merely pointing out that the reason it's
Rich,
in the back channel is so that it could be a quiz.
You like being in this channel? You like being in this channel? Look at the math. Look at the math and tell me if that proves the parabola of the Earth being a globe.
Dude, fuck if I know. I'm a drummer.
Good. So then no answer from you. So sit down and white mic yourself.
Why are like 99% of globers have like room temperature IQ? I swear.
I don't know. But listen, sit down, put a white mic, and let Gamma have the floor. That'd be easy, right? Right?
Gamma, it's because they're atheists. Atheists have below average IQ.
Interesting.
Excellent. All right, so Gamma. So you said this math provides evidence that the Earth has a parabola with.
Yeah, this is also included in the Black Swan. The Black Swan basically proves that the Earth is a globe, contradictory to what the flat Earth community parrots around.
Okay.
Can you explain it?
Yep.
Yeah, I sent the article in or to Alpha Veritas's DMs.
All right,
Yeah, explain
I'll
it
take
then,
care.
please.
Hang on, let me post it for you guys, and then I'll let him answer the question, Clay. I have to post everything he's posting so that you guys can get a context.
Oh, I apologize. Sorry.
No, you had the right. You're in the right vein to do that, but hold on a second. I have to finish posting this stuff. All right, I'm gonna post a link. All right, that's the link he sent.
Okay, can you kind of like sum it up, because I'm very too lazy to read that,
All right,
you
so
already got it, right?
my main argument, or the main reason I brought that into the argument, is that the 8 inches per mile squared is not actually a variable in that equation. The height of the observer above sea level is the variable that is squared in the equation. So, Morvis, thank you for proving to me that you don't know math or what a variable is. That's very nice.
Who are you speaking to? That ain't Morvis.
Somebody in chat.
No, I think Clay was the one asking that question.
Well, no, not Clay. I'm talking about in the text. Somebody told me that I was wrong because another variable is squared.
Well, no, I mean we're asking you to provide evidence how it forms the curvature. So, and then of course, what numbers did you come up with to support the case that the Earth is exactly what the metrics that they say it is? Do you come up with 3959 radius, 24,901 miles circumference? Do you come up with all this information via this equation?
Not with this equation itself.
Oh, well, we got a problem, sir. Because if that equation doesn't support the Earth's metrics, then we don't have a match. We need to have a match with the equation that supports the claim that the Earth is what they're telling us it is. Not you. They're telling us that the Earth has a specific radius. When you look up how big is the Earth on the internet, right? You just ask, what is the radius of Earth? We get a specific value. That specific value needs to be supportive by the equations that would then say this is how curvature works on the Earth of that size. So we're looking for a match. If it's not a match, then we don't have ourselves an equation that's workable with the idea that they already gave us the metrics of the Earth. It needs to line up with the size, the geometric size of the Earth. which means
So-
radius, diameter, and circumference have to line up with your equation. If they don't do that, then you don't have something that's correct.
Well,
So
I think you're misunderstanding what I was saying with that.
No. I'm not misunderstanding. What I'm telling you is that it needs to be a match to the size of the Earth. The purported size of the Earth needs to match with your equation.
Yeah.
If there's no relevant, I know. Let me just tell you, dude. Like, if it doesn't match with the size of the Earth, then your equation is bunk. That means that it doesn't support the idea that you live on that oblate spheroid, specifically the WGS 84 model, in which they tell us it's an oblate spheroid. So if you don't have the relevant information on the equations, the mathematics that support that, then you're giving us other math that
Exactly.
Please let me explain this. All right.
Yeah, but it needs to be relevant to the Earth size.
Yes.
Relevant to the Earth size. Go ahead.
Give me like 30 minutes or 30 seconds.
Let him dig a hole.
Like, I thought what you were saying is that I cannot derive the exact radius itself with that equation because that is the wrong equation that you would use to do that. But yes, it does line up with the radius and the curvature over a certain distance. The derivation of the radius is different to the derivation of the curvature per mile.
No, sir. They're all synonymous. So if you're telling me that the curvature
works,
so taking a small sample set of the Earth's curvature and saying that working a formula out that we could, so that we can test small sample sets, would then conform to the Earth's oblate spheroidness. So if you're showing us a small sample of what it would be like, let's say over 10 or 20 miles, then we could complete the entire parabola to say that it goes around a spherical object. You don't have that information. That equation does not line up with the Earth's oblate spheroidness.
I don't think I understand how equations or formulae work at all.
Yeah, so the formula actually explains the geometric shape that if you were to complete the circle, right? Let's say you're starting from a specific point. Well, you're going to say, I know that the curvature that's working off of this geometric shape, because a geometric shape, the consequent of that would be that the surface would be such that it supports the shape. So we know that the shape that we're standing on is an oblate spheroid if it were having the math to support it and also the comparison from math to reality. There's a lot of connectors here. But if you're not giving
I know it is curved.
Yeah, you say that. You're saying that you know that it's curved doesn't tell us that it is.
Well,
so you have to prove it.
Can you read that article, please, where it shows that the black swan basically proves that the Earth is a globe 100%?
No, it does not. That's Danny Faulkner. Yeah, that's Danny Faulkner. He does a lot of hit pieces. He's been in 24/7 chat. Let me just give you a little background. Danny Faulkner, he is a part of the team from Answers in Genesis. Unbeknownst to you, because it doesn't sound like you know anything about him. And the guy's always been in 24/7. And he wants to look for another gimmick. This is one of his gimmicks, and he's deceiving people. Yes, he's deceiving people on a biblical scale to tell them that the Earth, as spoken of in the Bible, has nothing to do with it being a flat stationary plane, but that it supports an Earth being a globe. So now he has come in and then inserted himself into this conversation, and then because of that. Because of his confirmation bias that he has for the globe, he uses the biblical narrative to support that the Earth is a globe, and also giving people false information about math that doesn't support it being a globe. So yeah, the source you got it from is coming from him. So he doesn't know what he's talking about because we've asked him the same questions. The guy the one who you're getting this article from, right? The source. He's been in our chat, and I've spoken to him directly. Do you want to know what he thinks? Hold on. Do you want to know what he thinks about the Earth being an oblate spheroid and how we know? Because I have it on record, sir.
Wait, are you trying to say that because religious, I shouldn't believe him? Do you think I'm...
No, I'm telling you because the information that he's giving you does not support the Earth being a globe.
Really?
Like I asked you, when you
explain why the black swan does that?
When you gave the information about the equation that substantiates the Earth as a globe from your perspective, when we test that, it is not giving us the curvature that formula that we need. So we can't know that the Earth's curving from that formula you gave us. It's not a curvature, sir.
So, can you explain to me how this is not curvature that is observed?
I'm not going to explain to you. It's your job. It's your
Really?
job. It's your job to.
Okay.
It's your job to substantiate your claim via any information you have.
I just did.
No, just saying. Listen, just saying that you're substantiating your evidence by throwing pictures in there is not substantiated. What you do is when you put something in the chat, then you go through how it exactly tells us we know that we're living on a globe, not just your confirmation bias. You can't put a picture in there and say, well, Earth's a globe. We're all done here. No, you're not. That's just the beginning. Now you're going to have to tell us how that, and in relative to what camera was taken to take this image, the distance, the observer height, like all variables. You're going to have to put all of that in there to see if it's not the Earth, or if it is the Earth's globe and not anything else.
Is there
Not
specifications on the camera and observer height of the original Black Swan taken by that one flat earther?
He's not a flat earther. BMLS.
Yes, and by the way, it was just a P900, and the temperature and its location and air temperature and sea temperature were all documented.
Yep.
All right, and this lines up exactly with what you would expect to see on a globe. So
no, it doesn't, because the predicted.
cat.
Let me tell you why it doesn't. The predicted amount of Earth curvature at a 1 foot observer height should have been exactly at 1.22 miles times the square root of the observer's height in feet. So because he was at a 1 foot observer height, at the distance, he could see a lot farther than the predicted amount of Earth's curvature that should be there in
square root of observer height. Okay.
Yeah. Yes. And because you're not using the because you're not using the correct formula, what's happening is that you're getting insufficient information to support the claim. So when you're using your slope formula, when you use your slope formula, you don't get exactly what you should if you were on a curving surface. That's why you're getting it wrong. And so your wrong information.
Square root is. What is the square root of 81? Do you know what a square root actually is, or are you just flying around?
Dude. Yes, but I don't need to get into that with you because you're giving a wrong.
You don't know what a square root is.
Let me ask you a question.
What's the difference between a square root and the square?
We're not going to get into that because of the fact that you don't even know how that information that you put in the chat.
I know what a parabola is.
All right, then why aren't you using it? Why aren't you using it? Then why aren't you using it?
I am using it. It's just in a different variable, not the one that you'd use, so you can make it fake.
So okay, so what supports the Earth's curvature in the geometric form? Go ahead, tell us. Because that information you gave us, that formula, doesn't do that. Does it? Be honest right now. Does it support the Earth's curvature?
The one I sent you in DMs?
Yes.
It does. Yes, it does. It 100% does.
So what is the Earth's radius at that value? Because you said that it doesn't line up with 3959. What radius does it line up with?
I think you could derive the radius with that.
No, you cannot. No, you cannot. No, you cannot. You just finished. You're going back on your word right now where you said it doesn't support the Earth's radius. Now you're saying it does.
No, I'm not.
Yes, you are. You got 5 seconds to admit that that's what you said, or else you're getting booted. I'm not dealing with disingenuous people. You said that at the very beginning.
Back on the video. Go back on the video.
You got 5 seconds, sir. You better fess up. You better fess up. I'm not going to play games with you. You're not going to call me a liar, and you better admit that that's what you said.
Go back on the video. Go back on the video.
5.
Go back on.
I'm not going to do it with you. 2. 1. You had an option to be honest. It's your fault, not mine. You're disingenuous, so that's what happens to disingenuous people. You said that formula does not support the Earth's curvature. Now it does. It's simple. Ladies and gentlemen, it's simple. If you're here to support the Earth's curvature claim, then you better do it right at the get-go. If you tell me that the equation supports it, then I need to see it in format the way that Gamma just put in there. But yet he said at the very beginning, it's not to the Earth's radius of 3959. Now he's saying it does support it. Well, you can't do that. You can't go back and then change things because you just feel like it. It either is or is not supportive of the Earth's curvature. Go ahead. Go ahead with the question. Yes, go ahead.
How can you, like, what is your evidence on the fact that the Earth is flat?
Guys, the Earth is not flat. I'm sorry. There's no scientific evidence to show that the Earth is flat.
Horizontal.
I'm very sorry,
Well,
guys.
flat
There's
is a
no
geometric
evidence.
term, so
Yeah,
obviously
Hill
you're ignorant
Holy
to what
shit.
science is.
Yeah,
Thought it was
Bear,
water.
we got this. All right, so we can give you some information to help you out, but before we get into that, what's your name again? Starlight 90. Welcome to the chat.
Hi.
Hello. Do you know that if the Earth is a globe or not? Before we talk, we will tell you about the Earth being a flat and stationary plane. However, we just want to know from the people that come into this room, they have a stance right now, and I would think that your stance is that you think that the Earth is a globe, right? That's why you're asking that question.
Yeah, I know that the Earth is a globe, but I'm just asking on your perspective
Wow.
because I didn't
Mhm.
like get to hear on your perspective. I more so heard on everyone else's. So
Well,
I'm
what
curious.
we do here is
Yeah,
that
that's what they do.
we examine everybody's claims. So the claim is that you know the Earth's a globe. We will tell you how the Earth is flat and stationary. However, we both have a position, right? I say
Right.
the Earth's flat and stationary. You say it's a globe. So what we do is we start to compare who's right and who's wrong. This isn't an agree or disagree position. This is either you're right and I'm wrong, or I'm right and you're wrong, right? So how do you know the Earth is a globe, Starlight? What evidence do you have to present?
Well, can you explain time zones? Like, why are they different?
Yes.
If
Oh
the
my
Earth is
goodness.
different?
I can explain time zones, but it's a malformed question. You don't mean to say time zones. You mean to say how does day and night work on a flat Earth? That's how you wanted to ask that question, right?
Sort of, yeah. Like,
Yeah.
but also, how does someone like? How is someone 7 hours ahead of me and I'm 7 hours behind them?
Yeah.
If
So
the Earth
yeah,
is flat.
yeah. Time zones have nothing to deal with shape. They have to deal with the daylight. So the daylight hours were invented for trade and commerce. So people that wanted to do business with people in another geographic location would have this. I think it was in the UK that they invented this, where it was first created. You might want to look into it, like how time zones began. But I do say that it was something that was invented for that specific purpose. So time zones aren't apropos for you to say that that's to answer your question. You want to know how does day and night happen if you live on another continent and I do as well. Like, how is it possible, right? You want to know how you have day and I have night on a flat Earth.
Yeah.
Right. So basically, all it is just you and I are in different geographic locations, depending on where you're at. And the light that's attenuating through the medium of the air doesn't go forever. So light attenuation is a big part of like why you don't see light everywhere. And also, we would say that the Earth itself is probably it's bigger than the light source. In your mind, you think that the light source is bigger than the Earth. So that's why it's in reverse in your mind. Like you're thinking, well, we have a humongous sun, and how does that work on a tiny little Earth? Like that's what you're imagining. So the whole cosmology aspect of what you think the Earth is in comparison to the sun is probably incorrect, because we don't see the sun looking bigger than our Earth, because it's going above our heads. So we can only tell you from our vantage point here on Earth of how it looks, and it looks to be as if it's moving. And so the idea that we live in a solar system means that the sun's at the center of the solar system and that we're going around it. But there's no evidence to back that up. All we have is just people saying that that's the case.
Right.
So the reason why I kind of said that is because when we lay out the information that it's the sun moving above our heads, I can say that because that's the base axiom we all work off of. So if we were to both go outside and look at the sun, we can both say, well, we see the sun moving east to west in our sky.
Mm-hmm.
So for us, that's what we can say. But and another thing too is in the morning time, like if you've ever noticed this, the light gradually gets brighter and brighter as the sun approaches your vicinity. So your perspective is you see the sunlight getting like it's like a dimming switch. If you have a dimming switch in your house, like on a light, you could dim the lights. That's kind of like how the sun's light approaches. It's very dim, and then it gradually gets brighter and stronger as it approaches your proximity.
Mm-hmm.
And so because of that, we understand some very simple things about light. It attenuates through the medium of air in a specific way that we can see different colors. So like when the sun's at the horizon, it's at its furthest distance away from your position where you can see it. And it also has a different color wavelength. So when you see it at a distance, it looks more orange, more bigger, and so forth. There's magnifying effects that the Atmos has in your visual perspective, makes it look bigger. And sometimes you could actually see it looking smaller. It just depends on the climate, what the magnification limit for your perspective would be at a distance. So sometimes you see the sun looking small. I'd say the majority of times you would see it looking bigger on the horizon and more orange or yellow. But as it approaches noonday, it looks more white, like a brilliant white light.
Mm-hmm.
And as it does that, we notice that light changes due to our perspective of how we see it in the sky. But also we notice that as the light moves away from our vicinity, right, our proximity, then we notice that it starts to become dimmer. And as it gradually moves farther away, it becomes dimmer. But what I'm saying is that on both the idea that you live on a globe or a flat stationary plane, the sun's light also travels in the very specific way. But in the case of the globe, it would be cut off by the Earth's oblate spheroidness. And what we're saying is that in our case, it only cuts off because it can't reach any farther. If you put a flashlight to a wall, I'll give you an example of how you can do this. Put a flashlight to a wall and get it as close as you can to the wall. What you're going to notice is the light can't shine all across the wall. It can only shine to the certain spot that you have it on. But the further you lift it up off the wall, the further it attenuates, right? So the attenuation of the light happens to be because of the fact that proximity of the object that you have close to the light source. Do you get what I'm saying? So it's just like a flashlight example, just so you can have some kind of image in your mind. So when you lift the flashlight off the wall, you can see that it only lights up a certain area, even in the dark. It will only light up a certain area, and the rest of the wall is not lit up. But as you get further away with the light source, starts to light up a little bit more, but it only attenuates to a certain length due to the fact that the light source is only a certain distance away from the wall. And the other parts of the wall aren't lit up. It's only that part that you have the light on it. It's the same way. Thinking about how light attenuates.
Yeah. So, I have another question, right? This has nothing to do with my last one, but it does have a connection to what we're talking about. So, I don't know if you'll take offense to this or not, because I don't want to be offensive or anything, but have you guys ever been on a plane or a boat, right?
Mm-hmm.
And especially in the sky, right? You'll see a curve, right, in the sky.
Tiny Earther.
Yeah, have you seen that, Starlight?
Yeah, I've been on a plane ever since I was 5. I've been on planes. So
Well, what you're claiming to see would be a tiny Earth.
Yeah, let me just run through it with her, Olhaus, if you don't mind. So, how big do you think the Earth is, Starlight?
I know that it's really big, but what I'm not saying that the Earth is small or something, but I'm saying more so that even though this curve stretches for a long time, it's not just a curve and it's done. It goes on for a really long time, especially when you look at it. But it's you need to be on a plane, or you need to see a boat sail off into the sea in order to see this image. But
Yeah.
or you can
So
just,
the reason,
I don't know, maybe there's videos.
Yeah, Starlight. The reason why I asked you how big the Earth is because it's important to support a claim with information that would substantiate the claim. So if you say, I know that the Earth is this big, so therefore I can see Earth curvature from my airplane window or a boat, you would be able to support it in that way, because mathematics would be able to describe how big the Earth is and relative to how you see it, right? So if you say, I'm looking out of my airplane window and I see Earth curve, well, then we need to know how big you think the Earth is, because if it's a small Earth, well, that would make sense. But if it's a huge Earth, it wouldn't. You understand why I asked?
I don't know much about maths. Like I'm not like if you ask me a math question, I would not get it.
Well,
But
okay. Yeah, I won't
And
hold
you
that.
thought you were going to offend us?
I won't hold that against you, Starlight. But here's the thing, though. I want you to do more research on how big the Earth is. Right now, you can get this information because Google has it readily available to any inquisitive mind. So if you want to know how big your globe Earth is, you'll find that out really quickly on Google. And I want you to look at some numbers, right? Radius, diameter, and circumference.
I mean,
now,
it's
type in.
pretty big.
Yeah, I know, but you saying that doesn't make it so. So you need to know how big, right? So when you look it up, is what I'm asking you to do, Starlight. Do a little bit of research, right? It's not a biggie. It's just real quick. Look up how big the Earth is. And then what you do is you come in comparison to your little vantage point on Earth, you need to know how much curvature there would be seen at your height. So elevation from the ground. So if you say, I see Earth curve from an airplane window, well, we know airplanes fly at an altitude at about either 35 to 50,000 feet, somewhere in that vicinity, right? We would say that's where airplanes fly. So if you're in an airplane flying at that altitude, then we have to figure out what would the curvature look like from that altitude. So you need to do some research and figure out how big the Earth is claimed to be, and use that math, right, to then support your claim of how you see it. Curvature from the airplane window, because you said you've been flying since you were 5 and you've been seeing Earth curvature ever since then. So we want to say, were you seeing Earth curvature? Let's substantiate that claim. Does that make sense? Because I'm not asking something unreasonable. I'm only asking for you to investigate your claim to see if that's actually Earth curvature you were seeing or not.
Right. I mean, I did do some research before I unmuted, but I didn't do anything mathematical because, I mean, I'm not a
Starlight,
big math person.
I fly like 6 times a year. Fly back and forth to my girlfriend's, and I've never seen curve. I fly six flights a year. I've done it for 14 years.
Yeah, so we have
So I've
people
never seen it.
we have people that say that they see Earth curvature, and some people say they don't see Earth curvature, Starlight. That's the issue. In order for us to find out, we're going to have to compare some math, right? And when the math is compared, then we can say, okay, that person actually saw curvature, because now we can test it. We can take that math, if it is indeed curvature, we can go to the ground and test that claim. We can say we know how much drop over the distance there's going to be, because Earth of a certain size will have a curvature of a certain type. So when you see curvature from an airplane window and it supports with math because you could measure it, then that lines up, and therefore it would be self-evident, and no need for us to be saying, well, I see Earth curvature from an airplane window and that guy sees no Earth curvature. So who's right? So now we can turn to the math, and then we could verify on the ground. Very simple.
What do you think of the Bedford level experiment?
Yeah, we'll get to that in a minute, but we're entertaining Starlight right now because she's fairly new. You're probably fairly new yourself, but we'll get to you in just a moment, Fipto, for sure. We want everybody to have their questions answered. So, Starlight, did that make any sense?
Yeah, it did. Just one more thing. So, okay, so you know how NASA takes like the photos of like the Earth outside, and like they'll show like the entirety of it, right? And it'll normally end
Yeah,
up.
according to the images, we only see 50%, or maybe a little bit more, but we don't see the entirety. Because on a sphere, looking at it at a distance, you only see half of it. You don't see the other half. But I get what you're saying. Continue, please.
Can you explain how like those pictures are not evidential to the fact that the
I
Earth?
will. I will. But it's. I don't want to say it's long-winded, but it is kind of a long explanation. It's a lengthy explanation. Hopefully, you can stomach it.
Can you
But definitely,
simplify
yeah.
it?
Okay. I'll give it to you like this. They're telling you that they're in a place that is considered the vacuum of space. Now, low Earth orbit. There's an acronym for low Earth orbit. It's called LEO, right? Low Earth orbit is a place where these satellites are, depending on which one you're referring to, right? What altitude above the ground it is, and what image it's taking, right? Whether it's a satellite, whether it's the ISS or some other thing that they're using. We would say first find out where the image came from, and how it was taken and so forth. And you have to do a little bit of research on your part. But once you get all that information, then we start to figure out, what in relevance from that image can we garner from, how it was taken. So once we get all that information, we just want to hold on to that for a moment, right? Put that to the side and then figure out, okay, so if they're in this place called the vacuum of space, and it's said to be a super low pressure, right? They're giving it a specific value, and the value that they give it requires that there is very little air in that location, right? Because satellites are falling around the Earth, they have a decaying orbit and such. So we're starting to figure out some things that they're claiming, but we haven't substantiated anything. Most important that we need to figure out is how are they in that location that they are in. So they're said to be in a location that they're purporting to be that the Earth is an open system, meaning that satellites can leave the Earth and go fall around the Earth at in low Earth orbit. So the place that they're at is super low pressure. So the pressure differential would be such that the pressure that we have on the ground is 14 psi or around there. So we're breathing air, you and I, at 14 psi here at the ground level, because oxygen that we breathe, or the air that we breathe, is here being produced on the ground. So when we go higher in altitude, there's a gradient air pressure. It starts to gradiate out. So it starts to become a little bit less, a little bit less. But nevertheless, we do have air pressure, right? So we do have pressure that's here. And in order to have pressure, we consider the air that we're breathing a gas. Gas is the air that we breathe is consistent of many gases, but it's all together making up the air that you and I breathe. So we say that you cannot have gas pressure without a container. There needs to be contained. So if we say that, then it follows that gas pressure requires containment. Now, if you say gas pressure does not require containment, then we're going to have to ask for the evidence of that, because it's a natural law that gas pressure requires containment. Now, in every instance that gas is pressurized, right? If you say, well, I have some gas and I can pressurize it. In every instance that you say that, there needs to be a container to support that claim. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to pressurize any gas here on Earth. First of all, let me just ask you, are you following anything of what I'm saying?
Yeah, I somewhat understand it.
Okay, so you do know, like when you say, okay, we got some gas pressure here on Earth, but gas pressure needs to be provided in a way such that natural law would dictate, in order for you to have gas pressure, like a high pressure, where there's a low pressure, a super low, like where they consider it to be a vacuum, then that couldn't stand unless the vacuum of space, which what they claim, is supported by some form of resistance that the air pressure has inside. So the containment that we have needs to be in some way supported. So in order for you to have the pressure here on Earth, that like if you have gas pressure on Earth, that it doesn't disperse into the available volume or the available space. It needs to stay here on Earth. But if you didn't have containment, it would just disperse. There wouldn't be no containment. The gas pressure that you and I are breathing, the air, would not be contained. It would just go into the vacuum of space. So we need to know how that's possible, that we have gas pressure without containment. So that's the most important part. And if you get through that, then we can start talking about the information I told you to put to the side, right? So we have to first cross the barrier so to speak, and pun intended, of how we can have gas pressure without a container. So if it's possible, if you understand, like, okay, in every instance that you have gas pressure, Starlight, can you show me that you can show me one example that you don't require a container for gas pressure? Yeah, you choose anything. Just name me one thing, and then we'll look into it.
Okay, a really bad timing, but my mom literally just texted me.
Sure.
And she wants me to go downstairs. So do you mind if I like join back in like 30 minutes? I'll answer.
Yeah, you can come back and ask your questions later, Starlight.
Okay, I'm so sorry.
You're fine.
I'm sorry. My mom wants me to clean. I'm so sorry.
Yeah, I better listen to Mom. All right. We'll talk to you later, Starlight.
All right, bye. Have a good
See ya.
day. May God bless you.
So to answer that question, as far as I know, all we need is a container to change the pressure from the surrounding atmosphere around us.
All right. So if anybody has any questions, if you're brand new to the chat, I think Fipto was in here. Is he still in here?
You're just gonna ignore the point?
Fipto's not here. Yeah, we don't need to talk to you, Duncan. You've said your piece many times over.
You're just gonna completely ignore it.
Yeah, we'll talk to you if we need to. We don't need to right now. We're entertaining new people. Let's see. I'll take people off of mute. Let's see. Gamma, I had you on mute. I'll take you off. Who else did I have on mute?
Crying in chat. Are you even reading the chat? They're having heart attacks right now.
Yeah, I know. They seldom do. Well, we have to use a soft kid's glove sometimes. So
He wants a study, university study that shows flat Earth. I asked him for one from the study that shows that we live on a globe, and he can't.
NASA website has all the studies you will ever have.
You're very low.
So the one thing on the website where it says that every blue marble is Photoshop because it has to be.
Yeah, don't worry. I take my mushrooms every day. I take my vitamins every day, dude, and I think the Earth is flat because I'm stupid. All right. Thank you.
You're not stupid, dude.
Oh, you're so triggered, man.
Hold on. Don't say you're stupid, man. Dude, you're not stupid. You're intelligible, and you can you have a place in society. So just don't degrade yourself like that, bro.
No, I don't argue with flat earthers.
No need to spaz out, Red.
A low human being, dude. You guys
this is your chance to show your intellectual superiority, Red, not to spaz out.
Well, no, the thing is, though, like, don't demean yourself.
Okay, then give me proof. And I'll
No,
argue.
this kid is a school shooter.
Give me proof.
This kid is a crazed individual. Nobody needs to be associated. He needs to be blocked and banned immediately. He needs to be removed from Discord.
Yeah,
He's a scumbag.
Hang on. Yeah, I know. Relax. Everybody's
so triggered.
He's coming from that position when they come in here. We all have like our confirmation bias, and so if he's having trouble, the mods will mute him and we'll get him back under control. It's all good. No harm, no foul.
By the way, Red, it sounds like your mic is underwater, about 12 leagues underwater. And it sounds like you got hit by an explosion and then you survived. And that's what the remnants of that explosion is your microphone conniption that's happening.
Thank you.
You could have done better there. That was a bit lackluster. That
having their microphones work.
All right. So just getting back to the point, Red, I just only muted you for a moment. Okay, just get under control, bud. You don't need to be spiraling out of control. There's no need for that. Like I said, you're intelligible, man. Like just don't demean yourself in the chat.
Alpha. I looked at the sun yesterday, and it didn't make me go crazy like these guys.
Yeah, demeaning yourself is not going to help your case when it's time to explain how you know the Earth is a globe. That's actually working against your case. If you say, well, I don't know nothing, I'm stupid, well, then you're here to explain how the Earth's a globe. How's that going to help your case? So don't do that.
Yeah.
Like, come in here and say, I'm intelligible. I know that I can think things through. So then, work it from that angle.
Exactly. You're smart, Red. You figure it out, bro.
That's all I'm saying.
We're here to help you, man.
Dude, I'm not here to argue, because if you guys are gonna literally disagree with empirical evidence,
This kid is a retard. He has nothing to say.
You're smart.
Keep denying empirical evidence, bro. Keep denying
He's
this, bro.
smart. Let him
platform. I mean, what is the point of the voice channel right now?
Oh my
Hold
god.
on. Not
Let
gonna
him
have
dig
10
deeper.
people
I
going
eat my
at the
mushrooms
same
every day
time.
and I deny empirical evidence. I'm so smart, bro. Oh my god, bro.
Well, why don't
That's
we all
what
sing
it is.
Happy Birthday to Geeks? How about
Hey,
that?
this is content, guys.
You-
This is what the globe got.
Do not be like another voice that we have to mute. All right.
No,
So all
mute me again. I don't give a fuck, dude. You can't give any empirical
But you're
evidence.
still
to any-
here. That's interesting. They don't care, but you're still here. Interesting.
He
All right,
cares
so
so
what
shred
much.
or
that?
scintilla of edifying content from him right now. Nothing.
All right.
It's just audio chaos.
Okay.
So Red, I'm gonna ask him a question. Red, do you want to have a conversation in here or not? I'll let you be the one who decides on that. I'm gonna unmute you. Tell me if you want to have a conversation. If not, you'll give us the option to do what we need to do as mods in the room. It's up to you. You can have a conversation in here if you want. Go ahead, Red.
I'll ask one question. What do you think of NASA?
So NASA is an organization that supports the claim that the Earth is a globe. That's what we think of them.
Okay, then you better fucking mute me, bro, because you're definitely delusional on top of it, bro. Oh my god.
NASA doesn't think they live on a wall?
Oh,
Thanks
dude.
for that content. That
Wait,
is great
what?
content.
NASA
why
doesn't
are you
giving
Bro,
this
mute me, bro. Mute me right
Your
now, dude.
pros to God are noted, Red.
He's threatened to kill all of us.
This is showing exactly what the globe has to offer right here.
No, the gentleman has so much anger issues, I guess. But
Yes.
listen, for now, we'll just leave you on the red mic just so that you can listen. But if you start being disruptive in chat as well, you'll be escorted.
No, Alpha, remove him from chat.
Is he being disruptive in chat? Hello?
Yes, he said he wants to kill flat earthers. That's what
Oh,
Into the Break
yeah,
was
that's-
trying to say.
That's actually a TOS.
Seriously? Okay.
That's a TOS violation. He's actually in violation of TOS. He should be server banned in that case.
Yep,
Well,
he's
I
gone.
already reported it, so and
And boot him
took a screenshot. I just didn't boot him because you were talking to him.
Yep, that's fine. No, he's gone.
No, he's still there.
I hope you find some help for your anger issues, man. You don't need to be angry.
Isn't he still here?
He's not booted just yet.
What?
And perish. Very simple.
My bad.
He's gone.
Yeah, when we say he's gone, it's inevitable. He is angry. Why? Why so angry?
Well, because it's a world paradigm shift, and so and there's no reason why we should say why are they angry. It's some people identify with the Earth being a globe. I'm telling you, their whole identity relies on it. So there's no.
Well,
we should be like, why are they so mad? Why is he spiraling out? Well, he identifies with the Earth being a globe, and he lives in a cosmic vacuum.
Alpha,
That's why.
I asked so that he would think.
Jihadi scientists.
I want him. Sorry.
He doesn't appreciate someone taking notice or making notice to him that the Earth is exactly what we see, feel, experience, flat and stationary. He doesn't appreciate that very much.
Yeah, that's okay.
So he's a little
We
mad.
have a new person who decided that it's called the Foucault's experiment now.
Foucault's experiment. Wonderful.
Yeah. I asked them for the variables, and they can't cope in here. That's Danny. They're freaking out.
Oh, you mean how you didn't answer the question and then tried to say it was magnets, but couldn't prove there was no magnets there, buddy? So how about you try again? Nice try though.
You said it's an experiment. Go ahead. Give me the variables first.
Is the Foucault's pendulum a scientific experiment, Danny? That's what he's asking.
You can use it as an experiment, yes, because you can repeat it. It's repeatable.
How so? What's the independent control that
You can do the same experiment. You take it.
Hold on. Wait a minute. Wait a second. Danny, what a scientific experiment is?
A scientific experiment. It's a thing you use to prove something. It has to be repeatable, and it has been repeatable multiple times. There's one in Australia, I believe. I believe there's another one. Where is it in the U.S.?
So what does it
There's
prove
one
now?
in the U.S. There's one more in the U.S. How exactly
You're
this
gonna
is?
finish
How-
answering my question from text. How come wrecking balls don't do that?
Yeah, what I'm getting him to understand right now before he goes off into that Radwin is what a scientific experiment is, because I think the gentleman is confused. So first we have to parse out what his knowledge is on a scientific experiment, and it didn't sound like he supported it by telling us that it just is. Again, So, Danny, I'm going to unmute you. Just tell me how you know it's a scientific experiment. And that's all I need to hear. First, we'll go step by step, leading us into
How would Yelford actually answer my question?
No, we're not going to answer your question, sir. That's not how this VC works. People that are guests in here answer our questions. That's how it works. So once again, one more time in time. How is it a scientific experiment? Go ahead, Dan.
No, bro, y'all aren't gonna answer my question.
No, then you'll stay on mute until. Hopefully, you change your mind and you're able to have a conversation. We're not going to entertain you anymore. We'll go to the next person. You can sit
I
on.
don't think this guy understands.
Sit on the mic, think about it. How is it a scientific experiment? And then give us the answer. Once I see the answer in chat, perhaps you can get unmuted, but not right now. There's too much energy.
Tell him about the burden of proof.
Alpha, I would love to actually see what the observed phenomena was in nature that we're studying first. That'd be great.
Yeah, but he doesn't know what a scientific experiment is. So if he doesn't state what it is, we can't reason with him, sir. We can only have a great understanding of scientific experiments. If he doesn't have that, there's no point in unmuting him and trying to reason with him.
They a lot of times come in with a straw man idea of what the scientific method actually is, and a straw man idea of what flat Earth is as well.
Yeah, so we need to establish a foundation for our conversations to be reasonable. If they're not, they're unreasonable conversations with people who have no academic understanding. So we have we don't want to unmute people that are going to be doing that. It's going to waste our time.
If the person does not want to be critically considerate and self-scrutinizing, and they don't want to consider the scrutiny from others that they want to belligerently press against the other person, then yes, you will not make progress. They just want to stomp and destroy.
Yeah, it's simple. We establish a foundation in which we can communicate. If we don't have that foundation, there's an issue. So we have to get things straight before we start engaging. So that's why I always, and I know everybody's chomping at the bit. They want a baller to shellac. I do too. But the baller has to understand what's going on with scientific experiments. They don't know what it even means. Then how are we going to reason with somebody who has no knowledge of it to then say it's going to be reasonable?
That was Danny that I just heard, right? Danny?
Yeah, that was him, Jimsy.
He was here last night. He presented an example of refracting lasers. He was like all for it. Then I presented him the Navy laser test that they debunk his claim about the refracted index model. That they used 3 different wavelengths of lasers, and they established that refracted index model was not reality, basically. So he conceded that his first example was debunked. That's one point. Then we presented the black swan, and he agreed to everything of the black swan. He agreed with the radius, with the observation. He said the horizon is behind the oil rigs, and he agrees that the horizon is not a physical place. And yeah, it's kind of interesting that he's still kind of like going like that when he knows he can prove the globe, but he's still adamant.
So his argument right now was that the Earth, not the Earth, that the Foucault's pendulum was a scientific experiment. And so, well, he said experiment, not so. I added scientific, but he said experiment, and I wanted him to understand when we use that term colloquially, what does it mean? Because we're kind of tossing words around. We have to be a little bit in understanding what words mean and what implications they have to what we're saying in context. So if we don't give them a foundation, then we're going to talk past each other thinking that we're trying to reason with someone who has an understanding of what we do. You get it? Why am I going to talk to somebody who doesn't have the foundational understanding of what something is to then say I can reason with that person? Let's unmute them so that we reason with them. That's going to defeat the purpose. We're going to be talking past each other.
Or who doesn't want to establish the foundation, rather, because he doesn't want to establish the foundation.
I'm new here, guys, so I just want to let you guys know the Earth is definitely round.
Excellent.
Cool. Just one second. Danny's not the one that wants to exterminate people.
Pizzas are round.
Yeah, hold on, guys. Wait.
No, red is already gone.
Yeah, T-Dub.
Oh, okay, sorry, because they sounded similar, and I was getting confused there. Because Danny was really chill yesterday, and I enjoyed that conversation with him. But yeah,
Oh yeah,
cool.
Danny's
Sorry.
muted right now. He's only muted because he didn't have. I wanted him to research what a scientific experiment is.
My
That's all.
father works for NASA, and I know.
Hold on, caveman. Caveman, we're gonna get to you. Just relax, bud. All right. So we're trying to parse something out before we talk to you. Just we got it under
It's
control.
all good. My confusion is
you an
resolved.
NDA,
Just
though.
relax, brother. Relax for a second. Go ahead, T-Dub.
No, it's fine. Thanks. That's all. My confusion's resolved now. I'm good.
Appreciate it, bro. All right, caveman. We have Jedi in the chat, so I want you to please direct your questions to him. Go ahead and ask your question, sir.
Jedi? I don't see the name Jedi. I see old Haas and whatever.
Just keep going down the alphabet, man. You'll find it.
Yeah, you'll find him. He's there. He's speaking or was.
Is he the guy with the round pitcher?
No, he's the guy with the cloak.
Yeah, but it has a round pitcher around the cloak to prove my point that the Earth is round.
All round.
Thank
Oh
you.
my goodness, mate.
Yes, thank you for the trolling.
Is that as good as the conversation is going to get? There's a
It's
circle,
getting worse.
therefore
The eclipse-
everything is a circle. Okay,
Yeah,
sunshine.
the eclipse killed them.
All right, caveman. Is that all you got, man? Because we want to give people airtime that have evidence for the Earth being a globe.
My father works for NASA, and I have proof, but I'm gonna wait before I give you
Okay.
guys evidence.
Because it's important. It's important to wait when you have evidence of something that we've been asking for over 10 years for
Well,
people. Yeah, it's better for
thing
you
is,
to wait.
The evidence is coming around. It's on the other side of the Earth, so it has to.
So are you going to give an argument, yes or no?
Yeah. Argument, sir.
If you didn't hear what I said, I'm gonna wait.
No, you're muted, and you'll stay muted until
Go ahead and
next.
wait.
Just leave him. Let him do it.
Yeah, you're gonna stay muted until you start getting belligerent in text, and then you'll be removed completely.
Oh my.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Well, I wanted to ask, like, are you guys interested in any counter arguments today, or are we just having a discussion, general discussion?
No, we're interested in people that have supportive information for their claims of the Earth being a globe. Potpourri. We're asking the question: if the Earth is a globe, do you have any evidence for it? And now that goes to you, Potpourri.
Yeah,
Okay, so what do you consider as scientific? Do you consider scientific evidence valid? I'm just trying to understand what would be the best.
Go ahead, Jedi.
Well, it's going to depend. It's going to depend on what the question. It's going to depend on what the question is and whether the scientific method will be applicable to that question. If we're trying to figure out the shape of an object, I put it to you that maybe we wouldn't be using the scientific method, which would elucidate a cause and effect. If we're looking for a geometric answer, we're going to be using math, measurements, and geometry. So depending on what the question
I'm
is,
just
will
checking.
depend on what the topic is.
I'm checking because the scientific authorities that I trust may not be the ones that you trust. So I was wondering, what scientific authorities do you hold in high regard? Because many of you don't believe in NASA, being a good corporate.
We have
Potpourri, did you hear what he
rely
said?
on other people in order to
Hold
get.
on, guys. I'll get her. Potpourri, did you hear what Jedi said? Yes or no? I need to hear if you heard what he said. Go ahead. Potpourri.
Hello?
Did you hear what Jedi said?
Yeah, he said that as long as it's empirical information and he feels like the scientific method is applicable. I'm just curious if there's any sources specific that I could because I've never talked to flat earthers before, but I'd love to kind of dig in. But I'm happy if you guys don't, rather I just listen. That's cool too.
No, that's fine. But listen, when we ask questions, we like for people to be respectful and just questions. That's all we're asking. We're not asking too much. Okay. So just please, if we ask you a question, just answer it honestly, if you can. That's all we're asking. So, Jedi, I don't know if you want to continue.
Yeah, no, I'm absolutely fine.
I'm sure.
We can go with this.
Sorry.
You asked about scientific authority. If some authority is claiming natural science, and it doesn't matter what the authority is, they should be able to provide a hypothesis that can be repeated and falsified. So I don't care who says what, it's the information they provide that's more important.
So if you'd like to give an argument to prove that you know the Earth is a ball, please do so.
Where did this young lady go?
Oh, I just decided to listen in.
Oh, okay, fair enough. No problem at all. You understood what I said, though, yeah? That maybe
Yeah,
natural
absolutely.
science wouldn't be the thing that would demonstrate the shape of an object. That would be mathematics, measurements, and geometry. Though that
Dude, are
branch
you still on this?
understandable.
Are you still on this from this morning?
No, we've just been talking for 5 minutes. See, the thing is, with 24/7 on the subject of flat Earth, we probably do repeat the same subject over and over again. But I've just been engaging with this young lady for the past 5 minutes, if that.
All right, Vince, if you have nothing productive, please don't chime in. If you have evidence of the Earth being a globe, we want to give you the floor, sir. No, that's why you were muted, because you chimed in with nothing to contribute to anything in here. So go ahead. If you have any evidence of the Earth being a globe, we'll give you the floor. Do you have any, Vince?
Well, listen. I've already said. I said this morning that it's in the Bible that the Earth is a sphere.
All right, but no, we're not asking right now at this moment. We're not asking about what says in the Bible. We're asking, can you go outside and empirically test that the Earth's oblate spheroidness can be provided as evidence? Can we do that, sir?
Yes.
Okay, and what way? Go ahead and give us a test in which we can verify that the Earth is an oblate spheroid.
Before I do that, I see a lot of...
Not before. I need you to answer the question, please. Go ahead and give us the empirical evidence of how we can verify that. Go ahead, sir.
Well, actually, I think the Earth is flat.
Okay, well then you'll sit on mute because you were being disingenuous. You said it was a globe, and now you're saying it's flat. So that in and of itself is just a troll.
He's just trolling anyway.
Yeah. Next person. Does anybody have evidence that the Earth is a globe? And if you can, substantiate it with evidence, please. We'll give you the floor so long as you're not being a troll or being disingenuous. That's all we're asking.
You guys should ask yourselves, how do these guys have 15,000 hours per month when it's all bullshit? We are just blowing past the other rooms in this server.
Yeah, good for you.
I guess I'm just wondering, because in the chat they just keep telling me to measure, and I don't really know. Because, I'm on the fence. I don't know how to prove it either way, personally.
Okay, yeah,
Obviously, I've just read stuff in books.
Go to the beach and tell me if you see curved water, like I said.
Spook, we'll definitely answer your questions. Absolutely.
Okay.
If you're being honest in this chat, we'll answer your questions. No problem.
Yeah.
Is there any questions? Yeah, go ahead and ask a question, and then we'll respond.
So, how do I measure? That's what I was asking.
I don't know. Is there somebody that wants to take it up? If not, I don't want to take up.
Yeah, I'll take it real quickly. It's very simple. Here's how you test it. What you do is you go outside and you look over a body of water. Let's say from 3 to 5 miles. You get as close to the water level as possible, and you look across the water to the other shoreline, right? And when you can zoom in, you can find that you can see even the little tiny waves on the side of a bay at a beach. Like 1 foot waves or less, when it should be 16 feet below your line of sight in 5 miles, 16 feet of elevation drop. Because it's a curve, it has to drop. Hold on. You understand? If it's a ball, it has to drop away, right?
No, yeah, but it said 8 inches per mile, and you're saying it's 16 feet in 5 miles?
Yes, that's correct. 8 inches per mile with the miles squared.
Oh, you're squaring the mile. Wait, you're squaring the mile?
Square the mile. You square the mile. Yeah, because it's a.
Yeah, I'm not squaring it. I'm going straight.
That's a slope.
Let Sunny handle it.
Yeah, it's okay. So look, that would be a slope. Yeah, it's exponential. So yes, you square the mile. So it'd be 5 times 5 is 25 times 8. What is that?
Sorry, I didn't bring out my calculator. Were you expecting me to calculate?
250 inches. It comes to 16.66 feet. So believe me, I looked.
That's also not the accurate formula for the drop over curve for the Earth.
Yeah, but it's close enough, and you can see that when you do it over and over again, you find out that the water is not curving. Whenever we check it in this way, we don't find any drop over distance.
Okay, I don't agree with the squared thing, I guess, because I don't understand. If I would go in a straight line 1 mile,
doesn't matter.
I don't need to encompass the
disagreeing with the
I work
globe
in
mass.
construction, so that's
You're
not how I would
disagreeing
do
with
it.
the globe
Hold on,
mass.
guys. One second. I know. Just relax. What we need to do right now is post the information that supports the parabola in the text channel for the lady. Okay, that's what I would ask. So she needs to look at some information as to how the parabola works over the Earth being a globe. Let's start there.
Okay,
Let's start there. Let's take it slow. Let's not jump in 10 at a time. All right, let's just post what we have so that she can look at it. And then because she's starting to get into the place where it doesn't make sense, so we got to make it make sense. All right, so if anybody can, I'm going to go ahead and unmute now. Spook.
Yeah, I'm looking for the Earth curve chart that I posted. 1 second.
If anybody has that, please post it in the channel for Sunny. I have it. It's on my PC. I'm on my phone right now, so. But you can actually look it up.
I got it pulled up. I got it pulled up already. Let's see. I think I have it right there.
Just
Here we
post
go.
it. Post it in the text channel for the lady.
Yep, you're looking at the text channel there, young lady.
Yeah. So let me read that out, and I will. And I can get back to you later if you want to continue conversation. Yeah, I've seen the camera thing. I don't know.
Hold on.
Much
The one I
about that,
posted at 47 minutes after the hour is an Earth
Yeah, I
curve
see
chart.
that. So, like I said, I'm gonna have to read that. So it might take me a minute if you want to continue conversation with anybody else.
Yeah, it's no problem. It's actually just pure geometry. You see the calculations on a supposed ball, like the distances, how the triangle is created, and it's pure geometry.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
So
like
that
I said,
drop
it'll
has
take
to
me a
be
bit of
there.
time to process.
Oh yeah, no problem.
Yeah,
And
because
we
I
have
still
other
don't get the
videos.
square
Sorry.
thing, so that'll take me a minute to figure out why we're squaring.
It's because it's an arc. It's not a ramp, right? It's not an angle.
Somebody should have explained
It's a curve.
this already. It's supposed to be a fucking curve. Don't you understand how that works?
Why are you so aggressive?
It's okay.
Because
it's
you're going
exponential.
back and
That's the
forth
way
pretending like you
that's
don't
the way it's
understand what we're
explained.
talking about. And
yeah, I
listening,
don't.
and you work
Why
in
are you so aggressive?
construction. Listen, you work in construction and you deal with Earth curve all the time, right?
No, I don't. It's
Right.
renovations.
Exactly.
I don't work on street construction. I work in
Listen, he's the nice one,
indoors.
man.
Different kinds of construction.
Yeah, like renovations, like
That's-
indoor. So obviously,
Yeah.
curvature usually
We're
isn't
diving-
too
diving-
much of a problem.
We're diving into
Why'd you bring up-
specifics of why you don't know. Can you look the information over and
Yeah,
come
I'm
back?
trying. People just keep interrupting me while I'm trying to look at it.
on mute and check it out. Go ahead.
I have to listen. I don't like server muting people, but if you just take some time, take a breather, and go look at the information. Come back. If there's a rebuttal you have, we'd love to hear it. But for now,
Deafen yourself so you don't get distracted.
yeah, I only did that just so that nobody can respond to you in haste.
And we'll post the
So
Black
Sunny
Swan
answered her
again
question
here.
as to how you can measure it, so there you have it.
Yeah, so that was how you measure it. And here's a picture of the Black Swan. Again. Oh, that's one Earth curve chart. Is that one in metric? Let me see. Here we go. That's a good one too. Sorry, I'll have my mic up. Yep, so just a refresher, 8 inches per mile squared.
Quite a few people in here, so yeah. If there's anyone new, please speak up, ask questions.
Yeah, I was trying to bring the temperature down. It got ramped up. I don't know. Today's been kind of a day. The energy
man.
level high right now.
Well, we live in an age where actual discourse is all but shunned and just shouting at others is somehow a valid and or logically sound argument to refute someone else.
Yeah, I'm down for a good shellacking like the next guy, but 5 people talking to, I don't know, just jumping on, I don't know, it's not productive to me. I think we should just first figure out what the person knows and how they know what they know, and then just go read.
Can I offer a suggestion? This seems like a really organized sort of discussion. I would love to know, like, do you guys have ground rules for like what's the best way of like debating? So I don't, we don't want to make mistakes here. We do want to engage.
Yeah, I agree. So basically, like if you make a claim, if I make a claim, we need to support our claim with the evidence that would validate it. So if you have whatever claim it is that you have, make sure that you're able to validate it and listen. This is the hardest part. Be intellectually honest of the information that you have to support the claim. So if you don't know something, say, "Well, I don't know." But if you
do you meet people who you disagree with?
Do you what?
If I'm able to like say, do you guys meet people who you disagree with, or will I be able to be heard?
Yeah, you're able to be heard, but the reason why people get muted, there's a few reasons, right? Being disingenuous is one, meaning that if I ask you, okay, so I'm giving you a closed-ended question, answer yes or no. And so if I tell you, would this be the case or not? And if you're like, I don't know, then that's being disingenuous because you have a position. Your position would then declare that you either know or you don't know, right? So being ambiguous, being disingenuous could get you a fast mute because we're not going to deal with that. We deal with people that if they're supporting the claim that the earth is a globe, then tell us how it is, right? Give us the supportive information and then so we can look into it. But if you're being ambiguous, if you're not wanting to answer, if you're bypassing what we're saying just so that you can get your talking points, then you're going to get muted. That's why you get muted. And it's not unfair. It's all legitimate. Everyone who gets a mute, either you're being disruptive, it's a couple of reasons, right? If let's say we're talking to you, Potpourri, another person comes in and starts saying something about the globe and they get a mute, don't be like, why did you mute him? It was unfair. No, the reason why he got muted is because you're on a specific course, right? There's a path you're taking. And they're disrupting that path by coming in and saying something else that's not relevant.
Follow the script.
No, it's not a script. It's letting the person able to breathe when they speak. Is that okay?
That right, why we get muted right there.
Yeah, that would be a mute. But I didn't mute him because I do want Potpourri to understand. People need room to explain, to talk, to have the discourse. Is that okay, Potpourri? Can we mod this chat that way? Because
you don't need my permission to do so. I'm just a newcomer to this chat. I just wanted to see if this is a sort of space where you can debate earnestly and what are the rules and the parameters of the conversation.
Well, that's it. Just don't be a troll. Don't be disingenuous. If you don't know something, just say you don't know. That's it. There's no script. It's just letting people be honest with each other. That's what we're trying to do.
Hey, can someone tell me why there's a need to post a GIF like this? Potpourri? Is this a reflection of your name or reflection of the person you are? I don't need to see stuff like that.
What are you talking about, Clay?
She posted a stupid GIF of a
already
woman.
banned, Clay. You don't gotta freak out.
I appreciate it.
Yeah,
give us some time to work.
Yeah, just let moderators will moderate, Clay. Just relax.
Yeah,
brother.
sorry, I was just saying. Thank you.
Yeah, you don't have to, brother. You just relax. If nothing's happening over time, then say something. I'm telling you, man. Flat Earth and Globe Earth, there's some high energy today. I don't know.
So is there anyone who wants to engage in a discourse?
Yeah.
Anyone?
They hate us because they ain't us.
Yes, Gregory, I would like to engage in a discourse.
So if it was flat, that means you'd be able to see like the Eiffel Tower, right?
No.
Why not?
Because you're
You
not
clearly
Superman.
see the sun yesterday, dummy, through the clouds. How are you going to see something that far away?
So it's like air pollution or whatever.
No. Okay.
Not even necessarily.
Car.
Or
Let-
angular. Wait.
Can you let Can you
Hold
let
on.
Gregory? Hold on, guys.
Oh, I'm
Carter,
sorry. All right. All right.
Can you let Gregory tell you why? Because he's asking for a discourse and you wanted to engage.
right.
So will you allow him to, or you're not going to
Yeah,
want to hear anything? It's up to you.
yeah.
Carter,
Me? Oh yeah, I
Yeah.
was asking.
do you want to have a discourse with Gregory and he can tell you why, if he
Yeah.
wants to engage? And I'm only saying that, Greg, because I thought you wanted to engage. Do you want to engage this guy?
Hmm.
All right, go ahead, sir.
So.
Carter.
Oh yeah. Okay. So only because of air pollution.
No.
Or angular resolution. Is that what you're gonna say?
It's a number of factors altogether, which include optics.
Okay.
Okay, can move on to the next one.
Was there more?
Yeah, that's my
Or-
only question. Wait, so do you think if there was no like atmosphere, like if there is no pollution or anything?
That's a server mute. We're not going to speculate and wonder. We're only here to demonstrate how the Earth is a globe. If you have no more left in the tank, just put yourself on a white mic, please. We want to speak to others who have evidence of the globe. If not, I'll have to server mute you, which I don't want to do. So I'm going to unmute you now. Do you have any more evidence for the globe so that Gregory can respond in kind?
Okay, I'll move on. Sorry. Yeah. So why do things? Why?
No. Once again, not why do things. I need you to tell me how you have evidence of the Earth being a globe, Carter. It's that simple. We're not going to continue at you asking questions. We want you to answer how you know the Earth's a globe. Evidence, please.
Okay.
Okay.
I observe things to disappear bottom up as they go further away from us. A specific example of that is a boat in the ocean. It disappears bottom up, and that's consistent with a globe Earth, and not consistent with a flat Earth.
Really? You don't think that optically we can make things disappear from the bottom up on the flat surface? If, for example, we have a low optical vision, like putting a camera on the floor, walking away down a corridor.
No.
Okay, Greg, if you're going to talk, man, just talk through me, mate. That's fine.
He asked me, Jedi. So,
And then you're not going to answer?
Carter.
Yeah.
There's a GIF coming. My internet is slow on my part. It's almost there.
Okay.
It's almost there. And there it is. So there's that GIF, which is an empirical demonstration that patently demonstrates that the horizon is not the beginning of the convex slope of a water hill around a ball. So if the Earth is a ball wrapped in water, then the horizon at the edge of the water in your field of view would be the leading point of the convex slope of a water hill around a ball, and objects that go beyond it will not be visible even with the aided eye. But when objects supposedly do go beyond that point, you can zoom in with the aided eye and see them. Therefore, that's not the beginning of convex slope of a water hill around a ball.
Well, I think your example is just demonstrating angular resolution. I don't think it, and I don't think
That's
that
true and not a refutation.
I don't think angular resolution makes things like disappear bottom up if they're on a surface.
I never said that. You're attacking a straw man.
Well, to be honest, I don't exactly understand what you said, but I don't
Okay, well,
understand
do you
how
not
your
understand?
example. I'm trying to attack your GIF. Like you're saying the horizon. Can you just repeat what you said, please?
Mm-hmm.
Holy
It's
shit.
It's a modus ponens, not modus tollens, because I'm not saying not Q. If the Earth is a ball wrapped in water, then the point of the horizon the meeting point of the sky and the water would
Yeah.
be the beginning point of convex slope of a water hill, right? Because the Earth is wrapped in water, supposedly. So then even with the aided eye, when you zoom in on the object that supposedly went behind the water hill, you wouldn't be able to see it because it's behind a non-transparent water hill. But we do see it with the aided eye when we zoom in. Therefore, the horizon is not the peak of a water hill, right, around a ball.
So you're saying they don't. You're saying if we zoom in far enough, we will be able to see the entire object, and it doesn't disappear bottom up.
Right, it'd just be behind a water hill.
It wouldn't be behind a water hill
No, it would be behind a water hill on a ball.
on a flat surface.
On a ball.
Oh, on a ball, yeah. I'm saying that's like what we observe is that it's behind a water hill. That's why things
Well, you
disappear.
don't, given the GIF.
Yeah, this GIF does not show. This GIF shows angular resolution. That's what I was saying earlier. It doesn't actually show that things disappearing bottom up.
You're missing the point. The GIF is showing footage of the camera zooming out to where it's the default position of the camera and the unaided eye, with the unaided eye in the default view of the camera without zooming in at all. It looks as though, according to the globe logic, that it's behind a water hill. But then you zoom in, and it's not behind a water hill. You can see it, the majority of the boat.
Well, I would say it's just getting smaller, and then that's an optical illusion.
Okay, but you're not being logically consistent with the necessary implications of your premises. You would not be able to see it if it was behind the water hill.
What if
Supposedly
it's like
it is behind
partially
the water
behind?
hill with the unaided eye or the default position of the camera. But then you zoom in and you see that it is visible. It wouldn't be visible if it was behind the water hill of a ball.
What if you zoom in and you only see like part of the object, and the other part is behind the water hill?
But you're still missing the point. With the unaided eye, it's not visible at all. And with the default position of
Because
the
of
camera,
angular
it's not
resolution.
visible at all. Because supposedly it's behind a water hill. But then you zoom in. That's the test. If it was behind a water hill, you couldn't see it no matter how much you zoom in. But if you do see it, then it's not behind a water hill.
I wouldn't say when you're fully zoomed out in the naked eye or whatever you're saying, I wouldn't say it's behind a water hill, regardless of how much you're zooming in.
Okay, well then you're still not being logically consistent with the premises.
So if I observe something far away and it appears to be behind a water hill or whatever, and then I take a telescope and I zoom in and I still see behind it partially behind a water hill, then what do you say to me?
There's no water hill though.
Okay.
You don't see a water hill.
So I guess my observation is not valid.
No, what you do observe, you observe. What you don't observe, you don't observe. You're not observing what you're not observing. So you don't observe a water hill. So it's not an instance of an observation. That's an instance of an a priori interpretation of what is actually a level, flat surface of the waters. It's not convexly or concavely curving around anything.
All right, I'm done.
All right. Hope you return. Next person.
Okay, I'll go, I guess.
Go ahead.
Right, it's like over a kilometer high, I think, right?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, so normally, right, we Muslims, we break our fast according to the sun setting. And when somebody is staying in the Burj Al Khalifa and they're breaking their fast, there's a time difference between the people at the higher, what's the word? The higher, I can't believe I'm forgetting this word. Like it's a bit, like the higher levels when they're in the higher apartment. They break the
Higher
fast.
floors.
The higher floors.
You mean elevation? Elevation.
No, I meant floors.
Well, no,
So
he was referring to the floors of a building. Yeah.
Yeah. So the
Elevation.
people. Yeah, that's
Well,
fine.
that is true, but
Let's
go
go with
ahead.
elevation. So the people in the higher floors, they break their fast late because they still see the sun going down. But the people at the like base floors, at the ground floors, they break their fast earlier because they see the sun going down earlier. So how do you explain that?
You just explained it. What do I do? What does that have to do with my position?
Wait, isn't your position like, are you a flat earther or like a globe earther?
The former.
Okay, so how do you how does a flat Earth explain that?
What does that have to do with the surface of the Earth?
No, it
What's
has to do
logical
with the
relevance?
sun. It has to do with the sun setting. If the Earth is
Okay.
flat, then the sun should be setting at the same time for everybody, right?
That doesn't follow.
Then how do you explain that?
Yeah, optics. So given the distance between you and the object, given the extent of the light rays from the light source, and given the limit of your optics, the limit of your field of view,
Mm-hmm.
it will appear or not appear. If it's too far away out of your field of view, then you won't see it.
No, but
Whatever
my
you do or
question
don't
is,
see, it's in your field of view or
I
not
understand
in your
that.
field of view. That's all.
I understand that, but my question is that because the people on the ground floor see the sun setting first and the people on the higher floors see it setting later, that doesn't, like, optics doesn't just explain that, right? There is a reason behind why they see it a certain way, right? Because why don't the people on the higher floors see the sun setting earlier? And the ones
Okay.
at the ground floors start seeing it. Like, this explains a
Okay.
certain thing about optics, right? Would you
Well,
agree?
let me respond to
Bro,
him. Let me respond to him.
go ahead.
I just
He's
explained it.
claiming, yeah.
Yeah, I just explained it.
I
Just
don't think
mentioned
you did, but that's fine.
No,
I'll
ahí,
just
mi amor,
So what he's
gracias.
asking is the horizon Earth curve? He's essentially saying that the horizon is Earth curve. You can take
Yeah,
it
he
from
is
there.
getting there, but you have to walk. You have to walk with folks step by step. So your question, I did answer it. You denied that I answered it or that the answer was sufficient, but it was directly sufficient. You are at one position, the other person is at a higher position. You both have human mortal eyes, and the sun is over there in at least an apparent location with its finite extent of its light rays from the given light source. So the higher you are, the more visible the given light source will be. The lower you are, the less visible the given light source will be.
No, but
So
my question still applies, right? Like, why isn't
I didn't
it
say
the other way
you're missing
around?
the point. Hang on, just pause. You're missing the point because you're resisting our position.
Yes,
So
I am.
what I said to you is logically relevant and sufficient. So what did I say
No,
to you?
listen,
Number one,
listen.
hang on, you're missing the point. You keep saying that it's not logically relevant when it's very obviously logically relevant
No,
as it
listen,
concerns
Gorda. But the
anything.
reason why I said no is
But you
because
keep
you're the
interrupting for
one.
no good reason because you're
Okay,
the one
let
missing
me
the
just
point, not me.
brilliant.
I'm
So I'm
correctly
missing the point, right? So let me
Why do
explain,
you
like,
keep interrupting? That's not a discussion.
because you keep attacking me in my intelligence. You're saying I'm missing
I'm
some
not
logical
attacking your
stuff that you're talking.
intelligence.
No, no, no.
I'm
When
not
you say
attacking
I'm
your
missing something,
intelligence.
when
Now
you
you're
say
being
something,
unnecessarily combative.
when you
All you have to
dude,
do is
listen.
just
Can
listen
you
for a
listen for
moment.
2 seconds? Can you listen for 2 seconds?
All you have to
When
do is
you
listen for a moment. You're the one misinterpreting me. I
exactly right.
understood your question.
Can you just listen for me?
Okay,
Can you just listen for 2 minutes,
can
please?
you stop presuming that you're going to dominate the voice
So you're
channel?
not going to listen, right? You're not
No,
going to
I'm the
listen.
one listening to you.
No,
You just
you're
need to let
interrupting me.
me finish my answer because you're the one misinterpreting me,
I
not me
want to
misinterpreting
listen to
you.
your Gregory. Listen, I want to let you finish your answer, but when you start saying stuff like, you know what, you're missing basic logics, that's an attack on my intelligence.
That doesn't
Let's just stick to
mean
facts.
I'm actually attacking your intelligence because you misinterpreted
Okay.
me. I'm telling
Okay.
you,
Go ahead.
you're misinterpreting me. Okay. So besides your misinterpretation of me, I touched all the basic aspects concerning observation. The object itself, its nature, what type of object it is, the distance between you and the object, the extent of the light rays from the given light source, which is always finite, and the limits of your optics. So when you are closer to the ground, you are going to see less because of the angular acuity between you and the object. There's less angular acuity the higher up you go. There's more angular acuity the lower to the floor you go. So that's why the higher up you go, the longer you see the sun, because the sun is above the face of the earth. You don't need curvature to obscure the sun. It's not necessary. Okay? Mic check, mic check. Did I lose anyone?
Wait, so you don't need curvature to see the sun? Does that mean like how does that logically make any
That's
sense?
the opposite of what I said.
Alright.
That's the antithesis of what I just said.
Alright, I'm sorry if I misunderstood then.
No worries.
He said to obscure it. You don't need curvature to obscure the sun. I have a question for the guy who is asking things about, like the one who Gregory was just talking to. Is the horizon optical or is it physical?
Well, since he's delaying for whatever reason, not to impugn him in any way, he just hasn't replied. Anyone else?
Can we get
It'd be both.
What
So
was
the
that?
horizon's just all the surface that you can see.
Is the horizon what?
The horizon is just all of the surface of the earth that you can see.
Not quite, no. It's the optical apparent meeting point between the sky and the floor. The apparent horizon, quote unquote. The horizon is only apparent. Well, anything else? Anyone?
Geek says something, but it's more of a thought experiment.
Okay.
Don't get annoyed at me.
No promises.
Mr. Gregory, how old are you again?
On my way to 23.
23. So you're 22 at the moment.
Mm-hmm.
What does that mean, 22? 22 what?
Oh God, who is this talking? We're not going to go around this dumb shit.
Go around, you say? That's
yeah,
funny.
we're not doing that, geeks.
What in the
Okay.
non sequitur? Red herring.
Okay. Well,
Goldman
don't do it then.
fallacy.
All right. I mean, you don't have to be rude about it, for Christ's sake. You could just.
Yes, I do. I muted you before, and you came back after the mic was gone. So keep it up.
Yeah. Okay. You're not a nice person, so sorry. I'll shut up then.
Mr. Nice
Bullshit.
Flat Earther.
My name is Mr. Nice Flat Earther. Well, I don't know what the fuck you're reading.
Yeah. What type of engineer are you?
I'm gonna head off. I don't like this person. Take care, everybody.
Bye.
Bye.
He doesn't like nice flat earthers.
Mr. Nice Flat Earther, what type of engineer are you?
Why do you need to know that?
Because you proclaim that you're an engineer. I don't
Why
know.
do you need to know it?
Wow, you're getting very defensive.
He's just not
Yes, 'cause
nice.
you didn't
He's just a
answer my
horrible
question, so I have to ask it again.
Because I'm curious. That's why.
No, I'm curious not to tell you.
Okay, that's
He's the
that's
nice
fine.
kind. He's the nice kind of engineer. There's your answer.
Oh, okay.
Your name is an oxymoron.
My guess is that he's really nice, so you should, be nice to him. You know what I'm saying?
You know what an oxymoron is? It's the George Bush Center for Intelligence, the CIA building in Langley, Virginia.
Y'all are wild. I miss you guys.
Mr. Nice is pretty nice. I gotta say, he's pretty nice.
I was just
Maybe a
gonna say,
nice guy,
Mr.
but
Mr.
surely
Nice, I
not an
didn't think
engineer.
we said any like 3-letter agencies anywhere, even if being facetious, but good to see you. Yeah.
I was explaining an oxymoron, moron.
I heard you. I'm fucking with you.
I'm kidding with you.
Mr.
nice
Nice,
that was?
what-
I know.
what are
It's the,
place like-
it's the only way that Ohioans can like, acknowledge, hey, we're friends. We both are like, somewhat affiliated with Ohio and shit. You gotta fuck around like that,
I'm not an
Ohio.
Ohioan, but Radwin's the best ever, man. What are you,
Ohio.
nicest flat earther you could ever meet.
That's absolutely true.
Yep. Just don't fuck with him.
Yeah, just don't say dumb shit and piss me off.
And I'll never insult any of your trucks, I promise.
Good, because I don't have any.
Not anymore. But yeah, no, I'm just messing around. It's been
Yeah.
a way busier day, way busier day all over Discord, yeah, than yesterday's weirdness. So
Well, as of now, is there anyone else? Was there anyone else?
who's Callie?
Danny
Callie.
just said we don't see the moon.
I think Duncan
Danny
in
just
chat
said
says he
we
has a
don't-
direct question about what Gregory was just talking
Danny
about.
just said we don't see the moon during the day.
Golly.
All right, catch you guys later then.
Yep, see ya.
Peace, Sydney. God bless you.
Danny is pretty much done with the conversation because it's never seen the moon during the day.
I really do like how a couple of hours ago, every single flat earther in here just excellently skipped over the picture of the moon during the eclipse. It's really amazing.
Yeah, you saw the picture of the moon when it was a new moon, when you can't see the new moon. Is that right?
It's amazing
Oh, well-
that the only thing you can reference in order to prove your spinning, wobbling, tilted spaceball flame from epic spinning void of darkness is stuff in the sky. That's totally amazing
yeah.
to me.
Well, this is
know,
because you don't
just
know how
love it,
math
right?
works, apparently.
Oh, it's just
You
okay.
can-
It's just, I don't
you
know
can
how
relate
math
things
works.
in the sky to what
Wow, that's amazing.
Question, you say you've seen the moon during a solar eclipse, so question, do you see the moon during a new moon?
I'm sure if you took a long enough exposure, you probably could, yes.
You can? Okay. Well, go get us a photograph of the moon during a new moon.
Yeah,
Sure, I will right now. I'll
Tried
send
and
it
it's
to you
not
right now.
possible.
What
I've tried. It's not possible.
Is
so
he
go ahead
serious?
and try it.
Dude, the moon goes away for like 3 days a month. Is this kid like oblivious? Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
There you go.
I'm gonna start here. Start with this. Google, do I see the moon? Let's say, can I see the moon during a new moon? Just start there, because you obviously have no clue.
Yep, I sent it into your DM since I don't have permissions to type in the
And
chat.
just do what I told you to do, because you got a lot to learn.
Oh, I do. Okay, ignore what I'm sending you. I know it'll destroy your worldview.
What are you talking about? It's not my worldview, it's the world. So go to Google, because you're not going to want to hear it from a so-called flurf, and Google, can I see the moon during a new moon?
I'll do that. as soon as you
Combination of
look at your
moon
DM.
during new moon. Try that. See what
Yeah,
figure you
look
get.
at your DMs. Look at your DMs, please.
Yeah, look at Google and ask the question that I told you to ask.
I bet you probably see it right now, but you're just scared of actually.
Wow, you're a
bringing it
stupid
up.
guy. Yeah, so
Yeah,
go to
yeah.
Google.
I can't look at
I'm
this.
sure
It's too hard to
It depends on the
see.
search. You can
He's
You
so
can ask-
scared he's hiding. He's hiding right now.
He is. He's hiding behind it right now.
you could ask,
Yeah,
could you
yeah.
photograph the new moon, and they would say
Okay,
yeah.
so here comes the cacophony of bloviation.
The new moon. See if you can photograph
so besides that,
the old moon.
so Gamma, would, since you're talking about this issue, would you like to present an argument how you know the Earth is a ball?
I can relate the predictions of the objects in the sky on how the Earth behaves and how objects fall and how I can predict their motion on Earth.
Wow. Why not
Globe,
just
that was a lot
prove-
of words. That was like several
Drop
different
by
points. Would you like to form an argument?
Yeah,
Yeah,
drop
look
a
in
resistance
chat.
to be good.
Look in chat. We
Wow.
googled
Yeah,
it.
I'm sorry that your arguments have to be
We
very
googled
simple.
it.
So you're not going to say an argument?
I just did.
No, you said a multitude of appeals, but you didn't form it into any coherent argument to where it indicates that the conclusion is true.
Pointing at things in the sky again.
Yeah.
things in the sky, therefore spherical Earth.
Yeah, how can I use gravity that we observe here on Earth with like the rate at which objects drop and the mass of the Earth to determine how the things in the sky move? That's so weird. Like, what's the coincidence of that if the Earth was flat?
Never seen anybody actually use gravity.
Nobody
Really?
does do
Never
that.
seen
Hang on,
somebody-
hang on,
Who
hang
does
on.
that
hang on.
anyway?
Hang on. We want an argument, Gamma, not scattergun us with 1,000 different points without any coherent argument that indicates that the premise is true.
How can I use gravity?
How can you use gravity? Would you like me to find a formula for you?
Okay, does
Why would they
the formula
believe in
work
a
in
formula?
reality? Can I put gravity in a bucket with your formula?
You don't even have to engage him like that because these people keep asking rhetorical questions after.
I know who he is and what he's doing.
Entire life.
Yeah, Gamma, your task right now is to say an argument.
I'm not debating you, Gregory. You can mute me if you think I'm not gonna. I'm not gonna
Well, I
debate you.
don't have mute buttons, and now you're being unnecessarily combative again.
Okay, yeah. Because all you do, you're not even a flat earther. All you do is you just flounder around trying to, use bullshit logical fallacies and other
we don't need your
retarded arguments.
You're not even a flat earther. You're a flounder. You're a flounder, Gregory. Floundering around.
I'm just floundering around because I'm a little
You're a
dumpy fish.
freaking.
But we don't need your pseudo prognostication in my heart and mind. We need you to present an argument.
What if I just mute you?
Okay,
Well,
so
that'll get you a ban.
Maybe I'll be able to
concentrate better. Moderators, you can handle that.
Muting if I mute somebody, then that means that.
Yes, you fucking idiot, because it's going to cause audio chaos, obviously. You're the only people that need this explained to you.
Have you?
Your choice. Go ahead and mute
It's
me.
been about 10 minutes. Have you seen the picture I sent to your DMs?
No.
We're still waiting for you to present an argument.
No, okay. Just making sure you're still
I
hiding.
think you didn't locally mute me.
Hiding.
I did not mute you.
Oh, you didn't. Oh, you just ignore me. Okay, so where's your argument? We'd like to hear it.
I'm not going to debate you.
Okay.
Obviously
So
not.
argument.
You don't have anything debate worthy to say.
Really? Well,
Really?
I tried to send an argument into your DMs, but you just won't respond.
You said that you sent a picture. A picture is an argument. See, this is what I meant. This is what I meant when you said you don't have anything debate worthy to say. You don't even know where to start. You think that a picture is an argument.
Well, according to you, it is. You just take pictures and say, "Oh, black swan equals Earth is flat." But
According to me, really? Oh, I said that. Can you bring up the quote of me saying that?
You're a flat earther. I know you've.
I'm a flat earther. No, that's an ad hom, not a quote.
It's not an ad hoc. I'm describing what you are.
Yeah, you're just attacking my character.
No, I'm not. I'm describing as what. Do you self-identify?
So that's not a quote. That's not a quote.
Okay.
Do you self-identify as a flat earther?
Yeah, it's not a quote. So when did I say what you said I said?
Flat Earther isn't an identity, by the way. It's
How is it not? What?
It's a scientific, experimentally reproducible.
No, whatever. That doesn't matter. He's supposed to bring up a quote that supposedly I said.
What's scientifically reproducible?
Flat Earther. He's now derailed the conversation successfully. They're jumping on his red herring.
Yeah. So besides him and that distraction, anyone else who actually has an argument and wants to present an argument that proves that they know the Earth is a ball?
Yeah. Does anyone want to prove
You
that?
can prove gravity with the Cavendish experiment.
That's not a ball.
Oh, really? That
How do you explain that?
That leads to us spinning in a vast vacuum of nothingness, and
I'm not saying that. I'm saying gravity exists because of the Cavendish experiment.
What is gravity?
I thought he was trying to wave the Earth.
Cavendish experiment didn't gravity. It disproved gravity, as a matter of fact.
Excuse me. That's not the question. What is it?
What?
How many times do we have to ask? What
You guys all talk at the same time. You're
gravity?
getting mad at me.
Yeah, 3 people asking you the same question and you still can't get it. What is gravity?
It's a property of matter.
A property of matter? Really?
Yeah.
Show. Do give me the
You can
citation
observe
for that,
it.
please.
Yes, the
Give me the citation for that. Give me the citation, please.
Okay, I will.
Gravity is a property of matter. I think that's a new one.
Bending and warping is space time. Don't you know anything?
Yeah, it's totally not their intellect that's bending and warping.
It's in chat.
I want to know what the DM he sent him was. Did he send you a picture of the moon covering the freaking sun like a?
Yeah, but we don't want to bring that dumb picture up.
So dumb. We can't even prove it's
like-
wrong. Oh.
It's like a guy with a piece of cardboard. Like, this is how it happens. Here comes the moon.
Took a picture of the moon and overlaid it. I can do that in almost any application drawing
But
that I
the thing
use.
is, you can do this too in your own backyard. The next time a Sora,
You do it then. Yeah, don't go
I
to
did
Google.
it yesterday.
actually, you know what?
Don't
I will.
Yesterday, dummy.
Yeah,
I didn't
Mr.
get that effect.
Mr. Gamma, I will accept it if you go do it like you're saying
All right.
you can.
I-
Right? If you go do that yourself, you didn't have to go to Google. Fine, that'll be pretty acceptable evidence, I'd say.
All right. I'll mark it on my calendar whenever the next one occurs that I'm visible in.
Great.
In
Thanks.
2 years.
It's not going to be that long.
All right, I've got proof that I freaking knocked over the bridge in Baltimore too. It's in chat.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
I did.
So
Look,
I put
just watch it.
the evidence in chat. No one's gonna
You
respond.
put the citation that said that gravity is a property of matter.
That's just the colloquial definition. I don't know why you do
No, you need to get me a citation that says gravity is a property of matter. You said
Well,
that.
I'm actually demonstrating it in the Cavendish experiment.
Okay, what is the observed natural phenomena we're testing?
Just read the Wikipedia article.
Bro, we need the observed natural phenomena.
Mass attracting mass
Okay, and where do we see that?
in the experiment.
That's not a natural phenomena. That's a contraption. I need the natural phenomena.
It's occurring in nature, so it's a natural phenomena.
So a torsion bar and a bunch of weights inside a shed is a natural phenomena?
Yeah, it could be.
You dumb fuck.
That's funny.
Do you think nature is
walk in the woods and I saw a torsion bar and some
nature
balls.
is reality? What are you, going on about?
Yeah, I don't know why it matters.
nature to measure and find natural phenomena.
So we're not doing natural science? Gravity is not a natural phenomena according to you?
I'm not saying
It
that.
is.
I'm saying that to measure
Okay.
research natural phenomena, you don't actually have to go into the woods and find
No, dipshit. The whole point is that I need the naturally observed phenomena so we can create an hypothesis. Do you have a naturally observed phenomena that we can test?
Yes, gravitational
What is it?
attraction.
Gravitational attraction. Can you show me that happening in nature?
Yes.
Where is it happening in nature?
The attraction of the sun and the moon on each other, and the attraction of
Okay.
the earth and the moon on each other.
So you're presupposing, first of all, that we have three massive objects floating in an ever-expanding volume of vacuum in outer space, suspended by what?
They don't need to be suspended by anything. That's
Oh, so they're not suspended. So they indeed are attached to something?
They don't need to be attached to anything. I don't know why you're.
So they're not suspended, or they're not in free space. They are actually attached to something.
No, they're not attached to something.
They're moving. Okay, so the Earth is a ball in this scenario. How do you prove that?
I mean, there's a number of ways to prove that. Where do you want me to
Let's start with one of them.
Okay, sure. We can do measurements of the circumference of the Earth. We can look at the how things disappear over the side of the horizon. We can take pictures.
Side of the horizon? What the hell's the side of the
Yes.
horizon?
Yeah.
What are you gish?
Well, it has another side.
I gotta stop this guy from gish galloping. It's fallacious.
Yeah, let's just
Pick a point.
let's do one.
Pick a point.
I said one.
Pick a point, follow to its logical conclusion
Okay,
of
sure.
below.
We've taken pictures of the Earth.
How did we measure the Earth to be a ball before anybody went up into this vacuum of space that you believe
You
in?
didn't ask me to do that. You said, "How do we?"
I asked you, how do we verify that the Earth is a ball? And you said there's many ways that we can do that. I said, give me one. And you started with measuring curvature. Okay, how do we measure curvature?
Well, we took a picture. We took a picture of the Earth. So,
how was this done before anybody went out to this vacuum of space? By the way, you're not going to be able to verify that picture unless you can actually find Earth curvature where you're standing. You're standing on the Earth. So how do you find it?
So again, when you're talking about these things, you're talking about an incredibly large object, over 100 times your size. You're not going to be able.
So Earth too biggy. Earth too biggy to measure curvature? So you can't measure curvature on the Earth. So how was it done then?
Not on just like looking at the surface of the Earth. You're not going to be able to do that.
Well, how else do you do it?
Well, the most primitive way was Eratosthenes' measurements of the Earth.
Sticks and shadows, that requires a flat plane.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah, it does.
It doesn't. Yeah, it does.
It really does.
Okay, so how did they find vertical when they were, taking a stick and putting it vertically on the Earth? What is vertical in relationship to? What is vertical in relationship to?
Yeah, vertical would be in relation to the center of the Earth. It would be.
No, that's a begging the question fallacy. What is vertical in relationship to?
What do you mean? I don't know what you're even asking about.
You can't have a vertical unless you have a horizontal plane.
Okay,
The tangent at that point.
No, it's not even.
No, tangents aren't planes, and that's begging the question anyways. Again,
it's
do you
just a
guys
line
think you could
from
do
the
this
center of
without
the
begging the question? Yeah, that's begging the question. At any point, do you want to not beg the question? It is, because you're already assuming that the Earth is a sphere and there's a center to which vertical is oriented to. That's not what vertical is oriented to. Vertical is only perpendicular to horizontal.
Okay, so Eratosthenes made the assumption that the Earth was round. Yes, that's
Really?
Did he beg the question?
So then, how did he? Yeah, he begged the question, because how did he find vertical?
How did he find vertical? So
yeah.
Okay, so when you have a circle, right, and you draw radians out from that circle, and you extend those radians from the center of the circle outside the circle, that can be considered a vertical.
No, those are radians. They're not verticals. So vertical is in relationship to a horizontal plane. Besides, we're not going to beg the question here unless you're telling me that Eratosthenes begged the question and the entire experiment or whatever it is that he was doing. We'll have to throw that out, right? Because you're using the thing that you're trying to prove in your premise. Don't you understand that? We're trying to prove Earth curvature, not assume it.
You asked me how we measured the circumference of the Earth, and I'm telling you how we measured the circumference of the Earth.
Yeah, except that's not how it was done. That wasn't a measurement. And even that measurement requires a flat plane. Okay, tell me how it was measured.
There's only...
Yeah. So I can explain how it's measured. He took he took a well, looked into the well, and saw that the well there was no shadows cast on the side of the well. He could see the bottom of the well.
Vertical? Was the well vertical?
Yes, the well was vertical.
Okay, so once again, we have a flat plane.
You don't need a flat plane to have a vertical.
Okay, yes, you do. Because you can't find vertical without horizontal, and vice versa.
Okay, so when I'm talking about a vertical, I am talking about an invisible line from the surface of a ball to the center of the ball. That is considered
begging the question again. We cannot beg the question.
That's not begging the question.
It is begging the question, bro. You're flipping out, and you're just saying,
Wait, hold on.
You don't know what begging the question is.
You also don't.
I'm not begging the question. You asked me how we're measuring the circumference of the.
You're not. You're measuring shadow angles and you're calculating a circumference, one that you haven't confirmed the existence of. You're not measuring shit.
Exactly.
They could do the same thing on a flat Earth.
This is this is the same thing that was done by the Chinese, who had no supposition about the Earth shape, and they came out with a flat Earth and the circular path of the sun. Now, the Chinese did this at the same time with Eratosthenes. We can also reference modern scholars. I say scholars. Neil deGrasse Tyson's named but a few. Said Eratosthenes can be done on a flat Earth if you have a local sun, divergent light rays. Now you understand that if you stand underneath a light source or you've got a cup underneath a light source like a well, you're going to see the reflection of that light source. But if you fuck off over there, you're going to get a shadow as you move away from being underneath the light, which is akin to Aristostle being 500 stages away in Alexandria, not underneath the light source and measuring a shadow. You can do this exact same thing on a flat earth. In actual fact, you require it to gain your measurement of a circumference of a circle, but a circle is a two-dimensional object, which is directly a plane and not a sphere. You can turn that circumference of a circle into a sphere if you want to, but that's not the measurement that Aristosthenes took. He just said, yeah, that's the circumference of a sphere now, even though his measurements were done requiring a horizontal plane, because remember, an angle is defined as the intersection of two straight lines. The horizontal plane that the observer is standing on, and the angle up to the sun that you measured from a
talk
shadow.
about gish galloping. Holy shit. I do like how you didn't.
You don't have to be rude. I'm just giving you the information. It's not gish gallop. It's very on point. It's not my fault that you don't understand it. If you'd like me to repeat it, I can do so. But you don't have to be rude, sunshine.
I like how you didn't finish that quote from Neil deGrasse Tyson when he said, well, that the issue is that it's not a localized sun and that we know that light rays are parallel to each other. So
okay, so you would have to prove that, wouldn't you? And
we can prove that. Like, what do you mean?
This is another assumption of Aristosthenes. How would he know the distance to the sun? In actual fact,
he didn't need to know the distance to the sun. He just needed to know that light rays were parallel when they were coming in.
And do we observe parallel light rays on the Earth, or are they divergent?
Yes, we do.
So you've never heard of corpuscular rays, then?
Okay, so we see divergent rays. That does not mean that that light rays coming in and hitting the Earth is not are not parallel.
Okay, you understand the assumption though about the light rays here, yes?
You know what corpuscular rays are.
Yes, you understand the assumption here, don't you, about the distance to the light source and the rays that are coming from
What
that
is
light source.
corpuscular rays and how do they exist?
It's
Oh wow, dude.
Corpuscular. How do they exist?
Would you like me to go and get the Google definition for you and
Sure,
some
go
images
ahead.
that I can show you?
Because
Yeah, sure,
the
no
Google
problem.
definition will give you.
Bird lawyer, yesterday we had an eclipse. There was supposed to be an umbra and a penumbra. Now these are not only not divergent, they're convergent rays. So now we have convergent rays to make that eclipse work. Does the sun put out convergent rays now?
So when you're talking about umbras and penumbras, you're talking about the light rays from the top of the sun reaching your eye, and the rays from the bottom of the sun reaching your eye.
They're convergent all of a sudden, right? They're not parallel?
Yes, because the sun is a massive object putting out a number of light rays.
Well, rest
That's a baseless assertion.
Good job, Barry.
So like a penumbra and an umbra.
Yes, you just answered yes. The sun's rays are convergent during a solar eclipse. So you just buried your Eratosthenes claim, which requires parallel light from the sun. Good job.
Okay, so when we're talking about these light rays, the penumbra and umbra are very minimal rays. We're not
minimal.
Yeah, actually, if you look at like shadows on the ground, and you look at their umbra and penumbra, they're.
Is any Glober impressed by this idiot? I just want to hear someone else, another Glober, tell me what they actually think of this.
No, he's an idiot.
Yeah.
What? How could you say that?
Someone ban that guy.
Why would
He's
I
a
say
moron.
that?
Yeah.
Someone ban that guy. He's a moron.
All the Globers are against you.
99% of other Globers in this chat have like 50 IQ, literally room temperature IQ.
You're not representing the Globers properly, lawyer. You're fired.
Wait, who just talked that was a Glober? Who was it?
Gamma no hack.
Maybe we should dig out the Chinese quote-unquote Aristosthenes experiment for this gentleman's perusal. Then he can show for himself that the Earth can be flat with this observation. You're not going to be proving anything with measuring shadows to angles, my friend.
So,
the Chinese, quite smart people, right?
Okay, so yeah, but they could still be wrong about things. That doesn't mean anything.
Oh,
In addition to that, what?
They're quite good at math, but okay.
That doesn't mean that they can't be wrong about things. just
Yeah,
because they're
and
good
same
at
with
math.
Aristophanes, so we can all be wrong then.
Well, yeah, I agree. Aristophanes
cool.
was wrong about his calculations of the Earth. He calculated the Earth to be much smaller than it actually was. Not by much, but like for his time, it was an incredibly advanced calculation. But we do know that the actual circumference of the Earth is bigger.
As explained to you already, he began. Sorry, as explained already to you, he began with fallacious reasoning. Beg the question. He used circular reasoning followed by a formal logical fallacy known as affirming the consequent.
No, he's just
Earth is a
assuming
sphere, then X. X, therefore, Earth is a sphere.
Well, no, he's not. No. He just made assumptions in his calculations, because that was like the easiest way to do it, right? He wasn't setting out to prove the circularity of the Earth. He was just.
Well, then there's no point talking about it because that's what we asked for.
No, you asked for like what was how do we calculate the circumference of the Earth?
No,
That's what you asked.
measure, not calculate. Measure.
How do we measure the?
Mm-hmm.
Oh man, that's beyond me. That's like really advanced physics. But we have taken pictures of the Earth.
Wow, the gas.
See, look, this guy. How is this possible? How am I stuck with these people?
Yeah, but you have not made any like cogent argument in the last like 10 minutes. I don't know what you want from me.
What I'm doing is I'm calling you an idiot.
Okay, make an argument then. Go ahead, Gamma. You have the floor.
I already have made an argument multiple times, but just get shot down by flat earthers, of course.
What was the argument?
The picture of the moon during a new moon, but apparently it's just a composite fake or something. I don't know.
Well, it's not a composite fake. It's a composite image of pictures taken of a new moon. You can't take a full picture of a new moon because the light never reaches it.
Or you could take CGI images of the moon and call it real, and
I have
That's
said
even-
if Gamma could produce that image independently, I'd take that. I would.
Does it have to be during a solar eclipse, or can I do it during just a new moon at any time? Because I could do it much faster if it was just during a new moon.
Just a new moon would be good enough for me.
All right.
You're gonna run into.
But during the solar eclipse would complete the claim that it's the moon that actually causes it. Which I would say that there's a pretty strong inference that it is, but it'd be nice to see it proven outright.
I mean, what else would it be? Can I ask you that?
I don't know. I think it's a reasonable assumption that it is the moon. I just don't know it absolutely.
Yeah. Well, you've got the Hindus saying that it's Rahu Ketu that decided to eat the sun or the moon and got his head cut off by Shiva. Now the head just around eating them. And then you got the Chinese thinking that it's a dragon. And then you've got others thinking
it
it's
was also Kali, the god of destruction and chaos, and what else was it? Shiva, Kali, Krishna. There was other ones too, but anyway, it was I forgot what else we were gonna say. What were we just talking about before that? What was the point?
Trying to get to is that the ancestors all had an explanation as to why the sun and the moon became eclipsed, and only a couple say that it was the moon eclipsing the sun, or vice versa.
Well, it might be a black hole sun. It might be a second sun. The second sun that we have might be black. It might be a black hole.
Point being,
or if black holes even exist, they might not exist.
Oh my Lanta, bro. Point being, there is something up there that's either causing them to eclipse, or the other case is that you just have a story and you don't know, but you have a story that helps you reaffirm that you don't know, but there's an explanation.
Well, there is a secret society called Black Thule. There is a secret society called the Black Sun Society, Black Thule Society, and they worship the second sun. It's called the black hole sun, and it literally, in their Aryan language, it translates to black hole sun, and it means like the divine sun, or like the sun that allows the supernatural things to happen on the earth, or whatever, every few thousand years, or whatever. What I don't know what the exact cycle is anymore. I forgot, but
there seems to be a lot of like mysticism going on. So I just like we've calculated the next few solar eclipses. How are we gonna how do we arrive at these?
Saros cycle, it's already done.
Yeah, I know. But how do we calculate those?
By the way?
How do we calculate these cycles of and
It's
we
called the
actually
Saros
know
cycle.
like where they're gonna be, right?
Yeah, I know the Saros cycle has been developed
Do you-
over
do you know
3,000
what's the-
years by the
Yeah,
ancient
but
Babylonians.
so how do we
yeah.
do that on a flat Earth?
Well,
So
there's
it's
no
like this.
so there's no requirement for geometry with this. It's just observations of the cyclical nature of these phenomena in the sky. They work in patterns, and based on that pattern, which is repeating, we can make predictions of what eclipse is going to happen when in the future. This has been done for 3,000 years. Doesn't require the Earth to be a ball. Just requires you to observe the patterns in the sky.
Do you realize
So we don't
that doesn't
have good.
that doesn't give
we
you
don't we don't have good records of like all of these events, right?
Yes,
A
we
lot
do.
of these events were
Yes, we
talked about in kind of like mystic ways and not given like very solid or good dates. So if you're saying that it's just a cyclical pattern, that's
Mhm.
like
That's what.
well, I mean,
How many
Well,
hours
Bird
does it
lawyer,
take
Bird
the
lawyer.
Yeah, go
hour
ahead.
hand and the
Go
minute
ahead,
hand to reach 12? How many hours does it take?
So like time is a human-made
Bro,
construction,
follow me,
right?
bro. Follow me. I'm not asking about space, time, and none of that jazz, right? I have a clock. It has hands, seconds, minutes, hours, right?
How do you
How many
calculate
hours
that
does
on
it
a
take?
flat Earth, though?
How many hours does it take for this the minute hand and the hour hand to point towards 12?
How many hours? It would take 12 full hours to do that. I don't see how this is
Okay.
relevant to what we're talking about.
How many days does it take for a solar eclipse to happen?
Well, it's not a definite number of days, right? It happens like it fluctuates. The time fluctuates.
Okay. But it's able to be tracked
Blood
and
bullshit.
calculated when the next one comes, right? Just
Yeah,
like you calculated
those-
how many hours it would take for the hands to all point towards 12,
Okay,
right?
but you do realize that these calculations require a
Observation.
globe Earth model, correct?
No, it doesn't,
they don't.
because it was done on a flat Earth 3,000 years ago. Doesn't require geometry.
It does. Again, so
doesn't.
3,000 years ago,
Yes.
the records were not like good. They didn't have good
Don't get them.
record keeping where they
Don't
were
get
able to
them.
be like,
Don't get
see
them.
this.
Right here it
Don't
says
get them.
approximately 6,585.3211 days, or 18 years, 11 days, 8 hours. After one eclipse, the sun, earth, moon return to the same relative geometry and nearly identical eclipse occurs. The similar eclipses are part of the same Saros cycle.
nearly
And the same
identical?
time, and the time between the two eclipses is called Saros.
So nearly identical, but like, so you realize to remain constant, you would have to have like records that go back 3,000 years and be able to keep those accurate records over 3,000 years.
Remember, you're the guy who said that you'd read the first-hand primary information that Aristophanes had put down about the weather that day. So why should we trust anything that you say about these documents from 3,000 years ago? I guess you've not read them either, have you?
Well, I haven't read these records because I don't think
So
that
how
they
can you say
exist.
this,
There
Frank?
was
You
calculations
haven't read
done
them. If you
by
haven't
like
read them, if you haven't
Aztecs
read them, how
about
can you say
like
they're wrong?
I don't know if that was actually Aztecs. It might have been like
Right.
Mayans or something
Dude,
like that.
Babylonians told you that. So if you've not read them, how can you say that they're wrong or in any way out of sync? How can you make that judgment if you've not read them? Are
They
you talking
didn't-
bullshit again? Like I called you up on the other day.
Oh, Jedi. So
Web-
they're
no,
not
Jedi,
doing.
you're probably just best
They're not
listening.
keeping records of previous
lying.
these previous
You're
attempts.
just lying.
They're doing calculations
You're
for
lying.
how these things move across the sky, and hey, this is what's going to happen next,
Have you read them?
based off of the calculations that we're looking at as
Okay,
these
what calculations?
objects move across the sky.
What calculations? Go and get them, and have you read them?
Wait, okay, so
Yes or
again,
no?
no, I haven't
Yes.
read them personally. I haven't read these
Then how the
calculations personally.
fuck do
But
you know?
I'm talking about I'm talking about Mayans.
No.
Mayans were able to predict things like solar and lunar eclipses off of things moving across the sky. They didn't keep records for 3,000 years because we don't have any evidence of those records that they kept for 3,000 years.
Yeah, but we're talking about the Babylonians and the Sumerians, not the Mayans. You understand that, right?
The Babylonians. Okay, so we're talking about Babylonians and Sumerians, not the Mayans.
Yes.
They,
yes. As
okay,
has been told to
they
you for the
weren't-
last
they-
24 hours when you brought this up earlier.
They
Yes.
weren't okay. They
Sparrow
weren't keeping
cycle.
records for
Isle of
3,000 years
Babylonians.
either.
Are you deaf?
But they
deaf?
weren't
Deaf on
keeping
the
those
target?
records either.
My goodness me. Shall I go and get them for you?
Sure, go ahead. They kept
Yeah, no
3,000-year-old
Don't you
records
think
of.
NASA knows? NASA
What?
knows this. If you were to Google the Sarah cycle, you go straight to NASA. The very same thing that they use today to predict post-it eclipses.
I know because there's
Really no idea what you're
calculations
talking about.
done on the Sarah cycle. You can calculate it. It's something that you can say.
They
hey,
couldn't
this
even
is,
tell
this
us
is
the
path
exact
that
time
these
until
objects
yesterday,
are
dummy.
going to what?
They couldn't tell us the exact time for my house until yesterday.
That's not true.
They knew exactly the
And
time
it was
for
off
the-
by 20 minutes.
It was late.
I don't know where your house is or like who was
And
giving
then-
that
It's off by 20
information.
minutes.
But I had that information like days before.
This was put on the news.
Are you clueless, dude? NASA themselves are telling you that the clips from yesterday, they were off. That they didn't know they were off about it. They made it. The prediction was wrong.
Oh, I don't know then. I don't know if NASA had those numbers off, but I knew
The ones who told us when we would see it, and when we all sat around with our cameras, including CNN, NBC, and Fox, had to wait an extra 20 minutes before it actually started. So they were 20 minutes late. CNN, CNBC, Fox News.
Radwin, I'm telling you, it was late too. Because if you saw my front yard, you would think that I was NASA looking for a rocket launch with all the shit I had set up for one fucking picture.
Was the eclipse 20 minutes late for someone in the previous eclipse? Was a 20-minute difference for prediction?
Yeah, so
Is that a
where are
thing?
these?
Listen, NASA themselves are telling you that their prediction was off. What?
I don't think we're talking about the same thing. I'm asking about a 20-minute difference. I think you're talking about the size of the umbra being changed by the updating of on the radius of the sun. That's not what I'm talking about. I heard there's a 20-minute difference between the prediction and the actual time the eclipse took
Where
place.
did NASA say that they had it 10
I
minutes
found that
off?
amusing. I found that amazing to be to have taken place, and I would like to know where that information comes from. And I want to take a look at it.
Have you ever heard of Google? Go check it.
Yeah, I just
I am
googled
Google-
it. Didn't find anything.
vibrations. So I can't.
That was
I
my
can't
first
find-
reaction.
You didn't find anything, huh? All right. So your Google is broken. That's what it is.
Well,
Your
can you
internet
just
is
post-
broken.
Can you just post?
Just
the
share what you
source?
found. In.
Yeah.
Or your internet is broken. That's the problem.
No, I mean, I googled it.
Yeah, I'm not finding anything about any 20 minutes of prediction on the solar eclipse. Maybe your Google give you different results. If that's the case, then can you share yours with me then? Because I really want to take a look at it.
Yeah, I googled NASA 20 minutes, and there's a 20-minute something about a 20-minute nap.
NASA 20 minute. Is that what you're looking for? NASA 20 minute.
I
NASA
20
minutes.
NASA 20 minutes.
NASA
20 minutes. It's not there. It's not
Yeah,
right.
I can share my screen of what I'm looking at.
NASA 20 minutes. Let's see what it says.
Yeah, the first thing that comes up is NASA nap.
So we're gonna get rid of you. I'm done listening to you, and unless somebody can save you right now, I'm just gonna get rid of you.
I'm asking for the source that you just said that exists.
Your internet is broken, dude. Sorry, we can't do anything about it.
But why don't you just post the
Of course
source?
you can. If yours work, you can simply share your findings.
NASA 20 minutes. NASA 20 minutes. 20 minutes. Yeah, and 20 minutes. NASA 20 minutes.
I like that.
Why can't you just post the source? Like
only
just
some traffic stuff. So, where's your source? You're talking about.
I'm telling you,
your internet
I
is broken,
googled it
sorry,
right
you won't
now.
get it.
If you want me to share my screen, I could share my screen with you. But like,
No, your internet is broken, and you might infect us with it. So don't do
okay,
it.
so if my internet's
share
broken,
your
can we-
results with
yeah,
us.
can you just post the
Why
source
are
that
you
you're
being
talking about?
reluctant to share your results? I don't understand.
It's starting to sound like it don't exist.
Yeah, it doesn't exist. It doesn't.
Okay, so
By the way,
let's-
NASA was 100%, not 20 minutes. NASA was 100% accurate, right? Is that what you're saying? 100%?
No, I'm not
Is
saying
that
that.
the
at
only
all.
two options? It's either 20 minutes off or it's 100%. There's no in between answer.
100% or 20 minutes? 100% or 20 minutes, right? You didn't find
I'm
that?
just-
All right, it's not. They were accurate. They're 100%. The NASA knows. NASA knows.
Okay, but you seem to be getting indignant over me asking where you got your information.
No, it's your problem. Your internet is broken. Sorry. Can't do anything about it.
If my internet is broken, just post the source, and then my internet won't be broken anymore.
You know, I searched NASA 20 minutes and I can't find it, so I think my internet is broken now.
There is no source.
I'm not saying my internet's broken. I'm just saying that I don't think it exists. It'd be really easy.
there were not 20 minutes.
I would look
You
a
should
fool.
change the way you're searching. You don't think you should change what it is that you're searching for to try and
Okay,
find
what
out
do you want
what
me
it
to
is?
search for? Like,
I
what
don't
do you
know,
recommend
man.
I search for?
Well,
Yeah, what did that one
Why
guy
can't you just
Yeah,
why not
just
post the
write
source?
NASA 20 minutes. NASA 20 minutes, you're gonna find the nap. That's what you're looking for
Okay,
NASA.
so what should I? Well,
Yeah,
I'm
you're looking for
sorry.
that. Just,
What should
just
I
write
look for?
NASA
then?
20 minutes. If you don't find it, NASA was 100% accurate. Don't worry about it.
You found the source.
I'm
What
not
did you
saying
look
that there
up?
are. I'm just asking you for the source because you seem really adamant that this like information exists.
No, you seem very adamant to deny the Saros cycles and observable phenomena for hundreds of or thousands of years.
I'm
You're
not-
saying
wait, I'm
Ah,
not
well,
denying that these Sarah cycles exist. You made the claim.
NASA
that-
20 minutes. NASA 20 minutes. Just search
Yeah,
it. You
you
don't
made
find it.
that.
That means
You
your
made
internet is
that
broken.
claim. I
No, I
searched
didn't make
up
that claim. You're the one that said NASA 20 minutes. I'm repeating your parroting. I'm repeating what you said.
No. You
NASA
you
20
claimed-
minutes. NASA
you
20
claimed-
minutes. You said that. NASA 20 minutes. You
Okay,
search for.
so-
You said yourself that you search for that, and you find NASA doing naps.
You
So
find
that's a
it
you
odd
problem.
that you're not able to produce this.
That's a you problem.
Well, it doesn't seem to be a me problem. It seems to be a you problem. You haven't been able to produce it.
You're the one that can't find NASA 20 minutes. You're the one that said that.
Okay, but you made the claim. I'm just trying. I'm trying to do your legwork for you.
No. I
The
never
claim
said
was
NASA 20
made
minutes. I
that-
said NASA was off. I never said 20 minutes.
Oh,
You
okay.
added the 20 minutes.
So NASA was off. Can you provide a source that NASA was off?
Yeah, search for that. Search for that. Search for
Okay.
that. No,
NASA-
20 minutes. No, NASA 20 minutes.
Time for solar eclipse.
Under Heaven Earther, provide your
Wrong.
source.
Yeah, NASA 20 minutes.
Yeah, provide your citation or your thing is refuted.
NASA 20 minutes.
You search. You keep saying that. but
Wait,
you
so
didn't-
I
you searched.
this is what I typed into Google. NASA time for solar eclipse wrong. The first link that I got is NASA breaks down eclipse radiation myths. Is that what we're talking about? That's in CBS.
Yeah. NASA breaks down radiation. Yeah, that's what it is. Exactly.
You're done.
Okay.
Anybody else want to fuck around?
So fucking It's not. I don't think this.
If you guys are done
I
with
don't
the
think this
conversation, I
website
have a
says-
question.
What's your question, mate? We're done with bird lawyer.
Okay. So, okay, I just want to know if the Earth is flat, then why is every government on Earth
Oh,
are
God.
united to tell us this lie that the Earth is round? And
That's
what
their
would
job.
they get
That's
out
their
of it?
job. That's their job.
That's their job.
What's
Yeah.
the
Okay,
incentive?
no. I know it's their job, but what would they get out of it?
Your money.
Okay.
You do realise
You-
that every
for-
answer that you're going to give you is going to be a
Wouldn't there be an easier thing to lie about than the shape of the Earth? Like, if you wanted to,
Quiet, bird lawyer. It's pretty easy to lie to you about the shape of the Earth. That was no problem at all.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, lying about the shape of the earth is pretty easy because you believed it. So there you go, easy.
Yeah, exactly. Because you think it would be so
Yeah.
difficult to lie to a bird lawyer about the shape of the Earth is why it's so easy to lie to a bird lawyer about the shape of the Earth.
Why couldn't they just lie?
Go ask him. Go ask the liar and see if you get a sorry answer.
Why do people ask us about what other people do?
Yeah, they lie so you can come to Discord and lie about it yourself. So that's why they lie. So you can be here lying about it.
Lying to yourself.
The lie is so easy that everybody that wants to rail against people who went and checked for themselves refuse to go and check for themselves. You could go actually figure this out on your own, but instead you're in here. So you're doing their job. What they did worked. The control they want is achieved. You're doing their bidding and fighting for them. Mission accomplished. There's one reason. Just go fucking look. Just measure the motherfucker.
Yeah, and everything's consistent with their theory.
Is it? So the horizon is Earth curve.
I can't observe it to be curved, but it's still consistent.
You? Oh my gosh!
My camera takes pictures around the ball. Then is what you're trying to say. My camera takes pictures around the ball, right?
Listen, if everything Globo was true, we would still observe the same thing. So
Really? Like what? Not
That's what I'm
curving
saying.
water. Not curving water.
So not observing curve is consistent. So wait, not observing curve is consistent with curve.
because the Earth is really huge, so you can't observe the. Even you guys have said that, so.
No, we haven't. We said that the calculation is 8 inches per mile squared, where the geometric horizon should be at 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. None of those
can't measure
observed haven't finished. None of those are observed. None of those are measured.
Well, there's refraction, so we can't do it.
So it's unfalsifiable then?
That's what I'm saying.
Okay,
still
so you understand that if you don't have a measurement to the geometric horizon, you don't have a radius value.
It'd still be true.
How could it still be true?
Just because you can't measure something doesn't mean it doesn't exist.
Okay, but when we're told that the Earth is a ball because of a circumference, diameter, and radius, you're saying that those things can't be measured.
Not somehow, I don't know.
So you're just ignorant on the subject then, and just coping.
But it could still be true. They could be telling the truth.
But they're
Maybe
not.
they-
The water is measured to lay horizontally over distances. Those distances can be between 1 mile and 5,000 miles when we're talking about elevation angles to things in the sky like Polaris or the sun. You're going to require a flat Earth to make those measurements in the first place. This is how celestial navigation is done.
Yep, but it still works practically on a spherical Earth, so
After you've made a flat Earth measurement,
yeah, sure.
yeah, but you've measured the Earth being flat.
Does that mean it's flat?
And it is, yeah. Welcome to flat Earth.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, so you said it can't be measured, but we utilize the horizontal plane to measure elevation profiles from. You know what mean sea level is, right? No. Again,
Just
ignorant on the
like-
subject.
Just like when we take the slope at a point, we can do the same thing with Earth's curvature.
Slope at a point.
The tangent line of a circle.
Okay, and how do you get that measurement then? Are you going to be using a physical geometric horizon to draw your tangent point to?
You would use you would assume it to be flat, so you can measure the curve.
You assume it to be flat to measure the curve.
You assume the thing that you're measuring doesn't exist, huh?
We utilize a flat surface to measure the curvature. Yeah.
So we measure a flat surface to calculate curvature.
It's effectively flat.
So to measure the curve of a surface, you utilize it as flat.
You assume locally it's flat, yeah.
So locally is what distance?
Horizon.
The horizon. But that's not at 1.225 times the square root of the observer site in feet. You've already said refraction, which kind of debunks your entire argument for using the horizon then.
It's so weird when they say that because the horizon's not a place.
Look, there's another picture in chat. See?
That's a nice artist rendition.
Good artwork. Well done.
Forgot the stars.
Knew that. What?
Alright.
Real quick, I just want to touch the last one, and I was kind of being a little loud, but who was asking for the NASA 20 minute? Who was the two people asking for it? Bert. It was Bert Lawyer, and who else? And Carter.
No, there's. I don't know.
Carter and Bert Lawyer. Okay, got you. You're gonna concede after you see it, okay? You're gonna see, okay, I was wrong, right?
Actually got the source. That's crazy. Yeah, there's no stars in the picture because it's photoshopped. Is that what you're gonna say?
It's just art.
No, they photoshopped the stars out. That's all.
Wow.
I mean, why wouldn't you?
Still a picture of the Earth, though.
Yeah, I looked on the NASA website and you looked at the Blue Marble and you looked at Robert Simmons and it says, you know, quote unquote, we take the flat Earth map and we wrap it around the ball and then we add clouds and all kinds of stuff that we imagine it's supposed to look like. But yeah, it needs to be photoshopped. It has to be photoshopped because.
So, anyway, is that the picture you're going to present? Just a computer picture, dude? Is that your reality?
Yeah.
Oh.
Everything is Earth.
You're bankrupt, dude. Mentally.
Yeah. So if I post a picture of a unicorn, you're going to go, well, that's it. Unicorns exist. Only way to produce a picture of a unicorn is if one actually exists and you took a photograph of it, right?
Well, then Bigfoot's real.
Bigfoot's real. Unicorns are real. Godzilla's real. Dragons are real. Everything's real.
Loch Ness Monster.
Don't forget about the Tooth Fairy.
That's real.
Yeah.
Santa Claus, real. I took a photograph with Santa Claus at the mall. Of course he's real.
There's more photos of Santa than anything else in the world.
I have one with the Easter Bunny.
I think there is more evidence of Santa and the Easter Bunny than the globe.
For sure. Way more pictures.
Yeah.
My parents have eaten the Easter Bunny.
True, I've had Easter Bunny before, so that's real.
I mean, these are our standards of evidence, right? We got to keep it consistent. So all these things must be real if the globe is real, based on that picture, that internet picture.
It's consistent with your reality. Then it doesn't really matter if it's.
It is? How come in reality I don't see curved water like in that picture? So it's not very consistent with my reality.
It's a good question.
Refraction, I already said that.
Refraction.
Refraction makes things flat, is what you're saying.
Does refraction help us with trigonometry to figure out distances to lighthouse when using celestial
Allows you to
navigation?
see further. That's it.
How to win gloop debate. Reflection. Gravity. Easy.
It's not even true. Refraction would affect the amount that you could see, and you would see less. Would you like that citation?
More around the surface.
Would you like that citation?
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, have you got a citation to back the shit up that you've just said, or have you just pulled it out of your ass?
I'm saying if this is true, then that's consistent with what we see.
Yeah, but it's not true, as I've just pointed out. Have you got a citation to back up what you've just pulled out of your ass? Have you got any literature whatsoever to back up what you've just said?
Yeah, Wikipedia article.
Okay, drop it. Let's have a look.
Yeah, do you have anything to back up that refraction makes you see less?
Yeah, what?
If you're talking about terrestrial refraction, 7/6 refraction, then that isn't refraction of light. That's making the Earth bigger so it appears flat. So that's not refraction. That's making the ball bigger. Terrestrial refraction. Terrestrial being
Oh, real quick, guys. Bert Lawyer, are you going to concede to the point that the map of totality from NASA, the original, was wrong and it was corrected after the eclipse? Are you going to concede to that point? Yes or no?
Well, this happened. The thing that you linked was before the eclipse. First of all. And
Okay, so
it's a at most a 20-second difference. I don't think that's.
So
like,
was it incorrect or correct?
20 minutes, buddy.
20 minutes? You're the one
it
claiming 20
incorrect?
minutes, and now you're
I don't
saying,
know. Like
no, it
this,
was 20
again-
seconds, not 20 minutes. So are you going to concede or not concede?
Well, so like again,
How to concede?
somebody-
Are you
I
going
don't
to
know if it
concede?
was
Yes or
you
no?
in the chat, but somebody said 20 minutes.
So you're talking to me, right? Are you going to concede to my point or someone else's point?
What was your point? What point were you
The
trying
point is that the path of totality on the original map was wrong and they had to fix it. Are you going to concede or not?
Yeah, by 20 seconds, dude.
Are you going to concede? Yes.
That's like literally.
If you don't
nothing.
concede, you're going to be banned from this chat because you're not addressing the realist level and you
20 seconds?
want to protect the falsehoods.
Wait, was it 20 seconds or 20 minutes? Somebody
It was
said
20. It was 20
I never
seconds.
said 20. I
I'm
never
not-
claimed 20 minutes. I
I mean, I'll
repeated 20
concede-
minutes
I'll
because he
concede-
was searching for 20 minutes. And he
No,
didn't find it.
no,
That was his problem.
no,
You see,
somebody literally
see,
said
that was
20
his
minutes in
problem.
the chat.
Whatever. You know how many people?
I will
you know,
concede.
Bear Liar.
I will concede
Many
that-
people. Oh, you're gonna concede? Okay, all right. Good for you.
Yeah, sure.
'Cause many people have reported this. Many people on the ground. They were told that they're gonna be in a position to see the totality of the eclipse, and guess what? They didn't saw the totality of the eclipse. So
Wait,
someone was wrong.
who conceded that they were wrong just now?
Crazy.
Oh, I mean, I was
Carter?
gonna, I like there. I wasn't wrong. I'll concede
jeez.
that. I will concede that there are issues with calculations, and sometimes we don't get it 100% correctly, and that seems like that was this instance, right? That
Exactly my
when
point.
Okay. That when we looked at the eclipse, we calculated it to be slightly longer than it actually was, or it might have been. But again, we're off by like 20 seconds. I think that's completely
So
fine.
you
I
were
don't
wrong,
think there's
and
any
you
issues
did
with
the prediction, and you were wrong. So
Listen,
you-
you
I
know-
didn't do the prediction. NASA
Oh,
did.
listen, Bert. This is a problem, right? Because you're holding to these 20. Oh, it's only 20 seconds. But like I'm telling you, across the path of the eclipse, many people were told, go to this position and you're going to be able to observe the phenomena based on the calculations, right? On the predictions of the
I
globe,
don't know
right?
who these
you
people
go
are
here,
that you're talking
you go here, and you're going to see 100%. And many people went to these positions, and guess what? They didn't saw the 100%. So it was wrong. What do you want me to do?
I'm sorry to those people. I don't know who these people are or
You said it was we,
what
like you did.
information they were given. I mean, I went to a party and saw the eclipse. But
I saw the
I didn't
eclipse.
see it.
I saw
I
it.
didn't see a total eclipse, unfortunately.
I didn't saw a total
What I
eclipse
did see
either.
was like really remarkable, and I thought it was like one of the coolest things that I've ever seen in my entire life. But
All right,
yeah.
so you concede that the original prediction was wrong and then it has to be fixed. Pretty simple. It's not a big deal.
Yeah, I appreciate your concession too, Bird.
Sure, whatever.
Did you bring up the flat Earth at your party?
Did I bring up no? Because nobody believed in a flat Earth at the party.
Yeah, I know, but did you say to them, do you believe that I spend every day talking about how I had no evidence that the Earth's a globe on this internet channel?
No.
And these guys are crazy? Nothing like that? I was just wondering.
No, I just don't think that they care about that because I think that they don't think about you guys at all. I don't think society in large thinks about flat earthers.
They don't even know that I'm alive. They don't even know me. I'm
Yeah,
asking
probably.
if you spoke to the people that you went to a party with and were like,
Yeah,
hey, listen.
I don't think that they care.
Yeah.
So like I wouldn't bring it up to them.
Hey, you think society cares about you, Bird Lawyer?
I don't know. He made
No,
another prediction.
not on the whole. I don't think that I'm really like all that important. to society.
Okay.
I'm
Anybody
not,
can make that argument, that non-argument.
I'm not
right?
like the president
Anybody
of the
can make
United
it.
States.
Because let me tell you, right? I know a lot of people. I got a huge family, and people do care about each other. And you're saying nobody cares about you.
Wait, no, that's okay. That's not what I said. I said I don't think that society at large really like pays attention to flat Earth. I think that it's kind of like a.
So why is this topic in Congress? Why is this topic in Congress? Why is in every YouTube flat Earth video they have to make these conspiracy claims about it? They don't care. If they don't care, why? If they don't care, why they pay so much attention to it? If they don't care. Listen, if they don't care, why do they have to push the globe so much? If they don't care, why do they push the globe so much?
It's interesting that you're now asking me, hey, why does Google do this thing?
But they don't care. Why do they do something that they don't care about?
Wait, so when I ask you, why does the governments
Why
of
do
the
they
world lie about this thing, you're like, why should I be able to tell you?
Why do they pay money to employees and people in Congress to have conversations about this topic that nobody cares about? Why?
Okay, I'll answer that question when you tell me why all the world governments lie about the roundness of the Earth.
Because they care. I
Why
guess, if that's the
government
case.
lie about anything?
He said nobody cares, but they're talking about it. They don't care, but they're talking about it, so nobody cares. But they are, they talk about it. But
Redacted
they don't care.
information exists.
It's funny, dude. It is hilarious.
It is hilarious.
It's funny that you think it's the government, to be fair. The whole heliocentric model doesn't come from government. That's a religious idea that came out of the Roman Catholic Church.
Well, no, actually, the Earth being the center of the universe was the Roman Catholic Church idea, not the.
Okay, so who came up with the Big Bang? Who came up with the Big Bang?
Who came up with the Big Bang? I don't know the actual.
George Lemaitre.
So, Signor George Lemaitre was a Roman Catholic priest. He came up with the Big Bang cosmology.
Wait, that's different than a heliocentric model.
I'm getting there. I'm getting there, but you seem to have another paradigm that you must.
You know who Galileo was?
Yes.
Okay, so Galileo was prosecuted by the Roman Catholic Church for positing a heliocentric model.
Incorrect.
What happened after that?
Listen, he was sent home with lunch, with dinner, with a meal a day because he didn't follow the.
He was
didn't
put under
follow-
house arrest. What do you
He
mean?
didn't follow the. You know what happens if you don't follow the hand of God's mandates? If you don't follow the law, you know what happens? You're gonna pay for it. The Pope told him not to publicize that book because the church was kind of like like a lot of people were kind of like having issues with the shirt, and he went against the Pope's word and mandates. What do you think is gonna happen when you do that?
Okay, sure.
Well, that's at the height of the Inquisition. Shouldn't you be put to death? But Galileo just got like a staycation at home.
Well, no, because the Inquisition mainly happened in Spain, and the Inquisition happened to people who were seen
Happened
as
in
false
Spain?
converts to. Yeah, it's called the Spanish Inquisition. They were mainly going after people who were false
So
converts.
what happens when you are an employee and you go
Galileo
against
was
your
born.
boss? What happens?
Born
What happens
Italian,
when?
and he was born Roman Catholic. So
What happens when you go against your boss, Bird Lawyer? What happens when you go against your boss? What happens
if I
when you go against
my
your boss? When your boss tells you
in what
do
way?
something or don't do something and you do it, what happens?
Well, in what way?
You get in trouble, right?
Well, it really depends on the actions that I'm taking, but sure.
Galileo got a slap on the wrist.
He
Would have
was
had it worse.
under house arrest. I don't think it's a slap on the wrist.
Yeah, it pretty much was at that time in history.
Being put on house arrest.
They didn't-
Okay, so if the government came to your house
They
and
didn't
put
have
you under house
GPS
arrest,
ankle bracelets to wear.
well, no, because that technology.
Listen, Bird Lawyer. There was people at that same time getting burned at the stake, burned alive.
Yeah, I
At the
know.
same time, and you think he paid such a bad price by getting lunch
I
every
didn't
day?
say it was the worst price in the world. I just don't think that it's a slap on the wrist.
They put me on house
It was
arrest
like
for
literally
nothing
putting
years
him
ago, just because I went
into a
inside.
prison. What? I'm sorry.
Nothing. Carry on with your dribble.
Okay, sure. I mean, he was put under house arrest. That's not like a slap on the wrist, right? He was restricted from going places.
Anyway, so none of this proves the globe. So move on.
I never said it
Yeah.
proved the goal. There was just a discussion about.
Seriously, Bird Lawyer,
Galileo.
why are you doing this?
Why am I doing what?
Being such a bad lawyer.
I'm not a lawyer. Doesn't
Bro,
matter.
if you take this case to the court, you're losing, bro. Ain't no way I'm gonna hire you. Ain't no way I'm gonna
I'm not
hire
a
you
lawyer, so I
to
don't really
protect
care.
the globe.
Well, I'm not a
To defend
lawyer,
the globe.
and we're not doing this in a court of law.
Yeah,
And if we were in a court of law, I would just
You
be able
lose.
to defer. Well, no, if we were in a court
yeah.
of law, I would be able to defer to authority.
Listen, in a court of law, you will have
Most of
evidence
this would
for
just
your
be
case.
thrown out.
You're allowed to say authority in a courtroom.
Yeah, actually, they defer to authority like numerous times in courtrooms.
You need them to come in and give proof then. You need them to come in and give proof then. You don't just say authority and they go, oh, well, fuck it. Yeah, you're right. You're stupid, dude.
Yeah, you can go to court and say, hey, that guy in TV said that this is true, therefore I win the case. You can't do that, dude.
That's literally what expert witness testimony is. They bring in an expert or an authority on a matter and have them say to the court,
And how
this
come
is what would
Globe
have
lost
happened.
the last time they took Flat Earth to court? They lost in court. Flat Earth won. How come?
I don't know what court case you're even discussing or talking about.
Don't worry about it then. But anyway,
Okay,
yeah,
sure.
Flat Earth wins in court also because there's no globe evidence.
I don't know what court case you're even discussing. If you're talking about just like the court cases about if the Earth is flat or round, that's not really that's not really something that's brought up to court anyway. So it doesn't even really matter.
There's a gentleman who lives in the Atlanta area in Georgia who put out a challenge to any globe earther who could find Earth curvature in the real world. And the gentleman who sued him for his money, saying that he didn't uphold the agreement that he had in his challenge, he took him to court, right? And the court found in favor of the flat earther, because the gentleman who posed his information did not give a real world example. What he gave was a creation in a computer program.
Sure. Okay.
So the man did not find any curvature in reality. He created a false reality in a computer and then sued the man, saying he didn't uphold his agreement when the court said he's actually.
I don't really care.
You did not provide proof of curvature in reality. You created a program.
No problem. So, what experts have measured Earth curve?
Who is
good question?
Earth curve? Yeah, I mean,
Yeah, you defer to an expert. So, what experts have measured Earth curve?
I mean, I don't know their names personally, but there's plenty.
Why don't you know this? This is the hinge of your entire religious system, Earth curvature. How come nobody can find it? Well, I mean, it is for you because you don't even know how it was measured. So you are taking this on a blind belief, and yet you cannot provide for us anything.
Curvature of the Earth? I mean,
Yeah, where's the curvature of the Earth measured?
Well, I already brought up Eratosthenes, right? That was a
Okay.
archaic measurement. I am not like you're right. I'm not 100% up to date on how they calculate current measurements of the Earth. I don't know the modern method of measuring the curvature.
So the way that it was done was a begging the question fallacy and could be used to affirm both flat and round Earth. So we already talked about that. We talked about the Chinese, right? So that one's no good. So why can't you find Earth curve today in reality? Why can't you find it?
Making assumptions is not a begging the question fallacy. That's not how that works.
You're right. I'm sorry.
Example was done by other people. They came to a different conclusion than Aristosthenes. So that Aristosthenes stuff, that's
by
false
making
flat.
different assumptions.
It falls flat. So you got nothing there. Nothing.
So again, the Chinese made different assumptions than Eratosthenes.
Right, so it's inconclusive at best, right? You can have a round or a flat Earth depending on what you assume. So that's no good for the globe.
Well, good thing
Inconclusive.
that the assumptions that Eratosthenes made were correct. So
Wait, so we can verify that by doing what? We can verify those assumptions. How?
Yeah, we know that that light is parallel or comes into the Earth.
We already talked about the umbra and penumbra. That's out.
You kind of misunderstood what umbra and penumbra is, but
so it's not converging rays. It's not converging rays then.
Light rays come in parallel. We know that, and we know that.
Oh, so no umbra and then penumbra, bro.
We've taken pictures of the Earth, and
Bird lawyer. Bird lawyer, you're chanting.
Oblate.
Bird lawyer, you're chanting. You're chanting, bro. We've already gone through all of these, right? So the umbra and penumbra, you said they are converging. You came out of your mouth. So, they're not parallel. So that's out. So what do you have for measurements of the Earth that we can verify?
Like I said, Eratosthenes measurements can verify the measurement or curvatures. He was off by a few thousand miles, which again for his day was very good.
Right. Can you show me the primary source data?
Primary source. I don't have it on me. I'm sorry to say.
No, I need you to verify the primary source data.
No, we can't do that.
I don't have the primary source data on me.
Yeah, I go get it the other day.
Do that.
Remember the weather report you said?
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah. Weather report.
Yeah. Don't forget here, and you haven't come back with the citation and evidence that you said that you'd read in the Greek.
That's true. I'm sorry that I haven't been able to come up with that. I can't find it. That's my bad.
Of course, because there isn't any primary information that Aristosthenes wrote by himself.
Well, he wrote plenty of things. We know that he wrote plenty of things.
Oh my God.
We don't have a lot of his surviving work because a lot of it was destroyed over like the thousands of years.
Everything that's written about Aristosthenes is a commentary written by somebody else.
Yes, because we don't have a lot of his surviving work because it was destroyed.
Yes.
So it's not to say that he didn't write anything. It's just that
information from Aristosthenes with regards to this measurement. None whatsoever. Even though you said you'd read it and you could tell us the weather at the time. This is why I called you out for being a liar earlier, because you blatantly lied.
Yeah, and I'm sorry I wasn't able to produce that data. But when we're talking about these things, the weather has to be clear, right? That's how we get accurate measurements on like shadows of the sun. If we have clouds in the sky, so it's kind of like a no-brainer thing. It's like no shit.
Did you read that?
Did I read that?
Yes.
No.
See, the other day you said you had. This is why I asked you to go and get it. So thank you for
and then I've said in here, I'm sorry that I said that. I made that assumption,
You did. You told us that.
And I made it. Yeah, and I'm sorry I said that. So like, we can move on. Like I made a mistake. People make mistakes, man. It's sad to say.
No, there's mistakes and then there's lies, right? So you don't mistakenly say, "Oh, I've read something," because you know that you've read it, right? Like that's some bullshit. You could
yeah,
just go
I
ahead and
mean,
concede
like,
that that's some bullshit.
I've read things or think that I've read things before, and then I said, "Oh, wait,
Lying, liar."
Well, I know that's just how memory works, man.
No,
if
you're a
you
liar, called you a liar, and you are lying.
Well, hold on, dude. This is just how memory works, right? So, like, if you thought you read something, or you thought you saw something, like, and then you just like somebody showed you a video.
Go find what you read.
No, that actually.
Go find what you read, then.
That's just like that's not you lying. That's just you thought something
You
happened.
said quite
Memory is a
categorically-
faulty thing. It happens all the time to people.
You said categorically that within the document that you read that the weather had no clouds in the sky. Now that is pretty much verbatim what you said, which is why we tested you.
I know, and I said I was wrong about that. I already made that statement.
You've got to talk now, haven't you? You've got to try and fundy mute me as I demonstrate to the entire panel and everybody watching on YouTube that you blatantly lied.
Yeah, there's 74 people watching on YouTube.
And they all understand now that you lied. Liar. Why should
I know.
we listen to
I until I lied. I just admitted that
demonstrated bird lawyer liar.
I just admitted that I'm sorry. I am sorry I said that. That I shouldn't have said that. That was wrong. And we can just move on. Like we don't have to dwell on this. You're the only one that wants to dwell on this.
No, I just want to point out to everybody that you lied, and now that you're admitting you're lying, is that correct? You're admitting you lied?
Yeah, sure. To move on the conversation.
No, we're not moving in the conversation with you because you're now a demonstrated liar.
Yeah, you really have nothing else to say.
Why would you lie?
Yeah, why would you lie? Why would you lie like other people? That doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense why you would lie.
Oh, you want me to answer? Yeah, I didn't lie. I thought I had read that information, and I got that information wrong. And I'm sorry for saying the things that I did because that was incorrect information.
Incorrect information.
That's true. I'm not a lawyer. Thank you, Dweller. It's not like I have said that like 15 times in this chat already.
So the information that you read, you made up. You didn't read it.
Well, no, I thought I read it somewhere, and then it turns out that that information doesn't exist. So I was wrong.
What information?
The information about the primary sources about Eratosthenes.
Which you didn't read.
Yeah, I must have read a secondary source.
Secondary source about the weather report.
Well, confused it for a primary source, which I'm sorry about.
Were they tracking weather
again, you're the one that wants to like dwell on this. I'm okay with moving past it. I screwed up. I made a mistake.
Of course you do. That's what you'd want. You wouldn't want us to go on and on about it, pointing out that you lied. You wouldn't want that, would you? Of course not. Yeah, we'll move on. We'll save your face for you. We'll move on, no problem.
Okay, sure. Yeah.
He said he knows a lot about law and other things.
I have not said that I know a lot about law. I've never claimed to know anything about law.
Into the breaks. I know a lot.
Yeah, he posted a meme, and I'm joking.
Now you're not true. Okay. Well, I get it.
I'm sorry.
You
I'm
can't
sorry.
tell the-
Hold on.
you
Let me
can't tell the truth.
Let me
I
fix that
forgot
for
you cannot tell the truth. I'm
there we go. Hold on. I fixed it for you.
I mean, bird lawyer. I mean, you believe in the globe. You're not a lawyer. You couldn't concede easily to the point. Like, why will anyone believe anything you gotta say?
Well, I mean, so the concession that you're talking about was something that I never.
Why will anyone? No, that you already concede to that. So why will anybody believe what you gotta say? You're wrong about everything, basically.
If your friend heard you admit that you were lying, would they now think that you're just a bullshitter?
You lie.
Wait, hold on. What have I been wrong about in this conversation?
You were wrong about the 20 minutes, right? You were wrong about that.
Yeah. Well. So hold on.
Exactly. You were wrong. We already passed down. You were wrong about that. You conceded. There's no point arguing about it anymore. You just lied. You're not a liar.
I conceded that the calculations made it.
You've been wrong again and
I
again
never
and
said
again.
that they were absolutely correct. I just was wondering why somebody had said that they were off by 20 minutes.
So why
which was
why
never the
would
case.
you
Never
listen?
proven.
20
They were
minutes
off by
means
20%.
hours of planning for other people. You're saying 20 seconds, right? You're saying 20 seconds, but for other
At
people,
most, yeah.
planning to
20
observe it means hours in advance or days in advance, right?
I'm really sorry that they
Oh,
weren't
and I'm
able to see
Perry.
it.
You're
It was
sorry, and I'm
great-
Perry.
It was a great event to watch.
I was set up
I'm really sorry
24
that they
hours
weren't able
before.
to see
It
it.
took me 24 hours before because they had to make sure that all the shit was going to work. I was pointing the right direction. I knew where it was going to be because I know how to read. And I was right. I mean, as far as my setup goes.
And I know you're a
I
generous
just
guy.
came in and started
It was a pretty cool event, right? Mr.
You
Ness?
always have been.
So, Bear Lawyer, if you've been wrong all this time, why will anyone listen to anything you gotta say from this point on?
Right, but I wasn't wrong about the thing that we were talking about earlier.
Well, you believe in a globe, so why will anyone believe you?
I also know.
I could say the same thing about you believing that the Earth
Yeah.
is flat.
Well, I'm
You're at
not.
a
I'm an
stage
Why should
under heaven
everybody
earther,
believe you
so
that the Earth is flat?
that's a stereotype fallacy.
No, you're making
Where you
the
want to
same
make money, you want to
fallacy.
save money. you
I'm
wanna
just
buy
turning
things.
it back on you.
And that's not the way it works. You're the one with the claim.
You are also making a claim that the Earth is flat.
I'm
No,
hoping
no,
that you
I never
don't
said
forget
that.
that
Oh, you're
For
not.
me,
Oh, so
Earth
you're
is
not
Earth.
claiming
No,
that the
listen,
Earth is flat.
listen. Earth is Earth, and the
way
flat
more
round
rewarding.
table is made out of
Pushing to
wood,
your soul,
right?
also
It's
for
made
your
out of wood.
eternity. Yeah.
Who's talking?
You guys
Cecil?
are talking over each other. I can't really hear anything that either of you are saying.
So Earth is dirt. I can describe it as flat, but that's not what it is. Okay, so don't put that on me.
Oh, okay. So you're not claiming that the Earth is flat. You're not a flat earther.
It's described. It's described, but you're the one with the claim that you think that you know the whole shape of existence. You think Earth is a globe, which is impossible. Everybody
I mean,
knows
Earth
that.
is not the entire existence, right? The universe is much bigger than the Earth.
Well, the entire existence that you're standing on, you're making an overall claim about it. You think you know what the Earth is, what the shape it is, and what's beyond this place. You make claims about that as well. So you're wrong.
Sure, yeah, I make claims about that, but are you not also making claims about the shape of the Earth? You're in a Discord server called Flat Earth.
No flat earther, sorry, just to be clear, no flat earther is making a claim to the shape of the earth. You'd understand that flat is a description of a surface, not a claim to shape.
You're wrong again.
Wait, what?
Did you
You're
see?
not, making a claim about the shape of the Earth.
There you go.
No.
There you go. He's wrong again. Oh, God.
Okay, so you're
let's
not.
ask-
You're not.
let me ask you
Okay,
this
so the
question.
Earth
I'll ask
isn't
you this
flat.
question,
Is
third
from
lawyer.
your
I don't know why I'm
perspective.
asking you a no liar question, but I'll do it again anyway. Is flat a shape?
No, it's not a shape.
Thank you. So
There
no
we
one's making
go.
a claim to the shape of the earth then.
Okay, so it's not. It's flat then. You're positive that it's flat.
Yes, measured
You-
as such. The water lies
Okay.
horizontally.
How have you measured that it's flat? Let's go with that.
Many.
You guys are
ways.
retards.
Bases, for example.
That's a good one, Steve. You're gonna get banned though.
Lasers, for example.
Lasers. Oh, okay, let's go with that. Lasers. How does lasers prove that the Earth is flat?
Let's see.
Because if the surface of the Earth was curved, we wouldn't have a direct line of sight to objects over that curve, and we wouldn't be able to hit them with a line of sight targeting system like an infrared laser.
Okay.
So we
Can you
measure
can you
the
show that
surface of
happening?
go on, say it. Begins with I'll do it.
Can you show that happening not in a meme format, in an actually
Yes.
published paper?
Oh, in a published
Okay.
paper, I can do better than that. I can show you the live
Oh,
demonstration.
not in a published paper.
I
Okay.
can show you. the
I
live
don't need a
demonstration.
published paper. I just need that in like not a meme format, in a
Okay, I can
2x2
show you-
pixel GIF that
I
you're
can
that you're about
show
to post.
you the live demonstration. Something that you
Let's
can
do it.
repeat and falsify yourself.
Great,
Now, how would
let's
you
do
like?
it.
How would you like this? Would you like a flat earth that's done it for you? Would you like the U.S. military, the University of Kentucky? How would you like your poison?
Let's do the University of Kentucky. Let's look at that.
No problem. 2 seconds.
So you're wrong yet again, Bird Lawyer.
What do you mean I'm wrong yet again?
You thought in your mind you were picturing a flat disk in space.
Well, I mean, again, the Earth isn't flat, so like that's the issue that I'm coming to.
So you imagine, so whatever you have in your imagination about flat Earth, that's wrong. So you're wrong.
Well,
Again,
the Earth isn't flat, so that's the issue.
the
that I'm
Earth is
coming at
Earth.
this with.
Earth is Earth. You want me to explain
and
what
Earth
flat
is
means?
round.
Do you, bro? Do you see you're wrong again? Flat and round are not mutually exclusive, dude. You can have a flat, round table or frisbee or a coin.
Earth is a globe. Earth is a
Oh, so you were wrong. You were wrong, and now you're trying to correct this. So wrong again, and now you're saying it's a globe. Wrong
hold on.
again.
Okay.
When are you gonna stop being
Globe.
wrong?
It's a globe.
Wrong.
Okay, great. Let's look at this.
Bro, when are you
Characterization
going
of
to stop
atmospheric-
being wrong? Can you answer that one?
Well, I haven't been proven wrong yet, so
You just said that the flat is a shape.
So hold on, I want to read this real quick.
You
This
just
is,
said it's. Are you
this
gonna
doesn't-
concede that flat is not a shape? Are you gonna concede that? Is flat a shape? Yes or no?
Well, let them read it. But you can read it. Read it to yourself, though. Don't read out loud.
Oh, this is kind of interesting. We can
Don't
go
read
over
out.
this.
Yeah, don't
I
read
kinda
out loud.
What this is? What is it?
It's Nonya, Creamy. Nonya.
Yeah, Bird. You don't need to read out loud, right?
Yeah, Creamy. You won't get it even if you read it, Creamy. So don't worry about it.
I don't think he can read it.
I don't
Where
think he
does
can.
Where does this prove that the Earth is flat?
He's not reading.
Oh, we're talking about the refraction index with the multiple lasers that have been used to figure out where the horizon is. So over 149 kilometer distance, the lasers were measuring the amount of refraction. I've also posted you several laser test sightings from 10 to 20 miles. I can post you more if you wish, all culminating that the refraction value that you've got really isn't distorting the laser that much, especially within the infrared spectrum, thus demonstrating that the laser tests that have been done using the infrared spectrum do not measure any Earth curvature. And if the surface of the Earth is not curved, what have you got left? It's flat.
This was done on a cliff surface, not at sea level. This was done 2,775 meters in the air.
With regards to the refraction index. Because you're going to be talking about the refraction index when I drop you the laser test, which I'm trying to do at the moment. I've already dropped you a few.
Okay, so what exactly is this thing?
Yeah, just read it, dude. And then
I'm trying to read it, but like
You're trying to read it. You can't read it because if you were able to read it, you'll be reading it. But if you can't read it, you're not reading it.
Okay, so what
if
is
you
this
can't
saying?
read it, you can't comprehend it, and you cannot
I
make a
am
cohesive
comprehending
argument against it because you haven't read it, because you can read it. Because if you're able to read it, you'll be reading it right now, right?
What is it saying?
You tell
What is
me
it
you're
trying
reading
to
it.
say? This shows that the Earth is flat at all.
This guy. Refraction, remember that word? Refraction.
Okay, what about refraction? What about refraction? What does this have to do with refraction?
When we're passing light in the form of a laser through the atmosphere, we're also going to be measuring for refraction. This is why the tests are done with tri-band lasers using the visible spectrum and the other ends of the spectrum like infrared and so on. So we're going to be measuring the deviation of the light through the atmosphere. So we know, for example, how much the light is bending when we make long distance line of sight tests over distances of water, over distances of, say, things like salt flats, desert floors and frozen lakes. Because the refraction is going to be different, because the heat is going to be different, and the moisture in the air is going to be different.
This paper proves that the Earth is flat. This is just talking about refraction.
Excuse me, literally not listening to a word I've said, are you? I posted you this first so you would understand the refraction tests that have been done. So when I give you the laser tests, which I have also done so, you will have
You
a
said
basic
that this proved that the Earth was flat.
Yeah, it does with the laser tests. So you're not listening, Sunshine.
No, it doesn't.
You can't listen to things that go in order.
I'm
like
looking
you
at
say.
the.
I'm going to post four things. The first is going to knock out you saying anything about refraction, and then the next ones are all going to be the actual test. He don't hear that. He just hears flat, flat, flat.
Great. So these are all done by YouTubers. Fantastic. I'll look at a few of these.
So
You know what,
when
YouTube-
these things
Right.
when we're talking
lawyer.
about
Word
when
lawyer.
we're talking hold on wait
Word lawyer.
so when we're talking
You know
about light beams or laser beams through the
listen,
atmosphere.
Dude, you really need to listen. So 2 seconds, I'll take you off mute, but you better listen. I'm not going to waste my time. So just because they're on YouTube shows you one thing. You can do it yourself.
Okay.
This is what people have done.
You said
with
that the
lasers.
University
They've
of
done it
Kentucky
themselves.
proved that the Earth was flat.
Excuse me.
So where is that?
I've dropped them for you. Why are you not getting this?
Okay, so the University of Kentucky one is which one?
Sorry, I did misspeak. It was University of Maryland, which was one at the top, not University of Kentucky.
So the E-Commons one, the University of Dayton.
Yes, when we're testing for the refraction through the atmosphere.
That doesn't prove that the Earth is flat.
Ha ha ha. So that's why I've posted you the laser tests.
But
So
you
we're
said
going
that
to
this one proved that the Earth was flat.
My goodness me. You're not listening very well, are you? It's becoming frustrating. This.
Okay,
as
so
in
it doesn't
the
prove that
population-
this one at the top does not prove that the Earth is flat, is what you're saying.
But the laser tests do. I gave you the refraction tests. So when you look at the laser test, you can have a better understanding of what is actually happening. I've posted you the laser tests and I've reposted you the information with regards to how light deviates through the atmosphere. So you have a full rounded explanation of what's going on when you look at the laser tests that are done by YouTubers. Apparently that's not good enough.
Is it like a language barrier?
I just want to make
is it
this
like
clear.
is it like a language barrier? Can you comprehend what he's trying to tell you?
Because what he's saying, so the University of Dayton one does not prove that the Earth is flat.
No.
Okay, great. So
Finally, you get it. That wasn't the point. That wasn't the, you missed the whole point because you just not paying attention.
But the laser
No, I'm just trying to understand. Can you give me okay, so you said that the University of Dayton one does not prove that the Earth is flat. Is there another is there another one that proves that the Earth is flat?
Dude, I'm getting rid of you for aggravating me, and I'm just listening
I'm
to
just
you.
trying
You
to figure
understand
things
me?
out. I'm just trying to get a very clear picture of where we're at.
I wonder if that's all of the laser tests that have been posted after those refraction documents. I wonder if
Okay.
it's the culmination.
I said from a reputable university, not from a YouTuber.
Dear me, I give up.
I mean, you have like a 2K YouTube.
Bird Lawyer, when are you gonna stop being wrong? Can you stop?
I just like so like.
Can you stop being wrong?
I'm like looking at these things, and they're like no view YouTube count videos that apparently
they're low
prove
view
that the
now.
Earth is flat.
I wonder if you could do this yourself if you had a laser. These people have, and they've posted their finding on YouTube for people who haven't got lasers to look at. Now, I'm lucky enough, I'm going to be doing one of these laser tests in a couple of months' time, apparently, if Geeks pulls his finger out of his ass. But I will be doing one also. Not a problem. I can actually provide you with a PhD in spectral photometry who's done the laser tests. That was done from Brighton to Worthing.
So,
Isn't a flat earther until we done this measurement. Would that be okay?
Can you give? Can I see some measurements from these people? Because like I'm clicking through their videos, and their measurements are just like hand calculations that they've done. And they don't, like post the actual data.
How do they know that?
What?
How do they know the distance between the laser and the target? How do they know?
But I want like a spreadsheet, a data that I can look over and scrutinize. Not just like a YouTube
No, because
video
you will be
where they say,
wrong.
I've
You
done
don't need
these
that.
things."
You'll be wrong. Like you've been wrong all this time, and then you're gonna look at this and you're gonna be wrong about your conclusions. So never mind.
I just haven't seen any actual proof. I've seen.
But you're gonna look at it and then you're gonna be wrong about it again. Like this is a precedent that you have. And you're wrong about everything, so you're gonna be wrong about that. Dude.
Bird Lawyer, man, is he back in here again?
Yeah, bro, he's not done being wrong. He's wrong about everything. Everything.
Sure, dude. Is there actually any data from these sites?
Hold on.
Video.
Yeah, 1 second. So you're You're asking for all these evidence of that, but you don't. What was being required of you was how you know that this refraction that you're talking about with the spreadsheet. What spreadsheet are you talking about with your
No,
with
I'm not
regards
saying
to?
that. I'm not saying that refraction doesn't.
This is the way you and I are gonna hash this out. I ask you a question and you provide the information. Pretty simple. What spreadsheet are you looking over?
I'm not looking over any spread.
Okay, so then you were lying for what you said you had, and now you're requiring that from us. How does that work, Bird?
This will be the
I never
second or
lied
third
about
lie he
having a
said.
spreadsheet.
So just get used to it. Verita, he's a known liar. So just letting you know.
Yeah, I want to expose him. All right, so you said you didn't have a spreadsheet, right?
What? I never mentioned a spreadsheet.
Yeah, that's what you're required from Jedi. Is that not what you said? I need a spreadsheet, something to look over, right?
Okay, I'm asking.
No, but just say yes or no. Is that what you're required from Jedi? A spreadsheet?
Yes.
Okay, with that standard of rigor, how come you didn't request that from your academic, the people that you go and appeal to? Where's that information?
Well, I do, and I.
Okay, so where is that information? That's the question I'm asking. Where's that information?
Okay, so.
Just give me the information. Where is it?
I forgot Alpha does this all the time.
Yeah, I know.
That's my
Until
bad.
you answer. Yeah, until you answer.
Listen.
No, we're not going to listen. I'm asking for information. You need to give it to me. So can you put it in the text channel, or can you perform any other way that you're going to give this information, verbally or in the text?
Okay, so.
Yes or no? Answer the question.
All right.
Yeah, just yes or no. Do you have a yes or no?
All right. You're gonna unmute me, so
yeah,
we could talk about these things.
Oh, it's yes or fucking no.
It's not a yes or no.
Oh yeah, it is. So yes or no? Do you have the information? Because you requested it from Jedi, and you demanded that he give you something in the form of a spreadsheet. Well, where's that standard or rigor that you had for your evidence?
I'm very glad that we got to this point in the conversation.
Yeah, me too. And so where's yours?
I mean, I know nothing that I provide is actually going to.
No, that's not the point. I'm asking you for yours because you so vehemently demanded it from Jedi. And I want to know, wait a minute, where's yours?
Oh man, I'm just gonna.
Oh, you're gonna bow out?
Geez.
Is that right?
Oh, you're gonna run away from the case. Okay.
Well, I mean, I can't. I literally can't speak for more than 5 seconds.
No, I'm asking you.
So.
I'm asking you.
Like how?
Okay,
we just want you to be correct. From being wrong, we just want you to be correct. We want the correct spreadsheet of your claim so we can look at it and scrutinize it, like you said you were gonna do to the laser test stuff. So, can you provide yours, please, so we can look at it? Thank you.
Do you see how this is an inversion?
No, it's not. Just if you don't have it, just say I don't have it, and then I'll excuse you from this muting and such.
I mean, he's got an awful lot of comments for about
actually
2 hours
hilarious.
worth of information.
Okay, Bird, just answer the question. I'm gonna do it one more time. If you have it, you got it. If you don't have it, you don't have it. I'll accept that, and I will leave you open. I won't mute you.
I don't have that information. So
thank you,
Jedi.
No, thank you, sir. There you go, Jedi.
Jedi, you're not required to give a spreadsheet.
Yeah, you're not required. You're off the hook.
Oh.
Okay, so this is an inversion of what we're actually talking about.
You're unmuted,
because
Bird.
Jedi said that he had the information that the Earth was flat. Correct.
Yep.
I'm asking for that information. Again, we're not talking about my claims right now. We're talking about Jedi's claims right now.
Given it. Yep.
No, this isn't evidence. This is just a YouTube video.
So, as I said, because you seem to want authoritative sources, I've got you a PhD in spectral spectroscopy or spectronomy. Sorry. He's
just another YouTube video.
Information with regards to the deviation of the path of light.
Okay, so you don't actually have a source on this. You just have YouTube videos, is what you're saying.
Yes, my PhD.
Okay, so I want to ask him a question. where do the videos need to come from? And you answer that question correctly, or I'm getting rid of you.
I don't need them to come from anywhere. I need them to be sources that I can check and look up on my own. A video that just,
doing the test be okay for you?
Just vomits out information.
He gave you a
doesn't
PhD that you can go and
doesn't
research.
give me information that I can look at and just says, look at this thing. I pointed a laser at one place and it's
I'm
flat.
done with you.
Doesn't help.
Say goodbye to everybody.
Okay,
we
bye.
need the globe information first. That's the part you don't get.
So he was wrong since the beginning. He couldn't concede without pushing him. He was lying, said multiple lies, and he cannot accept the information. He didn't read through the information. He came with false conclusions at the end. This guy's just a mess.
Yeah, it's funny that the standard of evidence that he has for Jedi to give to him is not the same he requires for what he believes in. So it's a double standard.
I asked that same question in chat. 2 people. They asked me for something, and I asked them for. They wanted the study that was done that proves flat Earth, and I said, as soon as you give me the study that was done that proves globe Earth, and they fucking freaked out.
Yep, that's all you need to do. Just ask them for what they have and what standard or rigor that they actually applied to their information. And if there's none applied, then why would they require that from you? That's weird.
I bet you they don't, when they go to college and take classes and talk about weird shit like this, I bet you they don't ask any questions.
Hey, a PhD made a laser test, and he made a video of him doing this test. That's not valid because it's in YouTube.
Yeah, I don't know where else you post things that you want to get right out there.
Rumble? They have to come from Rumble now, do they?
No, not Rumble. Because
Yeah.
Rumble is lower the ladder, I think.
TikTok.
Facebook? Facebook Live?
Discord.
I don't know, man. I don't like any of these places, so I'm not gonna look at the information then because I'm.
Funnily enough, the internet's become very unreliable now. Okay. Only liars go on the internet, apparently. No doctors, no people.
Can you provide information that is not an internet link, please?
Yeah, sure. Take a photograph of a library.
Yeah, just let's stop doing it through Discord, okay, because it's Discord. I had to click the link to
Post your
come
home
here.
address in here and I'll send you a letter.
Yeah. You know what? Call me on my cell phone. We'll talk about it through cell phone. I think I'll trust that if we talk.
Yeah.
If
You know
we
the
talk
weird
it out.
That you guys mentioned it. He's on a platform that was designed for gamers, and then he's gonna cry about like the information you gave him because it's on the platform that was designed for gamers. So what does that mean? Any information you provide is not gonna be worth it either because it's provided on a different platform. He's a hypocrite because now he's requiring information from you from this platform. Yet when he's talking about YouTube, no, well, you can't use that platform. It's not a source of credible information.
Yeah. He was talking to Jada about. He mentioned refraction or something, and then Jada provided the laser test talking about the refracting index and the light, wavelengths, and he kind of discarded that. And then, this is not what I asked. I asked for proof of the flat Earth. Does this prove the flat Earth? And Jada, well, let me post that for you. I'm gonna post you the flat Earth one. Say, oh, this is a YouTube video. It's not.
Hey, Globers, do you agree with how
a YouTube video?
Globers, do you agree with Bird Lawyer how he handled himself?
You couldn't even get into it because he just wanted to everything you like. How are you going to actually discuss it? He says this doesn't prove it, so the Earth's not flat.
Globers know better than to speak up right now.
Yeah, dude's been around a couple times. I had to step away. That guy was so annoying. I'm like, I got to tap out.
You're just projecting. You guys wouldn't let him. How can you answer a question with him?
No one asked him anything. He was asking questions, and he was being given.
I've watched hundreds of times.
Holy
Yeah,
shit.
tell him, but you're another liar. So you and him go hand to hand, bro. Like it's not a big deal, bro. You're like
No one.
probably a worse version than him. You're like your programming. It's probably coded similar to him, but I don't know. You're both weirdos.
Yeah, it's so odd. Like his take was flat earthers were asking him questions. He came in here asking what proves a flat earth. He was given demonstrations, articles, YouTube, and none of it. Not one thing did he even understand. And his understanding was it didn't prove the earth is flat. I mean, where do you go from there? It's like
Yeah.
alternative facts. That guy's just basically everything's Taco Tuesday is now Wednesday.
Yeah, the thing about it is, and this is where I get to be looked at like as the mean one. I don't do that to those guys. I don't give them anything. They're gonna have to provide evidence of their side first before I even divulge anything. Now, when I do, it's because I hear the person, that's coming across sounds reasonable. They sound like somebody that would be agreeable on some things and disagreeable on some. But like, if you get a hard-nosed person that's just reversing the burden because they want to, no. They're going to have to give up all of their information and how they understand it to be true. Then we can go into how the earth is flat and stationary. Like, because, yeah.
I know it's easy to go into the flat earth content once they've canceled Red Alert. If they're still in Red Alert, shields up, all crew to battle stations.
Yeah.
They'll just keep saying miss. You're basically playing Battleship with them, and they're just moving their ships around the board. Every time you get a hit, moved it. Oh, you said B2? Oh, no, my ship was actually on C1. Okay, C1. D3. D3, B5,
That relates to me telling you that always if you don't have a position, it's like hitting a moving target. You're not going to be able to hit it.
Yeah, cause imagine doing that where you're playing Battleship with somebody who is going to move the pieces around the board as you play them. Right from the very beginning.
Yep.
It's like the only thing you can really use them for is to expose it. Look how they act.
Yeah, and that game relies on them being honest. Because if you can't see their pieces, how are you going to tell that you're hitting anything? So they need to be honest when they're in here. It's like, yeah, it's really crazy. It relates to that game.
The hell's Talon saying there? He asked you questions you couldn't ask, so you had to cope with failure. No, I didn't want to hear it anymore. I said I left. I went.
Failure on the globe side. Yeah, we don't want to hear any more failure on the globe side. Where's the positive claim reinforcement?
It's like absolutely nothing's understood. I said this guy was so annoying. I had to turn my headset off and take a break. And Talon heard what Talon heard was he asked me questions I couldn't ask, so you had to cope with failure. Wow, dude.
Yeah, it's good to take breaks. I take break. I go out and take bike rides and then come back. Sometimes it just gets a bit much day in, day out,
Yeah, especially when I saw the guy's account and he has like a Dungeons and Dragons website. I'm like, oh man. Here's a dude. I could relate to him at some level with Dungeons and Dragons and role-playing games, but holy shit, it's like, we had a session where this guy was like an anti-flat earther, and we did like kind of like Marvel heroes and whatnot. It was like a kind of like a one-shot thing, and we made him be Thor, like a Thor-like character who was from like an Asgard, but it was like a take on it. It wasn't exactly a Thor. Because the game would be too easy if you just run around as a god. So then it was kind of fun to ask him questions like, "Hey, how you live in a flat world? How does gravity work?" Like stuff like that. And he had to like answer in character. It was kind of funny. And then at the end, he's like, "That was pretty cool. I actually kind of liked being a flat earther or a flat Asgardian." I'm like, "Yeah, see, that's if you're not having fun, you're not doing it right." And like it just clicked, and it was like one of those really kind of fun moments that you have at the gaming table.
Yeah, I can understand that.
Yeah, like, how do you explain star rotations? It was like 4 or 5 questions, and then he's like, okay, I get it. Because generally, functionally normal people, like they're functionally normal. They're able to blend with society. They're generally not some sort of flaming at the mouth, social justice, anti-societal warrior, like or atheist. They're curious about flat earthers. Like that is a group of people. Like, why are you guys so hated? How come you're so deplatformed? It's not like you're spreading hate speech or advocating for violence or revolution. What is going on? They're interested. It's like even scientific communicators on YouTube, that Sabine Holzfeller talked about how she's fascinated by flat earthers. Anytime she gets a chance to talk to a flat earther, she jumps in it.
What's going on?
Leo, are you trying to talk or are you hot micing?
What?
Were you trying to say something or was it a hot mic?
Yeah, I'm big on the flat earth. What's going on with it, lad?
It's a new guy, Crit.
Oh, okay. It's a little too Scottish for me.
Yeah, we got Leo in the chat. We also got another gent, Dorf.
Scottish? Scottish? You got fucking Scottish?
Here's the thing. Just drop the Scottish accent if you're not Scottish.
What?
All right. We don't like role playing. Don't role play the channel.
Well, I've just had my fucking.
Why don't you drop the American accent?
Why don't you drop? Precisely. Because of the Scottish accent. Talking about Scottish accent, lad.
Not. It's a fake
No,
Scottish.
I wouldn't get your panties. I wouldn't get your panties in a bunch so quick there.
I muted your friend. I muted your friend. I muted your friend. You have a chance to go. Go ahead.
Just to be clear, that's not Scottish. That's the Liverpool accent, not
I
Scottish.
beg your pardon. Are you mentally retarded in some manner or something? I'm not.
No. You had
What's even happening? Did I enter into a new dimension?
No, they're gonna sit on mute.
That kind of reminded me of another time role playing where I was doing the online thing because of some reasons that people had to stay home because there was the air was poisonous or whatever. So people were in their house and you couldn't really meet in real life. So you're like playing like online. And this one guy I met, playing D&D on one of the virtual tabletops was Scottish, and he played like a dwarf. And he said, you know what? I understand my accent's going to be hard to understand. Okay, it's going to be rough. Just consider it me talking in character, and whatever you hear, just go with it.
You got D&D on the brain, Crit?
Well, just because that bird brain guy had on his profile said join my D&D, website, or I own a D&D website. Like here's the link or something.
Oh.
That's the only reason. I'm thinking that is there a way to connect with that guy at a human level? Like here, he posts in there that he likes to play Dungeons and Dragons. Is that a route? Is that an in route to try to get him to at least see flat earthers as he sees himself?
Yeah, do your thing in the DMs, dude. Eventually, he's gonna come in here and be like, "Where's Crit at?"
Oh yeah.
Yeah, always do. As soon as you find that way in, man, because you're good at that. That's how you get to these guys. And then they come in here like foaming at the mouth and their hair's on fire and like they're looking for you.
Wigs and eyelashes are falling off.
Yeah.
The Bev cult has been coming at me. They've been making sock accounts and sending me DMs, like making fun of speech impediment and whatnot. So this is what I've been sending them back. Right here. So if P, then Q. Not Q, therefore not P.
Yeah, their channel's all about like degrading people. They're in this kind of like little tiff with Nathan Oakley and all them.
Oh yeah,
dude, he clings to his jock, bro. Like as soon as wherever Nathan goes, there's Bev, because they gotta get content for their channel. Because they all they want to do is leech off of Nathan. Like, dude, go do your own thing, man. Or they want to be in here. So Nathan Oakley says this, and it's like, who gives a shit? That's not what the conversation's about. Why not? Like, dude.
Yeah, mate, but you speak English like Nathan Oakley, so that means you agree with him.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's Elder Bear, right?
No, he said that to Jedi. Jedi was
did he?
speaking, and yeah, he said that. You sound like Nathan Oakley.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Who said it?
No.
Ender Bear or whatever his name is.
Elderberry.
Yeah. It's just such a goofball. I know. It's like it's so weird. It's like, dude, can you like not argue with someone who's not like you're trying to debate someone who's not here, and you're losing. Okay, like.
Well,
it's
you're
better-
asking like, well, what position do you have? Is the Earth flat? Is it a globe? I'm not saying anything. I'm just trying to figure it out. Bullshit, dude. You're not trying to figure it out. You're just being obtuse for the sake of being obtuse. You want to create content for a channel, and you guys want to have your own little niche argument so that you can be like Nathan or something. You know, people following that idea. I mean, go do you. You know, don't come in here and bring your shit here. Come on. Simple.
About the used globe salesman.
Actually, they're peddling some other. They're sowing seed. You know who handled them well? Old Haas. There was one night Old Haas was in here. I mean, he laid it to. It was Bev, or not Bev. Elderberry. I don't know, Old Haas. I don't know. You were talking to somebody.
Yeah, it's the night I lost. The night I lost my voice. Yeah, the sowing the seeds of confusion evening.
Yeah, dude. Sowing the seeds of confusion, Earther. I think that's what you told him. Dude, he was writhing in the chat. I mean, he was just like, he didn't know which way to turn. You had his number. Ain't no doubt about that. Ain't no doubt about it.
So my GoPro 9, my good one, on the Eclipse, right in about half hour before, never worked again. Just stopped working. My GoPro 5 stopped working right before the total eclipse. I got nothing from both of those cameras as far as anything during the eclipse. Is that fucking crazy? Both of them.
Yeah, well, that must have been anticlimactic.
Oh.
As soon as I said, hey, grab that camera, I looked and there was no flashing red light.
Well,
Does that mean that eclipses damage cameras or something?
No, it means I have bad luck when I'm trying to plan things. That's why I had 5 cameras available. That's why I was able to get the picture I got because I was ready.
Yeah.
Does that mean eclipses cause bad luck?
No, this
means I have bad luck.
Yeah, no, like, okay, so because Radwin didn't get the information that the eclipse proves the flat Earth, then eclipses prove glob.
And bad luck for Radwin. So whenever Radwin has bad luck, it's because of eclipses, because he had bad luck during the eclipse.
No, I've always had bad luck, so that's why I have 5 cameras. So just to make sure I could get a picture, I was ready. See how that worked? And I was right. 2 of them went out.
Wow. 2 out of 5?
Yep. 2 out of 5 went off or bad. The 9 has never come back on. It won't charge. It won't do shit. The 5, I haven't checked it, but I'm just going to guess that it's not charged for some reason.
I don't
It
know.
shouldn't
You
have
know
gone
what?
out.
I did notice it seemed like the sunlight felt different today. There did seem to be something different about it today.
I said the same to him yesterday during the eclipse because they were like spraying the sky, and it looked like a flash of light instead of the normal sun at noon. It looked like a flash here. Like
all the wind started kicking up right before the eclipse started.
Yes, yeah.
Oh, we have a new guy. His name is Axe. Axe, did you want to chime in? Axe, are you there?
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead,
What's up?
man. Do you want to chime in?
No, I wasn't listening.
All right. Well, what position do you have on this conversation that we're in this room? Do you think the Earth is a globe?
Of course, I think all modern science agrees with that.
Okay, all modern science, but I'm asking you, do you agree with it?
Yeah, man, I agree with it.
Okay. Do you think there's evidence to support the case, or do you just leave it? Well, before you get into that, Jemty, remember the information I told you that the people that were reporting that the eclipse brought to you by NASA was the correct way to look at, and it's exact and it's perfect and all this other shit. Well, the news was saying differently, and I even told Jemsy about it, and he looked it up, and sure enough, I found evidence that. But
Well, Bird Lawyer, they were talking about that, the eclipse, the predictions, and they were denying the Babylonians. And Matthew was, no, the Babylonians were incorrect, and NASA is more accurate. And then this guy, Early Bird, they were talking about, I don't know how many minutes or whatever of difference of the eclipse. And I said, bro, it looks like they admitted that there was something off about their predictions, and there's reports about it, and people went to spots around the path of the eclipse that was supposed to be at certain locations. Come to find out, they didn't got the 100% like it was predicted in many areas. And and he was like, they were like, eventually they conceded, but it was difficult for two people conceded. But him was taking like really long time to concede that was actually a point. He wanted to argue about 20 minutes difference or 20-second difference. But bro, it wasn't 100% accurate like they claim it is, and that's it. That's it.
I was gonna say you gotta really rub it in Matthew's face whenever he comes back in there, because he was saying that they were accurate because now we have the globe, and then this information came from them. It didn't come from us. We were not the ones saying that they're inaccurate. They are saying they're inaccurate. Freaking original source, NASA, saying they're not accurate. Well, that's weird. Thought they were accurate, Globers.
They gave us a map, a path of how do you say, the path of totality, 100% here, 99% here, 98%. Like this map was given, and people were all right. I'm in the 100% path. Thank you, NASA, for letting me know in advance, since you can do the predictions based on the globe model. And now when I go to the spot that you pointed, I'm gonna get 100%, right? But no, it didn't happen. So there you go.
Which is weird, because we'll argue about percent. Well, I guess there's nothing to argue about now. Meanwhile, it's weird that just a strip of land, like a strip of bacon, gets to see the whole eclipse. Like, I know I brought that up the other day, but I ain't even gonna go into that right now. I wanted to know who saw the whole eclipse, because for some reason I think Nathan Thompson had said something about it not even leaving. It left the same direction it came, and I was like, nah, people would say that. So who saw it? Because guess what? I can't find a live stream of any just regular person who's as geeked out as us, especially the Globers, right? Because they should be out in mass, like, oh look, flat earthers see you're wrong, like they, and I can't find just like somebody who viewed it from beginning to end and recorded it from beginning to end. It's either before or after.
I saw it through
I
a
don't have it
pinhole.
all the way filmed. Yeah, I don't have it all the way filmed, but I noticed that too. It came in from the top left and it left from the top left. So I have some pictures I can give you.
Are you
It shows
sure?
that.
You 100% about that, man? That's a big claim, right,
Yeah, I'll
guys?
post some pictures.
It's a strange thing. It would have to mean that means it's going back and then back and forth, back and forth.
Yeah, it would mean that it just touched the sun and then it went back away from the sun.
Yeah.
It didn't do that. It passed through one way or the other. Come on, guys. Let's be honest here. What did it do? Did it just touch the sun and went in front of it, then it went back the same way it came? Because that's what you're saying.
Right. Is that what happened or no? Like,
I only saw it through a pinhole onto another piece of paper. So it was a miniature version of the entire shape of the sun on a piece of paper, all the light coming in, going through a pinhole, which disproves parallel lights right there just yesterday.
Just to jump in,
parallel lines. Sorry.
just for my testimony, what I saw, I was working outside, and so in the, I don't know, southeastern Wisconsin area, yeah, it came in on the bottom right and left on the bottom left.
Yeah, that's what we thought, like how it should be, like if it was going to move across. But they're saying that it came in from the same bottom and then left from the same bottom, either right or left.
Yeah,
It
that's
doesn't-
not what that's not what I saw.
Exactly.
Yeah, my bad, Eli. I just looked at the pictures again. My bad.
I mean, I know we're anxious to select Globers, but I think that's a bit much.
So I used Samsung Note Ultra. It has like a 50 zoom. Normally, I can zoom to the sun or zoom to the moon, and it will give me kind of like it will focus it, and I'll be able to see a better image. But because of that reflection of light on the clouds that were in the stratosphere, it was like, I'm telling you, airplanes going across the sun, like towards, like they were like just throwing lines of freaking whatever that smoke is. And what my devices were catching, it was like a spark of light, that it wasn't the circle or anything. I couldn't get it correctly. I tried, changed the settings, checked the cameras. I couldn't get the circle of the sun. It was just a flash of light. What I saw.
Everybody has the circle of the sun right in their photos.
Okay.
So another interesting thing.
Check this out, Jimsy. Cause you know the laser boys are out. We just ain't saying nothing. Like
I couldn't get it.
Have something to talk with you guys. I could say that I understand what the concavers are saying about concave dome. I'm not saying I agree with them. I'm saying, damn, y'all niggas think it's concave because of this. Like I had a conversation with Gregory, and damn, it's hard to talk about without showing y'all. But I had told him that not only is there a reflection of the sun without all the glare, but I think that the structure around it isn't an artifact of the lens. But I'm still thinking through that, so I gotta talk back to him again and walk some things back. But one thing for sure, let me show you why you have a perfect picture of the sun and the eclipse. Look in the chat. It's in the reflection. That's a reflection of the sun.
Oh yeah, I got that actually. I did got a few of those. Yeah, I did. Yeah. Like a reflection in the lens. Yeah.
So another interesting thing that I noticed too is, like, in my area, we were supposed to get between like 85 and 90% totality. There was never it never went above, like, I'll be generous and say 25%.
Really?
Like, yeah. Like,
that's crazy.
Jimsy, tell them.
Do you know, Lou, that NASA gave us a map of totality and percentages, right? 100%, 99%, right? Like a bacon, whatever, like Elijah said. But then come to find out they were wrong about that. So people went to places and they couldn't see the totality, thinking they were going to get it based on the predictions, the globe predictions.
Yeah. That's why I pointed it out. Like, yeah, it was just like a bite out of a cookie the whole time by me, and we were supposed to get 85 to 90%.
So,
Yeah,
so what Lou's saying coincides with what they were saying on the news. The news said that, like, even the day before the eclipse, they were like, well, the news coming from NASA would be that they don't have the predictions correct on the totality, which is weird, right? Because that's the thing that you think that they would have correct, being that the Earth is a globe.
Yeah, you would. I mean, I know that I'm not surprised, but like when the Globers throughout the year often come in talking about this stuff, they'll be like, well, how does the flat Earth predict eclipses? Because the globe Earth does, and da-da-da-da. Then you tell them about the Saros cycle, and that's what NASA uses, and they're like, well, no, because with the globe information that we have, we're able to be a lot more accurate. We can tell you
That's
down
what
to the
Matthew
minute,
said the other night.
down to the minute, and exactly like what percentage, and da-da-da-da-da. Like, or they'll tell you down to the second, like, and absolutely untrue, like unfounded claim. Freaking, we can completely prove that by our experience yesterday.
Matthew, the night before, he was arguing for that the Babylonians weren't 100% and NASA was, and there you go. He's incorrect.
Yeah.
But
I mean, literally on the new.
Just like you can see curvature from 35,000 feet, just like the horizon is 1.2 times the square root. Like if you get it wrong, and they'll be like, "Oh well, you know," like, and it's like, didn't you just say, Matthew, that it was perfect? Like, but here's the point that I want to make. Like the Babylonians, us today, whoever, they can predict when an eclipse is going to happen. They did that. Hooray, hooray! Right? But again, when it comes to the geometry of the ground, they can't even figure out where you will see what. I thought that was the point of saying it was a globe, because on a globe, things are so accurate. Here it is right on the globe. You right here, you're going to see the bullshit. The only thing that was predictable was the predictions of the movement of the celestial bodies and their cycles based off of a flat plane. And you said, well, you know, from a geographic standpoint of a globe, it's more accurate, but it's fucking not.
Yeah, and see, here's Go ahead.
I need to quickly address Manufactotum, because he's trying to jump in there about, didn't Lunatic just say percentages? Like, yeah, but what I'm talking about for a percentage is for like the local viewing area of my freaking news station in southeastern Wisconsin. It varied depending on where you were, you know, because it changes pretty quick. Like if you were at like the Illinois-Wisconsin border, you were supposed to have like 91%. Okay, like it wasn't a range there. And then as you went further north by a couple of 100 miles, you know, then you were more in like the 85% area.
Oh,
so that's the percentage that I'm talking about.
Sure. So you had to move like a couple 100 miles to get a different.
Well, to get to a difference of, you know, between like 91 and I think they were saying like, if I were to go to, I'd have to pull up that map exactly to see where, but yeah, like say Appleton, Green Bay area, they were supposed to be more like 85 or 82%, something like that, compared to at the state line down in Illinois, Wisconsin.
Listen, the other day, Elijah, you were here, and I was saying that if I drove 300 miles, I will change the angle of the eclipse 11% from my position. You know, and the distance. Now NASA is saying something similar. They said NASA has not changed its prediction, but the space agency advises that there is some uncertainty involved in mapping the eclipse. Eclipse's path, right? Calculation that use a slightly larger radius for the size of the sun yield an eclipse path that is slightly narrower. So, so there you go. It doesn't.
No, it's not.
There you go. What? That doesn't say what you said before.
It's not that. Listen, because of the fact that we're going based off what they're saying, they predicted in Lou's area he was supposed to be visible in the sky when the eclipse happens. How much percentage he was supposed to see, right? Because that was a number that was given to him, and he was like, "You go listen to this." Based on his knowledge, knowing that he knows what percentages are, he could give a percentage of how much coverage he saw. So you don't think that he would be like forthcoming with that information and say, "No, I saw 80% of the sun covered." You know what I mean? Like,
it'd be pretty easy to tell you if half of it was covered. It never got anywhere near half.
I don't know that I can trust your assessment on that.
It was approximately a quarter of it was covered, probably less.
Okay, I don't know that I can trust your assessment of that. My point is simply that why would I? Why is that a strange thing to say?
Because, you know, Manufactorum, there's many people that said the same thing. Many people that said, hey, I was supposed to be at 100 and I wasn't at 100.
Oh, sorry. When you say many people, who are these many people?
Okay, Lou just said that many people that even Globetrotters the other day during the eclipse said, after the eclipse said they couldn't see the 100, and they were in the 100% path, confirmed by the prediction, and they didn't see the 100%. And that was a Glober that said that as well.
Personally, there's a few people on my Facebook page that said the same thing. Man, I was supposed to see the total eclipse, but it wasn't the total thing.
Yeah, I don't know that
And
I can trust
Manufacturum is going to
your
apologize.
second-hand
He's
notion of these
a NASA
people.
error eclipse prediction. Apologize right now.
No, it doesn't
You're an
say what you
apologist.
said it said.
Yeah, they
Keep reading, keep reading. You stopped halfway through that. This difference would only affect cities at the very edge of the path totality, where blanket predictions are difficult regardless.
No,
A few
no,
blocks
listen, bro.
one way or the other could mean 10, 20, 10, or 0 seconds of totality.
No, Manufactorum, the news came out and said that. I was watching the news the day before the eclipse happened,
And said what I just read?
that they were saying that NASA came out and said that if you are in the path of the eclipse, you have totality. You probably will not see totality depending on where you're at because the predictions were off. They
Sorry,
even
okay.
said that they came
The news said this.
But what we're telling you is that not only were they off, they were
No,
really.
I'm asking what you just said. You said the news said this.
Yeah, because NASA
That
says
you
something
thought
and
you
then
would be in
the
the zone of totality and you won't be.
NASA says something and then the reporting shows something else because the observation shows something else than what NASA said.
That's what I'm challenging.
Okay, so if Lou was watching the eclipse and he was supposed to get a specific percentage in his visible area.
Yeah, he's
And he-
eyeballing what percentage he saw. I don't know that I can trust his assessment on that.
There's a huge difference. There's a huge difference between 80% and 20%. Do you think I would be that far off?
You might be. I don't know how you gauge percentages.
Wow.
By eye, with two circles overlapping. I don't know how you do that.
80 and 20% is like pretty.
Wow, not a builder then.
That's
you might as well
fine.
stop working.
If you had pictures, do you have pictures of what you saw?
No,
And
I was
are
working.
willing to give like your location?
I was working, but
Lou,
I
is
kept
that,
checking it out.
Lou, what I just posted, is that 80, 10%, 1%, half? What is that?
Let me look. Where are we at?
I had to stop a video for this. That's why it's all fuzzy.
Yeah, that's right there is equivalent to pretty much the most I ever saw.
Oh, okay. There you go. This is probably, I have the full thing, but I didn't take every single picture of it happening. I didn't want to waste my time making sure time lapse was running and shit because I wanted to make sure I got the eclipse when it happened.
Okay, so are you willing to give like your location so we can check what you were supposed to see?
You talking to me?
Anyone,
Yeah,
anyone who's
I told you,
that they were
I'm
supposed
near
to see
Milwaukee.
one thing,
That's
and
close
they
enough.
saw
I'm near
something
Milwaukee.
radically-
Go ahead and check it out.
Near Milwaukee. Can you narrow it down a little bit?
I posted what I saw now. That's what I saw. So that's what I was supposed to see.
Okay,
Yeah,
so you saw what you were supposed to see. I'm interested in people who claim they were supposed to see one thing and saw something radically different. Because that is radically different, right? 80% to 20%?
Yeah, that's the right. And actually, they were saying it was going to be closer to 90% for us. So I'm being generous here. I gave you 25% coverage, and I'm telling you, it was closer. It was probably less. It was more like 20. Like what you see from Mr. Nice Flat Earther is as much as I ever saw, maybe more.
Right. So what NASA has admitted to in the article, at least that I posted, is that you would still see totality, but you would see it for, well, actually, no, they do say 20, 10, or 0 second. So the difference in the calculations, depending on how large you make the sun, is a matter of how wide that path is, right?
Oh
They say that it's off. It says right here that it's off by, it's not here. It's in the actual article. But they say it's off by like what couple thousand.
So listen,
feet or so?
even if it was for 20 seconds, right? Let's say it was for 20 seconds. Someone will experience the change from daytime, right? From the sun, and then it will have the nighttime change of light, right?
Yeah,
People
for
that were
fewer seconds.
supposed to be at the 100%, are you saying, oh, 20 seconds? They never got the 20 seconds of darkness. They never got that. Do you see the problem?
Well, if it
You said,
goes
oh,
from
20
to
seconds.
0,
During the 20 seconds, there should be darkness of 20 seconds, right? It didn't happen.
sure.
So
And that's off by,
gotta fix that.
like you're saying that it's radically different
We don't
though.
want to speak to you. We want to speak to Matthew Learns. Just no disrespect. we want to We want Matthew to get his rear ended in.
Okay.
I was
Yeah,
what
Matthew,
do.
Like-
has some explaining to do.
I mean, that's fine. Is he in here?
So look, the manufacturer's argument is that, oh, guys, it was only the 20 seconds thing, right? Discrepancy or whatever.
No, what I'm
But
saying
where
is
was
if they
the
were,
20 seconds of darkness that people didn't see? Where was that 20 seconds? Where was it?
no,
I think
what
it's
I'm
first-
saying is if they
I
claim
think he's
that
more
these are
saying that
difficult,
Lou's eyes don't work. He's like,
No.
well, Lou saw something, but his
I
eyes
was in the
don't.
middle of
Yeah, we
saying
can't
what I was
trust
saying.
Yeah, but
Because
we
that's
can't
not what
trust
I was
Lou.
saying. What
It's
he
his
said.
eyes
Yeah.
work.
What I'm saying is that if these things are difficult regardless, if these things are imprecise regardless, then there's going to be error bars. And if you ignore that and then
Error
tighten up the
bars.
measurements, what does it say? What does it say right here? What does that say?
Everard. Dude,
What does
are
that
you
say?
serious? So
How many
What does it say? What I just posted. What does that
How many,
say?
how many
precision
error
of-
bars is the
Don't
globe
laugh
ball?
at that. What does it
precision of their-
say?
The precision of
It's
the
black
path of
and-
totality, dude.
Mhm.
The precision of the path of totality has to be such that people are going to rely on it to be in a certain area to see the totality. They're going to want to see it, so they want to know where it's going to be at. So if NASA
If
can't
it's-
even give them that, then what are they good for? What reliability? And you're talking about error bars. Well, I'm
Sorry,
pretty sure
the way
the
you
people-
just said that sounds
I'm
like
pretty-
you
I'm
can't
pretty
have
sure the
any
people-
idea whatsoever.
I'm pretty sure the people relying on NASA to find out where totality was going to be crucial because they want to be in that range, right? That visible range. So if they can't be in that visible range, then the error bars that you so speak of are not going to help them. Did they know about that when NASA said, if you're in this area to this area, you're going to see totality? Were they thinking about the error bars that you so mentioned right now? No, they're
People for
relying
whom
on
it
the
was
information.
crucial.
Correct.
Yeah. No. The people who take
Really?
this shit seriously, absolutely they do.
Oh,
They
so
know how these things are done.
So you're saying basically they didn't take the shit seriously. So NASA said something.
The
but
ones who are off by a couple
yeah.
hundred feet.
Bro, here's the thing. You're saying that NASA said something, right? They said this is going to be the path of totality. If they took that shit seriously, like the way you're saying, they would have investigated and find out that they weren't in the path of totality. So that means they could come back and tell NASA, why did you give me this information? You guys are incorrect because I'm taking this shit seriously.
NASA
Right?
has not changed its predictions, but the space agency advises that there is some uncertainty involved in mapping the eclipse's path. Specifically, what they go on in
Yeah.
that article to talk about is the width.
So then that means they're not getting it right, dude.
You know
That's
why?
what
That's
Maybe
not
because
what that
they're-
means.
they-
That's not
they
what
use-
that means.
They use
What
the
you're
globe,
making
and the
it
globe
sound
is
like is that
wrong.
they're
That's why
like
they're
totally
wrong.
pulling numbers out of their ass. Clearly,
Because
they're not.
They're using
I
the
think they
globe.
are.
Since the globe is wrong, that's why they are wrong. There you go.
It's not
pretty easy.
wrong. That's not what
Ancient-
wrong means.
Dude, ancient Babylonians have been doing this for a long time. So basically, what they were doing is just fine because that's what NASA's doing. So in other words, wherever you are geographically, you're only going to get the path of whatever you see in the eclipse happening in your geographic location. Exactly what you would normally be witnessing. It's just an eclipse, not a specific type like a totality, like or 80% or whatever. Because if a person like Lou reports and says, I didn't see what they told me I was going to see, that
No,
means they're
that's-
wrong. They
That's
are
not
wrong.
what they're
Predictions are
talking. No, that's not what they're
They can-
talking about when they talk about the kind of eclipse.
They can predict. We can post the eclipse because it happens, but the accuracy of the model globe is not there. It doesn't
No,
exist.
hold on. No. Wait,
It
I
can't-
have to
they're
address
not
what Miggy
accurate
just
at
said.
all.
Hold on. So, Miggy, when people talk about like the kind of eclipse, they're not talking about one person here and one person there seeing something different. An annular eclipse or a total eclipse, like a total eclipse, that's going to be a different kind of eclipse, right? And that's going to be what you see in one place. One person in that spot will see something different on two different eclipses. Right, like the last year, was it the year before? Whenever we had the last eclipse, it was an annular eclipse. It was a different kind of eclipse.
Okay, so we're not talking about that. We're talking about the reliability of the accuracy of supposedly the alleged globe's predictions. That's what we're
Exactly.
speaking of. So we're speaking of
Yes.
that right now. So we're
And
not
it can
talking about
predict
that when you
the kind of eclipse you see.
but so they're okay, they can tell you what type of eclipse, just not how much percentage you're gonna see. Is that what you're saying?
What do you mean by that? How much percentage?
So,
Like at my location or
I think lost
in
is
path
the
of
thought,
totality?
bro. When you have a conversation, you get lost. I know. Just let me
No,
hold your
I
hand.
want you to be
So
specific
here's the-
because that can be interpreted two different ways. And I don't want you to sneak away to the
Listen,
other interpretation.
We've been specific. the person who's at said location was
Mhm.
given a number, percentage of how much of the coverage they were going to see. Do you get that now?
So
Yes
that's
or no?
not
Do you
what
get
we were
what I'm
talking
saying?
about
Hold on,
30
wait a minute.
seconds ago.
Hold on. Do you get what I'm saying? Yes or no?
I get what you're saying now. Yes.
Okay. So moving forward, we're going to now take the person at said location, and the person is looking up at the sky. Well, the phenomena of the eclipse starts to happen, but they don't see the coverage that they were told they were going to see. Who do they turn to? Should they turn to NASA and say, wait a minute, NASA, you've given me this prediction and it doesn't line up with what I'm seeing? Or should they, just as you said, because they didn't take the shit seriously, they would have looked into the quote unquote error bars that were there?
hmm
Is that what you're saying?
What are the predictions? What do they look like?
I just told you.
No.
They were given this-
I understand. I understand.
No,
Let me
I don't think.
specify. I do understand. I understood exactly what you just said, every
Okay,
single word of it.
why are you
Let me
asking the
ask
question-
you a specific question. May I?
Why are you asking a follow-up question if you already know the answer?
Okay, then I'll just tell you. When people look up at their location, so Lunatic, for example, right? He was talking about what the news said for different areas, right?
Not for different areas, sir. For his area.
Okay,
What he
fine,
was
for
gonna-
his area. So the news coverage in his area, what area does that cover?
He just told you, but he doesn't have to be specific because that's going to dox him. So we don't need
Sure.
to go into specifics.
How big an area? I don't want him to say like what specific counties. I'm asking how
He was
large an
given a
area
percentage.
is that prediction for?
He was given a percentage, 80 to 95%, or 85 to 90% coverage on the eclipse.
Certainly that wasn't for his specific address, right?
I'll speak for it. Look, it was for the viewing area of the local news station. Okay, so we're talking about it's a Milwaukee news station. So and then they showed a map that showed actually most of the Midwest, but they also they were saying that in our viewing area, between 91 and like 85 or 82%, something like that. Anywhere, but they were ranging it from basically like south to like Kenosha, which is near the state border, and north to like Appleton, the Fox Valley area, which is so like that, and it was higher as you got further south.
Okay. So if you had a specific location, how close could you get to one of those like borders in that sort of how they broke down the different percentages you would see? I guess what I'm asking is how specific was this map?
It was more than the map. Like the meteorologist told us that the percentages for our area specifically, but also showed this map that covered more.
Okay.
Yeah, basically what they're saying, like the likes of Matthew would say, is, based on the globe, we have like pinpoint precision. So when we're talking about percentages, like the news is like, hey, if you want to experience this thing and you're here, you got to be here, because here is where you're going to see it. If you're over here, you're going to see this percentage. If you're over here, you're going to see this percentage. If you're over here, you're going to see no percentage. So you need to be here. So people went from where they were, because this is an event like Disney World, 2 locations expecting the percentage that they were informed about. It wasn't that for some people, I guess.
Yeah, I get that. So when they say a few city blocks one way or the other could mean 20, 10, or 0
So
seconds.
now
of
you're an
totality.
apologist.
If
You're not.
hold on.
You're now an apologist. Now is that what you are?
You can call me what you like after you've
You're
heard
an
what I have to
apologist,
say.
bro.
You haven't heard what I have to say yet. I'm asking a question.
You're just an apologist. You're not going straight to the numbers.
You can label me that if you like. That's fine.
Let's
So,
look at.
I'm
because
curious.
You know what's
Be-
weird?
Based on what Elijah just said, because it's not an unvalid point, and I just want to follow
I
up on
know
it.
that. That's why I'm telling. That's what we've been telling you. It's not
No,
invalid.
you're just calling me names is all. So
Yeah, because you want to.
20, 10, or 0 seconds of. Oh my fucking god! Can I just get? I'll say my piece. You don't have to talk to me after that. All right. When they say 10, 20, 10, or 0 seconds of totality, clearly we're not talking about the people like right in the center, right? So someone who is supposed to see 20 seconds and sees 10, someone who's supposed to see 10 seconds and sees, 0. These are the people on the edges, right? Right on those borders where it goes from totality to not totality or some percentage in between, right? So when we say that that might be off by a couple city blocks,
You know that, right? Just so you know.
Mhm.
Okay. All right.
yeah, so if that's like, when we say
Couple
that
city
they were
blocks.
wrong, the predictions were wrong, you're making it sound like they had no idea what the hell they were talking about.
Yeah, that's exactly
Listen, Miggy, Andrew, Alpha, and Elijah and Lou. He's saying that you can move a couple city blocks and you will change the angle of view of objects that are 300,000 miles away and 93 million miles away just by changing streets.
Well, the important thing
No,
is too is that when
not
he's
quite it.
because now he's an apologist. He wants to make excuses for the fact that the person that was said. Because think about it, percentages were given to, and Lou kind of got a little bit specific with it, right? He said 85 to like 92%. So those numbers are percentages like that you, based on your geographic location, are going to change and they're going to vary. But how can you drill down to a specific, accuracy in that way if that's not what you're seeing? So if Lou said that it was like, he was being generous, 30% or 25%, and that's not exactly what it was because he was given like an 80%, that's a huge difference to say that you're going to try to say, well, what place he was at? Like maybe he was in a different area. Like,
Oh no, I'm just skeptical of the claim. I don't think it was off by that much.
Hey, Lou, you weren't at the correct block, bro.
I'm
No,
gonna do
no,
better for you now, man.
I'm sorry, but I'm skeptical of the claim that it was off by 40%.
Hold on. I'm gonna do better for you here.
Sure.
So here's from eclipse.org. This is what they are showing that we were supposed to get. This was the simulation. Now I'm gonna put a couple screenshots in here. This is the most I ever saw the entire time. This is the most they said we were supposed to get.
Mic drop. That'll be all
The
manufactured.
second one,
And it didn't leave in the top left like it shows in that animation. It came in bottom right, left, bottom left.
Mhm. Yeah, that's fine. So you're saying this
Fine.
bottom one is the most you were supposed to see.
No, yeah, the bottom one was the most totality that we were supposed to see, yeah, in Milwaukee.
That's it, man. The globe's finished.
Well,
I mean,
dude,
their predictions
Wow.
are not trustworthy any longer. They should
They were
end.
not trustworthy.
Honestly,
They were
yeah, because of the fact
they
that
were
he was
off by a minute amount, which I suspect is well within the tolerances to begin with.
Next time you as an apologist do a prediction about the eclipse and the positions, I cannot trust you because
Sorry.
I have to do plannings for weeks, days, take time off, prepare the equipment, and when I go to this location and I'm there and I don't see the event, I wasted resources, time, just because you were wrong.
Yeah, you wouldn't waste that resource and time to go to the edge of totality. You would go to the fucking totality. So that's a stupid reason.
I know that. Dude,
However,
Thank you for being wrong.
However, I just want to be clear that I didn't get cut off in the middle of that. What I was saying is that they could be off by as much as was already in the uncertainty to begin with.
Yeah, the error bars that you mentioned, you
Okay,
aforementioned.
just
Right?
because I heard people talking before I finished the sentence, I didn't want someone to stick.
All
a
right,
full
what are the error bars? What's the tolerance? Is it as much as Lou was predicted to see, and then he saw? So is that the error bars?
I don't know. So where I'm at, I didn't see the eclipse at all, right? It was nighttime here. So I don't know. I can't go by any prediction I was supposed to see or
Then
could
why
have confirmed.
apologists
So
if
to
you
take
don't
somebody else's word of what they saw or didn't see or should have seen,
Dude,
I'm
what are
going to
you
be a little
talking
bit
about?
skeptical about that. I
You do
apologize.
that. Listen,
I
dude,
can't
you do
help
that
that.
every day. When you accept word from NASA that they're doing something, you're already doing that. What do you mean?
What do I accept? What word do I accept every day?
You guys would say you take information from trusted sources, right? These credible sources, NASA and the like. And so when somebody who was actually an honest person who's going to be like, dude, if I saw what I saw, that's fine. Like, it's just a prediction of how much I should see. It doesn't mean flat or globe what he saw. What Lou's
No, but I still don't do that, even with NASA.
Listen, I'll tell you this much. For anybody's interpretation of the eclipse doesn't mean flat or globe. It just means you saw a natural phenomenon in the sky. That's it. So if
Which is
somebody was
fine.
a prediction from a particular credible source and it didn't pan out to what they saw, that's something that they can't rely on. They can't rely on that anymore. So if they're given another prediction that you guys like to claim comes from a credible source, they can hand wave dismiss that and be like, this is bullshit. I'm not going to trust these guys to give me this information because I already validated that they tried to do that once and it wasn't what they said. So no matter how much apologies you say, well, they didn't factor in the error bars because they needed, don't just listen to NASA.
No. Hold on. So what you just said, I actually agree with, right? So if somebody gives you a claim and you can verify that that claim did not come true, that is a reason to doubt them in future. Absolutely.
Okay.
So you have to start from a point, right, where we've understood what we've seen, that we've actually checked that in a rigorous way, right?
Manufact Totem, this is the problem with you, man.
No, that should be the easiest bullet you ever bit. That should be the easiest. Do you agree that we should be rigorous in checking claims? Yes or no?
He laid out exactly what he was told.
I agreed with you. Do you agree with what I just said?
But it's in the chat right now, right?
You do realize. Don't run away from that. Don't run away from that. Do you agree with what I just said? We should be rigorous when we check claims.
That's a given. That's a given.
Thank you.
Yeah.
These are 15 minutes apart.
Listen, wait a minute. Hang on. As far as rigor goes, if let's say this particular credible source gives you the information, how much rigor are you going to apply to it, Manufact Totem?
You can't even agree to that.
No, I'm asking
Easiest bullet you ever had to bite. I swear to God.
Listen, if somebody like if NASA gives you this prediction of the eclipse and where you're going to be at and how much you're going to see, how much rigor are you going to apply to? Because here's my stance on it, right?
Depends on the claim. Depends on how it can be tested.
Hold on a second, dude. I'm saying that anybody listening to this credible source is just going to take them for their word. They're not going to apply some type of like, well, let's lay out the spreadsheet and let's look over the data. They're not going to factor in, whatever else that needs to be considered. They're just going to say, okay, we're going to trust that they have the information from my location of how much I'm supposed to see. Now, if you're saying rigor, nobody's going to be doing that in this case. Not the fact that they can't do it, but the fact that when somebody's given like, okay, this is how much you're supposed to see in your location, everybody's gonna be like, that's fine. I'll take that. It's just a phenomena that's happening. It's not globe or flat. It's really.
It depends on what the stakes are. Like most people, absolutely, they're going to do just like you said. But someone who spends $1,000 of equipment, takes time off work to fly somewhere, yeah, they're going to be pretty fucking rigorous, right?
What do you think they can do to apply that rigor to find that information out? What do you think is going to happen? Because NASA has all the equipment, has all the money, has all the time and effort to put into this eclipse. They are the ones that are supposed to supply you with the information of how rigorous they were for figuring that out. So you're saying that a person who's investing time and money has to be more rigorous than NASA to figure out where they're going to be at so they can see the eclipse at how much
more than NASA.
What? No.
More than the average person.
Well, here's the thing. Wouldn't NASA be more an authoritative figure to give you the type of percentage you should see in your geographic location? Manufacturer?
Yeah. Sure.
Okay. So
I would trust NASA over like local news stations. Yeah.
All right. Let's move forward. Now that you know that, what type of rigor are you going to apply when they give you that information? Are you going to say, wait a minute, NASA gave me this information, but I got to apply my own rigor to this? Or are you going to say, you know what? They're an organization that's trustworthy because they have the right type of equipment. They got the people to give me this information that would be correct. So you're not going to listen. What I'm saying, I'm advocating for the position that people that listen to whatever's being said are not going to apply any type of rigor. They're just going to accept that this organization's giving them some information to move ahead and say, I know where I'm at geographically. That's how much I'm supposed to see from the eclipse. That's all I'm saying to you. So you're saying on top of that, well, if a guy's paying $1,000 to go to a hotel and spend in a geographic location and he doesn't get what he's supposed to see, that's his fault. What do you mean? What type of rigor? Yes, it is. What type of rigor do you expect that person going to that geographic location? What do you expect him to do other than what NASA should have already done? I'm
No, that's not
asking
what
you.
I said.
No, I'm asking you that. What type of rigor do you think he should apply?
No, you're misunderstanding.
I'm
Yeah.
asking.
That was in regards. Yes, that
No,
was
no,
in
no.
regards to someone going to the edge of totality rather than the center of it.
Well,
If
it
it was
doesn't
not
matter
important
because
to him,
people.
then yeah, that's on
listen,
him.
listen, people went to the place where they thought they were going to see 100% coverage, and that wasn't the case. Okay, that
Ooh, I
you
don't
should
know about
already
that.
know. So, and I want to breeze past that because we have somebody in the chat that was at a location that they were given they were a specific percentage amount, and they didn't see that. And not only that, they can have evidence of what they did see, and they can tell you from their experience. So even after all of that, you would say to them, "Yeah, but we can't trust them because they didn't apply any rigor." But
I
what
didn't say
I'm
any
saying,
rigor.
yeah, but what I'm saying though is that if they're
Keep
trusting
twisting
these
my words
sources,
around. It's really annoying.
if they're trusting these sources, they're getting the information from. What type of rigor do you think they need to implore so that they can surpass or usurp whatever NASA's doing? I'm asking
Wait,
you.
hold on. Just to be clear, Lunatic, are you still here?
Yeah.
Yeah. Real quick, you said that these predictions came from the local news source, right?
I'm just telling you what I heard on the local news station about the percentages. Then I also posted you the link to eclipse.org that showed you an animation of what we were supposed to see. What about it?
Well, I'm wondering if you check that against other predictions.
Jesus, dude. Really?
Well, that would be one step, right? Like, I don't know how rigorous
We're
you
not
would
gonna
want to be.
Dude, no.
No,
Why
that
do
was
you
your
ask
question,
him?
right?
No,
What
hold on
rigor
a
you would
minute.
apply?
Wait a minute. Manufacturer, why would you ask him to do all of that? When that trusted source that he got the information from was all he needed. You know, like he doesn't need to say, "Well, I need to go and let me lay this out on my my desk. I got to work this out." Why? If the information he's getting from should already have that basically gift wrap to him, so he should already just take that information and say, "Okay, now I'm just going to go based on what they've told me. I'm going to see this type of coverage in the sky." You are what you're doing. This little song and dance, and everybody who advocates for your position is doing injustice to say that those guys that we got the information from are misrepresenting and not reliable. So this is what you're doing. You don't want them to be not reliable. So you're trying to do your best to be an apologist in this chat right now for them. And you're doing a bad job because I'm telling you, if we're saying either one or two things, either they're giving us reliable information or they're not. It's a dichotomy. So if they are giving us reliable information, then we can trust that what they're saying about the eclipse in a specific geographic location is going to be witnessed by the observer in a specific way. So they're going to be able to say, "Aha, I see the 80% coverage. NASA, well done." But they didn't see that, which means that now we have even more ammunition to tell people you can't trust these guys. Because in this case, the thing that we're supposed to get from the globe being precise in a specific location with exact numbers that they've given you, well, you can't trust them because you didn't see the coverage they told you were going to see.
Right.
That's it.
Except the claims
It's
that
a
I've
win-
heard over the last few days
a
have
win
all
for
turned out
flat
to
Earth.
be grossly exaggerated. Is
It's
my
a win for Flat Earth Manufactotum, and you hate the fact that that's the case. So you want to be an apologist. This
no.
is easy.
I'm just pushing back on claims that I think are exaggerated.
I don't think they're exaggerated because he has nothing to listen. He
Okay,
doesn't
so
have
over the last couple of days, people said that the path shifted, right? That was the first claim on the table. The path shifted. Then you guys tightened up the language to say, okay, the path didn't shift. And then all these articles were posted. Only in the last couple of days, these articles were posted. Like before this, it was just said and people just accepted it out of hand. So since they've been posted, people have read through them, and we realize, oh, it's just the width of the totality. And even that is just a little bit like 20, 10, 0 seconds, right? It's a matter of seconds.
All right.
And
Well,
we're saying that it's all unreliable. I don't know how you get from one to the other.
I would say this: it's not reliable. The information they're handing us, because through the news stations, through the websites and all of that, we're given a specific amount of coverage, and everybody is depending on these things, right? Because they have all the funding, they have the resources. They are the ones that are supposed to give us that information to know geographically what we're supposed to see. Now, according to the globe,
pretty damn right, I would
No, they
say.
didn't get it pretty damn right.
It was
They got it
hazy at the edges,
wrong.
but they got the trajectory was right? It
Yeah,
wasn't
but
off
listen,
by like
yeah, I would say
states.
that. Yeah, dude, that
Then
the
you'd have a
Babylonians.
cave.
But the Babylonians already figured that out. Okay, so what they're doing basically is saying, well, we have a globe now, we can be precise, as what all the globers in here say, including probably you, right? But Matthew Learns overall is an advocate for this position. He would say that because we have the Earth as a globe, we are more precise in our predictions.
I would agree with
Your
that.
predictions.
That's the number one thing that you guys hinge your whole worldview that the Earth is a globe on, is that
Yeah,
their
I would agree
predictions
with that.
are accurate. The predictions are accurate, and this
More
is a special
accurate.
case. This is a special case that we found out that that's not true. It is
They
not
were
true.
pretty accurate.
They were accurate. They just weren't 100% accurate. But
No,
nobody
okay.
expects 100% accuracy.
You're an apologist as well. That's fine. But what we're saying is we have observers on the ground that have witnessed the eclipse that can say otherwise. So you can't speak to that. If you saw the
Wow, you have
eclipse,
some anecdotal evidence. Wow. Yeah.
I honestly can't speak to that because I didn't see what he saw.
With your math, Alpha, have you ever been in 1% correction with using flat Earth math? Or, I mean,
that's not
just
the
one-
point,
just even
dude.
1%.
Here's what you're
Really?
missing. Okay, here's what you're missing.
Mhm.
They gave us the amount of coverage with specific percentages.
You're really upset about this, aren't you?
You know, I want you guys to understand the credible sources, the credible source that you're getting this information from, either it's reliable or it's not. And in this case, it's not. So we're talking
Off by
about
like under 0.5%.
No, you're
Bro,
saying
that's
having
not-
some anecdote about how it was off by 0.5% doesn't make it.
Yeah, no, what I'm saying is somebody
unreliable.
that was observing the eclipse did not see the specific type of eclipse they were promised to see in their geographic location. So they were promised
Yes, they
80%
did.
coverage. No, they did. No, they were promised an 80% coverage. They got like a 25 to 30% coverage.
That's
What is that thing?
impossible.
So that's what we're working with.
Yeah,
No,
that sounds
that
bogus
doesn't
to
negate
me.
that. Listen, you saying that's not possible doesn't negate the fact that it happened. That's just you saying, nuh-uh. So what? If somebody
Well-
was on the ground and saw it for themselves, then they're speaking to that whatever information they were given was not correct.
Yeah,
So
but
it stands to reason.
if one person says they saw Bigfoot, but they don't tell us where, are we supposed to take that seriously?
Yeah. So yeah, here's you guys cope. This is your cope. Well, that's fine. You can cope all you want.
Coping. You don't even have a model that you can predict anything with.
Listen, the fact of the matter stands. They gave you a percentage coverage that wasn't true based on observations. So they
under
failed.
0.5%. Oh, geez.
For all intents and purposes, for their model, the idea that the Earth is an oblate spheroid, they got it wrong. Furthermore, here's what I can tell you from my
The model is wrong. They don't have a model.
Yeah, from my side, I can tell you this much. When I was watching prior to the day, right, yesterday or the day before, when the 8th had happened. So prior to that, there was a newscast person that came out and said, by the way, there's specific, NASA could have got it incorrectly about the path of totality and on and such and such. So they were saying the path of where it was going to be showing how much coverage you were going to get was incorrect, specifically by the credible source. They were stating or giving it out that information to the newscasters so that they can tell the public that it was not correct. And listen, hold on a minute. Hold on a minute.
You just
And
monologue all the time.
Yeah. Furthermore, you can look this up for yourself, and we could even put it in chat where they would get the information from NASA saying that they were going to get it incorrect on the path of totality. So that being said, they're not reliable. So that all of that, observers looking at the eclipse, them saying that they're not going to have it correct, all results to that they're just not reliable. You can't depend on them giving you a coverage accuracy. That's it.
Wrong.
Yeah, nice try.
I was going to start monologuing again. Oh, well, here we go.
Yeah, because you guys rely on this information, bro. This is what you do. You rely on their accuracy of the predictions. Well, in this case, the prediction for the eclipse on the coverage of people.
How many orders of magnitude do you expect it
What
to then?
difference does that make, dude? They should have
It
already.
makes a lot of difference, actually.
No, because listen, they should have accounted for that. Why is that burden on
What?
my
How
shoulders?
can
It
you-
should be on their shoulders?
Account for error. Yeah.
Yeah, they should have accounted for that in their figures, don't you think? Why do you think that they have all the resources and the personnel to support such as
They
this?
kind of did.
Let me ask a question. What if it was 7, 10 orders of magnitude, what would you think about?
7, 10 orders of magnitude? That's not a thing. Do you know how
What do you
scientific
mean?
notation works? Or
No, I'm asking, what do you mean? It's not a thing.
What is 710?
10, 7 is not a order
No,
of magnitude.
7 or 8 or 9 or 10, you idiot.
10 what? Digits?
Orders of magnitude.
Okay, well
So,
you
yeah.
have specified that then, yeah.
Huh?
I would expect it to be within.
Did you hear?
under-
No. What if it was several orders of magnitude, like 7, for example? Oh,
7 orders of magnitude off? Yeah, then the globe would be BS, but it wasn't.
okay, because that's exactly what we have with the Black Swan. It's over 10 orders of magnitude off.
It's the Black Swan is
That's-
completely consistent with the globe.
I don't know if y'all want to take that layup. I just wanted to point that out for y'all.
No, I'll take it. The Black Swan is completely consistent with the globe.
So the geometry is wrong. The predictions of the eclipse are wrong. I mean, this model is broken. It's falling apart. I mean, it was never.
Over 99.8% were 7% accurate versus the globe Earth or the flat Earth predictions of the solar eclipse, which there are
10 times order 10 orders of magnitude observation that debunks the globe. Right?
99.8%
10 orders of magnitude
orders
where?
of magnitude.
Don't you think that the moon like
Black
is
Swan,
fixed
where
in
we're
the sky or
supposed to see the horizon at
Black
1.2
Swan is
miles, but we
consistent
see
with
it
the globe
beyond 10
The
miles.
Black Swan is consistent with the globe Earth.
How
Dude,
so?
these kids need to be muted until they prove that they're not children.
He just said that. He just. The 7 orders of magnitude is crazy. So again, something could be 7 orders of magnitude.
Muting me won't make the solar
in
eclipse go away.
variation and still be correct then. So I don't know why you previously stated that if it was 7 orders of magnitude, oh yeah, then it would be broken. Okay, but when it comes
Same for
like,
the Black Swan.
don't get it.
It would be broken.
What's
if it
the,
was
what's
7
an order of magnitude? What's an order of magnitude?
When you compare the observed horizon with the predicted geometric horizon.
Oh no, I meant mathematically. What's an order of magnitude?
A percent difference of 10 to the. Then you insert the magnitude there.
7 decimal places.
Orders of magnitude.
So like,
So they're out by 10 million times. Wow. Or what is it? 1 million times or 10 million times? I don't know.
Eli, your hot mic.
It's 100 million times.
Into the break. I like how you
That's
call me a
That's
kid,
a
but
big order of magnitude. I don't think anything's out by 100 million times wrong.
All right, that's fine, geeks. You don't need to come in here and just like start wedging your foot into the conversation if you have nothing productive. But the people that are, but the people that are having,
I'm sorry. There's the Black Swan. I just posted it. Sorry to
yeah.
interrupt.
Is that platform habitat that's further away? Does that not look distorted at all by refraction to you? Or
Look at the horizon. No, the refraction is not a factor here.
Oh,
Oh, sure.
really? Oh, sorry. Thank you.
Look at the horizon. At the horizon. Don't worry about the landmarks. Don't worry about the landmarks. The horizon.
There's still refraction.
Yeah, I don't understand what
When you say refraction, what do you mean?
I mean. Light going into a denser medium.
yeah. Well, so you could tell what type of refraction is happening in that image, Gamma.
Refraction is light going.
Wait. Nope. I think we got something here. Can you tell by that image what type of refraction we're looking at? Yes or no?
What do you mean by what type of?
Okay, so when you look at the image,
Only one type of refraction are we talking.
can you? Yeah, I know, but let the gentleman answer. So I'll say it again. When you look at the image, can you tell what type of refraction is happening there? Now, given that we have a standard model, right, of refraction, do you know what that standard model is? Yes or no? I'll ask you that first before I get to the other question. You know what standard model we have for refraction?
Standard, like, do you just make?
Okay, so you don't know. That sounds like you don't know. If you did know, you would have answered correctly.
What do you mean
So
by a standard model of refraction?
Okay, so I'll ask you. So we'll go to Arlong. Go ahead,
No,
Arlong.
I'm asking you. What do you mean by a standard model
What
of refraction?
standard model of refraction do we have? Do you know?
I
I
can
don't
link
think
you.
there is a standard model of refraction.
You don't think there is? Okay, so who else is in here that wants to stand up for this? So, anybody else?
Yeah, Snell's law.
But there's like a name for it or something? Like, what does this matter?
No, dude, like I'm asking people, and they could be able to respond.
Look, it doesn't seem like you have like an argument.
Oh, I do.
Just
Trust
make
me.
your argument.
But don't worry about that now. So,
Can you just tell me like what the argument is?
tell you if you had the answer, you would give it to me. So now you're muted. I'm gonna unmute you guys in just a moment. I'm waiting to see if anybody's gonna chime in to say they know the standard model. Of refraction. Does anybody else
Just
have
so
the standard
y'all know,
model
the
of
answer,
refraction?
the
Do you want
answer
the
is like,
diagram?
just
Yeah,
so
I
y'all
want
know,
you
the
to-
answer is just a little hint. The answer is in the PDF that I'm always sharing. Always.
Oh, he's giving you. See, Eli's generous, so I'm asking you to work for the answer. So, Carter, Carter, do you have the answer to the
Yeah.
question? What's the standard model of refraction?
It's in the chat.
No, don't tell me that. I want you to verbally say it. What is it?
Well, I'd just be repeating what Wikipedia says.
Okay, so you don't know it either. Next person. I'm gonna unmute all three of you. I'm going down to the last person. Does anybody that thinks the Earth's a globe have the standard model of refraction? You can speak up, and I will give you the floor. I'm gonna mute these guys, by the way, in just a moment. I just want the person who has it to give it in a verbal. Does anybody have the standard model of refraction? If not, I'll unmute these guys. Everybody's getting a fair shot. No? Okay, let me unmute them.
You tell us.
We'll start
How
unmuting.
the hell did a troll get moderator, by the way? Like, what is
All right.
going on here?
I know, he's such a cocksucker, isn't he?
Carter, and
Okay.
now Arlong. There we go.
Can I get
Bro, just tell us why you think this matters, because you're really like
Right. The reason why it
making
matters.
yourself look silly.
You know what? No, I'll show you why. The relevance is simple. When you look at the image of the black swan and you cry refraction, you have no knowledge of what type of refraction you're looking at. And when I ask for this specific, when I ask for that, stop talking while I'm talking.
Nah, you're 15 years old, you're boring.
All right, you're just gonna sit on mute, Keeks. How about that? That's simple. So when you're asking for the standard model of refraction, then you need to know what you're talking about. What type of refraction model are we looking at in this image? So, what are we working with? What's the formula?
You're just
Can you
playing
give-
quiz show. Just because you
No,
happen to know the name of a model doesn't mean you're
What
right
I'm
about
playing at right now is that
Snell's
I'm
law, that's
guessing,
the
here's
name.
what I'm doing. I'm guessing you guys don't know the answer, but yet you're
Snell's law.
claiming it. Yeah, you could say that, but obviously there's a formula to it. So if you're working a formula over what
Standard model does not mean formula, dumbass.
Yeah, you.
Dude, I'm saying that you're working with a formula.
You don't know
So
what you're
what is the
talking
formula?
about. You just proved that to
Right.
us.
I can put it in the chat, and it's also been demonstrated that you guys don't know. So
What? You asked for a formula, not a bullshit standard model that you whipped out of your
what
ass.
formula?
Not
What
exist.
formula do you have? Present the formula for refraction.
You asked us to verbally explain it.
Go ahead. Yeah, can you do it?
Yeah, it's in chat. It's in chat. N times sine theta
verbally-
equals
do
N2
it.
times sine theta.
Say again.
In chat.
Okay, if you but you don't want to. You don't want to say anything.
That's the formula. You asked for a formula.
For refraction, dude.
Are you trying to help
That's
him
for
solve his
refraction.
homework or something?
That's the
Like,
yeah, the formula of refraction is there for you.
are we trying to help you solve your homework?
Yeah, I know. But it's terrestrial refraction. Now let's walk through this. What's
Terrestrial?
Wow.
Yeah. It is.
Terrestrial refraction.
Yeah.
Terrestrial, different.
Look at everybody laughing. Okay, well,
This
using
is
that
insane.
formula right there, show us what's in the black swan.
Yep.
Explain it. Apply it. Go on. I'll wait.
This happens in the atmosphere. The picture I just showed.
No. Explain how it's being.
I'm trying to make the connection.
No, you're not making any connection by talking verbal diarrhea. I want you to tell us how it's working over the black swan image.
The cranes. Do you really think that cranes and like the cap?
Shut up. I'm not talking to you. If you have the
Okay,
answer,
can you look at my picture then, and I'll try to explain it.
No, we're talking about the black
Why?
swan. At your picture.
It applies to anything that you can see further.
Shut up. Now we're gonna get down to whoever can explain the black swan. You guys have been crying about bendy cranes, and look at the cranes. So I need to know exactly what Eli wants to know is how you know that equation that is in the chat explains the type of refraction we see. Go. Anybody else? I don't need to hear from the gentlemen who are muted. I need an explanation.
Do you think that the moon is fixed in the sky? Do you think it
Right.
doesn't?
Mute. Next guy.
Oh.
See how easy it is? You guys are like bowling pins getting knocked over. It's easy. When you don't have the answer, you get a mute. Easily come with the answer if you know, and if not, you see what happened to all your laughter? Went away. Why? Because you don't have the answer. So you're claiming refraction. You don't even know about terrestrial refractions. I don't even know why I brought it up. So all that laughter, all that giggling is a bullshit. Now present the information of how you know the black swan, what type of refraction is happening. Go. I'll unmute you for the sake of conversation, but if you don't want to answer the question, you'll get straight away muted. Simple as that.
They
Black
laughed
Swan.
at the end. It actually was. That's what's funny to me. It either exposes that they're running away from something that they do know, or they're ignorant.
Yep.
Because the only reason you would laugh is if you've already been lambasted, beaten over the head with this argument by us years ago,
Or
or you have no fucking idea what you're talking about.
Geometric
Is that a necessary
horizon
claim?
calculators do not account for atmospheric refraction.
What did he just say?
I said that geometric horizon calculators do not account for refraction.
Okay.
that's too bad.
So I'm
Sure.
asking you. Listen, I'm asking you to do it. Can you do it?
Can
Looking
I
at
do
the.
what?
Oh my God, dude! Account for refraction.
I would need to know the density of.
Exactly. Do you have that information by looking at the black swan and then claiming that it's refraction? No.
Which
No,
direction?
hold on, Sonny, hold on. I got him. So how can you claim refraction? You just self-admitted right now that you needed this information and that information. No shit, dude. So how do you know that's happening in the image of the black swan? Go ahead.
Because you're gonna mute me for saying this because.
No, I'm gonna mute you because you didn't give me. That's simple. Give me the answer.
Atmospheric gradient.
The
Not talking to
cranes
you.
and catwalks and pillars are very clearly not structurally sound in the fact that they're.
Who cares, dude? I'm
That's
asking you,
turbulence.
give me the information based on refraction and the formula that you somebody put in there. How you work that out over the image? If you said, I need all the data, I need all the variables. Well, you didn't have that with the image, but yet you're still claiming there's refraction. How did you get that information? I want to know. And so do other inquiring minds. Gamma?
Am I just gonna get muted again if I say the same thing over again?
Stop being a gamma.
If you don't tell me,
Gamma, stop it.
if you don't tell me how
Stop
you look,
making sense. I'm so sorry.
all right, stop. So if you don't tell me how you got the information that it is refraction and using that formula, how you can look at the image and say that it's refraction, then yeah, you don't have an answer because you said, I need this, I need that, I need variables. Well, you didn't need variables to make the claim that it was refraction because you said, hey, there's refraction. And I'm asking you, how do you know that? By looking at the image. And you said, well, I need variables. No duh, dude. But you don't have that. So how are you claiming it's refraction, Gamma? Go.
I would need it to geometrically and mathematically determine it, but I can just visually tell by looking at how they appear.
Okay. So how much refraction is being applied in this image? Tell me the amount.
Well, I'd like to know where they got the R value from for the equation.
They don't even
of
know
standard
that
refraction.
they snickered.
Not
They
in there.
snickered when I said 7 over 6.
Yeah.
They snickered when I said 7 over 6R, guys. They snickered. 3 or 4 of them snickered. So they don't know clearly what you're saying. All right, go ahead, Gamma. How do you know how much refraction is happening in the image, Gamma?
I would need to use Snell's law, and I don't have the information for density.
Correct. Thank you very much. That'll be all, folks.
That's like asking for the slope of a curved
Bro,
line.
you
Like,
think,
bro, how are we
you
supposed
think
to know that?
space is You think space is fake?
No, that's fine. See, we drilled down and we got the information. We got to the end point, which is he doesn't know. We're good, right? So rest of you guys are just basically following Gamma, and y'all, all of you guys.
How does
fill
the
in with-
moon cover the Earth from our perspective? They're like the same size and they don't move.
Yeah, you're really, really not one to have a conversation with, because you're so deluded that the Earth is a globe that you just believe that it is. That story's true, and you're just gonna come here and say a whole bunch of gimmicks and try to get ready to get riled
Do you
up.
think it's a circle? Like, forget about like the depth or whatever. Do you think the Earth is like a circle shape?
It's
All right,
undefined.
All right, go ahead.
It's undefined, and no one's seen the limitation of the Earth to tell you and come back and say it's a circle. We don't know that information. You understand that flat is a surface description. No flat Earth is making a claim to shape. So when you say a circle, we wouldn't be able to verify that.
Okay, do you think the moon is a circle?
It looks circular. It might be a three-dimensional object. It could be a sphere. It could be shaped like a fucking M&M for all I know.
Imagine
it looks
being
like a
in the
circle.
year 2024 and not being able to say for sure what shape the Earth or the Moon is. This is ridiculous.
Okay, so you understand that the surface description is flat. Somebody's asked me about what the shape of the moon is, and I can only observe it from here. And I've conceded it looks circular, most definitely. It could be three-dimensional, spherical, but it could be a smartie for all I know.
Well,
How do you know this information, though? Somebody told you? Are you relying on other sources?
yeah,
And what
somebody
sources?
definitely told me. Oh, yes. Be
Okay,
sure
cool.
that you know that.
So how did they tell you what information and verification have you done to provide that information is correct?
I like how you just assume that I've came up with all of these like.
You're not going to answer the
observations
question, are you? It's just deflection. I'm asking you how you verified this information to be true.
because I've used radio and optical telescopes before, and I've gotten reflection returns off of both of those objects. Like I know that they're physical objects, and I know what shape
Okay.
they are.
No way, shape, or form did I say the moon was not physical. So you're trying to build a straw man out of this, Sunshine, but you're not going to succeed. You're using words that I haven't even used yet.
What are they too big for you? Do you want me to dumb it down a bit, or
Do you want to be a less conceiting little shit?
if it makes you feel better?
I've been honest. You don't have to treat me like a fucking idiot. If you're going to
If
walk
it makes
down
you
that
feel
path,
better, I'll do it. Okay.
okay, no, I'll just mute you and you can fuck off from the conversation. How about that?
All right.
Because you've come in in bad faith. I've given you my time and patience and been as honest as I can, and all you've come back at me with is ad homs. It's all you've got at the moment. You just want to belittle me, don't you?
I'm waiting on the mute that you
Are
promised.
you a bigot?
I mean,
Yes,
we're
you're a
both in the
bigot.
same
Why
boat,
should I
I
waste my
guess.
time on a bigot? Why should I do that? Answer that question. You going to answer any of the questions?
Still waiting on the mute. Why are you wasting your time with me if you think this?
Okay. It sounds like that's the way that you want to walk out the door.
I have a question for the flatters.
What's that, mate?
So as I'm sure you've heard, some people have been saying that there was an eclipse recently, about yesterday or so. Do you guys have strong opinions on that, or you go with the consensus? What's your thoughts?
What do you mean by consensus?
Most people say that the eclipse is caused by like the moon being in front of the sun.
Okay.
Do you agree with that?
I would suggest that's most probably the case, being as I have no alternative. But no one really sees the moon get in front of the sun. They don't see it before, they just see a dark circle. Now, whether that's the moon or not, I can't verify, but I've got no problem in saying that's more than likely the moon. No problem with that.
That's fair. I respect that answer. So is your proposition that if you have no better alternative explanation, that you just go with the easiest one, right? It's Occam's razor. There's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, let's go with Occam's razor, yeah.
Okay. So what would you say to a glober who says Earth is round? That's Occam's razor. Like, what would you say to that?
Well, which less assumptions have we got? Being as we start with a base action as water, when contained, is level upon the surface, and you want to say the Earth's a ball. Being as everything that we observe is flat and stationary, I suggest using Occam's razor. The less assumptions is flat and stationary.
I would argue you actually make more assumptions by being a flatter, because one of the assumptions that you have to make is that every single scientist, every single like educated
No, we're
person.
not talking
I didn't.
about-
Whoa. I didn't get that. I didn't halfway through the sentence.
Oh my goodness!
I didn't get halfway through this. I didn't even get to the
Right.
comma. I didn't even get to the comma in the sentence, my friend. That every single.
Comma.
Yeah, you're talking nonsense.
I know, but you got to let me finish though. Then you can.
Not
correct.
interested in scientists, dude. We're talking about our base understanding of the Earth, as in how
No,
we.
but I am talking about the scientist, dude, because your beliefs have very serious implications.
Okay.
So
I mean,
if it is such the
about
case that I am under misapprehension, the Earth is flat, that means a lot of people are in on it. Why? That's a lot of assumptions you have to make.
Would you like me to speculate as into why people are lying?
Let's speculate.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm not going to speculate as to why people are lying because we'll be here all day and everybody else will have different answers. You seem to be running away
Exactly.
from the
Sure,
you have to explain like the whole world is lying. You have to
Yeah,
explain.
like the whole world is lying is a really big assumption that really fucks with Occam's razor.
And you don't even have an explanation, so.
Jedi, I think they need to learn what science actually is.
Well, yeah, natural science would be a formulation of a hypothesis that can be tested through experimentation. Anything that is said to be science that doesn't follow the scientific method would be pseudoscience. So I'll ask you, is there a scientific experiment that can prove the shape of an object?
Yeah.
Okay, so you think that science that elucidates cause and effect through rigorous experimentation is going to demonstrate a shape? That's a what is question, not a how and why question. It's a category error. To figure out the shape of an object, you're going to use math, measurements, and geometry.
I would concede that the ground that I'm standing on is flat, but sometimes I stand on a hill and the ground is less flat. I'm more interested in the Earth as a whole.
Okay, so I'm still asking you for the scientific experiment that you think proves the shape of an object. You might be within a category error. Science doesn't do that.
I would
May I
have to
answer
ask
this question?
I would have to ask a smart science person from NASA what they think.
I'm not a smart science person, but I can answer this question. It's
Go
actually
ahead, Blue Wolf. What's up, buddy?
Hey, how's it going? I just got a quick question for you.
Oh, I was going to answer the question that you asked earlier, though. Science. I think you limited science a little bit too much there because one thing that science does, I think, in a more generic sense, is come up with models and theories that can predict reality. For example, they have models that predict the path and duration of the eclipse that we all just saw.
I don't think anybody.
Those predictions
I don't think
are
anybody
based
in
off
here
of.
watched that though.
I mean, that's really sad if you didn't get to watch it at any point, but I saw it.
Yeah,
and a
flat
bunch of other people
earthers,
saw
we
it.
don't believe in solar eclipse. The moon isn't
No,
real.
we observed
Okay.
them yesterday. Stop
No,
building
the
straw
moon
man.
is not
We're going to be talking about making predictions. That would be the Saros cycle. That was developed by the ancient Babylonians.
No, the thing is that those cycles, yes, are something that they use to predict these eclipses. But we have refined those. How so?
We knew that this eclipse was the eclipse that happened yesterday. We knew that was going to happen 500 years ago.
You were a little bit
Documentation.
wrong.
We knew this was going to happen. We predicted it.
Sorry, we've had this conversation all day. We've had people turn around to NASA and say a little bit wrong with their prediction of the area of totality and the timing that the event took place. They were a little bit out.
Yep. Yeah, there's irregularities in things like the Earth's rotation, the Earth's orbit, the Moon's orbit. All of those things are they actually were refined before the eclipse happened. Because the thing is that we have developed ways of measuring distances to objects a lot more effectively. For example, what?
How'd you do that?
How do you do that? Well, one of the ways that we measure the distance to the Moon accurately is one of the Apollo missions left a reflective device that is still in use that we use to measure the exact distance to the Moon using the known speed of light.
Okay, you know they were bouncing signals off the Moon before you put retroreflectors up there, right?
Yes, but they weren't nearly as accurate because the things that we were bouncing off of were rocks that we did not have control over, nor did we know their precise arrangement or material. And so you cannot know exactly how far away it is with a lot of precision. But when you have something that you know the exact shape of and the exact material of, and something that can that is designed to reflect exactly back to you, like the device that was left by the Apollo mission, you can get a way more accurate measurement.
How many photons do you get back? Just remind me.
How many photons do you get back?
Yeah.
I don't think they send one photon at a time.
Well, no, I'm not saying they send one photon at a time. I'm asking you how many you retrieve.
I do not know that. I know that they use.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know.
Okay,
I
cool.
don't know the answer to that question. I can find it for you, but
No, that's fine. Just to be clear, you think that it's
How many
possible-
electrons do they get back?
No,
they don't send electrons back because that they don't send electrons up. They send
No, it's
photons.
definitely not what I said. So just-
believe it's lasers, so it could be any
just to be
frequency.
clear,
And
I'll entertain you. But just to be clear, you think it's possible to send a rocket from our atmosphere on Earth through a vacuum to the moon? You think
Yes.
that's possible, do you? Okay.
Absolutely.
How are you define the second law of thermodynamics? Can I ask?
This is a troll question. Don't answer this.
It's not. I'm asking you very
Defers the
simply,
code.
Gas. I'll ask you again. It's not a troll question. I'll ask it in a simpler term. How do you have gas pressure without a physical boundary for the gas to press upon?
you don't need a physical boundary. You need a force boundary.
Okay, and that is
The force boundary. If you're talking about the atmosphere of Earth, is that what you're talking
Yes.
about? Because I don't have. What does that have to do with a rocket?
well, the rocket was in the atmosphere of the Earth and it went through the vacuum of space, demonstrating that the Earth is an open system, uncontained. We understand there's two problems
yes.
with that. One,
Well, it is contained. The thing is that why does the rocket need all of that fuel?
You can address them. There's only two. The Earth is
Okay.
an open system. First problem. There's no physical boundary for the gas to press upon to achieve pressure. Second problem, if the Earth is an open system, the gas will fuck off.
It
Okay,
does though.
so
It does
let me explain why. So this is related. The rocket leaving Earth and gas leaving the Earth, they are both subject to the same exact force, and that is gravity. That is why the rocket requires all that fuel to leave the Earth. It has to get fast enough to get off of the planet. It has to achieve the escape velocity. You can calculate the Earth's escape velocity using Newton's equations, very generically, and none of the gas in Earth's atmosphere moves fast enough to escape. Even if a gas molecule was going at the speed that they normally go, which is about the speed of sound, if it was going straight up, it would not escape Earth's atmosphere. It does not have enough energy. It would just stop and then come back
So
down.
I've got a question. I got a question for you. What time is it on Mars?
Time is relative. There's no. What do you mean? This has nothing to do with that question. Why are you asking a
Red-
different
red
question
herring.
from that one? That has nothing. Means nothing. Like, what does that have to do with the atmosphere of Earth? What does Mars have to do with the atmosphere of Earth? Please explain. Okay, nothing.
Doesn't want to back that up, apparently. I don't think we're interested on the time of Mars, mate. We can let that one go.
Yeah.
So I understand that you're saying that gravity is a force, but it hasn't been a force since 1915. Since
Oh.
Einstein, it's general relativity, bending the warp in space-time.
Exactly right.
Gravity is no longer described as a force. I can provide you with many scientists who will tell you that.
Yes, it's designed. It's described as an effect. You can still call it a force because it still behaves like one. It's an effect of space-time. That is the interpretation of general relativity and special relativity. That is just that's an interpretation of how you can describe gravity as an effect of space-time rather than a force that operates through space-time. In a way, though, you are right, but in a way, it is the same thing. It is equivalent to say that it is a force and that it is an effect of space-time.
I wouldn't
Well,
even
it's one or
entertain
the other because they're not the same thing.
I
One
wouldn't
is
even
math,
entertain
facts of
the
math.
Einsteinian BS. Like, it's not. It is literally nothing to like. They're miles apart in terms of when you need to use them. Like, why are we even bringing up Einsteinian?
It's just to actually the conversation, even though the explanation I gave and the effect that you observe when it comes to the atmosphere of the Earth is exactly the same in both Einsteinian and Newtonian interpretations of gravity and descriptions of gravity. They are pretty much, for all intents and purposes, the exact same thing in this context.
You understand that gas expands, right? To fill the limitation of space.
Gas. So the property of gas is that if you want to talk about like ideal gases, I'm assuming that's what you're talking about.
We
Not
can
every
talk
gas.
about ideal or non-ideal. I don't mind.
Well, an ideal gas is what most physicists would be familiar with, because that's the one that we have simple models for. It's hard to model things that aren't ideal gases. All of the gas molecules in an ideal gas move at a certain velocity related to their temperature, and basically they really don't interact with each other. The individual atoms of gas don't really interact with each other. They really just interact with the walls of the container that they're in, moving at their constant velocity. Now, like I said before, with gravity, this changes things because they are particles with mass, with energy, and they are affected with gravity, by gravity, but like everything else is affected by gravity. So they have a velocity, and that velocity on Earth is too low for it to escape Earth's atmosphere. That is what stops it from leaving.
I'd also like to bring up that certain gases in our certain gases are not in our atmosphere, such as helium and hydrogen, because they are too light to be held down by gravity.
That's awesome, mate. So when we're talking about PV equals nRT, we understand that we solve for P by force over area, right? The force of the gas over an area with a physical boundary for the gas to press upon.
Yes, the pressure that it exerts on the container. Yes, with all those collisions with the container.
So how do we solve for P without an area for the gas to press against?
Are you talking about like the pressure, like Earth's atmospheric pressure, like the one that you experience every day?
Always going to be talking about Earth's atmosphere, my friend. I'm asking you how you solve for P without a physical boundary for the force of the gas to press against, force over area.
So the pressure, it presses against the surface of the Earth. It presses against the, in a way, it does press against itself. Although ideal gases do not, in terms of the ideal gas law, don't interact with themselves. This is not always the case.
This is also within the kinetic molecular theory of gases as well. We understand that gases are not attracted to each other and are not attracted by any physical body, i.e. the walls of the container. There is no attraction of mass on gas.
That is a simplification of the model and for the purposes of the model, but in reality, gas is made of gas is a form of matter, and all matter is attracted to all other matter. Yes, gas is affected by gravity.
You got a problem. That's why I said that we could talk about the non-ideal gases if you want. Because if we talk about the ideal gases, we understand that within the kinetic molecular theory, there's no attraction by anything to gases, not the gas molecules themselves.
I sent you the barometric formula, by the way, in your DMs.
Really
you can calculate the pressure. Yeah, because you're just going on about something that already has a formula.
Yeah, PV equals nRT. I'm asking for it, and you're very whispery.
I'm asking for. I just sent it to you. You don't.
No, Gamma, mute yourself. You're not in this conversation right now. You can come in about barometric pressure.
Well, the thing is that he's right, and the idea is that the wall of the container here, like I've said multiple times, is not a physical barrier, but rather a force barrier, which is the Earth's gravity pulling all of the gas in towards the surface. That acts as a barrier in terms of pressure.
Where's gravity stronger, on the surface of the Earth or at altitude?
Where is gravity stronger?
Yeah, inverse square law. Where's it stronger, at the surface or high up in altitude?
It is stronger at the surface, but the thinness of the Earth's atmosphere means that the strength of gravity at the surface compared to the upper atmosphere is pretty small. I'm pretty sure it's like a 1% difference. The atmosphere is very thin compared to the size of the Earth.
It's thin with altitude, that's fine. But I'm going to actually be asking you to demonstrate if you could, a mass attracting a gas. Can you do that in the scientific experiment, do you think?
The Earth, yes. The Earth attracts the atmosphere, yeah.
Well, being as
We've gone up there and seen that the gas gets thinner exactly as you think it would.
It's not a scientific experiment, dude. So being as the
That's an
gas
observation.
Yes, an observation. I've asked you for an experiment, not an observation. So being as the gas is produced down here at ground level, chemical, biological cycles that take place within and on the surface of the Earth. You know, at the sea, phytoplankton, for example, the evaporation cycle, the gas's first instant is to move away from the body that you send to attract it to it, right? It moves away.
No.
Yes.
Does it move up? Or you saying it has to move up? No, it doesn't.
Yeah,
it moves sideways, down, every direction.
Okay, so if we've got, for example, a methane vent at the bottom of the sea, that bubble will go up away from the mass, the solid bit, through the mass, the watery bit, and then expand above the surface into the atmosphere. So away from the mass of the Earth.
Generally, yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so
until
up
it
and
comes
away.
back down.
So I'm just trying to figure out where the observation is for mass attracting gas. So far, gas moves freely and randomly in all directions.
Okay. Again, this is where you require an observation to be part of science rather than an experiment, because that is a fourth grader interpretation of science. It overly limits science for your own purposes.
University definition.
No.
Yes. Would you like
in a more general sense? In a more general sense, science is a philosophy that is used to create theories about reality. These are models of reality, usually mathematical. Can I finish?
But we're
They're
doing
usually
that with science here.
that's the thing, is like you don't want to do that with science, but that doesn't make science do what you want it to do. Like people use science all the time. They don't have to run experiments like you do in third grade. They can create observational conditions and make predictions using the models that they have and verify those predictions with those models. That's what they do all the time.
It's a third grade description where it's a university definition.
It's not the
Don't do
universal
experiments
definition.
outside third grade, if that's what you're saying. You don't test your hypothesis at all. Observational science has got bias within it. We understand that, right? That's why we have the methodology to demonstrate the cause and effect relationship.
Okay, so again, if you're saying I don't know what you mean by observational bias here.
You're the one that brought it up.
I didn't bring up observational bias. I just said observation. I did not mention observational bias. Did anybody else in the conversation want to clarify that I said observational bias?
No, you didn't say observational bias. I was pointing out that if you are going to make an observation, a person, you may have bias within it. That's why we have the method to remove the bias, where we test the hypothesis through physical experimentation.
Again, that's the thing, is that you can have bias in the observation of the results of your experiment, just in the same way you have bias in the observation in the observation of reality itself. You can't like for example, if someone in science wanted to make a prediction about, again, this is just topical, about the eclipse that just happened, they wanted to make a prediction about it, they can't just set up an experiment about the eclipse in terms of, like, they can't just say where the moon has to be or something like that. They're given the observational conditions. They have to go out and just observe. They can't do any kind of experimentation. There's no control group for a natural phenomenon like this.
And no viable hypothesis then?
A viable hypothesis, for example, would be the confirmation of Einstein's theories was done through a solar eclipse observation. The hypothesis would be that the stars would move in response to the gravity of the sun, and they did, and that's how the theory was.
They did. Which slide are you talking about, where you had the observation of the stars being poked around the back of the sun because of the bending and warping of space-time, which isn't the gravity that you were talking about earlier?
What?
Different gravities now.
Yes, we're talking about Einstein. This is the thing. This is how these theories work. This is how these observations and experiments work. Because the idea.
Math, then.
Yes, it is. This is how. This is how.
It isn't.
Look, can you listen?
You're just going to
Because
keep
this is the
talking
thing.
and talking. You're not going to
Can you
listen.
do less talking and more listening, Blue? It's getting really annoying. You need to do a little more listening so that you can respond to the questions a little clearer. You're getting way off into the weeds.
I'm getting way off into the weeds because this guy keeps going around in circles and going on different tangents. We started off with a completely different question with a completely different thing.
One sec. Address the objection. Jedi's objection. His objection is it's not mass attracting mass. Address that, please.
Okay, so I'm going to address it. The reason when I brought up gravity the first time, I was using Newtonian gravity to describe something where it agrees with general relativity. A lot of times Newtonian gravity agrees with general relativity, and so it's easier just to use Newtonian gravity because it's easier to conceptualize and it's easier to talk about. He brought up general relativity because he is right in saying that Newtonian gravity is not the complete theory.
You did.
That is correct.
You brought it up. Objection. You brought it up.
I did not bring up general relativity. That is just gaslighting.
Just now you did. Just now you did, where you invoked Einstein and the observation in 1919.
I did bring it up again 20 minutes later in the conversation. Yes, because it was, we were talking about an observation where you could not perform an experiment, where you could not change the experimental conditions. You just had to do an observation where two different theories predicted two different things. Newtonian gravity would say that the stars aren't affected by the light from the stars are not affected by gravity because light isn't affected by light isn't made of mass, and so light shouldn't be affected by gravity. That's correct. Matter doesn't attract matter, or matter doesn't attract light in Newtonian gravity. Einsteinian gravity disagrees with this. And so you have two different predictions from two different theories. What you do is you make the observation and you see which theory was right. Einstein was right. That's how you perform observational science.
That's fine.
There's no bias there.
Okay, so that's fine. Being as you're going to say that Einstein's predictions proved Newtonian physics incorrect, then we're going to throw Newton under the bus and keep going with Einstein.
No, we don't have to. Why do we have to do that?
Because you've just shown us that it goes against the prediction of Newtonian.
Only in certain contexts does it do that. The thing about scientific theories, in that context, yes. But the thing is we're not talking about that. If you think back to a little bit earlier in the discussion, the reason I brought up that specific example was not an example of why we should only talk about Einsteinian gravity. It was an example of why we should why you shouldn't just limit science to experimentation, because what I just described was not an experiment, it was an observation.
Yeah, it was an observation. So which one of the slides showed the stars poking out from behind the sun?
It wasn't the stars poking out from behind the sun. The observation was stars around the sun moving. Yes, it was not stars poking around from behind the sun. If you look, no, it was not. If you look at the experiment, what they did was they observed the night.
So we can see behind the sun. Those stars that were behind the sun were made visible because the mass of the sun is distorting the fabric of space-time.
Okay,
get it right.
I am gonna tell you that it's not just the stars behind the sun that would be affected by gravitational lensing. It's stars that are near the sun. They observed stars near the sun that were visible regardless and saw them to be in different positions than they would be when the sun wasn't there.
So
it wasn't stars behind the sun. That is just incorrect.
Excuse me. Which slide was this observed upon?
Which slide?
Yes, there are multiple photographs taken of the observation in 1919. I'd like you to tell me which slide this observation was taken from.
I don't have an eidetic memory. I don't know.
Have you ever looked at the slides before?
I have seen depictions of it. Yes, I'm pretty sure I have. I've seen like where it's not stars that are behind the sun. It is stars next to the sun. They took basically, if you understand the observation, is that you know what the stars look like when the sun's not there, because the sun moves throughout the sky throughout the year, and when the sun is not there, the stars have a certain configuration, and when the sun is there, They had a different configuration, and it's not just stars that the sun was directly in front of, it's stars around it. Gravitational lensing doesn't just pull things out from behind the sun, it would move
Except
light
for
all the way
yesterday.
around it.
Except for yesterday, that didn't happen.
Yeah, it did.
No, it didn't.
Yeah, it did. What do you mean?
Okay, show me that then.
I didn't do an observation of gravitational lensing. I don't have a fucking telescope.
Yes, it did. So can you show me that then?
Sure, NASA has one. You can look it up. I'm not going to go look it up for you.
Have you looked at it?
Nope. I didn't
So
need
how
to.
can you make
He
the
doesn't
claim
need
that
to
this
look
is
at
good?
it because because he knows that NASA has that data available.
How
find it.
Is that he's some kind of savant or something?
No, I just have trust in the people who can predict these things 150 fucking years out, and you guys can't.
Yeah, we can use the solar
Savant.
cycle.
You
You
can't.
fucking fool.
You can't. No, you can't.
Yeah,
You can use those cycles that people have observed, but the thing is that
Yeah, Kate, you were having a really good conversation, and
I
then you
did
just
that.
spiraled out there. Yeah, like he was having a good conversation, and then I don't know why
He
he did
didn't
that.
spiral out. He didn't spiral out. Like you
right,
guys
next-
spiraled out.
Next guy.
Jedi, you son of a bitch! You made him freak out, you bastard.
So we'll go one
Sorry
at a time.
about that, guys. I do apologize.
You
Well, I
can
just threw in there that there were no stars around the eclipse yesterday. I actually looked for myself, and I didn't see any. I saw Jupiter way
really-
off to the side.
really quick.
Jetty.
If you
You
want
did it again, Jetty.
Hold on, paraplegic. So, guys, if you want to come in here and have a discussion, you can do so, but don't advocate for another person in here unless you're willing to step forward into the spotlight. So it's up to you, Arlong. I'm going to unmute you, but if you're going to stand for what he was saying, then go ahead and advocate. But if not, then sit back down. All right? I don't like keeping people muted, but in this case, I will if I have to. It's up to you. Make a decision. If you're going to stand in for what he's saying, then you're going to have to advocate for everything he was saying. Okay?
Yeah, I advocate everything that he was saying.
Okay, so now Jedi will speak to you.
Okay, then, Sunshine. So, which point do you want to pick up on then? Are you going to be saying that gravity is mass attracting mass, or are you going to be saying that gravity is the bending and warping of space time? Which one? Because they're not the same.
Gravity is mass.
May I just quickly comment?
Okay, would you possibly have
may
a
I-
scientific
can I-
experiment that proves that?
What, Jedi, can I just please quickly make a
Yeah,
point?
We
on
already
that
gave you the observational conditions, right? Like you have some like third grade interpretation of what science is supposed to be that no actively practicing scientists take seriously,
Can I go
right?
and grab
Like
your university
hypotheses, predictions, observations, experimentation. These things are all part of modern science, right? Like
This
just
is
literally
actually on point to what I want to comment on.
Go to like an 8th grade science lab. Like there's
No,
got to be one like close by.
sorry, T, I do apologise, but I'll just say this. The definitions that I use come from universities.
That's
Yeah,
a joke.
I just
No
wanna say,
science, no
I've been just-
like a 5th grade
Jenny?
science teacher would not use the definition of science.
Listen here, dude.
Must use testable.
All I've heard
like,
from you
novel,
for the
testable
last 10
predictions,
minutes,
right? Those
20
are like
minutes,
very, very interesting, right? But they're not the only things that.
dude.
play
How
into-
long? All I've heard from you for the last 10 minutes is insults about Jedi.
Look, all
not
I've heard from you.
passing 5th grade, dude. Shut up for a minute, man. How about you just shut up with the insults and answer the questions that he's asking instead of
Whoa.
responding every time with, "Oh, this is what a 5th grade science experiment would do." Yeah, it's just fucking stupid, man.
He left, AJ. Creamy Steve, you have something to add? How about you? You're next
I'm just
on the
listening. I'm
chopping
just
block?
listening. Am I allowed to just listen? I'm
Yeah,
like
but
a
you're
unit.
not gonna be chirping in here if you don't have nothing to add.
I didn't say
Yes, I'm
anything.
dead. Yeah, you did. You're talking now.
I just got here.
There. I'll wait till you have something productive, and then when you do, just type in the text channel, and I'll unmute you.
T, I
type
do
in the text.
apologise, mate. You can have the next gentleman if you wish.
No, that's fine.
Yeah, sorry
I just
for ruining
simply
that one for
wanted-
you guys. I just couldn't listen to this
It's
garbage anymore and insults.
I just wanted to quickly point out what the difference is between what they're considering to be, observational experimentation or observational science versus, experimentation via the strict scientific method, which is that with the prediction made using an idea, aka what they call a theory, right? Is that there is no manipulation of the supposed cause. So it leaves it open to interpretation and other theories being able to predict the same thing. Like I could come up with some kind of nonsensical theory that there are invisible elves in the sky, making the sun work and making stars appear where they're not going, where they're not. They're going to appear where they're not usually. And thus I observe that phenomenon occur and then declare that my theory is correct, right? But when we press them on this, they say, well, it's not meant to be an absolute. And when we press them on that point, they always say that this isn't an absolute and science isn't about absolutes. And I would argue that it is, because within the strict scientific method, it is about absolute. You will only get one of two outcomes. Either X will cause Y or X won't cause Y.
All right, see if there's anybody else in here that wants to answer some questions. We got Creamy Steve. I'm going to unmute him. Creamy Steve, you're unmuted. And, Gamma, I don't know how much rope you want to allow him. Obviously, there's a length.
Why do I have to talk? Why can't I just listen?
You're fine.
You don't have to chime in and say that you want to listen. Just put yourself on a white mic and listen. Pretty simple, Creamy.
Gamma,
so Gamma.
Sorry to interrupt. Gamma did just send me something very interesting, which is the bit that I really like getting down to, because he's gave me the barometric formula. Within the barometric formula, there's a little letter. It's called G, which says that gas accelerates to the floor at 9.8 meters per second squared. So we all understand that in this instance, the mathematical formula makes gases fall like rocks. Gases don't do that, though.
All right.
Jedi, is that downward vector in relation to or reference to a horizontal plane?
Yeah, more than likely, mate. Yeah, has to be.
Oh shit.
All right, so we got Gamma if he's going to respond to you. Is that what you wanted, Jedi? We'll get him to respond. If not, you can go back on mute. Gamma, do you want to respond to Jedi?
Yeah.
Okay.
The barometric formula is like
you posted as well, so
tested
it's in the
all
chat
the
for everyone
time.
to see.
Have you never used a barometric altitude sensor? Like, have none
Yes.
of you ever launched a rocket or a balloon or anything?
Are we going to be talking about a gradient now?
No, I'm asking you. Do you think that this formula is not applicable to real life? Because you're making it sound like would just spit out nonsense results because it would just fall down or something.
You've seen the thing that you gave me, the formula, the barometric pressure formula. See where it says G?
Yep.
What does it say after that?
It's the acceleration of Earth. It's 9.80665.
It's an acceleration of objects that you let go above the Earth, isn't it?
Yep.
Okay. Does gas act like that?
Yes, it does experience gravity.
Okay. So, for example, when we get in our lovely vacuum chamber, we start dropping bowling balls and feathers. We understand that the bowling ball and feather. Yeah, I'll give you the.
But you realize you did skirt past my point when I said, "Does this formula not work in reality?" So you must. Jedi is purposely obfuscating my point.
Let Jedi finish. Let him finish.
It wouldn't take long, dude. All I was going to point out is when we get into our vacuum chamber and we drop bowling balls and feathers, I'll give you the 9.8 meters per second squared, the acceleration of the solid object. But when we uncontain gas within a vacuum chamber, which is kind of odd, we understand that the gas moves freely and randomly in all directions. It goes as fast up as it goes fast down and outwards. So I understand the formula, but the formula is making gases act like solid things. So it doesn't.
The formula works in real life.
Yeah.
So how do you explain that? How does it work if it's wrong? That's what you're trying to say. You're trying to say that the formula is fundamentally flawed, but yet it works everywhere on the Earth.
From dropping things, idiot.
What type of engineer are you? You say you're an engineer, but you literally have no concept of math. Like, where did you get your degree from? A degree mill?
Have I insulted this guy? Why does he seem so upset?
Because
I'm
this
trying to
guy
be
who
as
always
honest.
interjects
I don't
with
care
math.
about the other guy. Don't care about the other guy.
All
It's
right.
about me. I've been as honest with
Maybe
you
it's
as
the
I can
eclipse,
be.
Jetty. Maybe it was the eclipse. They all seem butthurt and upset this morning.
I know.
That's all I've heard for the last 2 hours, 3 hours.
I hope I haven't insulted you in any way, and if I have, I'll take it back. But that's not the kind of conversation I
Right.
want with you, Sunshine. I'm trying to give you a free information exchange, trying to point out something within the formula that makes gases act in a way that they don't.
But this formula works every time. You can predict. If you're saying it's wrong, can you think about this logically, right? So you're saying that this formula is wrong. Would we observe and predict it to be?
No,
So you're not
I'm
saying it's wrong?
No, I'm pointing out within the formula it makes gases act in a way that they don't. Gases
So you're
don't
saying that
accelerate.
the math is wrong because
I'll answer this
variables
question
don't.
very simply. Do gases accelerate to the floor at 9.8 meters per second squared?
If they are at 0 meters at sea level, no, they will not go straight down. Well, some of them will, because that's just the nature of a gas, right? It's outward expanding in
Yes,
direction.
some, not all. You
Yes,
understand
but
that the formula might be useful.
no,
but the
it's not
formula is
just
based.
useful. It works 100% of the time.
Does gas accelerate to the floor at 9.8 meters per second squared, dude?
Some of it does.
Some of it does, but not all of it. So what gases freely move randomly in all directions?
But at a certain point, even if you calculate
you pointed out the ideal gas formula earlier.
Yeah, and at a certain point,
I'm willing to have.
At a certain point, you can tell that certain element, like elemental oxygen or, argon, you can tell at which certain points that these gases will no longer be able to go upward.
Elemental
anymore.
oxygen is redundant.
What do you?
Just oxygen.
Okay, well, elemental oxygen just be. Oh, yes, I'm wrong. Sorry. You can tell at which point that these elements would no longer be able to go up anymore, right? You can use this in the barometric formula, which is observed in real life as well. If you were to launch a rocket up 20 kilometers or so, you would see how much the pressure has been reduced by the masses of these element or the compounds, even hot, like water vapor and everything. You would be able to see the pressure change. How do you equate for that if you're saying that gas just does whatever it wants because
You brought it up earlier. We started speaking about temperature.
Yeah,
I'm trying to there it is. Temperature is obviously within the formula. P is equal to. Yeah, so temperature, obviously, yeah, that's within your model. I'll give you that. But I'm asking you if gases accelerate to the floor at 9.8 meters per second squared.
Yes, some of them do.
Some of them do, so not all of them then. So some gases
Yes, but
go
at a certain
up.
point, all of them will accelerate down. At a certain point in altitude, they will no longer be able to go up anymore unless energy is imparted onto them.
And the energy comes from where?
That's why I was saying unless energy is provided. So if you were
Okay,
to,
so energy is provided. That comes in the form of temperature.
no, I think you're misunderstanding what I'm saying. I'm trying to say that the atmosphere ends where there is no energy able to go in to provide it. You would have to, somebody would have to, I don't know, explode something up there for the gas to go higher. But that
So what's the
obviously doesn't
thermosphere then?
thermosphere is scattering.
Yeah. Do you think that the relationship between altitude, gas pressure, and temperature is a constant line?
No,
On the gradient graph? No, because it goes down and then up again because of the temperature variation. So there's sometimes a higher pressure below this. Sorry, above this one.
Excuse me, brother, can you mute? You're making a lot of noise in the room here.
You said me?
Yeah, brother, if that's you, can you mute? There's a lot of background noise.
Oh, forgive me. Yes, forgive me.
Sir Walter Hill, if you believe you have a better understanding of physics than me, I would like you to talk to Jedi then, because I don't know why you're trying to say I'm wrong.
That's your leader that you're telling off.
Yeah, you got to be answering him with some respect, dude. All right, go ahead, Sir Waterhill. Oh, wait, shit. Are you muted? No, you're not. You might be busy. You might not have time.
Like better now.
I noticed what Scott has been saying in the chat, and he's saying that yes, gases do accelerate to 49.8 meters per
All
second
of them.
squared. Yes. Gases don't expand to fill the limitation of volume. Then that's
Oh,
interesting.
he just changed it, Jedi. Look at this.
Oh, is my mic still going off? Can you still hear a bunch of background noise?
No, you're fine.
Yeah, every once in a while you're going off there,
You should
brother.
just mute it. Just mute your mic.
That's fine.
Scott just said that if gas goes up, it's actually going down.
Yeah.
What is this guy on about?
He's gonna prove you wrong because he's a Glober too, by the way.
Maybe you two should have a little conversation. You get
No,
your script right now.
seriously,
Come back to us.
I've said this multiple times before. What is with all the other Globers in this VC and having like negative IQ? Like,
Oh shit, Sir Waterhill, you better come in with your academia, dude. Because
Oh shit.
it's on. Basically, you don't know what you're talking about. How about that, Scott?
That would make things way less in a vacuum chamber if Sir Waterhill was correct. And that's not the case.
Well,
that is
maybe
correct.
Gamma has a point on this in this particular argument, but I don't know if he does because Sir Waterhill says no. He says,
That's correct. I don't know why. Can you speak on the mic? But yes, you are right. Velocity and acceleration do not need to have the same direction. But that doesn't mean that everything is accelerating downwards at 9.8 meters per second, because some of the gases are going to collide and go upwards as well.
The temperature's going to change, which is going to make them rise.
Oh, he says,
Okay, so
yeah, it
which is it?
absolutely
Like,
does. I don't know what,
yeah,
what he,
I mean-
he needs to get on the mic and just say it. Go ahead. You might be tied up, but you need to let us know if you're busy, because otherwise you're just not getting on the mic. Oh, he's busy. I knew it. Yeah, well, you're not gonna get on.
I mean, all right. If you're trying to say that gravity, everything has a constant downwards acceleration of 9.8 meters per second, yes, that. Oh no, I see what he's trying to say. I'm sorry. Never mind. Yes,
got it?
Yes, he's correct. Yes.
Okay. Yep. He capitulated.
All right.
Sir Waterhill strikes again. That's one for Sir Waterhill.
Even
All right.
gas in even gas in a vacuum, if you were to put the vacuum on, doesn't it just expand outwards just to fill the space anyway? So it's still going to expand outwards.
Yes.
It's not going to go down to the ground. It's got to fill that space.
Brother, real
Patty.
quick, I know you're coming in brand new, man, and Gamma's been here a while, so Gamma, I don't know if you let us have the conversation with Brother.
Yeah.
Robert, what is your position right now on the topic of this room?
I've been in here a few times.
Probably
Yeah, I'm
talking to you, so.
I'm under the reality. I kind of have a dual reality. I mean, I'll accept both, but I'm looking at, stationary Earth more, an expansive plane with valleys and dips and slopes and all that.
Like geocentric, or what is it?
Yeah, I'm viewing a geocentric lifestyle.
Okay.
Nothing egotistical or anything. It's just
That's how you're seeing it right now.
Yeah, that's how I've seen it since I was little. Just the sun moving.
Okay. If there's something you disagree with, I'm pretty sure you'll chime in and say, "Wait a minute, I don't agree with that," or maybe you could tell us, because I think for as far as we can say, everybody mainly is in a geocentric position here. Like, not saying that the Earth is a globe, geocentric and stationary, but we're saying that the realm that we exist in appears that way to us. So
yeah,
I'm
I would
thinking that's what
agree.
you're saying too, right? Like, that's kind of what you're
Yeah, I would believe we were in a ball before we were on a ball.
Okay.
I just can't. You know what I mean? I don't agree with the oblate spheroid model.
Alrighty. Well, thanks for clearing that up, and as much as your position goes. But if anybody has a position they'd like to talk about, check this out. I'm gonna highlight some of the speakers in this channel, because some of us in here have tendency to take the mic for a while. So that's myself included. But we have AJ, who is very capable of answering questions. Myself. Let's see. We got Crit. He's deafened and muted. Flat Lloyd's in here. Heretic definitely is a champion in here. He's like the mod room main guy. So he's the owner of this channel.
I'm
so-
horrible at answering questions, though. I'm just better at fighting.
Dude, I've had a question. I've just been waiting.
Yeah, that's fine, Creamy. Let me just get through all the speakers in here so you'll know. Larry is very eloquent in his speech. If you guys want to talk to him, but yeah, he can talk to you about things that some of us here haven't done research on. But he looks into the globe claims and kind of destroys them from the inside out. So he's another speaker. He's also a mod. Jedi is in here. Phenomenal speaker there. If you want to have a conversation with him. Lunatic. There's some people that I'm mentioning. Is very logical, consistent. We'll have the discussion with you. Just don't say that he's like an ignoramus because he's going to show you how much you are. So just with all of the speakers in here, be patient and be respectful, and you'll get a long way with us. Mr. Nice Flat Earther is very to the point. So if you're not going to come with anything demonstratable, then yeah, you're going to pretty much be tossed out of court. Plum Bob, he's been in here. He speaks every now and again. I've heard Plum Bob speak. Who else in here? T-Dub. T-Dub's another champion. So if you speak to him, you know who you're talking to. Under Heaven Earther. Guys, let me tell you, he will say that it's nonsense if it doesn't make any sense and you can't test anything with your senses, then you're being nonsensical. So his main point there would be things have to be understood with our physical senses. If you're making a claim to physicality, the physical natural world. So yeah, 24/7 Flat Earth. We are also live on YouTube, and we have a channel on Rumble. So Rumble and YouTube, but we don't have the YouTube out in here. So if you guys want to participate, we have an audience on YouTube. Guys, click the link in the description. Join our server, and also if you want to join us, we are on the politics server on Discord. We have a channel here which is #1. We've been holding the #1 spot ever since this channel came about, and we will remain that way with all of your appreciation and coming in here and giving this conversation. So that being said, the nature of the beast here is that we do tend to get in a bit of an argumentation. Sometimes it gets heated, but that's just the way it goes. So long as you just able to answer questions and us be able to answer yours, then we'll be moving the conversation along. So enough of the monologue, but yeah, go ahead. If you guys have any evidence that the Earth is a globe, please come in here and approach. Oh, my bad. Says who? I didn't see you weren't in here when I was announcing, or if I didn't see you, my bad. But yeah, says who is also another one. He often speaks, and when he does, he's very logically consistent. So just make sure that you have all your P's and Q's.
To the point also.
Yeah, definitely. He's another like Radwin. Him and Radwin are probably two peas in a pod. So
He doesn't beat around the bush. He just wants, like me, I just want you to answer the question, and if you don't know it, don't make up stuff because I'm just going to catch you anyway. So just get to the point, show us your proof. If you don't have any, stories aren't going to work.
Right. So, and this is just a little bit of insight as to the speakers that are in this channel. We all well equipped to handle the conversation. So that's why you guys tend to get like 3 or 4 of us answering, because we're all vying for the spot because we want to make sure. But some of us are a bit of hog mics, pointing to myself. But all right, so if I'll let whoever's going to take the next point. If you think the Earth's a globe, guys, I don't know if you want to do all hands in, rock, paper, scissors or whatever. Like, we'll just take the next available person. If you want to ask questions or you want to answer our questions. Do you think the Earth's a globe?
Question.
Go ahead, Creamy Steve.
Yeah, so what's the best argument that I can, let's say, like, because I love debating, I'm kind of in the middle, like unless I can perform these like crazy expensive experiments, I'm taking like, you can't really believe it unless you do it yourself, right? Like you have all this money and equipment, right? Unless you like physically see it with your eyeballs or go there, right? So what is the best argument I could make if I'm supporting the flat earth theory? Like what's the best like missile ammo you got? Like, so when I'm debating for flat earth somewhere else, I can like win. What's the best thing I can use?
All right. I think that answer comes in a couple of. We can parse that out, but if anybody wants to take it, if not, I will.
Wait,
I'll hand it over to the.
I've answered him before. Water.
Okay. Well, let's do it this way, guys. We'll get a couple of perspectives. If anybody else wants,
for sure. I just wanted to throw out there water.
Yeah, for me, it's the black swan argument, because what they have to end up doing is changing the goalpost from the original claim of 8 inches per mile squared and their Earth edge, right? The Earth curve causing the horizon, and they have to throw that out the window and invoke refraction, which makes their model unfalsifiable by invoking this goalpost change. And once it's unfalsifiable, it's basically, they're admitting that it can't be measured because it's always refracted. So what they'll say is, no, actually we can measure it when it fits what we think that it fits, and then when it doesn't, we could just say refraction. So we show them, a mountain at 273 miles, and they just pull up an Earth curve calculator that has backward engineered refraction to make it fit the observation. And that's,
So who created the flat Earth though? Like, there's like some big giant guy that like made.
I got him. I got him. Go
He's
ahead,
new.
Grimmy.
He's new. He doesn't know.
Yeah, I know he doesn't know.
You
Just
must
relax.
have brought him in there, Steve.
Yeah, but I didn't. I should have explained to him like you gotta
Yeah,
wait.
you can
Is that
explain.
why you're not screaming at us like you were earlier?
Creamy, do me a favor. Can you explain it to him before I unmute him? Just.
Yo, Akuma, you gotta wait. You gotta like raise your hand and wait until everyone goes quiet. You go like, I have a question or I have a statement that proves either flat Earth or not flat Earth.
Cool. Yeah, that's cool. I'll unmute him. He's cool as long as he understands. Brubber, I think they thought you were hot micing, but it was Akuma that was hot micing. I'll unmute you.
All right, thank you very much. All good.
Yeah, sorry.
It was Brother anyway. Yes, I was right
Was
about
it?
Yeah,
Oh, he was?
typing away.
No, I think that was
Okay,
Akuma. Anyway, if it was both of them, that's fine. I thought I saw
Move
Akuma
yourself
typing.
white mic. That's all.
Yeah, just put a white mic if you have background noise, guys.
And about earlier, I got emotional. I got lost in my anger. I was like, it was
all is
okay.
forgiven. Water under the bridge, as they say.
Level water.
At the end, Creamy. At the end of all of this, it's the people that make the difference, right? So we're in this together. It's just like we're fighting against each other when it comes to like us disagreeing. But I'm serious. Like I want to tell you like this, right? It always seems heated when you guys come in here, but our main objective is not to be jerks. Our main objective is so that you guys can understand the information that's been given is not substantiated. So we're just actually facilitating that here in this channel. That's all we're doing. And whether or not you agree with it or disagree, it turns into an argument. I know, but just
It's
like,
interesting
hear us.
though. It's really interesting to listen to.
Listen, there's a lot of points that you guys don't know that I think I would say before you fire off and start giving all these questions because you feel emotional about it, just relax. Wait until you see the whole full scope of what's being talked about. Perhaps you might think about it. I'm not saying we're going to change your mind and turn you to flat earthers. That's not our goal. We're not here to convince anyone. We're here to challenge you. At least that's
The
basic
fighting
thing we're
is
doing.
low key entertaining too at times.
Oh, duh, dude! It's entertaining for us. We like the fact that people come in with the
You guys like
bravado.
it?
Yeah, when they come in with more
Yeah,
bravado,
you guys
know
sound
why?
retarded.
Yeah,
Wait,
because of the
Akuma,
bravado.
Akuma, are you flat Earth or are you global? Are
I
you,
just
like,
have a question.
around-
All right, if gravity isn't real and all this other stuff, who made flat Earth? Like they made it like a pizza, like you said, Italian guy.
Who made it?
He's
shut
so
up,
bad at
dude.
trolling, dude.
I'm not trolling. I'm curious how flat
right,
Earth would form. In
All right,
I mean,
so,
there
yeah.
has to be a theory of how it formed.
We can talk about that, Akuma. Basically, the cosmology of how
Real quick, because
yeah, go ahead.
no, my bad. Because the question that he asked, who made flat Earth, right? You could technically reverse that question because the globe was invented, not discovered. Just like outer space, it was invented, not discovered.
It wasn't invented
Exoplanets
though.
invented, not discovered. That kind of stuff, right? The gravity that you're talking about, invented, not discovered. So
Well,
just
how
to
do
let you know,
man. Right? They're just like telling us stuff, and then we believe it. We just go
Yeah,
with it, right?
yeah. Let me just answer. I want to answer directly, Akuma. That's good. I like Gemsy's approach, and keep that in mind, Akuma. But think about this: the creation story for the Earth being a globe. How do you think that began? Can you tell us like what you've heard of how the conception of the Earth being a globe began?
There was dust, and gravity basically formed these dust into body, right?
Okay, so yeah, so where did let's go back to the first step. Where was the very beginning of all of this? What was it before this dust was here?
Yeah, where'd the dust come from?
It came from dust clouds.
Yeah, but where did the dust clouds come from? Like, it's a regression. We're regressing back to
And
the beginning.
those condensed into stars.
It's right.
and
We're talking
planets.
about.
I mean,
yeah,
we
we're-
see
we're ta-
this with telescopes happening.
Yeah, Akuma, we're talking about abiogenesis. So look that word up, and then you'll find out what I mean.
So you guys don't think that what we see out of our telescopes is real? Like that's not
No,
real?
yeah, that's not the case here at the moment.
No.
What we're drilling down right now is how you know everything came from. Where did it come from?
You got to take the same question to your own model.
Well, when we take our telescopes and we look into outer space, what are we looking at? That's not actually.
That's not the. Oh, I have to stop you. That's not what I asked, though. The same question you asked us: who made the flat Earth? I'm asking you, who made the globe Earth? Answer that, please.
Well, the universe made it clearly.
Okay,
The physics model of the universe made it.
Correct. So was the universe here prior to the universe's existence?
And I'm not a Big Bang theorist, so like I think the universe always existed and is always changing.
So there was already dust in the universe, dust clouds.
Yeah. Well, I feel like we're living in like a black hole, right? We're inside of a black hole.
Okay, first of all, you're being serious, right? We're not going to take you for a
Yeah,
troll.
I am
He's
being serious. I
Listen,
am
I
being
know
serious.
him. I know him, and when
No,
he trolls,
I
he
don't-
screams
I don't
and like
think so.
uses ad
I don't think
hominems.
so.
He's being
This is
very
a
like
troll
calm
troll.
right now.
Okay,
no,
that's
I'm
cool.
telling you,
I'll take your word
I
for it.
I'm telling you.
You'll see.
I mean,
him
people
angry.
could
You'll see
attack you
him
guys the
angry and
same
you'll know
way
what I'm talking
No,
about.
and say you're
fine.
not serious.
Listen, we're good. We're good. I just wanted to know, because before we continue moving forward, I just wanted to make your position known as this is what your conception is for the Earth. Like when you said who made the flat Earth, I asked you who made the globe Earth. You're saying basically the universe did because it always existed. And just can you complete that? Is that all there is to it? Like from the conception moving forward, like it always existed as it's eternal.
Well, my opinion that like if we look into like right with telescopes out and looking in, we don't see like discs flying around. So like that's my reasoning that like Earth
I get it.
is round.
I
Because
get
if
it.
you
No,
look
no, no,
around,
no.
all the bodies are circular.
Yeah, I get it, dude. I get it. I think I know now where we're talking past each other, and I think it's a cosmological aspect. So we're having a difference in cosmology. So you think that we're saying we're a pizza flying in space, and you're saying we're not a pizza flying in space. We're a dust ball flying in space. Is that correct?
Well, not like I guess a dust ball, yeah, but we're like we're atoms from the sun or whatever, right? Like
Well, stardust, right?
we're
But-
stardust. We're stardust
but
that
what I'm-
condensed into a planet.
Sure, but what I'm saying though is the difference between what you're saying and what you think we are is that you think we are a pizza flying around in space. Is that not what the case is?
No, I'm saying you believe that the Earth is flat and a pizza.
Yeah,
or
but
whatever.
where is it at in free space? Is it in the vacuum of space, like in a like a galaxy, or where do you see the flat Earth at? In your mind.
No. I mean, like this is you think the Earth is
Okay,
flat.
yeah, okay, that's
we're,
fine.
We're a flat surface flying through the Milky Way, right?
Yeah, so that's what you're thinking. The cosmological aspect is that we are a pizza flying through space, right?
No, that's what you guys believe. I think
No,
we are
you're
on a planet.
misrepresenting because we didn't. We
not what
never
I
said that.
believe, you dumbass.
Nobody ever said that, right? So here's the thing that I'm.
That's why I was going to ask
So
Alpha
you-
if I could
you-
just quickly.
Yeah, I'm just gonna say you stated what you said you believe, right? Now it's our turn, right? So I'm gonna give the floor to T-Dub, and he's gonna tell you our perspective on cosmology and see if it lines up with what you think we're saying. Go ahead, T-Dub.
Well, I was actually just going to ask, in what context was he asking? Because you could take that question as who came up with the idea of flat Earth, or what created, how did the flat Earth form, as in a cosmological view. Like, so I just wanted to clarify in which context was he speaking?
Yeah, who came up with it, Akuma? Is that what you're asking, or how did it become more of a philosophical question?
I just feel like the way you guys talk about the firmament and it being like a flat surface or whatever, like
Wait, nobody said anything.
I don't know. Other people that are flat earthers. This is
my question.
So like I've
You're
looked into flat Earth and I don't think it's true.
So did
because
you ask us?
it would be like, for these conditions to exist, it'd be like having some giant people walking around or something, and like we're like a tranium or
Yeah,
whatever.
do you mind if we tell you, Akuma, so we can clear up like whether or not that's what the case is? Is that cool? All right. So basically, in the cosmological aspect, what we would say is that you have an idea of the ever-expanding cosmos being like either eternal or it came from a Big Bang or whatever. Whether you agree with that or not, that's part of the paradigm in which you think you exist. From our viewpoint, we don't say that we're flying around in free space somewhere. As far as free space goes, we don't think that anyone can say with any certainty that they're in some type of free space vacuum or universe in that sense, because of the fact that the only thing we can know is that we are on something right now. So the realm that we exist in right now would be the floor of the entire universe. So you are standing right now on the floor of the entire universe of existence. So if we were to say that somebody can go leave this place, we would say that can be negated by the fact of natural law existing. So, and I have to parse this out in like a few things because it's going to get a bit hard for you to understand. So I would say right now, just from the aspect of the cosmological aspect, right? Like cosmology, we would say that we don't say that we are in an ever expanding universe, in a vacuum, flying around in a pizza disc. We don't make a claim to a shape. There is no shape claim here. So what we say in this channel is there's nothing to do with anybody says out there. They can say whatever they want. This channel stands for truth. That means that we can only verify empirically what we can tell you and test. So that can only mean that we can verify that we're standing on something that has elevation changes, and over the surface of water, we can say that it's pretty flat all the way across. So there's no measurable elevation change over the surface of water, which means that the horizontal plane that we exist on extends far out. So if you're pointing from any cardinal direction, north, south, east, or west, you're actually pointing horizontal across the plane to another.
But they've tested this with
geographic
lasers.
location.
They know there's curvature over water. Like, what are you talking about?
Yeah, so we're gonna get into that, right? That's the further.
So is
end.
that curvature like the laser
Akuma,
is curving?
Akuma, we're just talking about the cosmology aspect. I don't want the room to get confused by going into another topic. So just specifically to cosmology, your question was, well, you flat earthers this and you flat earthers that. And we're like, no, we don't agree with what you've heard out there. And here we're claiming specifically on the cosmological aspect, we're not a disk flying through space. Space, as you think of it, cannot exist in that way. And we'll get into that. I want to explain that to you. But right now, I'm just telling you, we're the floor of all of that there is. And everything above you, that's all that you can see, and you can't get to anything that you see up in the sky. The stars, the sun, the moon. Now, what they are is a whole other topic. So we're only talking about just the cosmology aspect. So we don't say that we're in an ever-expanding galaxy. We don't say that.
So, in your opinion, like in the southern hemisphere, right? If you're on the South Pole, you can see the same stars that are on the North Pole.
Yeah, what we're talking about is like this, right? So when you say northern hemisphere, southern hemisphere, there's a lot of information that you're not filled in, Akuma. Do you have?
No, I'm asking you this question.
You have to let me. You have to let me, dude. You have
Do
to.
you see the same stars?
I
On
know, but
both
let me
poles?
finish because it's important. This is the missing information you're not telling us. Do you know where we're getting northern and southern hemisphere from? You know where that's derived? I will tell you. You can look it up. So I'm not gonna feed you some information you can't check, dude. So do you know where that's coming from? Northern hemisphere, southern hemisphere.
I'm talking
equator.
specifically about the stars you see in the sky.
I know, but
Are they the
model-
same in both?
Akuma,
both,
the
'cause
model
they would
by
be the
which-
same in your model.
Dude, the model by which they follow is specific to what I'm talking about. So you need to know, either you know or you don't know. That's my question to you. Do you know the model that it follows? Because I will tell you. Akuma. I'm giving you the opportunity, sir.
All right, I'm just curious. I'm asking
Do
about
you
the question
know or
about the
not,
stars.
sir? I know.
I'm just, like, are the stars the same in the sun?
See, here's the thing, dude. Just be intellectually honest and it'll get you a long way, Akuma. In our conversation, being intellectually honest, saying I know and I don't know, gets you a lot farther than you trying to explain something to me. Do you know where the model for the stars comes from? sir. I really want you to be honest. Akuma.
It doesn't make you dumb if you concede.
Yeah, it doesn't make you dumb. There's nothing taken away.
I'm
We're
asking
gonna-
a question. Can you see the same?
He's not gonna answer. I think we're having. I'm gonna unmute Creamy for just a second, okay?
When you do, Alpha, I just wanted to clarify something else about our model while you're on that subject, yeah? What we tend to get is these globe guys come in here and say, you guys just deny gravity. Yeah. And I feel like this is a big straw man to try and make us seem really silly that we deny the effects that everybody sees. We don't deny the effects.
Let me just
the way
unmute.
that you guys put it. Yeah.
Let me just unmute Creamy real quick because I want him to. This is Buddy. Look, Creamy, I just really want your guy to answer. This is pretty simple because I don't want him to be confused about the further conversations about this, and it's important, right? So all I'm saying to your buddy here is that he has to answer this question whether he knows or not, and that doesn't make him dumb. It's not trying to trap him in anything. I really want to know if he's ignorant about the information or he's knowledgeable. One of the two. Go ahead, Akuma. If you're there. Do you know where the models of the stars mapped out in the sky come from?
It doesn't matter if I know the models. Like I'm
It
asking
does.
a question and you guys haven't answered it.
It does. It does matter.
You're
Akuma, that supports the foundation for our conversation about the stars. It's the foundation of how we understand visually how we see the stars in the sky. So it's imperative that you either understand and know where that comes from or not. It's imperative, sir.
You're literally answering my question with another question. Like
No,
you're not.
I'm asking you, do you know where the model for how we
It's a
map-
yes or no.
Relax, dude. Just calm down. I'm asking you to answer the question. And all you got to do is answer. Say you know or you don't know. I'll only spend 1 or 2 more tries on this. And if I can't get anywhere with you, then basically you just sit on mute. So I don't want to do that. Just be honest. Either you know the model by which the stars are mapped out in the sky or you don't.
I mean, you obviously lost because you won't say yes or no.
It's not about winning or losing, Akuma.
Obviously,
it's about being.
I won because you won't answer the question.
No,
You're
it's
you're
not
doing
about
another
winning,
question.
not
Oh,
about
I
winning.
won. I won. I did win. You
You
won't
won
answer
what?
the
I
question.
don't know what you won.
What'd you
Be
win?
mature about this. Be mature.
Yeah, it's important. I'll tell you, and all you got to say is I don't know. But I want to go off of based on either you know or you don't. I'm not going to presume to know that you don't know.
So you're saying you don't know if the same stars are on the south.
You're not answering my question, sir. It's the foundation for our conversation. This is the last attempt. One more try. And if we can't get anything from you, I apologize, but you're going to sit on mute. So until probably another conversation comes along, and then we'll unmute you. But for now, you have one thing to do. Your job is to say you either know the model by which all the stars are mapped out, or you don't. There you go. Go ahead, Akuma.
I mean, you can't. Can you see the same stars in the?
There. Sorry.
Talking to his buddy anyway.
That's okay.
Yeah,
Akuma will sit on
sometimes you
mute.
need clarification, you need further clarification to advance the conversation. It's not just, sometimes it's not as simple as just saying yes or no to answer one's question. You need to establish, grounds.
Yeah, look at. I want you to
and
look
agree
by
to
which.
terms.
I want you to look by which the stars are all mapped out. There has to be a specific model they abide by. Now, look that up on Google and tell me if you find it, and then we'll see if we can mute you. Because we want you to actually know before we proceed. It's important. Conversations can only flourish if two parties understand each other. Then we can speak reason and logic to each other. All right. I guess if anybody else wants to chime in prior
Hey,
to him finding that information, go ahead, Creamy.
I had to go take care of something. Was he being calm?
For the most part, but I think what he started to really get abrasive on was when I asked him the question, what is the model by which all the stars were mapped out in the sky? And he couldn't answer that question.
Did he start yelling at you, or was it just
Well,
like
he
calm?
was,
Don't
but
worry, you were sitting there anyway, typing to him. So don't act like you don't
No,
know.
I wasn't. I wasn't.
All right.
I was.
Okay,
I-
all right,
He
anyway,
was-
yeah, we're not going to recap for you.
Yeah.
What the Sigma?
You don't have to believe me, but I was just curious. Thanks for answering.
Skibidi
fine.
toilet. Skibidi toilet.
Well, you can see
I'm gonna
who's
get rid of
common.
that guy.
You can see who's common, who's not in this side. And this is
He
it's
runs
interesting.
hot.
The behavior of like an emotionally unhinged person. and I see it more from globe defenders than flat Earth defenders. Is they
check according to my calculations, you're not from Ohio.
they try to use self-defense mechanisms as cheap, lazy humor and ad homs that don't really land. And then they try to weasel out of it by moving goalposts and making silly noises. It doesn't work
Well,
anymore.
anger is a secondary emotion, right? So when someone feels like they're wrong, they're like freaking out, you know?
Yes. Oh, yeah. You see it. It's the denial. The whole denial is the first stage, and then anger, except that's all real. I mean, this is a psychological phenomena to see people that obsessed over a model that they can't even convey to anybody. They don't even know what they believe, but they believe it. So with so much conviction that it's become religious in a way.
I hope you
And-
guys know after being here, I'm kind of, I don't know what the word is. I'm like, you know how like there's agnostic people? I'm kind of like in the middle now. I don't know if it's round. I don't know if it's flat, but it might, you know what I mean?
Well, I would say, Creamy, I would just say, just wait a couple more sessions. I want you to just like thoroughly hear both sides, which is kind of what we want to foster here in this channel. We want people to actually give the best that they can for the evidence of the globe. So you don't have to actually speak on it. Let others do it. So you can hear what they say and then hear the interactions we have with them. I think it's important, right? For both sides. And I mean, chime in every now and again, but just don't get too far into it, because then we'll start asking you questions and then you're on the hot seat and then that
You
becomes
guys
an
kind of
issue.
scare me a little bit. Yeah, when you guys like force me in the hot seat, I'm like, I don't know what the fuck to say. I don't even know what I'm talking
It's
about.
because they know they don't stand on ground.
No, they're
That's-
pretty
that's-
good at this. They're like
No, they're-
professionals. They're like, yes, they are. They're like
Kumutz.
trained or some shit. This is like going to the gym for them.
Yeah, exactly, dude. We've been doing it. I'll tell you right now, Creamy, we've been doing this for over 10 years. Some of us in here. I've been doing it for, let's see, like 9 years.
Nuts, dude. That's wild.
Straight, like we have thousands of hours of content on YouTube.
You must
I
have
mean,
a lot of stories.
Why?
dude. What? Okay.
Yeah,
Why?
so-
Because it's entertaining.
I'll tell you. Well, no, on the one hand, that you can get an entertainment aspect of it, but I think the bigger part is that we see a fundamental flaw in logic and reason, and all of humanity has been taken in by complacency. So everybody is pretty much like thinking that it's a foregone conclusion that the Earth is a globe, and everybody's sitting back thinking like, "Hey, man, the experts figured it out. We don't got to do anything." So that's the problem, and we're trying to tell people, guys, you need to take a second look at this. It's like, imagine if somebody's trying to give you an alarm about something happening. You're like, yeah, dude, relax. We learned about that in 3rd grade. You're like, no, really? Do you really know if the Earth is a globe? Because we've been told this freaking huge story about it, and none of it actually lines up. When you go, let's say, for example, you go and test the curvature claim, we don't find it. There is no curvature. There's no drop rate. There's nothing. There's 0 drop rate. No elevation change over large bodies of water. And that's concerning. Wouldn't you want to tell your fellow man, like, hey, guys, I'm just giving you this as something to think about. Like, what do you think? Like, if you actually think you live on an Earth as a globe and it's not, conforming to that, wouldn't you be concerned? Wouldn't you want to tell your friends and family, like, hey, look, I'm just saying, look into it. Like, don't kill
studying the
messenger.
globe model. Studying the globe model actually turned me more into an alternate Earth theorist, whatever you want to call it. The more I studied the heliocentric model, the more I turned away from it. I didn't even study the flat Earth. I went into the heliocentric model, dove right in. And the more you look into it, the more they have to rearrange the model to make it work.
But don't you guys live like a hard life? Like, don't you lose
Oh,
like
yeah.
friends and family and dating gets
Well,
weird and stuff?
That's part
Not
and partial.
no.
That's
My
part and
wife
partial
would
to the
kill me
truth,
if I
right?
started dating.
So but I'm saying that's part and partial to the truth, right? So if you're holding on to truth about something, let's say, Creamy, for example, I'll just use an analogy. If you found out that a restaurant had a bunch of rats in it, right? You knew some people that were going to eat there that you cared about. You're like, dude, don't go to that restaurant, man. There's some rats in the kitchen. And the people told you, dude, whatever, man. Why do you wanna...
That's happened to me, bro. I ran a business insurance company, and I would have like a lot of restaurant clients, and some of them have thousands of perfect reviews, and you would be disgusted if you saw the back of the
Exactly.
kitchen. It's
Dude,
not.
that is such a good
Hey, man.
example. And how hard
Just-
was it for you to convince somebody from
I
that
didn't.
perspective?
I mean, they're clients. Like, I can't really say.
I wanna-
anything.
No,
I'm
but
not gonna-
I want to point something out also, though, dude. Like, you said,
If I
don't you
could,
lose
I 100% would.
shit. Like, don't you lose friends and family? Like, no, I mean, I haven't. I'm pretty open about it. Like, anybody, if you're close to your family or you're close to your friends, something like this, a little bit of a cosmology difference shouldn't get in the way of your friendship or your family, especially.
Any friends that you do lose over something like that, good riddance. Like if that's going to be the wedge, the driving force to separate you, they weren't your friends.
That's a hell of a point. But
That is a good point.
Yeah,
That is a
like,
good
but what I'm
point.
saying, Creamy, though, if you could, not saying that don't break any of your codes or oaths or whatever you had to take, but if you could, wouldn't you let the people know, like, dudes, the 5-star restaurant that you thought was a 5-star, it would be less than a 1 if I told you what's going on in the kitchen. Like, you know what I mean? Like, you could speak on some things because you have truth with you on your side. You know that they're found out to be, very dirty or uncleanly. So for you, that would be something very substantial to like report and to talk to people about, because you care about them, right? Like if you had family going to that restaurant, wouldn't you be like, yeah, just don't eat there? Like, like you would, how could you
100%.
convince them? You know what I mean? That's important.
You
Anyway,
guys got to be careful about the places you eat at. Like, I think honestly, 50% of restaurants are like that. It's disgusting.
I agree with you, man. But like, I guess, okay, so in that aspect, similarly, we're doing the same thing here, but only on a cosmological aspect. So we're telling people, guys, you haven't looked into this really, because listen to all the people that come in here, I would say, and look at their answers. They're one-word answers like, how do you know the stars are made of plasma? Well, science. Really, one-word answer. There's no articulation into telling me how you know. There's no thought process, no critical thinking. There's no rigor. There's nothing. There's only one word. So it's like, basically they give you enough to think about that the Earth is a globe, but they don't give you enough to kind of delve into like the minutia of the point. And I think that's the problem, brother. You're hot micing, bro.
Oh God.
So yeah, and I wanted you to mute because I know where you're at. But listen, when you think about it, you have to realize that this conversation is not a normal one. You're not going to have the same reactions as you would like talking about cakes or how to build a car. This is very, very specific to like something that people identify with. Like they would say, dude, I'm in an ever expanding cosmology. What the hell are you talking about? So it kind of affects them in a way because, they dream about traveling the stars and all that in the future. So it's kind of, it ruins people's expectations. It's almost like telling them Santa Claus don't exist. And in that same vein, it's about the same as understood as a tradition. So, everybody does Christmas and they dress up or, do things on Christmas Eve and, the whole pageantry of Christmas, right? They do it up big, some people. But why do they do it? What is the foundation for Christmas? And when you start to research that, you're like, dude, this has no origins in Christianity. Like, it's all pagan. So you start to realize truth when you research. All you have to do is do the research for the Earth being a globe. You're going to realize it has no foundations in anything that has been known to be an Earth as an oblate spheroid. I'm long in the tooth about this, I know, but what I'm saying is I'm kind of laying out a perspective for you and what we deal with, and the reason why people don't answer, like your buddy Akuma, because it comes.
Can you guys collectively shit on him? I actually want to hear you guys.
No, actually, I don't like it. That's why I
don't
mute
like
him, because no, I don't like that. We have to, it's not a part that we enjoy, to the fact that like someone like him, because he's kind of like, he's an honest guy because he's trying to figure out, but he's kind of rebutting it with the best he can. The really obtuse ones we enjoy, the ones that come in with the hard nose. Oh, I love that. I love when the bravado is like at level 10.
He'll get there. He'll get to like level 20.
No, but
he doesn't have anything, dummy.
He doesn't have anything. The guys who think they have,
man.
The guys that think they have something, those are the guys we go for. The cosmologists, the astrophysicists. Some of the guys who come in here, they fancy themselves pseudo intellects. Those are the ones I like.
Do you guys take it personally? Like, are you guys gonna start hating me over time, or is it like,
why? There's nothing to hate you over about, man. Like, you just think the Earth's a globe. Like, that's
The
the
only
limit.
thing we hate is bad form, right? When someone starts attacking the person and using tactics and automatically say that, like the other day, someone said I asked a dishonest question. Now, I know that you can make a dishonest statement, but how do you ask a dishonest question? Those kind of tactics is what we hate, right? We consider that bad form, right? When you debate, you're supposed to be as honest as you can, and make a logical argument and stay away from logical fallacies. What we hate is when they try to do this pseudo-intellectual, science arguments, and they're just being really weird when they use the sophistry and the tactics.
That's the
what
word
I
that
hate.
came to me.
I would also point out, if the question is if anybody's going to start hating you can't make any promises there. Everybody's in different. We're all individuals. You can't speak for everybody in this.
And there's like a lot of
just a
confusion
person.
because some people
not
they
personal.
they know that you think the Earth is flat, but then they make other assumptions, like if you believe in space or other planets and like other stuff, right? So it gets like really jumbled up, right? I assume.
No.
Yeah, I mean the part about cosmology, I think, is what a lot of people hinge on. Every time we start talking about the Earth as a globe, they look to the sky all the time. They always look up. Well, I know how the Earth is because I've seen Jupiter, and it's like, dude, really? How does that make any sense? I'm asking you about the Earth you're standing on, the thing you can actually or tangibly in contact with, and it's like, so that thing is the thing you're pointing. You're rather me look up at something that's far away, which we can't get to, and speculate that the Earth is exactly like that thing. That's weird. Like, why don't you just talk about the thing you're standing on? That would be easier, and either verify or say that you don't know. Like for us to have the conversation about Earth, we need to speak about the constituent parts that make it is what it is. So if we're talking about curvature, then speak about how we can measure it. If we're talking about how the Earth's rotating, speak about how we can know that the Earth is in that motion. Every conversation leads into another aspect. So we want to know, how do we get from point A to point B of that? So
That makes sense.
Your friend didn't last long. He started saying the sun isn't real, everything's a hologram. He just completely lost his mind.
I think you guys could make him go the other way because he's very into like.
I'm not worried about him. I don't make people do anything.
No, I was just saying it's likely you guys can convince him.
I'm not here to convince people.
Yeah, but you gotta remember though that it will take time. He's gonna make that decision himself. He's gonna look at the environment and walk toward that he wants to do. We're not gonna hold his hand and make him drink the water. Can't do that.
We just point out the bullshit and let you figure it out.
yeah, you can lead a person to knowledge, but you can't make them think. Simple.
Yo, so do you guys have any stories? Like, what's the most intense? Like, when has it gotten the crate? Has it gotten like out of control? Like,
Yeah, just yesterday.
like, was that the most intense? Like, has anyone
No,
like
I mean,
completely lost their mind? Like, you guys like start getting scared, like they're coming after
Yeah.
you or some shit?
Coming after you. What are you talking about?
What the fuck?
I don't know. We're on the internet, dude. People are crazy,
So
you
what?
know?
So who cares? Like, everybody in here is doing their own thing. People make vain arguments, claims that they're going to do this and that. They're internet heroes, internet bad guys. Like, you know what I mean? Like, why does anybody hold anything like they're doing? Like, okay, I'm making my personal business to find out what Creamy Steve's all about. Like, nobody's doing
Yeah,
that.
there's freaks like that. There's
There's
crazy
freaks like
people
that,
like
but
that.
yeah, they get muted and they get discarded the moment
Yeah,
we
they
find
get
out.
Oh, you guys
out.
never had like a situation where you're dealing with a like actual like situation?
No,
We don't ever
Oh,
have
that's
to think
good.
of that. We don't ever have to think of that. That's like another layer of like, oh, let's be afraid of the boogeyman. Like,
well, that's because
I've actually had people. I've had people email me.
He sees
I've
that
had
on
people
TV, so it must be real.
What the fuck?
I know,
I've had
well,
people-
paraplegic, dude. I was talking in the middle.
I'm sorry. Sorry.
He sees it on TV, so that must be how things are. Just isn't that way.
yeah, you've been watching too many crime shows, man. Just relax.
Creamy, I'll tell you what does happen. There seems to be a concerted effort for those that oppose the globe to kind of, dox them and then discredit them and even, ruin their personal lives. So there was a guy named, is it Elijah Mullins? He was a physicist. He just kind of broke down all the globe claims in a very concise, mathematical and he was a physicist, so he broke it all down. He made it really ugly for the globe, and then somebody doxed him. He had a YouTube channel, and they said, if this guy doesn't shut up, we're gonna get him fired. Or they called his boss, essentially. They called his boss and said, get this guy off of YouTube. And so the threats were made, and he never made another video after that. Now, this is a true story. So
Really
those are the types of things that do happen. Yeah, it is fucked up. I mean, those are the types of things that are real. So, I mean, if this is nonsense, like ultimately, if this is just bullshit, by the way, everybody that you're talking to on here at one time believed the Earth was a globe. In fact, probably vehemently so, right? We were intense globers. I was a NASA guy. I believed in exoplanets. No problem, right? I gobbled that shit up. But ultimately, there is a concerted effort against people who are on the other side now to discredit them and make their life kind of miserable. Like, that's how real it gets. And if it's bullshit, why bother? Who cares? This should be easy to debunk. Flat Earth? Are you kidding me? All you have to do is show curvature of the Earth. That's all it takes, and it's not there.
Yeah,
it's a problem.
Okay, so let me just speak to that a little bit. The concerted effort. We have people such as, and I'll name some people in here that do this. They've been doing this for years. I got a high-level selfist that's in here right now. His names are Eggshells Are Flat. He's one guy that does that every single day. He makes it a mission to thwart the efforts of critical thinkers. He'll jump himself into the conversation and insert his words so that he can divert the conversation, so he doesn't let the person who's asking questions, like someone like Creamy, would want to know more about what we're saying, and he'll divert into whatever path that he wants to talk about. So he's one of those guys. Anybody else in here? There's Matthew Learns, who's been
this is like religion almost. Like, people respond to it like how I see people get angry about religion.
If
Yeah,
the Earth is
kinda
flat,
like that.
does that mean it's like flat, like in like a plane, or is it like a cylinder, or
Yeah,
like?
so when we refer to flat Earth, we're talking about the horizontal plane of reference. So we are talking specifically to the horizontal plane that you're on right now, Ethiopian. That's what we're
but
talking about.
Is it like a continuous like plane?
Yes,
Like, 'cause it
it's
could be like.
continuous. It's continuous to the extent of like where we're talking about geographic locations. So if I say that you're in Europe and I'm in North America, I would say across the plane is completely flat to where you're at. So I'm pointing horizontally across the plane of existence to where you're at. So that plane that you're on is flat. So everything
So
is measured. Everything is measured off of the horizontal plane of reference. So I'll give you an example. We got mean sea level, which is an average of tides that rise and fall, and to any place on elevation on ground. So that place on elevation where you're standing is measured by mean sea level, the vertical point, to your feet. So you draw a straight line on the horizontal plane of reference from that line from mean sea level to your feet, and underneath your feet, all the way to the bottom, is connecting that horizontal plane. So 90 degrees from that position of the horizontal plane of reference to the point where the person is standing above elevation would be consistently in elevation height from mean sea level. That means that we can know if you go straight horizontally to another location, that horizontal plane that we're referencing is flat. So it'll go flat all the way across the plane of existence. So everything
So
that
it's-
we measure is off of that.
So it's not a cylinder.
No, it's not a cylinder. There's nothing that gives us the information that it's actually any shape. We only know that it's flat due to the fact that everything is measured off that reference plane. So the horizontal plane that we referenced is indeed the plane that we reference when we say the Earth is flat.
Is
Not
it a?
the
Is
Earth
it like
has its
square
own
plane?
topography. No, it's not a shape, sir. I
So
already
it's,
said
it's
that.
like it's a circular plane, or it's just an infinite
No,
plane.
it's
It goes
not a
on in all
circular plane,
directions.
and then nobody's claiming that it's infinite either. That's another claim. And a claim of infinite would mean that it goes on forever. No one can say that.
So the shape is undefined.
The shape is unknown. If
Is
there
it
is
tr-
one.
Is it true that we can fall off the face of the Earth?
No, it's not true.
He's
That
so
isn't true.
terrible at this.
So yeah, he's
Wait, I have a real
you're-
question. I have a non-troll question.
Go
'cause
ahead.
I think it, okay, so if the Earth is flat, then are there like high up people in on this, like trying to like make people think it's round? Like, is there like some like money incentive? Like, what's the incentive to push the roundness theory? You know what I'm saying? Like,
It's all throughout academia. I think there's your answer right there.
no, I get they're pushing it through those methods, but like, what's the incentive? Like, why are they
If I
doing
give
it?
you $60 million a day, would you lie to me?
So it's money, right?
Let me ask you.
Like,
I mean,
they're
I want
making
to ask
money
you,
off of
but,
it?
but I'm asking you a question, hypothetical. If I would give you $60 million a day, would you lie for me?
Maybe.
Yeah, you would, right?
Yeah, so it's a multifaceted answer. So it's not just one or the other. It's a multifaceted answer. But the end result is to control the narrative. The narrative is that the Earth is a globe flying in the vacuum of space, and the people that believe it, their minds are convinced due to the fact that a narrative is being told to them. And beyond that, every derivative topic that gets brought up, like climate change or overpopulation or limited resources, is all tied to the fact that we're living on a rock that's dying. And so therefore you are controlled by that narrative. Your mind is completely encompassed and engulfed in it. So the only thing you can think of is globe and how we need to get off this rock because it's a dying planet. So next thing you know, you're being convinced that there's an asteroid, a killer asteroid that's coming to you, and all kinds of other manners of ways to control you by fear mongering. So you are being controlled at the moment. Your mind is controlled by the narrative. Therefore, we can say with all assurance that you are being controlled by this information. So they are controlling your mind, and where the mind goes, the body follows. Is that good enough?
Yeah, I was just curious. I was honestly hoping for an answer, like a very like direct, like this
It is direct.
organization would be
It is
benefiting.
direct,
like,
dude.
you know what
Listen
I mean?
to me when I say this. They're controlling the narrative that the Earth is a globe, and every derivative topic that gets brought up is by proxy of that narrative. So anything that they tell you, you will believe them. So they're controlling your mind. And where the mind goes, the body will follow. Meaning, if they tell you to go fight this war because we're running out of oil and our country needs oil, you will do that. Because if they tell you there's a climate change, give us money because the climate's changing, you will do that. Do you understand? Every narrative that gets told you is by proxy of the main one, which is the Earth is a globe. It's a flying rock in the vacuum of space. Every narrative, everything you can think of is being controlled by that one single thing.
Yeah,
is
I
that
get what
not
you're saying.
direct?
Galilean dialect, right?
Is that
No,
not
I get what
direct?
you're saying. I think you
Okay.
misunderstood what I was trying to say. I was trying
Really?
to say like, yeah, no, I think I get what you're saying. I agree with what you're saying. I think you misunderstood what I was saying.
So the narrative that you speak of has nothing to do with my narrative, like the way I describe the narrative that you think that Earth's a globe. Nothing,
No, I
nothing
think-
concerns of what you're saying had nothing to do with what I'm saying, right?
No, I was. It kind of does, but I was saying is like I was hoping you would say like a title of an organization like NASA or this.
Yeah, that's fine. You
institution,
could
like
you
a-
could you could say that. Listen, you
But
could
you're
say
saying
that.
is like it's trickled down. It spreads
Yeah.
to multifaceted.
Yeah,
So-
yeah, it
Oh
does.
my
So-
god! What the?
Jesus.
It doesn't fucking around. Yeah, it doesn't matter though. I think what happens is the fact that people are going to blame other people for it, and we're not looking for that. We're just saying the information you're receiving is incorrect. So that means whoever is propagating, your neighbor could be saying the Earth is a globe. Your teacher saying the Earth is a globe. Is that true or not? We're just giving you the
Are they
facts.
in on it?
Yeah. So it's listen. So what I'm saying, whoever's propagating it is giving you incorrect information. So that's where what we're working off of. We're not saying the big bad
Intentionally
boogeyman's
or
out there. They're not. There's not a secret room of individuals who are conspiring to. What's Creamy Steve's doing? Oh, we got to figure out, man. We got to get him back on this globe idea. What can we do today, fellas? Oh, let's confer tomorrow. We'll figure it out. Like nobody's doing that, bro. Nobody is.
Apart from GF6.
Yeah, apart from GFC. No, but like the idea itself is not true. The whole narrative is not true. And the more you're aware of it, the better you'll be able to stand against it. If you're not aware of it, you're going to completely be engulfed by the fact, oh, well, dude, that's what you're saying because you don't believe in the Earth being a globe. That's all you're going to have is a rebuttal. You won't be able to consistently refute what we're saying because there isn't anything to refute because you are coming from a standpoint of thinking that the Earth is a globe by these guys or whoever, the information comes from. So we're getting that information that the Earth is a globe and academia everywhere. And then we're coming forward and saying, dude, I know the Earth's a globe. And we're like, yeah, okay, tell us how it's a globe. How does it measure globe? Well, it doesn't measure globe. It's just a globe. Earth's a globe. Earth is round. Earth is round. That's all we hear. It's like broken records. People without any explanations. They don't know how to articulate the answers that we need to hear from them.
Have you ever seen the reverse? Have you ever seen like a flat earther go to the globe side in here, or like get reversed?
Allegedly, according to what some of these ones that do that, we find out that their arguments from the standpoint of what they thought the Earth when they were allegedly flat earthers, they would say, well, do you know that Star Trails changed my mind? I'm like, dude, really? You went to Star Trails? Like, and that was convincing to you? That's the reason why you went back to Globe? Because of Star Trails? I mean, I can't help that. Some people they're, considered bandwagon flat earthers. They're just in it just because they like the hype or they like what's going on. They're not really deep diving into like the reasons why people's psyches are all torn up, and because their belief system is based upon some idea of imaginations of men. Because that's all it is, bro. At the end of the day, they're imaginations of men. And so you're basing your whole worldview on someone's imagination. You know what I'm saying? That's it.
They're all junkies, aren't they? Because they're looking for something that's greater in life that means more than their mundane everyday experience.
I mean, Creamy, I'm laying it out for you, bro. Like, if you're not picking up what I'm putting down, I don't know what to do
I'm
anymore,
listening.
bro.
No, I'm just listening. Yeah.
So
I'm not
I mean,
disagreeing with what you're saying.
no, but what I'm saying though is like, it's so some of the questions that people ask are so loaded that I have to unpack like all these things. It actually, like, why would they lie? That's on the Globe side, seems like a valid question to ask, right? Why would they lie? But if somebody was to give you a specific answer, like you say, well, dude, it's Illuminati conspiring against all of us, and you're like, oh, the Illuminati, huh? What do you mean? And we'll get into this ridiculous argument about that. It's like, it doesn't really lead us somewhere we need to be.
Illuminati sounds made up.
But I think the better thing that we should look at is the information verifiable? Is what we're receiving true or not? That is the question, not whether or not the Bilderberg group is in building C over there in New York conspiring against humanity. Like, we don't need to know that shit. They can do whatever. People can do whatever they want. People can say whatever they want. The only thing we're concerned with is, can you prove it? In this channel, that is paramount. If you want to stand amongst all these people and say, yeah, I can prove it, then you better have some evidence to back your claim. You better be able to prove it, because it's time to show. There's telling part. You show and tell. Well, we already had tell. Now you need to show. So that's what we're on about. So we're not worried about like the individual little specifics. Like, well, they did it for money, dude. Like $63 million. That's a lot of dough in it, bruh. Like, we don't care. So what? They have all the money in the world. They don't just think about it. It's like not gonna make any sense to you. You're gonna be like, dude, that's so convincing. Yeah, dude, they did it for the money. I can see your point now. I'm a flat earth. Like, that's not our objective. So
it shouldn't start with, is NASA lying? What if NASA was lying to us, as if nobody had considered the direct experience of reality around them? It should start with that, what you're observing and experiencing in reality.
it just feels like
It's just
everybody's
interesting, because like I like econ and finance, so I like to follow the money, because usually people do things for money, right? That's why I was asking. I was like, it'd be interesting if there's like a documentary like JBL or SpaceX is like, you know what I mean?
I mean, yeah, if you wanted to follow the receipts and find out why they pay $10,000 to send a packet of M&Ms to the ISS, you could do that. But like, at the end of the day, it's all going to get tied up into hearsay and whether or not you got the right books, or did you figure out that this other accountant didn't figure in these numbers, and it's going to get real. You're going to get lost in the sauce there. You're not really going to get to the point where we're at here, whether or not it's true that the Earth is a globe, and this whole narrative that they're spinning and giving you, the story, is true or not. And I think that's more essential than going off into that topic. Because so who cares, man? They're spending millions of dollars on this equipment. Are they actually doing what they say they're doing?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's
Do you
it.
guys ever invite guests? You guys should invite send your Titan against like some academic
Dude.
Titan and just like
Dude,
for an
wait,
hour everyone's
listen,
muted and
There's no
shit.
such
And
thing as
listen.
a globe academic titan.
but you know what I
those-
mean, right? Like
No,
they
I
send
wish
their army.
my
and-
ideal creamy. My ideal scenario if the academic titans would come in here, I would actually have you just go on mute, get some popcorn, and just relax. We're gonna show you how little they know, and I would demonstrate it to you that over and over. I would tell you line all your academic titans up
There
in a
has
row.
to be a way you can get those guys in. Your YouTube shit would get a lot of views if you had like an event
No,
where
well,
like
here's the thing.
Dude, Joe
Yeah.
Rogan tried to get Neil deGrasse Tyson to go against Eric Dubay. He said no.
He said no. So yeah, the forum is here. Although
scared,
the invitation,
right?
yeah, no, it's not just being scared. Those guys, I think more of it is that they don't see a little dough involved in it. It's not no money, no honey, right? So if you don't give them what they want,
Yeah,
they,
but it
ain't
would
gonna,
go
they don't got the time of
viral.
day.
It would be so intense. You know what I mean? I think
Bro,
it's, like,
listen, you don't think
exposure
we know
alone
this?
for them.
We've had scientific communicators come in there. One of them, you might know. His name is Mick West. Mick West has come in there. We've debated PhDs like Danny Faulkner, whom earlier was given Gamma No Hack was using one of his citations. So I've spoken to him, and his evidence. I guarantee you, if you heard these academic types come in here, your jaw will hit the floor. You're like, dude, is that all you got? I mean, I'm hinging my whole worldview that you got the answer. I mean, I'm just a peon over here. You're the Titan. You're supposed to know what you're talking about. And you letting these guys drag you around by your short hairs? That's embarrassing, dude. Like, to you, I think that would be concerning, right? You'd be like, why don't these guys stand up and do something? Like, why are they all taking it on the chin? You know what I'm saying? And that we've been making the all call for years now. Come on in here. If you think you're some intellectual type, hey, let's hear what you got. Because I got some questions for you, and I want to see if you can answer them. I don't think you can. But yeah, the invitation is there, Creamy. And if you know somebody, professor, what's his name?
It would have to be in a
astrologist.
way where everyone is muted. You know, I don't want like some guy to come in and start using the N word or some crazy shit, and then it's like
Yeah,
bad
that's
PR
fine.
for them, and like
We can do that. We can do a special show, and we can let somebody kind of go through it with them. But you, at least from your part, all you would have to do is like go and get the guy. Who do you think is the the Globe Earth champion? Bring them in. Over and over again, people have come into this channel and they haven't produced any information that supports the claim, whether intellect or not. And so we're just waiting. If you think
Hey,
you're-
Alpha.
What's up, Aldish? What's up, Aldish?
Hey. So, I think I've mentioned this before, but my aunt actually works for NASA.
Mm-hmm.
So I was.
My dad worked there too.
Yeah,
Say what?
I said
Just
my
finish
dad
what you were
worked there too. Yeah, go ahead. What about people that work at NASA?
So your dad works there?
Just
Yes.
Aldish, just finish what you were saying, please.
No, so my aunt works there, and she says that there have been multiple projects that have been canceled. How do you feel about that?
Well, that's
What?
probably just because of like different reasons. It could be, money shortage or
Yeah.
their
Government,
interest- their interest-
government sanctions.
Yeah, it's usually funding, but I'd say the public's loss in the interest of the project or whatever. This could multiple. It doesn't have to be because of Globe or Flat. I mean, it just could be some other. So I
Right.
wouldn't-
So, like, I'm just curious about what you think about funding being canceled for like voyages on Mars.
There is no voyages to Mars. No
Yes,
wonder
there
why-
are. There literally is.
No, there isn't.
Voyages to
I literally talked to my aunt about this on
talking about like the
Easter.
rover and stuff like that, like the
Yeah, like the rover.
It's
Okay.
not
So there've
going
been-
anywhere. You nuns.
Yeah, that's CGI photos. That's not real people on Mars.
called me a
dude. That's
nun?
not real people on Mars. That's CGI photos.
No, I did not say it was a real
Those are CGI
person.
photos.
Wait,
It
Relax.
seems like they
We're not-
only talk
No.
about the Earth here. They don't like to like go out to other planet
Just
kind of
wait,
stuff.
Okay.
like
guys.
exterior, right?
Wait a minute, Creamy. You're getting too far in it, man. Because if you get whoever's involved, I'm gonna remember the names and I'm gonna pull you out one by one. That's what I do. When you all come in and start agreeing with each other, then I'll start. I'm gonna do this. Watch this.
Alpha,
Owlishness.
also,
Watch this.
Owlishness said that all my pictures that I didn't take those. I even put one with the fucking. They were spraying the shit out of the sky right before it went off, and you can even see the trails in that picture I posted. Here it is. I'll post it
I
again.
literally
I
told
wasn't
you the
agreeing with her,
photos you
by the way.
Yeah,
I literally
here's what we're
told
gonna
you.
do. Here's what we're gonna do. We're doing it organized. All right, I'm gonna mute Owlishness. Owlishness, you're gonna answer some questions now that you mentioned that because you got the chat all stirred up. We want to know some things now, so let the audience know what your knowledge is on voyages to Mars. What do you know about that?
So my aunt works for NASA. She works for the Goddard Space Center, right? So she knows about the government funding cuts that have been going through that have been canceling these various missions that have been to Mars, to the moon, right? So I spoke to her specifically about like what she thinks about that. And she basically specifically talked about how flat earthers were just like ridiculous. What do you think about that?
Hold on a second. You said your aunt has canceled Mars missions. Flat
No,
Earthers.
I did
What
not
do you
say
think
my
about that?
aunt canceled Mars missions. I said my aunt works for the Goddard Space Center, right? So she knows about the government cuts that have been happening. So therefore, people who have been employed by NASA to run these missions have been fired, essentially.
Well, there's nothing to do. Why do you think they were fired? They're cutting. They're cutting leave.
Right, so government funding.
My dad
They
used
want
to
to make
work at
more
JFK
money.
Airport.
Get
What
it?
was the point?
That's business.
My dad used to work at JFK Airport. What's the point?
All right, who's saying that? Say it again, please.
No, I'm just saying, like, there's no point there. There's no evidence. What's the evidence that they're going to Mars? What's the evidence that they're going to space?
You're in the same vein as I am, which is what I was going to ask her. We'll do this one by one because I think Creamy was advocating too. So we'll go after Owlishness because that was her objection. So Owlishness, go ahead. I was going to ask the same thing the gentleman asked right now. So go ahead. Can you tell us?
So we've already.
No, we didn't already. We need you to explain how you know that's the case, Owlishness. Go ahead.
Okay, so hold on.
Sorry.
Let me not
Go
get
ahead.
muted for a second.
Well, you
So-
have to tell us how you know. So that's what we're interested in.
Because my aunt.
Okay, sorry. That's not the right answer. By proxy of someone else telling you an anecdotal testimony is not going to help us. And your aunt, either she knows or she doesn't know. Does she know that they're going to Mars? Yes or no, Owlishness?
Yes. She.
Okay, so now we need
does she do?
So now we need to know how she has the knowledge that they are going to Mars. Can you detail that to us, please? Or is that proprietary? You can't.
No, it can't be because it's a public company. It's not private. You can go to NASA. She should be able to tell us.
Absolutely. She works for the Goddard Space Center.
Okay, so how
That
does she know
doesn't
they're
mean
going to
anything.
Mars?
How does she
As
know?
a
Because
tour
she
guide, as a-
understands and
Hold
works
on,
for
AJ.
the.
Hold on, guys. Hold on. How does she know, Owlishness?
She works under the funding to know where the money is going.
Okay.
Money to know where the money to know where the money is going. Okay.
So the money is going somewhere, therefore Mars. Is that how we complete that logic? The money is going somewhere, therefore Mars. Owlishness? Is that what you think?
No, it's not that like,
Hmm.
oh well, she knows where the money is going there for Mars. She knows where the funding is going, therefore she knows what employees are getting paid. So if there is a specific group that are being paid to say fund a mission to Mars because they're being hired to run, say, a like robot that is being put on Mars, she knows if that's being funded or not.
So she knows if somebody's building a robot. That's awesome.
Yeah. Okay. She
I
either
know
knows-
too. I know who's building robots in my plant. Does that make me a Mars specialist?
Yeah, so she knows that funding is being given to a specific group of people so they can finish a robot. That's good. Now, how do they know they're going to Mars?
Because she works for NASA.
So a circular, argument.
So it's nothing.
So it's nothing. So here we go. We got somewhere. Creamy. Now, you advocated a little bit for her position. What do you think about what she said? And before you go,
No,
ahead and tell
I
us,
was
Stacey.
like, what the fuck is she talking about? I wasn't agreeing with her.
I thought you were agreeing with her. My bad.
No, not at all.
Okay. All right. So
I
let
was
me
like,
unmute.
what are you fucking talking about? Your aunt works at NASA?
Okay.
Like, what? So what?
All right. So we're at least to a point where we can see what was going on and what's being said.
Bring her
Since
in here.
I will.
No,
we
with
just
aunt.
we just need clarification. So that's all
No,
we
she
need.
should bring in this NASA aunt or whatever.
Oh, well, you know,
Wait,
that's not
I
really
have a
needed,
question.
but honestly,
I have a
if she
question.
wants to, she can.
When her aunt visits Mars,
Alice,
does she talk to the Martians and ask them questions and stuff?
No, we're not going to go there. We won't go there.
No, my
won't go there.
aunt does not work. Does not
You
work
know Marvin?
directly
You're
for
not obligated
Mars.
to answer that.
No, she
That's
works for
not
the
an-
cleaning company at Goddard.
Yeah, we're not obligated to answer.
Yeah,
All right.
she works for the Goddard Space Center, so she has an idea and an understanding of what is being funded and what is not being funded
Yeah, good for her.
under
Yeah, good for her.
the government program. So basically,
for her.
what she was saying, what she told me, is that a lot of the government programs are being canceled. So the government is no longer funding programs to go to space. That's
Okay.
the point I was making.
Yeah, good. That's good. That's good. Good stuff. Yeah, hooray for that. But so does anybody else have any evidence that the Earth is a globe? Because that's what we're looking for. And,
So
Company built a robot.
Yeah,
That's
go
my
ahead.
evidence.
no,
Jedi, did you
Alpha
have something?
Veritas. I was actually
what's-
wondering, you were in about like 88 to 90% totality in the eclipse. What did you think? I just want to know your thoughts.
Oh, I'll give you my take, but I think Jedi has been wanting to get in here, so I want to give him.
Oh,
Okay,
sorry.
it's
Go
fine.
ahead, Jedi.
No, you're fine. I was only going to berate you about your aunt and working for payroll.
Yeah. No, go ahead, Jedi. I want to.
No,
What do you have to
sweetheart, you haven't
say?
been around for a while, so
Yeah.
I'm more interested
Oh,
in the
he's
next
he's gonna
question.
he's gonna wait. He's gonna ease you into the.
Yeah. Go ahead, Jedi. I want to hear what you have to say.
No,
I'll
that's
spit on
fine.
my finger before I put it in. You'll be fine.
Fucking Jedi, dude. What am I gonna do? You're out of control, bro. All right. So, does anybody in here have the evidence that the Earth is a globe? We got to go to everybody in here. First of all, give you the opportunity to give us the evidence. Does anybody have evidence? Really want to know.
Do you know I actually spoke to my aunt about coming into here,
Hmm.
and she laughed at me.
Oh, wait. Are you an adult?
Yes.
So do you know about Robert Simmons, who works at Goddard? How he made the blue marble? And
Listen,
so-
I don't work at Goddard. My aunt does.
Ask her to email him and give us some information.
Oh my
Robert
gosh.
Simmons.
You know
Let's
what?
talk to the lad.
Can you hear me, guys?
You know what?
Yes.
Next time I see my aunt, which I'll just go over to her house, I'll just ask her to come in here.
No, yeah.
Like, it was
Put her
funny.
right on the microphone. Put it right on.
You know
Yeah, we'd love to talk
what?
to
You know what's funny is I actually spoke to her directly. I was like, "Hey, there's a bunch of flat earthers on the 24/7 flat Earth server who would love to hear from you."
What
she
did-
was
what-
like, "Oh,
what did-
haha, that's so funny."
What does she do at NASA? Because that could mean anything, right?
Bro,
He's an
So
accountant.
she specifically
That's what I'm saying. Like, she
is
could be cleaning or something.
no, she's a web
cleans the
developer,
toilet.
but she has
Oh my
God.
Excellent.
no. I'm
That's
sorry,
good.
but she has direct. She works for the Goddard Space
Oh,
Center.
no,
Okay,
she has
so I'm
direct
not.
what?
Never
What does she have
mind.
direct? She has
Your
direct
aunt
what?
is getting
Does her daughter
data.
work for
Your
SpaceX?
No, the
aunt
reason
is
I'm
getting
the reason
data
I'm giving
that's
you
already been cleaned.
no.
What does she have
Listen,
direct? She has direct what? Alice?
she has direct information about what is being funded and what is not because
Ooh,
basically,
that's some good stuff right there.
yeah,
You know,
that's what I'm
if we
telling
found
you.
out if we found out where our tax dollars were going, I think we'd be a little bit more upset. than
Well,
we are
I'll
now.
have you know that our tax dollars are not going to fund any future Mars missions. So I hope you're
Excellent.
happy about that.
So we can save a little extra money this year.
Yeah,
Yes,
because we live in a
absolutely.
dome. Because
All
we
right.
live in a
Hey,
dome.
I put the proof in the box there. Now, do
No,
you-
I'm telling you.
Don't talk over people, dude.
Okay.
Come on.
All right.
Just chill out.
I'm just letting you know that none of your tax dollars right now are going to fund any space missions because they've all been canceled.
They never did.
Well, just
Okay,
like
well, I'm just
Tell her
letting
we
you
know that none of them ever went to space missions.
I don't know, but I'm just telling you that my aunt was literally telling me how all future space missions and how most space missions were being canceled.
you know what I
Awesome.
like is that people
Oh,
overuse the word literally.
I
And
want to
Did I
what
say
makes them
something?
space missions? Wait. What makes them space missions, by the way? What makes them space missions?
Because there were several missions planned from our our robots to be
You're
sent to
saying that
Mars, but
Artemis
they
is
were
So you're
canceled.
saying because they say they're going to space.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, because they were canceled.
But
Oh,
what
I
if they're
know.
just building
I
really
get it. Hold
expensive
on.
robots
Hold on.
that
Stop.
don't go
I
anywhere?
understand why it's real. Because a project manager said, we're going to go to space. And then somebody else said, no, cancel it. So therefore, it's real because something
Yeah,
got
your
canceled.
fat-ass
You're fucking
girlfriend.
retarded, kid.
Oh, me?
Now, listeners, how do you feel, being as you've been, talking to us for quite a while, that all of these missions have now been cancelled? They're not going to be taking place. How do you feel about that?
I mean, personally, I feel like our tax dollars are being wasted, but that's kind of a different point. But I'm just telling you that my aunt was specifically complaining about how there were a lot of people losing their jobs over the fact that a lot of missions were being canceled.
Well, that's no
she
bueno,
she
right?
works, huh?
That's no bueno. We got to keep those guys working, doing something.
Yeah, they got to be doing something.
They
So
gotta eat. They gotta eat too. I mean, come on.
Listen, are you saying that the
Yeah.
NASA employees and contractors are being laid off, like all other companies laying off people right now? I mean, many other.
So
I
a
said
lot
all,
of
but
the
many companies are laying off people, but NASA is doing the same thing.
Yeah, so NASA obviously hires a lot of contractors. Those contractors are being laid off because there's a lot of contracts that are being canceled because they're unable to fund these projects.
Do you know they do that all the time?
Yeah,
This
this
is
is
not
a
the first time.
normal
Yeah,
thing.
I know that they do this all
It's
the
a
time,
shame how
but
Common
I'm
Core
telling
has
you that just recently there were a bunch of
de-educated.
projects being canceled.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so
but
they
that's just
say,
like water
They
changing.
always do this.
they say to the
That
government, hey,
Versus the
listen, we're
wall.
going to have this project. We need this much money. They get that much money. They say, well, we got to cancel the project.
yeah, it's just,
Listen,
they
listen,
do
dude.
that all
I
the time.
work
And
for
they
the
use that money
government.
that was
I
going to go to the
know what
project
is
for mass weapons
canceled
of
and what is
destruction.
not being canceled.
Oh, really?
Oh, now
Okay.
she's
Yeah, and then they use
the
that
one
money,
who
the taxpayer
canceled.
money, for mass
I
weapons
don't
of
work.
destruction to genocide the mass public.
Muted.
I don't work for NASA, so I can't speak on their behalf. But I work for the government, so I know that like shit's being canceled like
Yeah,
all
the
the
water
time.
cooler especially is a great place for conversations like that.
Listen, I'm an IT person. Okay,
Yeah,
I
but
fix computers.
you're like that. You're like that fly on the wall that's like hearing and seeing all things.
You're the
Right? You're
guys
like,
that run around asking me how to do things all day long at work.
No, I'm the
The fly
guy
with
who runs
33
into your
eyes.
office and tells you how to do things.
Bullshit.
oh shit! There you go.
On and off again.
Bullshit. You ask my IT guys, they'll say, no, go ask him. And they're
Really?
pointing at
That's me. I'm him.
No, I don't even work in that department.
I'm literally him. I'm
Our
him.
listeners, you're fired.
Sick.
Wait,
All right. I'll
No, but
take
Trump
it.
seriously,
style, Trump
don't quit
style,
your job.
2024.
You gotta
I'm
eat
being
too.
gang stalked by the
You didn't
CIA. They are
understand how our
Don't quit my
transactions
job.
work.
Ah, keep doing what you're doing.
Yo, and real quick, I just wanna ask if anybody have that GIF. I just have people asking for something, and that GIF that shows someone is recording like a sphere, and they have a non-sphere object casting a shadow on the sphere. I just want to show it to someone just to prove, not to prove, to show them something that they have in their mind is not necessarily truth all the time. Oh, that one. Thank you,
Alpha.
Cap Lloyd. Yeah.
Oh, I like
Alpha,
that one.
were you not in 88 to 90% totality during the eclipse?
80%.
80%? Yeah, because you're in what, Iowa, right?
Mm-hmm.
See?
Yep.
Right. So you were in like 80% totality. Did you actually watch it?
I slept through the whole damn thing. I work night. You don't know where I work. I'm working overnight.
No, I don't know where you work. I'm not asking. I'm
No,
just
I'm saying
like,
I work overnights, so I'm sleeping.
which is
throughout
awesome because I love an overnight shift.
Well, I do too. I sleep through the whole day, so I missed the thing by sleeping through it. So,
I mean, that's fine. That's respectable.
But
I was just wondering if you
alleged-
saw it.
But check this out. That is what I just heard. I don't know if he's in the room or not. I think is Lou in here? Yeah, he is actually. But purportedly, he was supposed to have seen, about the same coverage that I did because he's around the Midwest too. But he saw less than 90% on the moon. And the Earth was
here's the story, and actually, because I was talking with, went in the chat. So apparently, I mean, there's quite a possibility that because, I mean, I'll admit I didn't have the proper eclipse glasses. I was just looking through dark sunglasses. But what I saw did not look like what I was supposed to see. I was supposed to have almost 90% coverage, and I only saw maybe what looked like 20%. Okay. Yeah, it turns out, I mean, at least let's just say it was not very impressive. Like,
I was in.
Hold on,
Impressive
for me, bro. You gotta
I
be
was in
careful, dude.
88% totality.
You can't do that with sunglasses. It's very dangerous. So you got to be careful.
I stared right into it. What are you guys talking about? At 324,
That's a big
324, I stared right into it.
That's
I used. If I can look at the sun any other day of year for a few, moments at
You
a time.
shouldn't. You shouldn't. You should not.
Dude, I stared into it from 324 to
Dude,
333.
I had the special glasses, and even with that,
by 90%, it's not going to be any more dangerous.
Two of them.
oh, I didn't know that, but
I'm not blind. I'll tell you what, I have 20/20 vision. I could drive a car better than most
I
people can.
used the special
better
glasses.
than 20/20 vision.
Even with the special glasses, the sliver that hit my eyes putting on the glasses, it hurt so much. It was so intense.
Really? Probably didn't have the right glasses.
No. Through the glasses, it was
My
fine.
neighbor's
When I started
grass is
putting them
greener
on.
than mine right now, but he has a dog that pees in the yard.
So I was in about 88 to 90% totality. Basically my entire work, because it was during work hours, we all went outside and watched it. It was pretty cool.
Yeah, I mean, it was. I work outside most of the year. I was out all day. Yeah, the sky dimmed a little bit, but we were supposed to have the 90%, and what I saw was more like just like a tiny little corner taken out of it.
Yeah, I mean,
When I stared into the sun, I saw a tetrahedron. When I stared into the sun, I saw a tetrahedron.
Why did you see a tetrahedron?
I
The
don't
sun
know.
isn't
That's
even
what I saw.
normally a tetrahedron.
Yeah, it was just weird. All I know is what I saw was really weird, and I looked at it from 324 to 333, and
Oh yeah,
it
that's
was
the
really weird.
Masonic number 333.
Why would you see a tetrahedron? That doesn't even make sense.
Okay.
Creamy's
like, They're- all right
Well, the sun.
It's about to get
It's really
weird.
complicated.
The sun is
You're
round.
trolling us,
Describe it. The
dude.
sun-
You're not even.
The sun's
good
not
at
a bunch
it.
of gases. The sun's not a bunch of gases spinning in a vast vacuum of nothingness.
It doesn't
The
matter
sun-
what the sun is.
The sun is the source. The sun is the source of life ether on the earth. The ether
Okay.
medium of animation.
It doesn't matter what the sun is. You wouldn't see a tetrahedron.
And we're off.
That's a
Did
that's
you
a
know the
fucking
sun has its
triangle,
own
my
light,
dude.
of course, and the moon has its own light, of course. The moon has its own light. Everybody knows that. As a matter of fact, we could functionally measure the moon's light that it gives off by itself, and we could functionally measure the sun's light that it gives off by itself in overcast.
Did you probe this?
I'm not gonna get into this with you, but I know for a fact that you did not see a tetrahedron.
Maybe he was just going blind. Like when you stare at a bright light, like your eyes will start making like weird patterns and stuff. But he's,
I really think that's
Your
what
eyes,
it
called
was
amateur
because there's no fucking way that you saw a fucking triangle.
All
over
right,
the
back to
moon.
NASA.
No, I saw it.
So-
It was more of
Okay,
a
guys,
tetrahedron
we not be
discus.
friends.
Like
You
a
saw a
disc kind of-
tetrahedron. You saw a
Somebody mute that guy.
triangle.
Holy shit.
Hold on, guys.
Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much. It was really weird. It was really weird.
Hold on.
I don't think it was very weird. I think you just imagined that. I think you just
All right.
closed your eyes.
All right,
and...
that's enough. That's enough. Well, we entertained that long enough. All right, let's go.
I mean, I took mushrooms and I
think you're taking it a little too far. I was just mentioning
guys,
experience that I had, and
okay,
you know, you're
have to do.
Thank God, making me itch.
I'm sorry about your experience. I hope you get better soon.
So we're gonna get control.
It's like Bible talk to me.
So relax, guys. All right, so now we're gonna go to anybody in here that's brand new to the topic. I'll unmute those guys in just a moment. Geeks, you're not new to the topic. You get a server mute. Just relax. All right, so anybody that's brand new to the topic, if you're jumping into this channel brand new, you want to ask some questions or you want us to, have a conversation with you, please unmute your mic and say hello to the channel, and we'll engage in the conversation about the Earth being flat and stationary, or you can tell us how you have evidence that the Earth is a globe. Either way. I'll open up the floor. Except for that guy.
Wow, they still do that?
Yeah.
Move it along. Move it along. Keep going. Move it along.
All right. So does anybody have any evidence?
That was kind of racist.
Yeah, it's okay. All right. Nobody? Yeah, I was pretty quick on that, wasn't I? I had it preloaded though. That's why. All right, Son of Atlantis on mute.
So as I was saying, the tetrahedron is the shape of the third and fourth dimension. So yeah.
Nope.
Not gonna get weird with Truth Seeker right now.
Eventually, that will fade away. Just give him a little time. He needs like 5 minutes. He'll come back to reality, and not being stuck in the fifth dimension. Shit, dude. All right, and we're not gonna engage with him. No, don't try to reason with him. All right. I've unmuted your allishness. Back to the topic, please. And I'll unmute Geeks too. All right, Geeks, what do you have for us, man?
Oh, now you ruined it.
Oh, all right, here. I'll mute you. You can start again. Hello, Geeks. Welcome to the channel. Come on, man. This is your big production number. Hello, my lady. Hello, my darling. Hello, my ragtime gal. Where's all that? He's like, no.
Is that the guy that was making the noises?
Hold on, Lou. Fucking Nathan Oakley was in. Did you hear when Nathan? Because he wanted his big introduction when Nathan Oakley was in here. So I had him on mute, and I was like, dude, because Nathan Oakley was doing his intro to his show and whatnot. So as soon as he came back, or actually before that, while he was doing his introduction, he had himself on deafen, and Geeks was like, well, Mr. Oakley, we meet again. And he got to miss the chance to say that to him because he was away doing his intro. So I was like, oh, Geeks, save that for when he comes back. So I muted him. And so as soon as Nathan started to engage this other character that was in here, and he was done with that guy, and I was like, Nathan, by the way, this guy wants to talk to you. He's been waiting to speak to you. And he's like, okay. So I muted Geeks, and he's like, well, Mr. Oakley, we meet again. And right away, Nathan's like, who the fuck's this guy? It was pissed, dude. And Geek's like, oh, you ruined it, man. He got all sad. I was just laughing because he built up this whole way he was gonna do it, and Nathan wasn't having it, bro. And then he started to tell him, dude, you just want to be in here because you have stars in your eyes and you want to. And Geeks got fucking shellacked. I was just laughing. Dude. I was like,
I actually did hear that on the.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, well, not live, but I don't often actually check into Nathan Oakley's channel, but I do have it subbed, and I turned that one on just for the beginning part actually, and heard Geeks come in, and then I don't know, I didn't make it very far on that, but then I actually checked another one where he freaking about concavers, and it was him ripping freaking Turquoise Dragon apart, and I thought that one was
good. I can't believe Turquoise Dragon would do that on. That people know. I mean, I don't know. Whatever. Geeks wanted to be on there, and he got his little, 5 minutes of fame for whatever that was. But then afterwards, he's like, "I'm not playing this game anymore." Like he got all set.
You're just gonna keep talking through me, are you? Are you geeks?
Nathan actually is frightened of.
I don't think that's the case, bro. But that's fine. You can think that.
He is because I'm embarrassed in hardcore.
You're the
He's
guy.
controlled
You're the man.
opposition.
You're the man.
You know what, Alpha? I'm just happy to hear you. I haven't talked to you in a minute, so.
Well, that's because you're trying to be a stranger, man. You don't come around to these parts anymore. You're...
Listen, I take my leave and I come back. I don't try to.
But you're out there being a IT professional and whatnot, and you thumbing up your nose to the rest of the peons.
Did you see my photos that I posted, by the way?
No.
So, I went back in February, I went to the beach.
Ooh,
with my.
some skin in those photos?
Oh shit, dude!
You did.
It was February. It was February. Okay, so there wasn't much.
That don't mean shit to Lou, man.
photos
That don't
to
mean
be
shit to
had.
Lou. I don't know.
So I was on the 10th floor of a building, and I got some cool photos of the ocean.
It better not be of curved oceans, because we're gonna have some trouble.
Okay, listen, I'm gonna post these
curved
photos. I posted them before.
I knew it. I freaking knew it, dude.
No, there's no. Listen.
What?
I'm gonna post these photos. You're not gonna claim a curved ocean because I'm about to post not curved ocean. Are you ready?
Well, let's see it.
All right. Here they are.
Oh my god, it's gonna be curved, isn't it?
It's not
Okay.
curved. It's literally just the ocean. Like
It's just
this
the way
is the
you're building it up.
ocean.
I should spiral.
It was very close. I was on the 10th floor, by the way, when I took these photos.
Stupid internet.
Well,
I mean,
I
if you
think
were
what
to
they're doing is
switch
they're
that-
writing with this distance of the ocean theory that's been debunked a few years ago, and they have nothing else. And this is why they're trying to convince everyone that proves that the Earth is flat, but it actually doesn't.
Listen, I'm just posting photos that I took of the
Yeah.
ocean when I was on the 10th floor of a building. Okay?
Yeah.
I'm not claiming anything. I'm just posting photos that I took.
Yeah, Vince. Relax, dude.
You can't. Your eyesight cannot see the distance.
Oh, dude,
of
come
the
on.
curvature.
Vince,
It just
don't
can't
come
do
up
it.
with that. Your eyesight doesn't work. Therefore, when we see the globe, it starts to
eyesight-
work. But when we don't see the
So-
globe, it doesn't work, bro. You
You
can't
know how
use your
large
eyes.
this planet is?
Okay, so hang on a second, dude. So you're telling me that everybody that works in
Your
Vince, bro.
theory
Go ahead.
is based on a small little planet.
Oh, really?
Yes.
What? That don't make
Yes.
sense, bro. That's
Yeah,
fine.
it does.
Yeah,
I mean,
small
you keep,
planet.
okay, so you say, do you know how big it is? And your theory is based on a small one. How big
Yeah,
is it?
your theory,
What-
which it does, it's already been proven that that's not how it
how
works.
big is it?
How big is
It's
it?
huge. Huge.
How big
It's
is it?
huge.
We don't want you to sound like Trump, dude. Come on now.
It's huge. It's huge.
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 Yeah, that's how he says it. Come on, bro. Give us some numbers. What's the numeric value?
I don't know the numbers.
You know?
I just know it's a fucking big planet.
Oh, well, shit, dude. All right.
It's just, it's
And
so
I
big.
know,
that no matter
I
what,
know, no little
no matter how flat, no matter how much
telescope
evidence
or
you just know it's bigger than that.
it's big.
Yeah, it's bigger than that, bro. It's huge.
Big.
It's huge.
Like my dick, big.
Come on, bro.
Huge.
Yeah,
So
Huge.
all I'm saying is that I was on the 10th floor of a apartment complex. That is the ocean, by the way. That's the Pacific. Wait, which ocean was I on?
You were gonna say specific.
The specific
the
ocean.
Pacific Ocean. I heard that. Dude, you know I'm good. I'm gonna point that out. When you do that, I'm gonna point it out because I hear every little.
Anyway, I was.
Go ahead. You were what?
I was at the ocean
Oh my
when I took this photo.
And if you say that
So-
one more time, I think that would be even better. Third time's a charm.
Hey,
Where
I
were
was
you?
at the ocean when I took
Excellent.
this photo.
Excellent. I think that one hit home for sure. For
I was
sure.
on the 10th floor.
Nah,
Why
that's
is
good.
it go down?
No, seriously, that's pretty good.
I do love round things. I got a big ass stomach.
Oh.
I was at the Atlantic Ocean.
I think you need
Not
to see
the
a doctor
Pacific
about that.
Ocean,
sir.
the Atlantic Ocean. So
it can be
basically,
specific. I mean,
no, it was
we
the
know-
Atlantic. Sorry, I didn't mean specific. I meant
we get what you're
Atlantic.
putting
Oh, so you
down,
was in
man. Don't worry
Atlantic
about it.
City?
Yeah.
There's no such thing as Atlantic City. Well, there is, but I wasn't there.
Yeah, there is. It's a strip club in Atlanta, and it's amazing.
I was not in Atlanta. I was in a
Atlantic City.
different.
All right. So we got some new
Okay,
people
I'm
in
just saying.
here. Yeah.
I was on the 10th floor of a building, visiting
time.
my dad.
Are you saying
Okay,
you could
period.
see it being around from the view? Is that what you're trying to say?
I'm just saying that I took that photo.
Okay.
Nice.
So what's the argument here?
Is there a point to a photo?
Are you saying the Earth is flat or is it round?
I'm just
gonna
saying that's a
give her-
photo I took.
Oh, okay. So
On the 10th
Oh, okay.
floor.
Nice. What camera you use?
I was on the 11th floor.
I'd
That's
like
fine.
you to examine the photo I took and draw your own conclusions about what it looks like.
It
I
looks
was
like
on the
ocean.
11th floor.
Oh, that's the ocean. All right. So does anybody in here think that the Earth is a globe, and you have any evidence for that?
It is a globe.
I mean, isn't there literally like videos of astronauts out in space like showing what the Earth looks like? Am I mistaken?
There's videos of things that we see on TV, sir, but there's no way that we can define whether or not that's legitimate. If you're
I mean,
able to say
I'm
that's
pretty sure,
legitimate.
I'm pretty sure they want to Photoshop a video though. Like that's like from space though. Like you
Yeah,
really.
but here's the level
Oh.
of legitimacy. Vince, can I have a
Go ahead.
conversation at one time, or do you need to?
Vince,
Go
let
ahead,
this
buddy.
man talk. You
Vince,
pudgy
what's on-
idiot.
I love
Vince,
you,
hold on,
buddy. Go
guys.
ahead.
Vince,
I
what's
love
on your
you.
mind, dude? What's bugging you today?
Listen,
you need to come in
go
here.
ahead. I want you to prove that the Earth is not round.
Well, we can't do our job, sir, if you keep putting your foot in the door.
Yeah,
Unless
but
you.
prove to me. Listen, I've been on
Okay.
this planet for 58 years. Okay,
Damn.
prove to me that it's not round.
Yeah, but we're having a conversation with the other guy. I don't know if you
Okay, go
heard
ahead.
of it or not. but
Yeah,
do we
58
have any
years. By this time, the parasites already took over that mine. There's nothing we can
Oh,
do.
shit.
Sorry.
Right.
so-
Hey, you
Listen,
could learn.
all I
you
want
could
to say
learn
is
a
that
lot
I was
from
on the
this bad boy.
11th floor. I was on the 11th floor of that same hotel. That's all I'm going to say.
Yeah. Okay. So.
Well, if you
back-
were on the 11th floor, you would know that
Fucking
it's
hell.
actually an apartment, a condo complex.
Okay.
Whatever you want to
period.
call it.
All right. So, are we going to get to the be able to have a conversation?
Go for it, buddy.
or-
I love
Yeah,
you.
everybody
because
just-
you know
love you.
what? Because I honestly think this is like.
Well, we allow people to speak, but at the same time, if we're not getting anywhere, we're just spinning our wheels, guys. We have to get somewhere.
Yeah.
Right? So,
No, you're right.
Okay,
You're absolutely right.
I'm
so if
ready.
we're letting. All right. So Tonio has made a claim about the videos that are coming from whatever. I don't want to say what source because you didn't mention that, Tonio. Where did you
I mean,
see
I'm
a
pretty
video?
sure it's. I'm pretty sure it's NASA. Like NASA posts these videos. Like.
Okay. Well, that may be the case. But like, how can you verify the legitimacy of that video? What can you do to say, I know they're actually doing this in the place they say they're at? How can you verify that?
I mean, we see the ship take off. Do we not? Like, is there not videos of like
Well,
us seeing
I mean,
and
not-
witnessing ships like? Well,
Yeah.
like we're literally seeing rockets take off, and we see astronauts go into space and do studies, and there's a whole space team up in space. So,
No,
and
what
there's
I'm asking-
satellites, and there's
Yeah, what I'm
images.
asking for you, Tonio, is whatever you're saying when you say you see somebody up there, how can you verify that legitimacy of that? So,
It's on
and,
NASA.
and
It's on
conversely,
the NASA
right?
website, is it not?
Yeah, but here's the thing, though. Conversely, if I show you something like an 80-foot gorilla climbing a tall building, and I say, look, dude, this video right here is of an 80-foot gorilla climbing this tall building. How are you going to be able to say that's legitimate or not? If I'm showing you a video.
Because you showed it to me.
You
I'm not
you
talking
showed
to
it
you,
to me,
Vince.
and plus there's a
Come
movie
on.
called Rampage.
Or
Yeah, that's what
fine,
happens.
Fine, but
And
how can you tell?
Photoshop didn't exist until the 80s.
And it's got
Vince,
and
you're
it's
hot
And
on
Baby
my
Yoda made Vince gay.
And Baby Yoda made Vince gay. Wait a minute, what?
You're hot under the collar. You're coming in pretty hot, dude. Your
No,
mic is
okay,
blaring.
wait a minute. Let me turn down my mic. Baby Yoda made Vince gay.
I don't know what that
Bro,
means.
can you? Hey, listen. Can you get the mic out of your mouth before you
Well,
speak?
I got to put something else in there. Shit.
I don't know what's
Okay,
going
go
on
ahead.
here.
Hey,
Vince, you're gonna
listen,
end up
Alpha.
laughing with all
I'm here. I'm here strictly to learn because I really am uneducated about the whole thing,
Okay.
and
Well, we're trying to get somewhere. JC, we're trying to get somewhere. Go ahead.
I know. I understand that, and I want to let you finish, but I feel like I'm going to lose this thought, and I don't want to lose it.
All right, what you got?
And I want, because you sound like you have a good handle on this. I need the argument. I need the argument of gravity because it's the only one I'm losing lately.
Okay, so losing as in you've had it with someone and they're not giving you information, or
Yeah,
you're not
so
able to
I'm
support.
basically on the fence. Like I'll be completely transparent. I'm on the fence a lot, and I don't necessarily doubt either way. But when somebody doubts hardcore one way, and I have like a little bit arguments here and there, I lose at gravity.
Okay, we'll go through it. How about that? But Tonio,
Okay.
I'll have to ask before we move forward. Can we table our discussion if you're going to stay here, or if not, for a later time?
I'm here.
All right, so I was going to continue with you, but I'm going to table our discussion to talk to JC or Gyros or whatever his name is. All right, so JC, the conversation of gravity is a derivative one, meaning that it has to stem from a premise that the Earth is already a globe, and the physics on the Earth being a globe will work such that you start seeing things either be attracted to the center of the Earth. So the center of the Earth is where things are going towards. And that specific idea or mindset, would you agree with that? The idea that the Earth is a globe, and with gravity as physics on the Earth working the way it does, that things are either being pulled or pushed to the Earth. Would you agree or disagree? That's how they're explaining it.
That's the theory of gravity. If things are even being pushed or pulled to the earth, yes, right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Okay, so either Newtonian or Einsteinian, and I'm going to give you the goods so that it'll save time, right? So we're not going to ask you, well, which gravity is it, Einsteinian or Newtonian? I'm just going to bypass that. I'm going to tell you that the current paradigm in which the understanding of gravitational theory that's working right now is the Einsteinian bending and warping of space-time. Would you say that you agree or disagree with that?
I would say that I would say that I'm kind of not really interpreting in a way that I can fully understand how to agree or disagree with that.
Okay, so in the case of them actually having that conversation with us, it goes that we all recognize the effects. So in concerns to what gravity looks to be doing, the effect, it could be considered specific gravity. So that means relative density to us. So when we say specific gravity, it means that we're talking about the effect that takes place when you drop something in the medium of air.
Right.
Right. So you can say that, well, we see things falling in the medium of air. So that seems pretty logical, right?
Uh-huh.
And we can quantify that even farther by saying at the rate at which things fall at an average would be 9.8 meters per second squared. So we can quantify that in the sense of saying, I know at the rate of what elements fall through the medium of air, it is figured out to be at that. And it works for the most part. Industries use it, and it's very useful application of a formula.
Oh.
You agree with that much, right?
Yeah, sure. I mean, that's logic.
It's useful, right? So moving forward, we're going to say we see an effect. Now, in order for us to understand the full scope of this conversation, gravity is a word we use colloquially, but it actually is married from it being just the effect to also being a cause. So we only talked about an effect. We did not talk about the cause. Now the effect is known as little g. Little g. Big G.
Little G, which is what they used to call me in high school.
Now you're a big G. All right, so big G is considered the gravitational theory. Do you know what that is? Yeah, so we talked that about that a little bit, right? That is Einsteinian bending and warping of space-time, right?
Okay. Yes.
So they're saying that Einsteinian's bending and warping of space-time is said to be the cause for the effect.
Okay.
So the reason why you see that effect is because time and space is being bent and warped around the Earth, and it works such that things are being pushed into the Earth from that gravitational field.
Okay, and we know this to be true more than the proof of what Tonio was talking about earlier?
No, Tonio was describing another thing that we were. It's another
Right.
conversation.
He was describing, like, of course, like seeing the broadcast and all the things that could easily be
Yeah,
faked.
of
I'm
course.
100% with you on that.
Yeah,
But-
but we're, and that has a whole other tangent that we can get off on. But I think specifically this one has more to
But
do
this
with not
this what
just-
you just said about time being bent and all that stuff, is this scientifically proven?
Well, that's the rub, isn't it? So now we're into whether or not it can be proven scientifically. So that is the
Okay, but
question.
that's a theory.
That is, well, hold on. A scientific theory is one that has been proven and tested. Now, what we're dealing with here is it's concept. It's a concept for sure. But this concept that
Okay.
we're using, that we're explaining how the effect is occurring, has been superimposed as in something that could be said as a paradigm, logically consistent point. So we would say that it's not, but they would claim that it is. So now we're in the battle of whether or not it can be proven scientifically. Therefore, it would stand to be a scientific theory. Like I said, it has to be proven. So if it's not proven, we have an issue. So that's where we're at right now. Is it proven that
Well, I actually have a theory that it is round.
Yeah, that's fine. But I'm having a conversation with JC.
Okay,
I'll say
yeah,
his
go
name,
ahead.
JC. So in
Yeah,
order
that's
for him
fine.
to understand,
JC is fine.
JC, in order for you to understand, you have to think about this question. Like they're already assuming. So when you have the conversation with somebody, the term gravity is colloquially used in the sense of the mindset of the person who thinks the Earth is a globe as a married concept. It's the
Right.
cause is married to the effect. In the case for flat Earth, we would say specific gravity, or relative density, does not have to be married to the cause. The causation is unknown. The
Mhm.
effect is well established by all of people that can use it in every application that it can be used. It's a very useful application for us to say 9.8 meters per second squared at the rate of which things fall at an average is a pretty useful application. So that is
Right.
understood by us. We don't discredit that, disown that, or any way go apart from that. We say that's okay. But the place where the conversation gets mixed up is where people say, you guys think gravity doesn't exist. No. That's not what we're saying. The idea that you think the gravitational theory is the reason why that causes the gravitational effect, that is incorrect. Are you following the conversation, JC?
Yeah, definitely.
So we would say, prove it, the gravitational theory, not the effect. We all can drop things through the medium of air and see the effect. Any Tom, Dick, and Harry can do that. Now, it takes
Okay.
a special person to be able to prove, if it's possible, the scientific theory of gravity, big G. Now, here's the issue. If you can demonstrate that you can bend and warp the fabric of space-time, now we're getting somewhere. And if you can't do that, you have to be, whoever you're speaking to, JC, has to be forthcoming with that information and be intellectually honest and say, I can't do it.
Gotcha.
Which means then you can say, okay, so you do
But can
identify. Go ahead.
But can I prove the science of bending time?
No.
Well,
Time
you
is a
can use
concept.
that theory on
Time-
anything.
Time is a concept and it's an abstract. So you cannot
Okay.
do anything to an abstract, or nor does the abstract have any effect on you. These are
Okay,
conventions.
that's exactly how I'll answer that question.
Sure. Those are conventions that you and I can speak of in the way that we can communicate with each other colloquially, but they're in no way affecting us in the reality that we are in.
Okay.
Does that make
I
sense?
have-
Clocks are real, are they not?
It does.
Are they not,
It
Alpha?
does make sense. I have a solid. I feel like I have a solid ground on where I go with that. I will say that I'm still on the fence, but as I'm teetering on one side more than the other, being the flat side, I have to ask, what's like, and this is the only way I can put it. What's the joke? What's like the reason why? Oh, ha ha, funny. Better yet, what's the benefit for us thinking that the world is round? Like, why would they put it to us that way? Like, what is what do we lose out on if we realize that it's flat and that's why it's been kept from us? You know what I mean?
Right. So if you have arbiters of truth, then you have to appeal to them, don't you? So
Sure.
let's say arbiters of truth are those intellects who claim that the Earth is a globe. And in order for you to say that you know that the Earth is a globe, you have to appeal to those people who hold the keys to knowledge, right? So let's say you would be in this call saying, I'm just a normal person I'm not smart. I don't know that the Earth is a globe. I can only tell you that I learned it from Mr. Scientist Man over there, and he told me the Earth is a globe because he spent 20 years of his life looking into it. So I trust him. This is what's being said, right?
So is it like a filtration system to see who's dumb and who's smart?
Well, what it is it's a hierarchical system. So it becomes knower and unknower. So you are the unknower. You basically believe. So you're a believer in this, globe Earth religion. So you become an acolyte. You don't have any understanding. You just appeal to it as you would in a religious sense. Like my pastor knows, my priest knows. And so you appeal to the guy, and the guy himself, when we ask him, doesn't know as well. They say things like, well, science doesn't work that way. Science doesn't prove things. That's not how science works. And when you hear what they say, you kind of parrot that and you say the same things they do. Well, guys, that's not how science works. We're like, well, that's interesting because we're in here to find out whether this is or isn't the case. But
so there's no specific reasoning. But you understand my question is to like, I understand why they would keep the cure for cancer from us because they want to make more money medically, right?
Yeah, but we're not going to talk about that because that's a TOS violation. So let's stay away from medical information.
Oh, okay. But what I'm saying is I'm providing that as an example as to like why they would cover up the flatness of the earth.
Well, that would be more of a traditional sense. So you're handed this information like a tradition, just like Christmas. You know, like
so it's not. There is no ill intention. It's just traditional.
No, I asked
now
them
it is.
earlier.
Right now it is.
I asked them earlier.
So, yeah. So basically, okay. So how you learned about the Earth being a globe? It's not a malicious one. It's just somebody like your teacher or somebody was telling you, "Hey, look, kids, Earth's a globe. We have 9 planets. Sing the song with me." Uranus, Neptune,
Where did
do you think that this idea
from then? So where
do you
did
think this idea came from the fact that maybe it is round, but it's flat and round?
No. So the idea kind of
like it's a flat circle.
Basically, what I want you to do, this should be a mission of yours if you're really seeking truth. Find the breadcrumb trail as to where this information originated from. You'll be surprised to know that it didn't come from where your critical thinker. It actually came from religious people long ago. This was actually a religious notion that was spurned off from these characters. Now, I won't tell you much more than that because I want you to find out. But here's the thing that I will say. The more you dig, the more you start to learn, your eyes will be open, your mind will be exploding with more questions because it's what happens to all of us.
I would venture to say that there's a lot of things that we hold as tradition that came from like religious thinking, right?
Right. And so that gets us in trouble in this specific scenario because we're not dealing with religion. We're dealing with natural and physical world. So if we're dealing with the world,
can we attack problems like global warming and things that are affecting the environment if we think the world is in the wrong state that it is?
Right. So the narrative of like what the derivative topics that are brought up, if you think the Earth is a globe, have to deal with how the Earth is losing its capacity to have human life on it. So that means climate change, that means limited resources, that means overpopulation, that means that the planet's dying in every way. So we need to get off this rock and go inhabit another one like a locust, we need to terraform another place. So your mind is completely engulfed. I said this before, I'm saying it again. Your mind's engulfed with this idea that you live in this space, cosmology. So you don't think twice about it because you're looking at your neighbor like, dude, we need to do something, man. Like we're on a dying planet, man. What are you doing with the Earth? And you're trying to be more green, and that's all okay, right? The intent as well. It's just you're misinformed about the premise.
Okay. So I got this one today, and this one kind of struck me for a loop. If we're looking at the moon and it's round, and we're looking at the eclipse and it's round, don't you think that kind of is reasoning to formulate in people's mind that we could be similar?
Think about it like this. If you go into the forest and you see little squirrels running up and down the tree, a whole bunch of them. You see some black ones, some gray ones. Are you going to think you're one?
Oh my God, that doesn't even make sense. You can make that. You're taking something and you're making an excuse of what a fact is.
No, let's go further with that. Let's go further.
This is very religious.
Prove that he's wrong.
Wait, can I
let's go farther with it. Hold on. Let's go farther.
We don't need to prove that you're right. You need to prove that you're wrong.
Relax. So if I was to tell
Prove
you
that what you've never
All right.
never been able. The flat earthers have never been able to prove that we're wrong. You're just trying to
You gotta
prove that
chill
you're
out. You
right.
gotta chill out, or else
So
we're gonna
remember-
mute you.
You're
Yeah,
a
so remember-
fucktard.
Hey, no.
right.
Chill out. Calm down.
Yeah, you got some
Jesus.
energy there, aren't you?
Lord, forgive them for
No, Vince,
what they
you gotta
not know
chill
what
out.
they think.
Vince.
You done, Vince?
Because they're stupid, Lord. I can't help it. They're idiots.
Maybe we continue. Yeah, you
Go
can't
ahead.
appeal to him because he's not on
I
your
still
side.
love you, but you're a fucking idiot.
Yeah, you can't appeal to the Lord and Savior. He's not on your side. All right, so
And you only
basically,
mod and you only mute the Globers because they're being
Okay.
disruptive. Why aren't you muting this guy for being disruptive?
Boy,
yeah, well,
relax.
some people just get something hot under the collar, right? That's okay. But I know that he's got a stopping point. Some people that don't stop, I will mute them. But he had a
Okay.
stopping point. He just wanted to say that. All right,
Okay, well, let me ask you this one more thing.
sure. You don't want
With
me to
all
finish?
that you know, and of course, like I provided these problems before, where it's like global warming, yada yada yada. The world is like eating itself alive. All these kind of like things that have come to the conclusion based on people who think the Earth is like round. Like based on your knowledge and your hypothesis and what you think, are we okay or are we fucking up?
No, I would say that the good earth is rich and plentiful, and we're not on a dying planet. We have unlimited resources. I'd say the opposite. We're not in overpopulation. I think the people that are in dense populations are there because they want to be there. There's much land out there that's untamed, that's not been inhabited by humans. So I think
Okay.
there's much places people can go. So there's a lot of things that are being spun as far as the narrative that you're receiving. And you're thinking that it's a particular way because that's what you're receiving as information. You're not going
Okay.
out and researching. You're not seeing if it's something opposite to what you're hearing. So I would say just go out there and look. But on the point prior to that, JC, I wanted to also tell you that it's not just that we're looking at squirrels and saying that we're a squirrel ourselves, right? That's not what I wanted to end it there. But I would also say when you look up at the night sky, do you see any of those things looking like what you're standing on? Be honest.
Like what do you mean? What am I standing
And
on?
so what you're standing on, the earth that you're standing on, right?
Yes.
Okay. You see all the things around you, everything that that the earth has, that
Uh-huh.
inhabits the earth. When you look up at the night sky, do you see the earth looking like any one of those things?
No, I don't.
Thank you. That'll be all.
Based on not based on what I see, just based on what I've learned.
Yeah. And
Yes.
also what you learned. Know, see, learned everything.
Yeah, well, I mean, I've learned that it's round. So of course, if I look at the
Well,
moon and I think
yeah.
that the moon
I
is
mean,
round, I'm
you're
going to
filtering
think.
it through your globe goggles, but we're saying take those goggles off and realize if there is any curvature to the earth, it would have been measured. Now we have numerical values that give us the size of the earth, do we not?
You seem very educated and very intelligent. You're definitely very eloquent in the way that you speak. So it's like very easy to listen to you and talk to you about this kind of stuff. Have you ever met somebody that you feel is equal to you intelligent wise that feels completely different than you as far as this particular thing?
Let me think back. I would say maybe 2 instances I could think. I can count on one hand how many times I have.
And do you think to yourself, how are you that smart and don't see the truth?
Yes.
And does that make you question your
100%.
own? Does that make
No.
you question your own truth?
No, I think because of the fact that we're both the sides that we're on, it's either something that can be garnered as information from a primary knowledge or garnered from theorizing. Says, people can throw theories out and you could stand on those theories as that's what you think truth is, or you can say, I can prove this to you, and that's the truth that I stand on.
Do you
what
remember
stand on?
Do you remember the come to God moment when you knew it was an absolute thing in your mind?
Yeah, it was in 2015. I did research. I actually stumbled upon this subject because I was looking at the Mandela effect of all things, and
Okay,
I was
that
looking
doesn't
through.
exist.
I was looking through the information on the internet because YouTube was kind of like not as restricted with flat Earth content, so it was just
yeah.
exploding onto the internet at the time that I started looking into it. So there was a video that said Bruce Lee proves the flat Earth. This is my kind of little testimony about it. And I looked into it thinking it was the dumbest thing I've ever heard. It had like a flat disc, like sitting next to an image of Bruce Lee's face and a cup of water right next to that. I remember the thumbnail of all things. That's weird. But and I clicked on the video. It was like a 2-hour presentation. I think it was Eric Dubay was in there saying there's 200 proofs It was other things, right? But the
Hang on, I
part
heard
that I
you.
remember was yes.
No, he's
I mean,
he's
You got
he's,
convinced by YouTube video?
he's got
No, so
tater tots in the air fryer. He's going to get them real quick.
all right, yeah, but the thing that I really what I was like, I got stuck on was how water is flat and level on its surface, right? So they were talking about large bodies of water don't form convexity on the Earth, and now they're claiming that the Earth is about 70% water, as it being a globe, right? That was like the claim that everybody thinks of when they think of water to land ratio, 70% water and so forth. So we're looking at the Earth in that respect, right? And so he said, well, think about it like this: 70% of the Earth is covered in water, and water takes the shape of the container that it's in. But the surface, because of surface tension, will always remain flat and level on its surface. Interestingly enough, to me, that was like, it was a kind of a head scratching moment. I couldn't reconcile the fact that we live on a globe, being that we have curvature. So the next thing, it wasn't just that, right? I was like, okay, that's pretty stupid. It has to be curvature. That's dumb. Do water flat and level? Like, there's got to be some curvature. So I was like, the aha moment for me hadn't hit yet. So I was like, okay, now it's time for the globe to make some sense. Like, there better be something I'm gonna find out that's gonna disprove this, because this is stupid. So I was looking through the internet and I was like trying to figure out. I came to sources where they were talking about, the parabola of Earth and the 8 inches per mile squared and so forth. And I'm like, okay, we got something here, but how is it able to be tested? Because I don't see water, forming that convex, surface that it should be. Like, in what way? Who's measured that? That's the next thing. I was like, who's measured this thing? Because there's got to be somebody that's put some groundwork to it, and we know the instance in where that became a realization. It wasn't just like some guy saying, well, I think the Earth's a globe, and yeah, you should too. No, it was somebody putting boots on the ground and putting some kind of measurement to it, right? So it led me to Eratosthenes, Sticks and Shadows kind of thing, What the Well, and all kinds of stuff. And it didn't get me anywhere closer to I can find out the curvature, how it was measured, because that story led me to understand they had presumptions going into figuring out whether the Earth was a globe due to the fact that the angles of light and shadows and just other things, right? So I was like, well, it may or may not be a globe here, right? So I want the guy who's actually, and I'll say it this way because I know it's redundant, but who put the measuring tape and find the drop over the distance. I want that guy. Who's the guy? Like, I was looking for that one, and it came to like Aristotle looking at the lunar eclipse. It came to like different individuals like Al-Biruni measuring triangulation from what he could see on a mountain top to. It was nothing, bro. I was pissed. For like 2 days, I was infuriated. I was like, I'm not saying, like, I can't be believing this. Like, I've been believing this lie if it is one. So then I was like on a 2-week journey of like, really, my eyes were bloodshot after the 2 weeks. But I was looking through the internet, scouring images, looking through different sources, really trying to put this thing to bed if I could. Sorry, not happening for me.
Look, I am like always open to conversations on these kind of things, because this is one of those things that, like you said, we have no proof. Definitely one way, but definitely the other for me too. I haven't been sold. I haven't had that aha moment, whatever. But I will say that on the other side, which is where I've been most of my life, firmly, I think if I was you, Alpha, my energy would be very loosely dedicated to finding people that are making you look crazy and educating them to a point where they don't make you look as crazy anymore. Because if everybody that I talked to about Flat Earth sounded like you and had explanations like you, I wouldn't think it was such a fucking wackadoodle idea anymore.
Agreed. But I would say that people often at times, because we're individuals, I would let them speak for themselves. Everybody articulates themselves differently. So the perspective that everybody, so you could hand knowledge to somebody, and how they say they know what they know about the knowledge. I think it's hard for them to put it into words. Some people say you're an idiot.
Yeah, well, like, I mean, sure, but I'm more talking about like the people that just don't really care to learn why they're screaming. They just want to scream.
Okay.
I'm not mad. I'm just burning calories.
You know what I'm saying? Like, let me put it to you this way. So on my side, let's say I was completely against you, right? Let's say I was completely on the other side of the fence. and I brought Vince into the corner. How would that make me look?
Right, that you were losing ground as far as like you having a position on the
Hey,
articulation
wait
of
a
the
minute now.
earth.
You
But
know what I
that's
mean?
and that's yeah, I know, I get what you're saying, but the fact of the matter still remains that either somebody is able to do it or somebody's not. So if you were, let's say you did bring Vince into the equation and he went off the handle or whatever, but if you
I'm
came
Vince,
in
by the
here
way.
and you were able to articulate yourself as to how you know the information, then I think that makes all the difference, because now we know, right? We're like, okay, this guy actually can say some things about what he's saying that he can put forth and lay it out to us. And that's not like a,
Right.
you know, some guy spazzing out just because for the sake of
Right.
it, you know, that's
I'm sure but I'm sure you've been in situations, admittedly, where you knew that your argument would be way more powerful if somebody in the room or somebody in the vicinity wasn't screaming people in the other direction.
that's fine. I would say like this though, that it's the
Don't
nature
make
of
me
the,
get naked.
I would say it's the nature of the beast that we're dealing with. So
Right.
because of the fact that we're dealing with such a provocative topic, it makes people's emotionally you know, kind of angry. You start to see like, I'm not an
Right.
idiot, you are, kind of a vitriol reaction. So
Of
that's
course.
the reason why. Because
I'm
it-
just saying,
Maybe
look,
people
look,
just
you
have
know,
an
Trump
inferiority complex.
could have a lot of important things to say and do a lot of great things for the country, but if I'm looking at everybody in his merch and they're screaming out racist remarks and sleeping with their cousins, like I can't fucking really fully
I would
understand
say
how
this.
people.
I would say this. I would just be cautious on becoming someone who puts things into a stereotype fallacy. That can happen to us, right? Because we're like, dude, you guys are all idiots. But
No,
like
I know, but that,
like
and
you
that's
told
what I'm
me,
saying. Like I do my own research, and that's part of the reason why I'm talking to you is that I'm not listening to the wackadoodles.
of course.
I know that if there's something there, there's enough substance to where somebody has enough brain power to do their due diligence and figure out enough for me to come to them where they have a provided explanation or example to where I can sit back and go, okay, now that can make me think critically instead of like, oh, this person's fucking ridiculous.
Yeah, I agree, and you know, it happens on both sides. So I'm not gonna let's not say that it doesn't happen on flat or globe, because or concave, or you can mix in whatever type of mindset comes in there. But everybody has, you know, can be emotional because of this. And
Right.
you know, well, let's not escape the fact that you and I can be emotional at times. But the thing is, if you can actually, you know, kind of sit back a little bit and say, okay, let me get back in the zone and see if we can reset and do this again, then I think that's the difference. You know, you're not regulated. I would say it's not
Yeah.
just the fact that you are a calm, cool, collected person.
Mhm.
Nobody should say like, dude, JC was calm, cool, and collected yesterday, but he went off the handle today. But that doesn't describe who you are. If you can articulate yourself very well, then that's something to be said. Like that can't be discredited. You can't just say, well, he flew off the handle yesterday, so I'm not going to believe anything he says anymore. Like that's some bullshit right there. Because
Right.
you can still articulate yourself. It doesn't matter. But so long as you're not just being a total spaz, I think that would be okay.
I'm not a spaz.
Anyway,
I get naked for the fun of it. Listen,
How do you
no,
feel about like, you know, time zones? Like time zones work in a spherical model. How this
Yeah, but time is a construct.
Yeah, that's interesting. I like when
What
people.
do you mean
ask
by
that.
time is a construct? Can you elaborate on that?
Hold on,
Time is a
hold on, Parzival. Hold on. So to the lady's
Yeah,
question, she wants to know how does that work, and I think the question is malformed. I think you're asking how does the sun using day and night, how does that work on a flat Earth? Is that correct?
yes, yes, that's what she
No,
said.
not. Oh, she's speaking on your mic.
Well, yeah. Go ahead.
Alright,
Go ahead.
So basically,
get on with it.
Yeah. So basically, sorry.
Just
He
get
said get
on with
on.
it on how the sun goes in a circle.
Okay, so
above
you're
a-
gonna get
above-
muted. So we don't need chirpers in here. We just need people that are able to answer the question or not. So I'll go ahead and answer the question. So basically, day and night works such that the Earth is in a cyclical motion over the Earth. So there's cycles that it goes over, right? And we would say where the sun is and geographical where you are, the geographic location where you are right now would be considered, you know, North America or Europe or whatever. So we would say that depending on where you're at on Earth, light will be attenuating to a certain extent. It only goes so far. It doesn't go forever. and we have information to back that up. So we would say that if you think that's the case, we can have a demonstration to show you. I have like maybe 2 demonstrations I can show you that that's not the case. So if you were to have, and I'll give you the first one, a demonstration of light and darkness. Okay, so get a flashlight, right? Just for this example, I want you to think about
I got a flashlight.
light. Yeah, so turn off all the lights in your room. Put the
Wait a minute.
flashlight at, go ahead. You want me to wait?
Oh shit!
Tell me when you're ready.
Okay. I'm
Okay,
ready.
so get as close to one of your walls as you can with the flashlight.
Okay.
And then turn the flashlight on and back it away slowly and stop at a certain point. I want you to see the illumination. Yeah, I want you to see the illumination of that light over that wall. Can you see the entire wall?
No.
Right. And so just that very simple fact that we know that light can attenuate through. If you had that light source, it should shine into the whole wall. The whole wall could be seen, but it's not, because of the proximity of the light source to the wall would be such that there's a relationship between the surface of that wall and your light source. So the closer you are, the less attenuation. That's one. The next one we're going to talk about, and you can turn on your lights, Vince. We're done with that
The
example.
light coming from the sun is bigger than the Earth.
Yeah, I know. That's a narrative that you've been told. So we're going to examine, what we're going to examine now is that we understand the medium of air, the gas that you and I are breathing, which the constituent parts of the atmosphere are made of different gases, right?
Hey, I have a laser light show if you want to. Never mind. Go ahead. Go.
So basically what we're saying also is that air is a medium. And because it's a medium, light will attenuate through that medium in a specific way. So you change the medium, you change the attenuation. So let's just make it to an example where light has a more difficult time attenuating to a specific medium. We'll use water. And so if we're saying that a guy who's a scuba diver is going to go on a very sunny day into the water, he goes down into the depths. What do you think is going to happen to the light that's shining brightly up on the surface as he gets lower into the depths?
It's going to dense.
Right, because light is traveling through the medium of water.
Okay.
So
but
the further
regarding
the
like
further
medium and stuff like that, like the reason why I mentioned time zones is because like flight times only make sense on a spherical world model, like not a flat Earth model.
we'll talk about that. We'll talk about that. But did you understand the point that I was making with the
Yeah,
light
which is
attenuating?
approximation by light, and how like it's because it's a cyclical model, it just kind of rotates around basically for you.
Well, yeah, the light's moving, but it also that it can't shine. Like the light that's coming from that light source doesn't shine forever. So in that case, it's just like the flashlight example that Vince did on his wall. So it would be only shining at a
It hit my
specific
knee, by
area.
the way, on the stool that I have here when I turn the lights out. But I'm all right.
Yeah, wherever you tested it. So your next question is how do flight paths work on a flat Earth, or is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I mean flight times only make sense on a spherical world model.
All right, let's examine the claim, right? So we're saying that over a sphere, that's the only way that flights can work. But what we know from pilots that we've talked to is that when they do their job, they practically use the Earth as a flat stationary plane. Now, these pilots are not saying that the Earth is a flat Earth. They're very much saying that they're flying over a globe. But they say for practical purposes, we don't have to factor in that the Earth is spinning or that the Earth is curving. Like they don't have to negotiate
because
over a
those aren't
curvature.
like you don't have to predict like how high usually a hill is unless you're actually on it. But I'm saying like, have you ever met a flat Earth pilot?
No,
Are you
there is
changing the
some.
question?
Listen, there
I
is some
am, but
flat Earth
I'm
pilots, but
adding in.
yeah, that's fine. I'll answer your caveat. Yeah, there is some flat Earth pilots, but the fact of the matter still remains that the people who are being taught how to fly a plane, the ones that you trust, they think that the Earth is a globe, but they're using the Earth like a flat stationary plane. Now, importantly enough, you need to remember, if somebody who flies a plane is using the Earth like a globe, then they need to tell you that, because the ones that we've spoken to vehemently are against flat Earth, and they also say that they don't need to factor that information of the Earth being a globe, like the spin or the curvature, when they're flying their plane. They're just doing a job, and they're going from point A to point B, from airport to airport, without having to factor in that the Earth is moving or that it has curvature. That's what they say. This is coming from them. but they're not saying that the Earth is flat, and that's what I want you to know. But they're using it practically like it's flat and stationary. So yes, I know what you're saying about flight paths, but that is only circulating within this types of arenas like this one. Like people that come in here want to use that as a crux of their argument, and it really isn't. Because when you get right down to it and you ask these guys, they're going to tell you themselves. They practically use like the Earth like it's flat stationary because they'll say this. The Earth is too big. It's just too big. You can't notice that it's a globe Earth. That's what these pilots say. But they'll say that they practically use the Earth like flat and stationary when they're flying. For sure. It's even in one of the handbooks. Somebody can post the handbook where it will show you that when they're training.
Yeah, but simplifying
look this up.
something that makes it easier doesn't mean you necessarily just see it as a concept. Just like how, like, ovaries actually aren't shaped that way. They're folded up against each other. You're just
That's a bad
presenting it that
analogy.
way
Yeah.
so it's more
So-
clear.
Yeah, so understandably that even though they're told to treat the Earth as flat and stationary, they might not think of it that way, right? We agree. That's part of what we're saying we agree on, right?
Right?
We got
Okay. So now, yes.
what up? We got some math lovers in the room. I'd love to see that it was simplified from. That'd be great. Been asking for a few years.
All right.
I gotta pee again.
Yeah. I don't know if anybody wants to chime in or. All right. So, did you have any other questions? I don't want to say your name because your name is derogatory. So, go ahead. Do you have any more questions?
Any more questions, whore?
No, I said I wasn't going to say your name. So now that you did, you're muted.
They already put cameras in space, guys. It's over. We could pack it up and go.
Do you have any more
Good job, though.
questions? No? Okay. We'll go to open up the panel. If anybody has any questions about the Earth being a globe, please bring your best evidence. We are live streaming on YouTube. So saying hello to everybody on YouTube. Thank you very much for listening. We are 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. We have a team here and we're ready to answer your questions. I've been speaking mostly, but I do want to hand it off to some of the other eloquent speakers in here, like Eli, who just jumped in. And also we got a few others on the panel. I'll tell you who's on the panel and the team if you want to ask any questions. We got Crit in the house. He's the Earth Destroyer. Let's see. Going down the list. Flat Lloyd, excellent speaker right there. We got Heretic, the man of the hour. He's the owner of the room. Let's see. We have Larry. He's deafened. Going on the list. Eli, let's be for real. Lunatics in the house. Definitely a logical thinking person. So if you want to speak to somebody there. So yeah, if you want to speak to any one of these guys, I'm just going down the list so you know who they are. Let's see here. Going on the list. We got T-Dub and that kangaroo guy, both on the team of 24/7. Under Heaven Earther is the big man on campus. So yeah, say what's up to him.
Well, I'm on the train, so I can't really speak right now. But Mickey, can you talk about like why people are stuck in 2015 with their arguments? You know how it is. You get on Facebook and people are still saying the same things from 10 years ago.
Yeah, I would say that because there's certain individuals that want to propagate the information like as it were so back in the time when this thing exploded on the internet, right? Everybody wanted to have their arguments and their camps where they wanted to be in and such, and they were trying to do, vie for positions of being like eloquent speakers about the topic. But right now there's certain arguments that are circulating within you guys that you think they're arguments, but they're only propagated by those who we consider anti-flat earthers. They're not people who think that the Earth is a globe. They're ones who want to thwart the efforts of what we do. The critical thinkers who actually look and investigate and research the topics that we talk about in here, and they just want to disrupt or sow seeds of doubt in your mind. So, and those guys don't have anything to contribute, and I could prove that to you. If there's anybody in here that can be here for a long time, we can show you that. Let me see, I can point them out. So I would say owlishness is one. I'm gonna go down the list. These guys are only here to sow seeds of doubt. They're not in here to provide evidence. Rich Evans is another. Sir Waterhill is another. That we have. They're sitting in here. Their mission in life and to be in here in this chat is to only do that. Sow seeds of doubt. They're not in here to provide any evidence of the Earth being a globe. That's it. But we have a few more, but they're not in here currently. The rest of them are
What about
just,
my
just
seeds
regular
of
people.
doubt?
So, would you say that the Earth is a globe?
Wait, what about me? You missed me.
You're just kind of like a cheerleader. You're not really someone who's. I've heard Alice that she can actually stand arguing with somebody, but you don't really do that, geeks. Sorry.
Okay.
Just calling a spade, dude. Rich can.
Yeah, you just mute me. I don't get a chance to do it. So never mind.
Because half the time
Because you never say anything.
Half the
You
time
just,
you're inebriated, bro. So.
Yeah, and then
No, but for
someone
real,
asks
just
you a
me.
question, and then you just answer with a question back, and you never answer the question, so you never actually say anything. That's why.
Yeah.
Just to let Alpha Veritas know, bro, I got some people's listening in. Not gonna say who, but they're out there somewhere. So be on your A game till I can get home. Thanks.
Well, why don't you give me another shot, AB? See if I can improve your view of me. How's that?
Well, there's always room for growth, man. So that's what I'll say, geeks. But you got to really knock off that boozing up because it's really distorting how you articulate yourself. That's all I'm saying. When you get that, you're not situationally aware, so you start interrupting people and you start over talking, and it just gets mad chaos when you're that way. So you really gotta come in here showing you gotta put your best foot forward when you're in here, geeks. You really do. Like there's a lot that the globe has. There's a lot that the globe has against it, so you got to really do due diligence and make your argument stand.
So you won't engage with me, like just to
No, I
give
don't
me
mind
another
talking
shot?
to you, bro. Like I don't mind talking to you, but I'm saying when you get into
Let's
these
do it then.
arguments,
Let's do it.
all right. If you think you're ready to hold off your own, then like I said, yes. Listen, dude. Like, I don't know if you're asking for what you're asking for, but if you think you're ready, can you provide evidence that the Earth is a globe?
Yeah, I can.
Okay. What do you have to put forward that the Earth is a globe? What evidence can we look at?
If I give you the ISS video, you wouldn't accept that, would you?
Okay, so you don't have evidence then. It's not about what I accept. It's about what you can put forward and you can prove and show us.
What do
Proof
you
is self-evidence.
what do you count as reliable sources? I mean, what do flat earthers use as reliable firsthand sources? Like, I can't think of any way to disapprove of you if you literally won't look into scientific journals and like a whole agency dedicated to studying space.
Interesting. Okay, so you think
Space?
that there's
Are we talking about space or the Earth?
You think that there's scientific journals that follow up the information that precedes what you think is true? Ma'am? Hello? Does she not hear me? Do you have me muted? Hello? Okay. We'll go
Do you
to-
have Alpha muted?
Yo, Slitty.
That's fine. That's fine. We'll go to somebody else.
Her speaker's open.
Wait, are you
everything's
talking to
open.
me?
No, we're talking to the lady at the bottom.
Oh, JK. Sorry, my bad.
Owlishness. Have you gone back to the globe, Owlishness?
She's always been there, bro.
To the who?
She almost became a flat earther. It was a bit weird at one stage.
Did you not see the photos I posted?
I think you had the hots for someone, didn't you? And then you went almost flat earth, and then maybe that didn't work out.
Did you
so
not
went
see
back
the
to
photos I just posted?
No, not
She
looking at
doesn't
the
say it.
photos.
She doesn't say
Where?
Of the
Alright,
ocean? The hotel thing?
Yeah, the ocean that I posted.
I don't.
Where?
Is it like just like a beautiful?
It was some
picture? Is
time
it
ago.
for-
Yeah, it was pretty
is
much
that-
a flat horizon. But yeah.
Yeah, it was a flat horizon.
What time, Owlishness?
Wait, are you
Well,
making a point,
I'm
or is
trying
it
to
just
look. I'm
photography?
trolling up to see what time I posted them because it was a while ago.
So does
Let's
anybody
see.
else in here have evidence that the Earth is a globe?
No, I don't have evidence. I just have these photos.
You?
that I
Anybody
posted.
else? I'm asking the room. opening up the floor for anybody else.
Where did they go? Here,
I think
let me
it'd be
post them
interesting to
again.
go into what like Geeks brought up the ISS. Yeah, like I think everyone's wondering why we don't consider that evidence.
What about the ISS?
Well, they said you can see curvature from it, which is mathematically proven that you shouldn't be able to see curvature from that height. So,
Are they aware that the ISS is in the thermosphere?
it's only 200 and is it how many miles up is it? 230.
Right, it's
230
in
miles.
the thermosphere, right?
Yeah, and it should melt. Yeah,
Between the thermosphere
Right.
and the exosphere. Yeah.
No,
Yeah, so the
it's
place
in the
where it
thermosphere.
is,
Yeah, between there and the
it
exosphere.
should not exist in that atmosphere, in that place where it says it exists. Now, the other problem is that it's only 230 miles up. Now, at that height, you only see 2% of the globe. If you're
Right.
seeing 2% of the globe, why are they showing you almost, I would say, would you agree with me if I said a 30-degree curve?
Right, because if you were to look at the Earth from that supposed height, you would only see like what 5 to
2%.
10% curvature.
No, you wouldn't even see that. If you're looking at 2%, oh, okay, yeah, because we're talking about a sphere, so you got to, yeah, you wouldn't see anywhere near that amount.
Right? So you
But they say to see curvature at all, you have to be between 800 and 1100 miles up.
Right,
That comes
so
from the planetarium director.
I'm posting these photos again. I was at the Atlantic Ocean around February. These are the photos that I took there. I was about on the 10th floor. What do you think about these?
Nice and flat.
Yeah. Those look flat to you?
They look flat, yeah. Like, you know.
Yeah, so I was about on the 10th floor of no, I was on the 10th floor of a building. You can see how high I was. You can tell in the photo.
Hey, geeks, instead of posting in there, are you listening as to why we don't accept ISS footage as evidence that the Earth is a globe?
So all of the ISS footage that anybody posts as seeing as the world is round is not really accurate.
Correct.
That's okay. But I think he was asking Geeks. I was just.
Yeah.
No, that's fine. That's fine. I'm just saying.
Yeah, I don't think Geeks is going to answer anyway. I don't think he likes me very much.
I'm here. Yeah, I don't.
Listeners.
You're right. You're right about that. I don't.
What's up?
But I am listening. I am
That's
listening.
is that because I call you out because you don't answer questions and you just move on to start talking about people instead of the actual subject at hand?
Sorry,
Is
what's
that why you don't like me?
I am listening to what you say. It doesn't sound like you need a Glober for this. It sounds like you guys can just have the discussion between yourselves. I don't know why you asked
Okay,
a Glober
so what
for.
have you
for
got
the
have
evidence.
you got anything to say about what we just said?
No, you guys are doing an excellent job. You don't need a Glober. You know, you've all got all
No,
the
but
answers.
it was your evidence that you brought forward. So my response
Well, it wasn't
to
evidence.
your evidence.
It wasn't evidence. It wasn't evidence, as
Well,
you say. So there was
Alpha
no
said
evidence.
if you wanted to bring forth your best evidence, and you said ISS footage. So I answered.
And it
about
wasn't
the ISS
evidence.
footage.
Yeah, you said it
Yeah,
wasn't. You
so
proved it wasn't evidence. So why do you need your
do you
Glober?
agree? Do you agree with that or not?
Yeah, absolutely. You guys are doing a great job. You don't need Globers. You can just have the
See, that's
discussion between yourselves.
why. What
No,
you're
I'm
doing right now is why is why we don't like having conversations with you, because now you brought forth some evidence. I spoke about the evidence. Now you're just going. Now you're throwing a hissy fit and saying, "Okay, well, yeah, you guys know, so I'm not going to rebut what you said." You know,
I can't rebut
you're just
it.
kind of wandering off like someone just slapped you or something, like, and you're just being
yeah.
a bitch.
Yes,
Yeah.
that's correct. You've won. I can't rebut
Okay,
it.
so what's the point? What's the point of you coming and asking a question then?
You asked Alpha asked the question. Have you got any evidence?
Yeah, and you
What's the
came
point?
up with evidence, and we spoke about the evidence. And I'm asking you if you agree with what I said or you don't.
And I said, yes, I do agree with you.
You do agree. Okay, so it's not evidence.
It's not evidence. Why ask the
Okay,
question
cool.
if you know there's no
So,
evidence that could prove anything about the Earth being a globe?
So that's
so
There is
why
no
are you
evidence.
presenting evidence if you know it's fake? Is what I'm asking. So, what you
Because I was
provided?
asked. Someone asked. Someone asked a
So,
question. I tried.
wait. So,
Failed.
are you
Why
providing
ask?
evidence from the ISS?
Yeah, we interrupt this special report to bring you the fact that we're going to now talk to Matthew Lawrence. We've been waiting for him to come into this chat.
Oh, I love Matthew Lawrence.
I'm gonna
Hi,
do like
Matthew.
Geeks. I'm gonna do like Geeks does. Well, Mr. Matthew, we meet again.
Hey, how's it going?
Matthew Lawrence,
What's up,
how are you doing?
Hey, check this out,
doing
man.
Great, yeah.
So we heard.
Matthew, I'd like to apologize. The last time I spoke to you, I believe I was blithering nonsense, so I'd like to apologize.
Wait, who's this Matthew guy? Give me context. Like, who is
Alishness, let me respond to Alishness.
Hold on.
There's, thank you for the apology. I honestly don't remember, but apology accepted. I appreciate that.
Yeah, whatever I was saying before, I apologized, and whatever correction you gave me, I accept that correction.
All right, let's get through this, guys. All right, so let's see what else we have in here. Creamy asked a question. Creamy, ask your question, please.
who is Matthew Lawrence? Who is this guy?
Go ahead, Matthew.
Sure. I teach computer science and math part-time at a university, and I'm a Glober, and I like science and philosophy and talking about all these things. So that's who I am. I have a YouTube channel, 600,000 subscribers, 135 million views on this prank video I did. So
Damn. We just say 135 million?
Right.
You're getting paid, son. All right, so let's look into one of the things that you said prior to the eclipse. I think you were. Hopefully, you can restate it again. That's what I'm wanting to listen to right now. But you said specifically that the globe Earth. Say again. You were waiting for it too, weren't you, Eli? You know, if you want to go, I'll let you go because you've been waiting as well as I have. You go ahead. Are you able to speak? I don't know if your internet's good.
But I just want to say, hey, Matthew, what's up?
Hey. Good to see you, Elijah.
Good to see you too, man. So I guess we want to talk about this eclipse that you said. I mean, because you guys always say that the eclipse proves the globe, and we say no, flat earthers have actually predicted when eclipses occur. You said, yeah, well, that's true, but specifically when it comes to the globe, you actually get a more accurate prediction because you can tell the differences between the kinds of eclipses that are going to happen. You know.
Yeah, and the location, like the location on a map of where it's going to appear, that type of stuff.
Right. So some of the guys in here, because they were watching some news coverage on it, they had some interesting things to say, NASA themselves, about the accuracy of their prediction.
Oh.
But you were probably watching those streams too, right?
No, I haven't. So just for context, I did a day trip out to Texas and back all in one day yesterday, and I've been catching up since then. Haven't really watched much media about the eclipse, but I did see it in person, which was an amazing experience with my cousin and her family. So very grateful.
All right. Oh well, I'm gonna pass it back over to AV. I'm still en route.
But yeah, I'm curious what it is that these NASA yahoos said, or I mean,
oh, they're not yahoos. Come on now, we're throwing them under the bus already. Like we haven't even started.
Okay, how about the news yahoos? Sometimes people, newscasters don't know what they're talking about. They're just reading a script. But go ahead.
Maybe.
Yeah, they never know what they're talking about because you know one of my favorite things to do is to actually read the sources that they're reading from, and 90% of the time that's a made up statistic. 90% of the statistics is made up on the spot. But they don't know shit, even the shit they're reading from. coincidentally, just like the people who come through here. Right? But we're not talking about, geometry right now or objectivity, or we're just going over, for once, this is a very rare occasion that we actually do talk about NASA and what they say. And and it's only interesting because of what you said the days before.
Yep. And what you have been saying in the chat.
Go ahead, AB. I'm sorry.
So, and the reason why I want you to restate more or less your position on the topic is because of the fact that we are now finding out that people on the ground were making observations of the predictability of such claim of where they would
No,
get.
you aren't. No, you are not.
All right. So who's that? Who's throwing their body into gears right now?
Me.
Speak up. All right. CW.
CW.
You're muted. All right. So let me continue. So basically what it is they're telling us about the coverage that we were going to be receiving. Now, that varies from percentage wherever you are geographically. Would you agree or disagree with that, Matthew?
Right. Different places in Texas even had 100% versus 99% versus 90 something percent.
Now, would you advocate for the position that they are accurate in those percentages that they give us, or would you say they are inaccurate when they give us those predictions?
Oh, I would say they're fairly accurate. Yeah, I'm unaware of any inaccuracies.
Now, what if I told you that they actually said themselves they were inaccurate?
Well, yeah, I remember I had seen some news coverage a couple days ago where they were tweaking the predictions by like what 600 feet or something.
No, we're talking about more than that. What if I said
I don't know how much they changed it, but
I'll bring some context to this. I'm
Sure,
kind of
sure.
I'm leading you on right now, but I think it's
Fair
because you want to relish in the fact that when somebody was making a claim for such a long time, and you finally got some observational evidence, right, of something that they see in the sky, something that's a phenomenon that occurs, that someone says is predicted to happen in a very particular way because of the accuracy of the globe's geometry and what we can garner from knowing that we're going to be able to pinpoint and tell others on the ground what they should be seeing. Now, that being said, people that were making their observations and those that were told that we're going to get totality was not correct. And now that came via the information source, which is like the newscasters, which you say are just probably fake news or whatever, but they were still saying that NASA said this claim. Now, the claim is that the accuracy of the path of the shadow was not going to be such that it would have people understanding that the type of coverage was going to be that what they would receive. But still, we were given a map of coverage, right? So we were told that in regards to the location that you are on North America, you're going to have this specific coverage. Now, like as you said, some people would get 92%, 80%, whatever percentage it was, due to the fact that wherever you are on the earth, it was going to be like you can give a little tolerance 600 feet away from the actual number. But at the same time, what if the person that was supposed to get a specific type of coverage didn't receive the coverage that they received, and it was actually enormously less?
Yeah, that'd be troubling. Like, what do you mean?
Right.
I guess I'd be curious about specifics about.
But that
enormously
didn't
less or
happen.
whatever.
Right. So if somebody said that they would receive 80% coverage and only got 30%, that would be troubling, right?
Oh yeah, that would be very troubling.
But that didn't happen, thankfully.
Yeah, but when you say that, or whoever's chiming in to say that is only saying that because you feel the need to advocate or apologize for the Earth being a globe and the accuracy not being correct. So I can
Oh,
understand. You're being
wait,
an
do you
apologist.
believe it's flat? Sorry.
Yeah, sorry, but you're being muted. So back to you, Matthew. So the difference is that when I'm saying this is that somebody actually made an observation and said, wait a minute, I didn't see the 80% coverage I was promised. I actually received like 25 to 30% coverage. And that's all it ever was. It didn't go more than that. So if that's the case, and also they themselves are saying that they didn't get their accuracy on the prediction of how much coverage there should be or would be for any specific geographic location, like you said, it would be troubling, right? But they themselves self-admitted. So they themselves self-admittedly, I saw the newscast when they were saying this. I was kind of taken back by it. I was like, wait a minute. I remember Matthew talking about this the other day, and he was saying that those guys are pretty accurate. They got it down pat. I meant geographic location. They got it down to the science. They know exactly, and I'm using that term loosely, but they got it down exactly to where. Well, yeah, I mean, there's reliable. You got a credible source, and they're telling you information that's going to relate to the fact that you know that they're not going to. You don't need to do any more rigor to understand, like, because we had a conversation earlier where the guy was like, well, it was Manufactotum, as a matter of fact, the GF6 guy that was in there. He's like, well, you didn't, it's your fault because you didn't apply enough rigor to that information, because there's error bars, as he so eloquently put it, that you didn't account for. Now, I want to know if you know of any error bars that we need to account for when we listen to a source like NASA tell us that how much coverage we're going to receive. I'm kind of really taking my time, if you can tell.
No, I appreciate you going step by step. I think that's really helpful.
Sure.
So with
I
any,
appreciate that Palestine is flat. Absolutely.
with any prediction, there's always going to be error bars. But like when I was looking up the eclipse timing location for the location I was at my cousin's house, it said the total eclipse would start at 1:40 and 32 seconds, 0.72, something like that. So they were even like predicting down to the 10th of a second. But I would expect the error bar. I mean, it's not always exact, so there might be an error bar plus or minus 0.1 second or plus or minus 1 second or something like that. So yes, any physical prediction will have error bars, but they might be really small.
Yeah. So yeah, and that's basically what I told Manufactotum. I mean, that's something too insignificant to kind of really relate to whether or not the type of coverage you're receiving, because that's more of the time of coverage from, like, let's say from start to finish. I think you're going off of that versus what I'm saying, that amount of coverage that you're seeing in the sky. So the amount would be something related to the predictable amount. Let's say if you're looking up at the eclipse and they say you're gonna see in your area, depending where you are, right? You're gonna see in your area 80% coverage, folks. Get ready, the eclipse is coming. And so everybody's giddy about it, right? They know that they're gonna get the show of a lifetime. They're gonna get 80% coverage. Now,
right.
Those are some high expectations, right? So they're not just saying that to say that. They're laying it out on a map. You can know where geographical locations could be, where you could stand and see the eclipse at the specific amount of coverage that you want to see it with. All kinds of good stuff, right? So everybody's got a lot of information, a lot of logistical information riding on this. So that means that they're going to travel to certain locations and receive the totality coverage that they want to get, or they want to see however amount of coverage, depending if they are getting less coverage and they want to see more. They're going to move to certain geographic locations, right? So that'd be the case. And Lunatic, who's in this channel, was chiming in earlier. He's like, dude, I was making an observation. I wish he was here. I don't know if he's here or not. But if he is, he'll tell you, basically, he made an observation today, and he only got to see about 25% coverage in his area, when they in fact told him, like in my area, was about to be 80% to like 90%, in between those ranges. And so what he saw was about maybe 25 to 30% coverage. And because, he was looking at the sky and he does have, 20/20 vision or better, then his observation would stand to reason that the predictions that were given to him, without doing any rigor, right, just by trusting the source that he was getting this information from, and a map that he can refer to online, was not reliable enough for him to say that he would see that amount of coverage that he received when he saw the eclipse. So that it turns out that when he saw the eclipse, what it really was about 25 to 30% coverage. Now, that is troubling, like you said, it would be, because it is.
Right.
So now we're kind of in a quandary right now, trying to figure our way out of this. Now, we're either going to get a globe earth apologist, like someone who's like, no, but see, guys, you didn't factor in this very specific details. You left it out, so that's your fault. We didn't get that. The Manufactotum tried, right, earlier. He was really trying to be an apologist. Now I
Hey,
want the
maybe,
raw.
yeah,
Go ahead, Lou. It's your. Yeah, go ahead.
Well, I just want to add a couple of things though, because I don't want again, it's not like I did anything scientific with it or anything like that. To keep all things clear. So I almost like, I don't really want this to be used over and over again as such a like specific point, because I didn't have eclipse glasses. I just put on some dark sunglasses and looked. But from what my experience was that I only saw, I was supposed to get approximately 90%, and it never even looked close to even 50%. It looked like more like just a little bite out of it, like a 25%, and that's being a little bit generous. But perhaps it has to do with overexposure and stuff like that, because who was it? Gaza, like, after I gave like location being the Milwaukee area, he also did actually go to the Milwaukee Journal Sentinel, which posted a video that was supposed to be from the area of a time lapse, which shows it covering much more than what I saw. So there could be something going on there. But yeah, I mean, I would still think though that, just I like, even without the eclipse glasses, like it was pretty obvious that there was this bite out of the thing, but it just to me 90% should be obvious anyway, and it didn't look anywhere near that.
Did you happen to take any pictures? Like just one picture?
No, I mean I like with my phone, I mean, other people were trying to also, like, it would have been overexposed.
The eclipse is the reflection on the lens. Like you can see the reflection on the lens of the eclipse. You don't even have to look at the sun. Just look at the little the teal crescent.
Yeah, it does. It does kind of show like the little crescent outline for sure.
Because of overexposure, I didn't really even bother trying to put the camera at the sun itself, but I did take one on the, how the shadows look funny, like under the trees and stuff, and it kind of creates that like pinhole camera kind of look. Maybe you can decipher something from it. Hold on, let's see here.
So, Lunatic, I had a similar experience to you, and I'm gonna look, if you guys look in the chat. I just posted a picture. So I took this picture showing how we were worried about clouds coming in. And this picture was actually taken a little bit before totality, maybe 10 minutes, where it was like 90%. But looking at that picture, it doesn't look like 90% because the glare just overpowers my phone camera. But if you open the image like in a browser and look really carefully at the very bottom, and I didn't notice this when I took it, there's actually a little crescent glare off the lens thing, way at the bottom, and you can kind of see that crescent represents at least 80% covered, even though the thing at the top looks 100% still. So I think I get what you're saying, that it's hard to see how much it's covered without actually using eclipse sunglasses to look directly at it.
Yeah, I mean, I would just kind of could be wrong, but I would imagine with 90% covered that the thing should dim so significantly that like it shouldn't really be that difficult to fucking see it, even if it was a little bit even if I was missing some of it because of overexposure, like it should be fairly obvious, and it sure as hell wasn't. It was underwhelming, to say the least.
Well, what I'm saying is that the sun is so bright that even looking at just 10% of it is going to overwhelm your eyes and your camera without like solar filters where you can actually see the clear outline of it.
So as far as pictures that I did take, because I didn't even bother trying to take it of the actual sun, but I did take some into the shadows. And you know how you get that pinhole?
Yeah.
Kind of view. There's the one that I posted there, and then so I'm busting out my little pen for my phone, and I'm gonna
that picture of shadows you took, that's really cool. From the shadows, I would expect it to be quite a bit more than 50%. I mean, it's hard to guess just by looking at the shadows, but it looks like more than 50% there.
Yeah. So, all right, I'm just gonna draw a couple little things and then repost it.
By the way, how did it feel? Like as far as temperature and that type of stuff, did you notice any change? Did it feel cooler at some point?
I didn't really notice a change in temperature much. It was actually a warm day compared to what we'd had for like the week beforehand. Just a dimming of the sky, not a lot, but the sky did dim, and that's about it, really. I wasn't like steadily focused on the eclipse either. I work outdoors. I was working, but I did keep, looking up there and checking it out.
The temperature change is much more noticeable if you're in the desert, in a really hot desert.
Yeah, okay. So it's safe to say, unless Jimsy is here, who also took a couple of observations, we got to kind of, we don't really have a contention with Matt, like right now, right? I mean, we don't have anything.
Yeah.
We only have hearsay, so we.
Well, yeah,
I mean,
it's
gotta have a
hearsay,
higher
but it's
level.
coming from the source. The source itself is NASA reporting to the news agencies that they're not,
Right.
because obviously they're coming from a different angle. So Lou can say he saw one thing. So what we do is we analyze the information. So if everybody's coming in to say that something's incorrect with the prediction, then it has to be like, no. If let's say that nobody said anything, right? There was no newscaster saying anything, and Lou just made his observation. Then we're going based on Lou. But it is more than that, right? So we got news coverage saying that. So whether or not Lou could be accurate in what he's saying or whatever, but I would trust him to say that, yeah, he did see what he saw. But the problem is we still got the newscaster still admitting that NASA's saying that the coverage for the eclipse was going to be incorrect and to like how they were stating it.
Okay, so
not everybody.
And they changed.
Yeah, I
So
was just gonna say
Lou might feel unsure about it, that Daz has got his mind, on whatever he's
No.
saying.
I'm just comparing it after comparing it to a time lapse that was taken in my area, with the proper, lenses and stuff. Like, it doesn't match what I saw. But then again, I fully admit I didn't have eclipse glasses on, so there's that.
I stared at it with the naked eye. We had 99% coverage where I'm at.
Okay.
Oh, 99%? You didn't drive 10 miles to go 100%?
Nah.
Oh, man,
It
you
was
missed
a 1 hour drive, but I was like, I forget it.
Close enough.
I spent a whole day in a 3-hour flight just to see it. So I'm sad to hear that you didn't take 1 hour to go see it. But that's okay.
You lazy.
I was like 88 to 90% totality, and I still enjoyed it.
I don't think an eclipse is that much of a thing for me to take a flight, Matthew.
Yeah, dude, like
So
it's the whole
everybody-
thing. I just can't imagine. I can't imagine it being like everything that people like want it to be. It's got to be kind of like underwhelming. You go spend thousands of dollars on plane tickets and taking your family to go. Spending a day or
Y'all are
two
missing
driving.
it. Y'all are out of.
It isn't that expensive.
Let me tell you why y'all are out of touch. Because we've already been wowed by the sky now that it's not what we've been told it is. Like, so number one, people like, let me not even put you in it, Matthew, but just people in general are hype about it because it's a religious experience. Why? Because people have a belief and faith in what they've been told about the sky. So there's an event happening, right? And so there's an event. Not only is this a big event, but it's the kind of event that should shut flat earthers up. I don't know why they would think that, because one happened 2 years ago and we was fucking dominating like we're doing today. So it's like,
you gotta take
it's
into
not
account
like we can't forget that there isn't any measured curvature, or that they didn't lie about, seeing curvature at 35,000 feet, or even at the height of the ISS. If you do the math, looking at 3% of the Earth is, according to
So can I address
I definitely understand.
director,
I
he
see where you're
said
coming
that's
from.
going to look flat. So, I mean, you guys got to understand, this is a very, very happy time for people who believe that a rock went in front of a gas giant back into space.
Yeah,
That's
I have
I
a-
see
some
what you're
shit.
talking about. Now I see what you're talking about. Yeah, yes.
I have
Okay.
a question though.
Let me
Why
address.
would there have been a change in the totality based on state?
Yeah, I have no. I've been
Good
wondering the same
question.
thing because
Can I?
So
you know,
yeah, like why would there have been?
and I didn't want to make this point because again, I only want. I, I want to bring out the big guns. I don't want to speculate at all right now. But just for the sake of the, everybody's talking about it. It is odd that, when it comes to the celestial bodies in the sky, nothing changes your angle other than the curvature of the earth. Right? That's what they
Yeah,
say about the
so
sun, because they're so far away that the spin of the earth and the curvature of the earth are the reason that you see the stars at the altitude above the horizontal that you do. So,
Before you guys move on to talk about all
damn,
these,
I wasn't moving on, nigga. Like, I'm just saying, like, the girl is saying, why does it matter if you move a little bit to the left, or you move a little bit to the right, west or east, right?
right.
You're seeing a different percentage of the total lunar eclipse. And I'm like, that's funny because nothing changes based on that very small slab of land. Like if you go from left to right, they're like, well, you wouldn't expect to see any differences because these things are like very far away. But when it
Yeah,
comes
but
to the
you do
eclipse,
see a
you could move
difference.
over like a few miles and it's like there's a difference. It's like what's going on there? But
Yeah,
whatever.
so why
okay,
is
so
there a
let me address.
difference?
Earlier we were talking about the experience of seeing the totality versus seeing partial, and several of you said, I don't see what the big deal is. If you see 95%, why are all these people so crazy about it? And you're speculating about why people would want to go see it. But let me just tell you, and again, I'm not talking about why it happens or any theories about what causes it, but just the raw experience of it. I compare it to like having tickets to the Super Bowl, and the difference between being 100, like driving to the Super Bowl and being 100% there in the stadium watching it, versus getting 99% of the way and parking in the parking lot. And you can kind of hear the cheers going on and stuff like that. But I promise you, it's a whole different experience to be in the path of totality versus being just even in the 99%. And as evidence for that, I present to you the fact that millions of people went to great effort to go and see that, especially people who had seen it before in 2017. And so, yes, if you talk to people who have never seen totality, you may get people saying, well, I don't understand what the big deal is or why people would do this. But if you talk to anybody at all who's seen totality, they won't say that. For example, my cousin-in-law, he's like, yeah, I don't see what the big deal is. If we have to drive somewhere, I think I'll just stay here. But we can try it. And fortunately, we're at his house, we could see it. And as it got to 98, 99, 99.5%, it got darker and darker. And then as soon as it went to 100%, he said, oh my gosh, look at that. Now I understand. And so afterwards, he said, yeah, I didn't understand before why people go to the effort. But now that I've seen totality, it was just like a whole new experience. And this last thing I'll say, I'll shut up in a sec. I would say it's not something you see, but it's something you experience because it feels like the whole of reality is changing. Something we're used to being there, the sun, even at 1%, the sun is still too bright to look at. But as soon as it goes to 0, it looks like there's a black hole in the sky, like literally a hole in reality. And the birds are doing things different. The mosquitoes came out. We were in Texas. The mosquitoes came out because they thought it was nighttime. They were going to try and bite us. Like all the animals do things differently. The temperature drops dramatically. And so that's my explanation of why people go to such great lengths to experience even just a couple minutes of totality.
All of that happens. The totality lasts like 3 seconds. Like all of that happens for 3 seconds, where the bats and the mosquitoes and all that start doing
Not
it.
3
It
seconds.
depends on where you are.
but-
It's 3 seconds someplace. It's 1 minute someplace. That's why people try to go to the center line. The center line was about 4 minutes. We were not quite at the center line. It was 4 minutes and 5 seconds. If we had driven 15 miles, we could have got like 20 more seconds. But yeah, anything more than a minute, those type of
Yeah.
things start happening.
We were about at like 88 to 90% totality, and it was still really cool viewing what it was. Some people
Yeah.
at work were kind enough to lend us some eclipse glasses, so we got to.
Sir?
Versa, go ahead.
Yeah, I just joined, but I'm a flat earther. So I'm on your guys' side, whoever here is a flat earther.
Are you aware of what the topic we're talking about? Or
No, I just joined. I didn't mean
oh,
to
sorry.
talk.
Okay, yeah.
No, you go ahead, Matthew. I'm stepping down.
Sorry, I thought he had something to say.
Yeah,
but
we were just talking about the eclipse.
Well,
Did you
all I'll
actually
say-
travel for it, Matthew?
Yes, I
flew to
made a
Texas
day
and
trip
California.
from Los Angeles to Dallas and back all in one day.
Oh, that's
just to see it.
amazing. That's awesome.
But I mean, I got to hang out with my cousin and her husband and kids, so it was spending a
Well,
few
that's
hours with my
awesome.
cousin.
Is your cousin hot?
That's not the point. I think the point is with seeing
My
the
cousin is a
eclipse.
beautiful woman of God, and she has a heart for Jesus, and I love that about her.
Yo,
You know
babes,
what?
I take it back, never
Amen.
mind.
Amen. Amen, Matthew. I'm proud of your answer.
Yeah, so I'm curious. Anybody else have experience? Like, what did you see? Even if it was partial eclipse, anybody else see it?
Well, there's one other thing that I noticed as well, even though again didn't have the eclipse glasses on, but like what they said happened or showed was supposed to happen, or what they were simulating was going to happen, was that like it was going to enter on like the bottom right corner and leave on like the top left corner, but it was pretty obvious that it actually, from where I was, like the bite that I could see out of it started on the bottom right, like what they were showing, but instead of leaving in the top left, it left on the bottom left, which I thought was interesting as well.
Why do you think it was supposed to leave on the top left?
So you were
That's how
further
they-
north then?
That's how they had it simulated on eclipse.org for my area, and that's also how, after looking at it, the time lapse on the Milwaukee Journal Sentinel site showed it doing that a little bit further,
So-
like leaving further up on the left side than what I saw it at.
Wait, are you in the northeast then?
I'm in the Milwaukee area, so
Yeah, so you were in the northeast, yeah. Okay.
I wouldn't
Did
call it
anybody find like a
Yeah, Midwestern.
yeah, it's the
Did
North
anybody find,
Midwest.
like-
Yeah.
Did anybody find like a time lapse of this thing, like or somebody who recorded the whole thing live? Because for some fucking reason, I'm looking everywhere. You got the news coverage where they're doing more yapping than they're showing the eclipse. I looked at all the other smaller channels, and there's a lot of edits. I just wanted to see, the eclipse from front to back, because I looked at a couple of friends photos, and it does appear like the
Hello.
angles aren't,
I am the leader of the Wild Men. I have come to discuss with you about the flat Earth theory. Does anybody want to debate?
Wildman, why don't you
Did
be
you wanna
quiet
wait
for like
until
20
someone
or 30
wasn't
seconds and see what we're talking about, and then
Yeah.
feel free to join in if you have something.
Okay, that works out.
It's almost like Elijah wasn't in the middle of a sentence. Almost like I think he almost like he wasn't in the middle of a sentence.
Forget what I was saying. We already know this. Hey, what you got, bro?
So, Elijah, I don't know.
Hold on now. Owlish, time out.
Oh, sorry, my bad.
What you got, bro? What you want to say?
Wildman, he's talking to you.
Oh, to me? Well, I just wanted to start a discussion about flat Earth.
What about it?
Well, like I was gonna make the discussion like, why is everything else round in your flat Earth model except the Earth?
There is no flat
I
Earth
don't have a
model.
I don't have a model. I don't use models to explain reality. That would be a reification fallacy. But maybe you
Well,
mean
that's all.
something else.
Perception can be wrong. So
There,
if you're
there is
basing
no
your
flat
entire
Earth
reality off
model.
perception,
So like,
If we're talking about an abstract or a model, then we're not talking about like perception in the sense of our senses, though. So I'm twice as confused now. So
all right.
what
So
exactly do you mean?
like perception, like can you see atoms? Can you see the air? No, but you know they're there through the models of an atom, the models of how air
No,
and oxygen and
you know that air is present because we have pressure gauges. You can increase the pressure or decrease the pressure by adding more gas or decreasing the volume that the gas is contained in. That's
So do you believe
not something
in the
that we have to
atmosphere?
religiously believe. Something that's very obvious, just so you know. Yes,
Okay.
air,
So
wind is something that we can observe if we're talking about observation being with one of our five senses or more.
what about
We most
atoms?
definitely know that wind exists.
so
Can
what is
you
your
observe
perception
atoms?
of what air is?
There is no presumption. I go outside, it's windy, sometimes it's not. What do I have to assume about air?
Oxygen, nitrogen, carbon
What
What
about
is
it?
your
dioxide, all that.
perception of what air actually is?
I think I just told you.
No, so
We
I'm
breathe.
like specifically asking him, what do you think
Oh,
air
mine,
is? Because air is not an element.
oxygen. No, yeah, it is. There's oxygen,
Air is not an
nitrogen,
element.
carbon, helium.
Okay.
Yes, it's the atmosphere. Air is contained within
No,
the atmosphere. You, as a human, do not breathe pure oxygen.
All
You
right,
you
hold
no,
on.
you
breathe a
do
mixture
not
of
We're
breathe
nitrogen.
digressing.
pure oxygen.
Owlishness. We're
Yes.
digressing. He
No, we
actually
are
had
not
a point.
digressing. He said
No,
air. What is
we're
air?
digressing because we're talking about air right now. He was trying to use air as an olive branch for me to understand what his point was. It wasn't actually about air. It was about us not
Perception.
experiencing something but it existing anyway. No, we experience air. So that was not
Yeah, like that's
an
why I also brought up
analogy of
atoms.
what
Atoms
about
and air. That's why I said those are things that you have not
what
perceived
about
and you
atoms?
only have models.
What
You said you
about
don't
atoms?
believe in models. That's why you said you don't believe in models. So I brought up air and
But
oxygen
what
as the
about
atoms as
atoms?
the model.
We already discussed the air thing. What about
That's
atoms?
why
What about them?
atoms. You've never seen an atom. You cannot perceive atoms. You can only see
So what are you
models
saying
of what
about
atoms
them,
are.
bro? What are you saying? What are you asking me about them?
Dude, okay, listen. I was trying to tell you that your perception can be wrong. The world around you can be dictated by models better than perception because atoms are never seen. We can only
Okay, so
describe the models that make
okay,
up
so
these atoms.
okay, so that's your opening gambit. Now, what's your point?
My point is that perception can be wrong. So when you rely on the flat Earth model because of that is how you perceive the Earth, your perception of the world around you can be wrong. That is a
Okay, so
subjective
I
view,
need you to
not an
listen to
objective.
me. I need you to listen to me very closely. Okay,
Yes.
I don't have a perception of a flat Earth model. That's a clusterfuck of words that I don't understand. Okay, I told you that when we first began, and I said, but I'm trying to see where you're going. Now, when it comes to looking out into the world, we don't just look at shit and go, ooh, therefore it's flat, because we looked at it and it looks flat. If you're under the impression that that's what we're doing, you need to probably stay in the VC a little longer and see what our argument actually is. Because it's not looking at, you know who has that argument? Globers, when they say they're looking at something and then they make the inference of what's causing the thing they're looking at without investigation. Like that's
Okay,
what
so here
we shouldn't do, but that's
here's
what
one
people
thing.
do when, for example, they're looking at the horizon. They see the horizon and they say, well, it appears like boats are going underneath the earth, right? And then we say, well, actually slow your roll, hold on, back it up. Actually, the entire claim is the horizon is geometric, 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. And based on the radius of the Earth, we can use Pythagoras to figure out the distance to the horizon.
Yeah.
So it's not just an optical phenomena, but it's also supposedly measurably the place that there will be obstruction.
No, listen. That model that you just said makes sense.
Here's
Hold
the
on.
thing.
Let me respond.
So here's
You're not gonna let me respond.
So here's the thing.
Uh,
You have to go beyond looking at something and saying, oh, the thing that I'm looking at is proof for what I believe in. That's not good enough here. So if you think we're doing that, you're sadly mistaken.
okay.
Why don't
So
you
that
ask us
model,
what our argument is? And
the
this
model.
conversation would, why don't you
Okay.
ask us what our argument is? I already told you I don't have a model. So
No, that's what I'm
you know,
saying. The model that you just described.
to back away, right?
You're not
Because
letting me
no one
speak.
wants to be a bigot. It's not like because you're a globe earther, I'm about to start telling you that you like the religious minds of Georges Lamont and all of these other really old Roman Catholic figures who
You're
came up with
monologuing.
this
I'm
heliocentric
trying to
idea.
respond to you.
No, you're
The
not. You're
model,
trying to
the
ask
model.
me
Listen,
about a model that I don't have.
let me respond.
No,
Let me respond.
no.
You
You're not
trying to
gonna
drown me out?
respond because he's been trying to tell you he doesn't have a model, and you keep saying your model.
Exactly.
But the
And
problem that you're having,
He's not understanding.
the problem that you're having for 20 is that you have a model in your mind, and you're trying to create a straw man so you can burn it and attach it to Elijah. That's a issue that you're having at the moment.
no debate. So am I going to be able to respond or not?
Not
So
with your
Elijah.
model.
All
No,
right,
because
let me
we're not
respond.
talking about your model in
Let me
your mind. No,
respond. Please,
not about
I'm not
that.
trying to say that he has a model. The thing that you just described, it only works on sea level. The model that you just described only works on sea level. If you go 10,000 feet above sea level, you can see the curvature of the Earth. So that's what I was going to say. What he just described only works on the model of sea level. Does not work above 10,000 feet
You
above the
said
ground.
10,000 miles. I can show you
10,000 feet.
10,000 feet. I can show you 120,000 feet, and it doesn't show any curvature.
All right. So that's what I'm saying. I'm going off of actual facts. That's what I said. What he just described only works on sea level. Does not work 10,000 feet above the ground. And that is a fact. You can Google what I just said. No, that's what I'm saying. He's saying he doesn't have a model, but the model he just based his entire assumption off only works on sea level. That model where he's like, hey, I can only see the curvature of the Earth above 10,000 feet. On sea level, I don't see the curvature of the Earth. That makes sense. That's the model you're describing. Only on sea level.
So just look for
It
it at
means that
sea
you
level.
do have
Then
a
who
model.
cares?
It means that you do have a model, and your model is flawed because it only works on sea level. It doesn't work 10,000 feet above the ground. That is a fact.
Doesn't work at sea level. Your whole
Oh, my
objection's
word.
irrelevant, dude. It's just dumb.
What's this guy on about?
Why is it irrelevant? Can you tell us why it's irrelevant, or you just spewing bullshit out of your ass?
Yeah.
Because you can just go check for it at fucking sea level, you dingbat.
Exactly. If you go 10,000 feet above sea level, that model
10,000
doesn't work.
feet. Yeah. All right. Well,
10,000 feet
wild.
exactly. Imagine that. What did Google say?
Dude,
I'm right,
it's
you're wrong.
completely irrelevant. It doesn't matter at all.
All right. So
Yeah,
wild.
that's what happens when you're faced with
Wild.
facts. You literally.
Wild.
What's up?
Do you have evidence that the Earth is a globe?
Yes, satellites.
Okay.
How do you believe in satellites?
It's not about belief, sir. Evidence of something doesn't need any
Satellites.
backing up. All it does is needs
Satellites.
to stand. Okay, satellites. So how do satellites work if you don't have the Earth measured to be a globe with radius, diameter, and circumference? How do you
Exactly.
get
How do satellites orbit a flat Earth? That makes no sense.
Wait a minute. We're not talking about flat Earth. We're talking about the globe, right? So we're examining the claim how you know that satellites give evidence to the Earth as a globe if they need to know the Earth needs to be a globe before you put a satellite into orbit. So
The law of relativity. It allows
law
how
of
big bodies. Yeah, the law of relativity dictates how massive bodies basically interact with gravity. So the
Right.
satellites orbiting a sphere makes sense. A
Right,
satellite orbiting a flat
it makes
Earth does not
sense.
make sense.
Wild. We're not talking about what makes sense. We're gonna put together how you know with evidence that the
That
claim
Satellites.
of
guy who's
Wait a minute. So the Earth. So the claim of
No,
satellites.
I know this guy.
So, Eli, did you want to come in?
No, I'm saying this is the same guy.
That disproves you every time. Yes.
It might have been like 2 months ago, 3 months ago. and he's like very sure, but gets like everything wrong. For example, he just says the law of relativity, and
Yeah,
then that's
420, can you stop being wrong, please?
No, I'm just saying he does shit like this.
You don't know what the law
You know, Elijah, I've heard him before speak, and your description of him is on point. He thinks he's so sure about it, but he's just wrong. Yeah.
Yeah.
Perfect.
So, do you know what the law of relativity is? Anybody?
hold on.
Know what
Hold
the
on.
law of relativity is?
Wild.
This guy's
One
not.
second.
He's not
Control
even
yourself.
addressing anything. Like,
Yeah, just control yourself, Wild. We need to get through this, and the only way we're gonna do it is that I'm overlooking some of the words that you're using, right, so that we can get to the crux of the issue.
All right.
That's
Before
fine.
we
You
continue,
can say all the
I
words you
want
want. but
them. Before we continue, can they tell me what the law of relativity is?
We're not gonna let you dictate how this conversation is gonna go. We're gonna bypass that and then get to the crux of the issue, right? So let's just move forward. Wild. Let's not
Excuse
say.
me. You asked me how I know.
We're not talking about the law of relativity at the moment. I'm asking for the sake of conversation that we can bypass that so we can get to the next point.
All right. I said satellites. You already subverted two different conversations that I brought up: the satellites and the law of relativity.
So you can't just drop an answer and then just walk away from it. You have to substantiate the claim, which means when you say satellites, we're going to figure out how they got satellites into orbit if they didn't know the size of the Earth. That means, how did they figure out the radius, diameter? Hold on, don't chime in. I see you lighting up. Just relax. How did they figure out the radius, diameter, and circumference on the ground prior to the launch of any satellites? They have to have figured it out prior to that. So did we know that the Earth was a globe prior to the launch of any satellites?
Yes.
Okay, so how did we figure that out? Wow.
Well, there was two pillars, one built in Mecca, and the other one built in some other place in Egypt, and they measured the shadow at the same time of day, and the shadow was different, and they found out that the Earth had a slope. So that's when they found out the Earth was no longer flat in Egypt, or I think it was Egypt. Mecca, they built two different pillars. That is an experiment that actually happened through history.
Who's the one that conducted that experiment?
Well, you tell me, because apparently you're not educated on it, right? Go ahead.
No, listen. Debate gimmicks are gonna get you through this. Honesty will. So debate
No,
gimmicks aren't gonna
that's
help.
fine. The big gimmicks is that you're trying to go to the guy's name to devolve from the actual experiment that happened that proved that the Earth was flat. So the
Yeah,
guy's
'cause
name
we
doesn't
gotta know.
matter.
We
But
gotta
we
know
do
who
know
it
what the
was.
experiment is I'm
If you
talking
don't,
about. So you're
Wild.
trying to subvert from the experiment that actually proved.
Okay, you need to be controlled. You don't know how this works. It's pretty simple. If you're able to detail to us who's done it and how he did it, the method, we're going to start finding out if you understand what is being done. So we're trying to ascertain from you how everything got done by who did it, right? So just you saying words isn't going to get us through this. When you're intellectually honest, you will tell us how you know what you know. Pretty simple.
So this is what happens when you want to dictate.
Sorry, but that's not going to help. So we need to know the name of the person, the method by which they've done something, and if it lines up with what you're saying, then we'll know that you understand what you're saying correctly. Because I already can pinpoint some of the things you said is incorrect, but I want you to tell us because you know, right? You know, and you knowing is going to help us know. So how do you know?
This will tell me if you know. There was.
You're not going to flip it around. Debate gimmicks are not going to work here. Your last opportunity to chime in, otherwise you'll sit muted and we'll talk to somebody else. You're not a good faith interlocutor. You don't want to get to the answer. You just want to debate for the sake of debating. And you can take that to another channel. So, do you know the information to support the claim or not? Which is, who's the person? Where was it done? What is being done? Go ahead, sir.
So is this a string?
Yes, we're streaming right now on YouTube. So, and everybody's listening to you not give an answer to support your claim. And you could run, that's fine. But we're going to find out that you didn't know anything. So you have right now the opportunity to lay all the cards on the table and say what you know and extrapolate to us the method by which the curvature of the Earth was garnered. Go ahead, sir.
So this is a straw man because.
No, I need you to give me the evidence. Stop moving off to different topics. Last chance. And really, this time it is the last chance. So when people say, why did you mute him? I'm going to be like, well, I gave him a chance. That's what happened. And once I let go of this, you're not going to be unmuted to then reason with you again. Let me answer, but no, you had all the answers right now. So you need to give them right now at this point. You have the floor, sir. Give us the evidence.
So I'm getting muted because I said satellite.
Okay, there you go. That's all you got.
Yeah.
Okay, we can
You
move on.
didn't follow instructions very well.
Yep. And it's pretty simple though. If you had the evidence, then you would be able to put it forward. That's it.
Just move on. Since he can't govern himself, he has to be governed. So
Yeah.
just move on to someone else. Can't
Yeah,
follow
we-
instructions.
We do have people in there. We got T in the house. Welcome to the channel, guys. Let's see who else we got.
Yo, shut up.
T's in here. Adrian Anuf is in here. Anubis is in here. Welcome, welcome, guys. Farfoof, or whatever your name is.
Your wife is fat as fuck.
Okay, server mute.
That's
Anybody
the
else?
best globe argument I've ever heard in my life. Moving on.
Oh, Larry's here. All right. So if you guys have any evidence of the Earth being a globe, we got Larry is on deck. Go ahead, guys. Evidence of the Earth being a globe. Hopefully you're not like that other guy who didn't have the answers. Because it's simple. If you know something, you'd be able to detail what you know, and then we can go from there. It's pretty silly to say that satellites are the example of how he knows that the Earth is a globe when he didn't know how the Earth is a globe in the first place. So when we went back to this example that he was showing us, he wasn't able to provide the evidence to support his claim. Which is sad, really, because we gave him multiple chances to answer. So this is what we require. If you have the answers to the claim that the Earth is a globe, all you got to do is support it. That's it. Pretty simple. We got Sheen3278. Welcome to the channel. Steven's joined us as well. Welcome, Steven. You guys are welcome to open up your mics and give us some evidence that the Earth is a globe. Any evidence? Also, Walkie has joined us. Welcome, Walkie. All right. So, anybody with any evidence? No? Chris, welcome.
I'm watching it here to listen.
Only here to listen. You can listen if you want. We're going to see if anybody has the evidence of the Earth being a globe. Can it be demonstrated that the Earth's surface is curving, that it's in axial rotation, or that we are in a cosmic vacuum? An ever-expanding galaxy inside of, or actually inside of a solar system in an ever-expanding galaxy. Evidence, please. Geez, I didn't know it was that hard. You guys have an internet at your fingertips. All the information you could get. No answers, huh? Strange.
Wouldn't it be funny if the proof for the globe was hiding in the library the whole time?
It was there. It was there all along. It was just in a section you never go to because it's in fiction. It's filed under fiction.
Oh, he's right. That guy is still getting everything wrong in the text chat. Still saying law of relativity. He obviously doesn't know what a straw man is either. Change the subject just to straw man me, he said.
Alpha, why don't you guys unmute Wildman if he wants to speak?
Alpha, I got an idea.
Yeah, go ahead.
That's why.
What's up, JC?
Maybe argue with yourself from 2014.
No, thank you.
Oh my God, dude. I don't want you to have that
Thanks for the offer, but no, thank
audio
you.
chaos.
I'm just interested to see what you'd have to say to yourself back then before you came to the realization.
And that could be entertaining.
I'd probably just be like, just stop. That's what I'd be telling myself. Just stop. Don't do it.
2014, I was already looking at the geocentric evidence, Aries failure, Michelson-Morley, Michelson-Gale, Sagnac.
Yeah, but
Alpha, like, you stupid, you stupid
realization.
moron. You should have bought Bitcoin or some cryptos back then, you freaking moron.
2011, dude. That would have been the case. All right. But, there's people here that are really convinced, man. I think they have this mind that the Earth is definitely a globe. And they want to, they got this, I don't know, they're anxious. They got a lot of energy. They're like, dude, Earth globe, Earth globe. They chant it like it's going to make the Earth become a globe just because they're saying so. Like, thought processes in here. Like you guys listening to me right now, you know you want to open up your mic and say that the Earth is round. Earth is round. Like you just want to go off into spaz out, and you know it because what I'm saying is triggering you because you don't have the evidence. That's the most important thing I think that I'm pointing out. You guys do not have the evidence that the Earth is a globe. And it's eating you up inside that you can't open up your mic and articulate yourselves. So you just spaz out. Like the gentleman who was in here who just only knows how to debate people. He doesn't have an answer to any of the claims. He thinks his little gimmick of saying satellites and saying some dude, man, you just gotta know what Egypt or he's using sticks or like I don't know, some guy, and he thinks we're gonna be like, oh dude, that's really okay, that makes the Earth a globe. Good job. Yeah, people like that are sadly mistaken. When they step into this arena, they have to have answers for any questions that are asked of them. I think that's important too, because like if you don't have the answers, what happens is then you fail to, make the point known that you know what you're talking about. So we're looking at people in the chat. Any of the ones that I call?
Why doesn't Matthew speak up? He's usually always talking.
Well, he's already told us for many years. He's guy that if anytime we want to talk to him, he's always here. Or
they're familiar with my evidence already.
Yeah, he's had it like in spades many times over. So we want to hear from you guys. You guys can appeal to Matthew. I mean, he doesn't have any problem with that. But at the same time, you guys have to know some things as well.
Yeah,
When you filter it down, Matthew, when you filter everything down, at the end of the day, you trust the experts, and that's it, right? You trust them. That's your main evidence, isn't it?
Experts are helpful, but I would say that each person should look at the evidence themselves and decide for themselves what they think it leads to. So that's what I would do. Do your own research. Look at all
people
the
should
evidence.
speak for themselves too. In this arena, you should be able to speak for yourself. Like
Right, so I'm
advocating
not
for
gonna help
somebody
you.
to, yeah, exactly. Advocating for someone to speak is not going to give them the angst to speak. They're not going to be like, "Oh, dude wanted me to speak. Okay, let me talk." Like, come on, guys. I think, and more often than not, people feel inadequate to do the job, but that's okay. I mean, like, we're not looking for you to be that scholar or whatever. Like, we just want you to say, "Hey, how do you think the Earth's a globe?" We're having a conversation like people do. And if you find out that you can't articulate your thoughts or the way you're conveying the information is not coming across, then pretty much somebody will pick up after that. But yeah, what's up, Chris?
Wildman's saying that he texted me that you drowned him out and that you're like mod abusing him. Why don't you just unmute him?
No,
Just give him a
I asked
chance.
him.
Yeah,
You see, there was I knew that was gonna happen. How many chances did I give him? Were you listening, Chris?
No, I just joined, but I think Wildman's funny, so I just want to hear
He
what
got
he has to
like
say.
17 chances.
Yeah, I always said this is the last time. This is the last time, and you never was.
One more time. One more time.
So, Chris,
we will
in
go.
channels like this, there's sort of a way things are run, and each person should probably listen for a while to kind of like get the vibe for how things work.
Well, man, I mean,
avoid getting
Matthew, I watched you get muted for an hour yesterday for trolling. So, or like,
Oh, so you have a commentary, and then you just threw some shade on Matthew. Yet you wanted him to speak for you. It's kind
No,
of
but he's
weird.
right. I did troll a little bit last night. I
But
forget
still.
what I said.
I think Wildman, if you can calm him down a little bit, he has some really good points, and he's
You
really.
gotta
in-depth.
calm
It's
him
just
down.
yeah.
You want me to rub his feet and give him some hot chocolate, or what? Is that what you want me to
No,
do?
Let's see what
He
happens.
actually likes rice and beans.
You want me to
so-
comb his hair and
Matthew,
pet
what
him
did you
and
say last?
Give the guy a break. He lives in his
last
car, okay? Just
Give him a break. He lives in his car. Dude, what does this have to do with the topic at hand, Farf?
He's saying give him a break.
No. What does this have to do with the topic? What you just mentioned?
because he said you muted him 17 times. I just
So
want him
listen,
unmuted so I can hear his arguments.
listen, Miggy, we're gonna all start yelling at the same time. Everybody that wants 420 to speak, we're gonna say, "Let him speak, let him speak." Come on, guys, let's do it. Come on, go.
if you
You're
give
gonna
a
sound like
petition, and
Antifa, all of you.
if we got like 50 signatures on a petition, I might consider it. How about that?
Wait, but why is Matthew so well behaved now? Because like yesterday he was like no,
Dude, why are you all up on Matthew's jock, bro? Just
Well, I
relax.
have a
He's
question. I actually didn't hear Matthew. What did you say last night? That got you muted for an hour.
Why are you?
I don't
he doesn't-
remember.
You're not.
You were
obligated
like
to
a
answer
man
that.
behind the curtain or something like
Really,
that.
dude?
Oh, that's right.
What
All
was
right,
that?
So we're not going to be talking about that, Chris. Do you
Matthew,
have
can you DM it
evidence?
to me?
Do you have evidence that the Earth is a globe?
No, I'm watching Moon Knight.
All
That's
right,
really
then.
weird. movie.
Then why are you interrupting our chat? Our chat is reserved
No
for
one
people
else is
that have
talking
evidence.
to you.
Who cares? We don't need you to interrupt with this garbage. Go take Matthew to another channel and have other private conversations, or give him a call.
Matthew, just check DM and then I'll stop. Thank you.
Thank you.
I wouldn't be opposed to that.
God's sakes. Well, then, Parsival, take him with you. Take Chris with you. Go have your little globe convention somewhere else.
Because I actually liked Moon Knight.
Then
Believe it or
go
not.
take, dude.
Yeah, let's talk about Moonlight. Does everything always have to be so serious, Alpha? Jesus, so
No,
uptight.
well, we're trying to get the floor open for people to have the conversation, Chris. If you didn't notice that. And if it's taken up by this drivel, then we're never going to get to the point where people are actually asking questions relevant to the room.
I mean,
All right, I got
I'll
a
ask
question.
you.
Guys.
Okay.
Do you have any
For God's
quantifiable
sakes.
evidence to suggest that the Earth is a flat disk or whatever?
Flat disc or what? Parsival, you just go watch your moon show.
Or
Oh,
whatever.
come on, bro.
I have
You,
a-
you just
So I have
asked.
I have a
Alpha.
question for the room. I have a
Bro,
question
why'd
for
you-
the room. If you do want
Quantifiable
if
evidence.
you do
That's
want
my
to,
question.
if you do want to participate, I have a question for the room. So, when it comes to astronomy, can you follow the scientific method?
Everybody but Matthew can chime in.
Not to the end.
Even Matthew.
We don't want him to, because Chris is waiting for him to speak. He's like, wait till Matthew
I don't
speaks, and then
care,
I'll
Alpha.
speak.
Why don't you answer the very first guy's question
All right.
too?
Well, answer his question then. He asked a question.
Oh, he's asking me?
Everyone. The room.
I think so.
No, well, you don't have to answer him, but
Bro.
Come on, Chris. Just answer the guy. Come on.
I literally just. Can you hear me?
He said, I think
Yes.
so.
I already answered it, bro.
So you think they deal with cause and effect where they take in an observation from reality, something that's occurring in nature, and they suppose what it is. So the supposition is a hypothesis that whatever you guess is causing the phenomena is actually causing the phenomenon. So in an experimental setup, you'll manipulate the independent variable to recreate the phenomenon. Can you do that in astronomy?
I don't know.
Anybody else?
Does anybody want to answer that, please?
No.
We give him a
That-
chance,
that-
Eli, but it's, you know.
I said no to both, and that answered both of your questions.
Well, let me unmute the guy that I muted just to be fair. See if we can. Is there any reason why we have soft gosh, whatever his name is, muted? Oh, you know what? That person should be escorted out already. That's what's her name from earlier. Put the picture of the woman with the big breasts in the chat. Yeah, that one needs to get banned out of here. All right, so let me unmute this guy. Do you have an answer to Eli's question, Wildman? Oh, I thought I unmuted him. Oh, maybe not. My unmute's not working. Can someone else do it? Somebody get Wildman 420. I tried unmuting it, but it didn't work. Might have a lag. Hello?
Yeah, we're all here.
Can you guys never mind. You gotta mute it. Go ahead, Wildman. Did you want to respond to Eli's? Never mind. He just left. He guys like waiting for to get him muted so he can leave.
Why don't you answer the question the guy asked you?
Oh my goodness. All right, did he leave? I guess he left.
Yeah, he's up in politics.
No, it's crazy because if the answer was yes, we wouldn't be asking why can't we answer any other questions? Why can't we answer the question of the other? Like, I mean, you guys say that we ignore all the science, so I'm asking you, can you follow the scientific method in astronomy? That's all. Should be a yes. I mean, but I think you guys know that the answer is no.
It's funny because earlier they were snickering at the idea that
What
the rest of the
predictions
world
do you guys make with your flat Earth model?
There's no model. There's no model.
So the guy without the guy who
all of the
admits that he
things
doesn't
that
have
you
a
call
model
all of the
is
things that you
lecturing
call
us about
predictions.
scientific methodology. Is that what's
All the
going on here?
things. Well, scientific methodology is the method of the study of the physical and natural world. So I can detail the method, and it's as follows: you observe a natural phenomena. You make a supposition as to what's causing the natural phenomena, and then you test your hypothesis, and then it's either going to validate what you suppose was the cause or invalidate what you suppose is the cause. That's what makes it an empirical method. And then you have a conclusion. That's what the scientific method is.
You make predictions, right?
Did I say it? Well, the prediction is the hypothesis. Just said that, didn't I?
The prediction is the hypothesis?
Yeah, hypothesis and the scientific method is a prediction, a forecast as to what you suppose is causing
So
the
if you
phenomenon.
don't feel that hypotheses
Why,
are outside of the scope of what you want
why are
to
you
do,
interrupting the answer to
because
the
I asked you
question?
for prediction, and you said no, we don't do predictions, we do hypotheses.
Well, I didn't say that. I said a hypothesis is a prediction in the scientific method.
Great, give me your hypothesis.
For what?
For what?
of your worldview or something.
Of
Give
your
me,
worldview.
right?
What do you
Oh, see,
dude?
that's outside of the category of the scientific method.
Percival, dude.
No, it isn't. If you have a model, if you're trying to do
Yeah,
science,
yeah, it is. I don't have a model. You don't. So
You have a
again,
scientific
models
theory
are
for.
an,
Alright,
so you're not willing to make
we
any
gotta do it this
prediction
way.
about like the flat Earth.
No, simple.
Well,
Eli,
okay,
ask him a question
well-
about what you need to, and then I'll unmute him.
Okay, so when it comes to astronomy, can you perform the scientific method?
Yes.
Okay, full stop. Go ahead, Eli.
All right. Well, reading from astronomynotes.com, and they're talking about trigonometric parallax. First thing it reads is, unlike the other sciences, astronomy is entirely observational. You cannot run experiments on things. You cannot manipulate the objects to see how they work.
Go ahead, Percival.
I disagree.
Oh, okay. So much.
Okay, what is your rebuttal to what he just said? If you say I disagree, now you need to go ahead and tell us how you disagree.
To me, right?
Go ahead, Percival. Chris, your mic
So
is
if you're doing
scratchy,
science, you should make predictions. You should put together a model. You should make predictions. You test those predictions. So my question to you guys is, if you guys are deluding yourselves into believing that you're doing science, what predictions do you have? What tests have you done?
Yeah, okay. So my response to you again is that the scientific method is for cause and effects relationships. So what shape the earth is has nothing to do with that. Second of all, we're not proposing a shape. We don't have a shape claim. We don't have a model that promotes a shape of the earth. We're just saying that it's flat. Now,
Do you have any experiments?
you shouldn't equivocate between flat and flat, because we're not talking about the quality of flatness, like elevation change. We're talking about the orientation of something, like level. Level is synonymous with flat in that sense.
Yep.
So you keep saying, do I have experiment? I keep telling you, we're not talking about science, so there will be no experimentation. We're just talking about.
Are you seriously saying that
geometry.
science has nothing to do with
So
experimentation?
we're talking about geometry, measurements, and mathematics. It's a different category than science.
Dude, that Moon Knight movie fucking sucked.
So,
Percival, that's you. What say you? He's all tuckered out, I guess, Eli.
So no experiments.
Good work.
For the flat earthers, okay.
No, dude.
Well,
Were
he's
you
not
not listening?
listening.
Yeah, he's not listening. He's not.
I think a chatbot
You're
would
trying
have
to
been able
con
to
me into
track,
saying that you
track
can do
better.
science without doing experiments, and that's bullshit.
Dude, do you hear Heretic speaking, Parsifal?
Yeah,
You have him muted.
chatbot would have tracked better with that conversation than this guy.
Yeah,
He's
he's
just
lost in the
not
sauce, bro.
connecting. He's not connecting with anything.
Lost in the sauce. All right, we got Jamie Soa. Jamie Soa, welcome to the chat. If you're there, go ahead and open up your mic. We want to ask the question: do you have any evidence of the Earth being a globe? Go ahead and chime in. Anubis, you as well. You have evidence of the Earth being a globe? Please tell us. Anyone can chime in. Yeah, that's about as much evidence as we would get from the Earth being a globe. Silence.
What are you guys doing talking and obsessing over flat Earth when you can just tell us how it's a globe and what the evidence for it being a globe is? I don't know why you guys are so obsessed with, this model of the Earth that is flat in orientation. You want to see the whole thing. I don't get what the deal is.
Because for them it's a given, isn't it? It already is. There's no question about it. Now we gotta question the crazy ones.
Well, good news, Globers. Your lack of globe evidence is the flat Earth you're looking for. You found it.
So remember before the eclipse how the news, NASA, we're gonna do this, we're gonna do in every social media, because social media is a huge thing before. Now it's way bigger by orders of magnitude than the last eclipse that happened in the US, right? So now they have to prompt it and push the propaganda because people are paying attention to a lot more things, including this subject. So they had to have the backup in the mind. So they presented the cartoon. Oh, when you're looking at the sun, when you go out there the day of the eclipse and you look at the phenomena, what you're looking at is the cartoon that we show you months ago, right? You see the cartoon, how it works on the globe. Remember the depiction that we show you? That's how it works. If you have any questions, we're here for you. Don't worry. When people actually looked at the phenomena with their God-given eyes, in the eye of their mind, they're thinking, yeah, globe, the moon, the Earth is a globe. That's what's happening. What NASA told me. That's right, because they presented the cartoons in the news as well. So yeah. You gotta program the mind, so whenever reality happens, in your mind, you're seeing something else. Your eyes are seeing something, and your mind is seeing something that you saw on the TV screen.
We'll go down the list and see if there's anybody in here. So, see. What else we got in here? We got Ice that joined the chat. Ice, welcome to the channel. Do you have any questions about the conversation of the topic of the shape of the Earth?
No, not really right now.
All right, well, thanks for joining us. If you have any questions, just chime in. If there's anybody else in here that I didn't call out your name, if you're brand new to the channel, welcome to the channel. We're asking the question, how do you know the Earth's a globe? And is there any evidence to support that in 2024? Go ahead and chime in. Alrighty then. It was a pretty interesting day today anyway. Got a few takers on that.
I may have made a connection with a guy with a really high-end rig, and he can maybe get me some really high-end photos of the eclipse.
That's awesome. Did you take any of yourself? Larry?
Oh yeah, I did, but with the S22 Ultra, so they're not real high-end.
So Larry, I'd love to show you all the pictures I took during totality, but I took zero. Turns out, I'm looking through my pictures. I was like, oh, I didn't actually take any pictures during totality because it was just amazing to look at.
Where were you?
So as you know, I live in Southern California, but I decided to go on a day trip. I flew all the way to Dallas, Texas, hung out with my cousin and her husband and 3 teenage daughters for the afternoon, then flew all the way back the same day, 19 hours later.
And you didn't get any photographs of totality?
Dude,
No,
you still have time for cornflakes? What the fuck?
Well,
Do you
so-
have energy to come in here? What's going on with you, man?
Oh no, I got back last night. But yeah, it was just an amazing experience, and I knew that I wasn't there to get pictures. I was there to experience it and hang out with my cousin and her family, and I accomplished that.
I do think it's weird that you went to the edge, which means that you had the shortest window to view it, so I'm not surprised that you missed it. If you would have went like halfway between Dallas and Tyler, you would have been like in the middle and would have had a longer time.
Oh, we were in Palmer. What makes you think it was in the edge?
Oh, I thought you landed in Dallas and stayed in Dallas.
Oh, I see. Well, actually, it turns out, and this is why I chose Dallas, both DFW and Dallas Love Field were in totality for at least, I think, at least a minute and a half for DFW and maybe 2 minutes for Love Field.
Right, but if you would have kept driving like an hour more, like halfway to Tyler, you would have had even longer, right?
Yeah, so we made that calculation where we were at my cousin's house, just in her front yard. We had 4 minutes and 5 seconds, I think. And if we had driven 15 miles to the center line, it would have been maybe 20 seconds more, but we thought it'd be cool just to see it at their house.
Okay, so you weren't in Dallas. I got it.
But Dallas had like 3.5 minutes. Like, I was thinking of going to Dealey Plaza because I thought it'd be cool to like be there because it's such a historic conspiracy type place for the JFK thing. But I'm glad I went to my cousin's house instead. I wonder if anybody watched it from Dealey Plaza. It'd be interesting. Actually, Twitter would probably tell me. I should look it up. Yeah, so some people did watch it from Dealey Plaza. I posted a video. By the way, the last line of the thing that I posted, it's still interesting that it still says Twitter instead of X.
Are you on the Twitter, Matthew? You know they don't delete anything unless it's illegal.
It's a convenient way to find quick videos and images of certain events. So I found exactly what I was looking for in like 2 seconds, which was pictures of people in Dealey Plaza watching it.
I'm just joking with you, bro. I'm for free speech. I don't know if that's actually true because I'm not on Twitter, but I heard, propaganda from the CEO.
Why is everybody in this channel muted? They usually say that, don't they? I see all these people in here, but nobody's talking. Why is everybody muted?
That's Discord for you.
I figured you guys were tired of talking about the eclipse.
That's just fucking Discord for you. Every single channel is filled with people who are AFK.
We got you, Seth. You're in here.
I just like to listen.
What did you say?
Damn, quiet noobs. I haven't heard you in. It's been a while, dude.
What did you say?
Hey, what's up, bro?
What's up, bro?
Hey, what did you say, dude?
No, I'm just saying that well, you're in here. You're
Oh
starting
yeah,
a conversation.
true, but I guess I was joining to see if anybody else was talking, but then that guy was like, the guy, he was like, "Yep, that's exactly what I thought was gonna happen." There's like fucking 30 people in here that aren't talking.
So, I mean, we're asking new people that come to the channel. I don't know if you're new or not. It looks like you're
I've
a
been here,
politics
like-
leader. So,
Yeah, I got the role so I can make my own channels just to talk about shit. No, I've been here like this is my third time in here. I don't usually join this channel because I've had some bad experiences with people in here, and yeah, but I just thought I'd join back. It was like a random merge, but I just joined. So,
or are you of the mind that the Earth is a globe? Because it sounds like it.
what you kind of put it in a funny way because wait, you mean why do I believe the Earth is round?
Well, I mean, you could tell me, but like at the same time, do you think it's a globe?
I mean, yeah, I don't really have a reason. I don't really have a reason to not believe it's a globe because, like, I don't know how the fuck anything in the world would work as it does if it was flat. I don't know what fucking math y'all use.
Name one thing. Yeah, name one thing, R and Seth, that would not work because the Earth is flat. One thing.
Well, it's a thing because there's like a list of things that you have to go.
Well, just pick one. I'm asking you to only pick one.
Can I say something? Can I
just
say
pick
one
one.
thing? And I'm not going to deviate from the point. See, you're saying that you don't know how anything would work, but in reality, bro, you literally said that like twice.
Yeah, but maybe I can elaborate so you can understand what I meant.
No, I know what you mean.
I
I already know what you mean. So why are you trying to defend yourself? Like, what's
because
what is the...
I think I might have spoke a bit too soon without really like picking.
No, I don't think
that was a bit of a brief.
You just have an idea of how things work at the Earth's globe, and we don't have a map or anything. And from what you believe,
no.
right?
What I meant is like there's some things that when you're first introduced to the flat Earth community.
Yeah, doesn't that go without saying though?
What do you mean?
Like, didn't you already say that?
Yeah, true. I guess I was just going to give like a more complicated version, but yeah, I guess I was just like, there's a number of themes you could go through the list of and see. Okay, how this would work on flat Earth. You could just say what you want to say. It's fine. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
So the real problem is that you don't know how things actually work. Like,
what does that mean?
You're saying you don't know how it will work on a flat Earth, but if you understood like how our latitude and longitude system was built and what models we use and how the Earth is navigated and how maps are built, then you wouldn't be confused.
Well, it's not. I mean, it's not just that. There are so many things that can pop up in your head when you're not a flat earther and you're introduced to your community. Of like, oh my god, there's so many things that your brain opens up. Your mind opens up to is like all these things that you think about. Okay, so how would this work if the Earth was flat? I mean, like how?
Okay, give me an example. Give me one example.
Well, I mean, I think the first one. Okay, so I have two big ones. Oh,
just give me one.
I'll just say one for now. Okay, so one of them is gravity.
Okay, well,
Yeah.
the first question would be, what do people mean by that? Well, the
I
person that
guess.
you imagine you'd be speaking to, what do they mean? How does gravity work? What does that mean?
Oh, are you asking like a general question about it, or specifically how it works? Or what
No,
it
I'm
is?
saying like you're saying that one of the people you would speak to, like one of the concerns would be like how gravity works, right?
Yeah,
But
like
what does that mean?
if I was talking to flat earther, that's a question. That's the thing I might wonder. Like, how would gravity work on a flat earth?
Yeah,
That's what
I know, but what does that mean
it means that
exactly?
like how.
Okay, so give me try to describe to me it not working. What does that look
Well,
like?
because usually when people who aren't flat earthers, when they think of it, they think of, okay, so we have outer space, we have a planet, and it's very big. It has it's mass, it's dense and it's mass. Scientists, teach that. It's like on a trampoline. When you are on it and you push down into it, that creates a dip that people will fall into. So similarly with gravity, I don't fully understand because I'm not a scientist. I have like just like a school level education of science.
But you just described the theory of what is it, special relativity? No, general relativity, right?
I don't know. I'm guessing based off the response that I did. I don't know. Yeah,
Well, yeah, you're because I mean, relativity is a mathematical concept. So
yeah, so like
it has nothing to do with why things fall on Earth, though.
Well, it kind of does because gravity pulls you.
Well, explain it to
center of
me
the mass.
how it does.
Well, I mean,
Einstein.
Let me just finish my thought. So.
Well, your rebuttal is that it does in response to me saying that, well, with Einstein, it has nothing to do with, like, for example,
I was just giving like a general
9.8
explanation
meters per second for an object falling in a vacuum if there's no air drag, right?
I mean,
So,
yeah, if there's no air drag, then it would not move unless moved by an external force.
yeah, but this is non sequitur to what you just said about Einstein's relativity. Because
I'm not speaking about that. I'm just talking about like how I would, what I would think about or discuss.
Yeah, you can't equivocate. You know what equivocation is? I'm trying to tell you, you're not receiving what I'm telling you because you're equivocating between two different concepts that share the same name, gravity. So I'm trying to get you to understand that in your description of what this is, you're talking about two different concepts as if it's one concept.
I'm specifically talking about gravity and how, and I wonder like, okay, how would that work if the Earth was flat? How would we stay on the ground?
Yeah. So again, let's fast forward to what I actually asked you.
Okay.
What do you describe what you can imagine when you say how does it work on a flat earth? Describe it not working describe everything to me.
Wait, so do you want me to describe how it would work or how it wouldn't work? Because I'm trying to understand what.
No, you're saying you can't see how it would work, which means you're.
Well, I was confused as to like.
Well, you're not listening.
How it would work and like.
You're not listening.
Trying to figure out how it would work.
You're not listening. Because I'm repeating what you're saying verbatim so that you understand that I'm addressing you, but you keep stopping me as if I'm getting wrong what you said to me.
I think I'm just having a difficulty with explaining it. You're explaining it like try to summarize it a bit better because
I'm not asking for more explanation. We're having a conversation. You keep trying to explain something to me that you've already said.
Okay, so what is it that? Okay.
Well, I'm asking you a question that you're not answering. That's what's happening. You're saying you're finding it difficult. You're saying that you're finding it difficult, and this is where you interrupted me. Is why you don't understand. So maybe it'll happen this time. You're saying You see what I'm saying?
Sorry, go on.
Why? What? Why would you interrupt right there? What was so
Well, I
important?
apologize.
But what
please.
was so important?
I mean, I don't think it was. Let's just move on and get back to the question so I can listen to it and answer.
So you keep saying that you can't imagine how gravity would work on a flat Earth.
I guess.
So what do you imagine then?
What do I imagine instead of gravity?
I'm asking you a point blank question. If you're
Well, I'm trying to figure out
if you're
specifically what you
saying
mean by the
something
question.
doesn't work, I'm guessing that you're imagining how it's not working, which is why you can't imagine it working. So why
Well, no, I
don't
didn't
you
say
describe
it's not
to me-
working. I said like I got what the thought I would have is
But
how
so
would
then
it
you
work?
can't
Not that
say
it
it
wouldn't
doesn't
work.
make sense if you haven't thought about it.
But I mean, I didn't say it didn't make sense. I said
You
I
said
would.
you don't know how it would make
Yes,
sense.
I said I would wonder how it would work because
That's the same thing as it doesn't make sense.
well, I
Something
did not mean
something
it
that
as I didn't mean it as a refutal. I meant it as it doesn't make sense to me. So I would wonder how it would work, and I would think about it. Like, okay,
you're,
so
you're
what's
still saying the same thing. My answer
right?
to you is not going to change.
Okay,
I don't get what the problem is.
I think I think my pondering on the question, or like the thing I would wonder about it is like, so if the Earth is flat, then how would how would there be a center of mass to have the gravity pull objects into it? How would that work with flat? Like,
Why would there
and
be
if
a
there's no
center of
gravity,
mass? Why would there be a center of mass?
because that's how gravity works. It's like I explained with
Well,
the
that's how gravity works on a ball, but I mean, it's
yeah.
not like that's not proven. That's just again.
I mean, I
That
think
has
it is
nothing.
proven.
That has nothing.
I'm not a
That has
scientist,
nothing.
so.
Yeah, you're not a scientist, so but you think something is that hasn't been done has been done. That's the problem.
Okay. I mean, I'm not going to explain why I think it has been done because you seem to
You
be
can't explain it because you don't know. You're not a
It's
scientist. You just
because
said you're not a scientist.
you're very set on specific routes in the conversation. So I'm just going. I'm going to go
Well,
with
I'm
one.
not.
So.
I'm not hog tying you to things that you're not
I
saying.
understand, but like,
why do you keep interrupting me? Because you've interrupted me more. Like have I been interrupting him, guys?
I don't think anybody thinks that.
I wasn't even
Anything
talking
but me
to you.
interrupting you.
I wasn't even talking.
No, I
to
don't
you.
think so. I think it
Okay.
sounds like he's kind of emotionally triggered.
Okay.
for no reason. Because you're talking out of emotions instead of talking about the specific things that are being brought up. You say, "Oh, gravity."
I'm trying to. I mean,
if you say
I'm trying to
gravity,
understand specifically what you're saying.
forget about the emotion. Concentrate about the specifics. The
No, but
how
I'm trying to
the
understand
realism.
specifically what he's asking now.
You're the one bringing gravity up, so you should know.
Yeah, because I
think it's
thought
pretty
that's
clear.
because I thought he was asking me to continue talking about that. I'm trying to understand specifically what he's asking.
Why don't you
I think you
understand?
feigning your
So
understanding.
you said
your lack of understanding. It's a feigning of
Okay.
lack of understanding.
I mean,
just spit it out, dude.
so your question was if I said that I don't understand how gravity would work, as in me not believing it to be working on a flat Earth, then what would I say instead? Well, I would want to understand how it would work since we're not floating off, and or what is the replacement that keeps us from floating away and keeps us on the ground. Because my understanding is a large planet in space that has size, its size, its mass, it's very dense and causes gravity. And then I know, but I'm explaining why.
Well,
that
yeah,
would
but
confuse
you
me with a
explained
different
it
shape.
already.
I know. Okay, I'm sorry for explaining it. It's kind of like.
Well, I don't know. You already explained it. I don't know
Elijah,
why
he
you
said-
feel the need.
Elijah,
I don't know
I
why
apologize for
why you feel the
explaining.
need to interrupt
I mean,
to
I
say
thought
the same thing you already said.
I apologize.
Did you, sir?
for
Did you
explaining
did you
anything
said
like
that? You said that if it's not gravity, you need a replacement. You just said that.
No, I said I would wonder how. I wonder if there was, or what is the thing that's keeping
Replacement
us
of
from floating off
gravity?
of the air. I mean, that's a bit specific, but I just said what
Well, I
would be
mean,
the thing that
here,
keeps us from floating
so
up?
here's the
It's not
so here's
gravity.
the thing. So here's the thing. We have the Earth,
Yeah.
and heavier objects fall through the Earth.
Say again?
There's nothing to wonder about.
Heavier objects
Now,
fall through what?
you believe. You didn't even. You believe gravity is a force?
Yeah, but can you repeat what you said? I didn't hear the last thing you said from the other sentence.
Okay, so what did I say?
Like the first, like 2 sentences ago. I didn't hear the last thing you said because your voice kind of went out for a second.
There's music going on and everything.
That's all good. But, I mean, you're saying objects falling through something? What did you say?
Yeah, things in reality, like things that are heavier than air fall to the ground.
Yeah,
Like so, if
they
we live on a
yeah, they fall.
if we live on a level plane, that's just describing things falling to a level.
But then
plane.
what would cause things to fall?
Well, you don't know what causes. You don't know what the cause is for things falling down either.
Well, yeah, gravity. In space, things don't
No,
fall.
that's
Heavier
not. That's
things
not
will just float.
experimentally valid, though. You said you're sure that a scientist knows some. No, it's not experimentally valid. That's
I'm
just
pretty sure
something that
I'm pretty sure there's
that's
lots of
just
studies
something that
about
people
space
think is
and gravity.
true because they think it makes sense with their worldview.
Okay.
If it was experimentally valid, then we wouldn't be having this conversation.
Okay. I mean, we're having this conversation because
there's
what
no
y'all believe,
necessity
not
for
because if it's true or
there's
not.
no necessity for me to apply.
I disagree with that.
What do you, I didn't even. I don't know. I think he's here to be disruptive. Every time I say something, he interjects, does what he can. We're not really having anybody else here?
I mean, I'm not.
Yeah, I'm here.
No, he has to. No, he's not here to have a conversation. Every time I talk, he interrupts what I'm saying. He interrupts.
I've been listening, but I'm just eating popcorn right now. Listening.
I
to you guys.
apologize for doing that, but I do want to.
No, I don't give a fuck about your apology, bro. You've been apologizing.
I'm giving it out
You've been apologizing
he's
for
still doing
15
it.
minutes.
Hello, he's still doing it. So since he cannot govern himself, we're gonna have to govern him. So anytime Elijah is speaking, he's gonna be muted. So Elijah can finish his thought, and then he can reply.
I'm listening.
So
I don't know if Elijah wants to. Do you still want to continue with this guy?
I mean, it's again, like there's no for you to say, there is no force of gravity to pull things to the center of mass, unless you have the proof that the Earth is a sphere and that's actually what's happening. That's just what you believe, and obviously, in order for that to make sense, there would have to be some force holding you to the ball. I don't live on a ball.
Are you still going to go on with him, or do you want to pass the buck? I'll take it. If you're going to continue,
I kind of was. This is what.
Okay. Can I respond?
Yeah, he wants to respond already. I was talking.
You haven't even.
I mean, you stopped for
the rest of what he was saying, bro.
I mean, they unmuted me, so I assumed you stopped talking to me.
So you just started talking because your mic was open. That's the problem.
Oh, it's up to. Hey, I'll start if you don't mind, Eli.
Oh, go ahead.
So you're talking about gravity, correct? Oh, he's muted. Seth, are you talking about gravity?
Yeah, just wondering how we don't float up into the air.
All right. So when you talk about gravity, do you say the effect or the cause?
You finally answered the question.
I couldn't hear what you said. The guy took over you.
So if you're talking about gravity, are you talking about?
I can't hear what he's saying, bro. I cannot hear what he's saying.
Can you hear what I'm saying?
No, you're very low.
Am I low to anybody else?
Hey,
no, you're not low to me. Quite clear.
Yeah, I can hear you better now. I can hear you better.
You had to turn me up. You turned me down. That's not good.
I guess. Well, stuff happens, and sometimes. So
you got upset and turned me down. All right, so check this out.
I did.
T-Dub's laughing. I must have did something sometime. Anyway, let's get back to the point.
Okay.
So, do you think that gravity is an effect or a cause or both?
Like in general, or of a
Yeah,
specific
when you
thing?
say gravity, is gravity an effect, a cause, or both?
Well, gravity is, I believe, what causes things to stay on the ground, and
So it's
an
only a
effect
cause,
of
or
the
it's
size
an
of the planet. It's,
All right.
it's both. Sorry, it's
So
it's
it's
I
both.
guess it's both, depending
Okay,
on what
so
you think of,
cause and
how you
cause
think
and
about it.
effect, a cause and effect relationship. So when you see the, let's go one by one. Let's look at the effect. How can you describe the effect to me?
Well, the effect is the size of the Earth, its mass, its density,
No, 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 no.
pulling
Okay.
things into it to prevent things from floating
Yeah,
up in
no,
the
but
air.
what do you
If you
see
have a push,
when you? If I was to tell you prove gravity to me, what are you gonna do? Prove gravity to me.
I don't have any scientific mathematical calculations, but
No, the effect, sir.
I would. I mean, the only way I know how to do it is just to lift something up and let it go. But you guys don't
Okay.
believe in gravity like that, so
All right, so don't talk about what we believe in. Stick to the.
I know.
Just
But like,
answering
I
the
just thought it
question.
would be
Oh,
kind of
yeah, but you
redundant
don't
for me to
have
do
to
that.
caveat, dude. You don't have to hear that. Just
Okay.
simply answer the questions. All right, so
I would do that.
all right, so when you drop something in the medium of air, what do you see?
If it's heavy enough, it will fall.
Okay, so some stuff's gonna fall, right?
Most things.
Can you quantify the average speed at which the thing falls to the medium of air?
No, I don't have calculations on me, but I do know that the heavier it is, the harder it will fall.
I know, but is it possible to quantify the rate at which the thing falls to the medium of air?
Of course, it is.
Okay.
Plenty of
So
people
we-
have done it. I'm assuming.
Okay, so we've established that you can see how the effect is, how it
Yeah.
operates. We can quantify it. So
It's an invisible force. Yeah.
Yes. Well, so far so good, right? Let's
Mhm.
move off into the cause. We're just going to parse it out real quickly. We don't want to spend too
Okay.
much time so you can understand. All right, so the cause. We talked about the effect. Now we're moving off to the cause.
Okay.
What's causing the object to fall through the medium of air?
The force of gravity pulling it down towards the surface of the Earth.
Okay. Now, what is the... Yes, continue.
No, sorry, I was just. No, I'm finished. I was just giving like a little cap.
So what is the evidence of that? The cause.
I don't have any on me. I don't have any scientific evidence or any calculations. I just know what I know. If you want me to find some, I can probably Google it.
No,
That's
I don't
what I'm
want.
doing right
No. Outside of you googling it, could you paraphrase or could you articulate the idea to me of what you think
Of
the
the-
cause is?
The Earth's well. Let me make sure I understand the difference between these two. What I'm going to say.
Okay. You gotta look it up.
Yeah, because I got to make sure I'm not using the word incorrectly.
Okay. But you know what looking something up means, that you don't know it now. So,
I mean,
but
I
will
didn't
allow
look it up, but now
I will
am
allow
looking something up.
I will
What do
allow
you
it
mean?
because we want to get you on your best foot forward. So
I'm confused what you mean by that.
well, when you have to look if you were mid debate with someone and you said, "Well, you're telling me this thing is this," and I'm like, "No, let me look it up." What does that
Yep.
sound? What does that sound like to you on my
It
position?
sounds like you're trying to gather more information to back your point up.
It sounds like it's weak because I didn't have the
Well-
information handy prior to the information that I said it was what I said it was. So I made the claim, and I said, "Well, my claim. Let me
If you
look
believe
it up."
in a global Earth, you're actually a clown. Just letting
I
everybody
think you're
know.
trying to
here.
strengthen your point and make it better, so you can make it.
Yeah, but mid
less-
debate, you
more
should have already
infallible.
you should have already had the information. If you're looking something up, it's just because you've articulated it to me in a paraphrasing way, and so then when you look it up, it's just gonna back up what you said. So you weren't able to
Okay,
even
so-
do that.
Hey, Alpha, bro, you're a flat earther. Can you tell me why you deny most scientists and what their conclusions are
Yeah, I'm happy to
about
be
the
talking
Earth
to
being
you.
round?
Yeah, definitely talk to you about that, but in just a moment,
Okay,
because we're
cool.
talking to Seth right now.
So I have
Okay.
the
I would
words
love to have a
here.
conversation with you, though, Mafia.
All right,
I was
cool.
going to say I was going to use mass and density. Mass refers to the amount of matter, while density compares to the mass of
Oh,
an
this
object
guy's gonna
acceptance
clap
of
you,
its
bro.
volume. So wait, who are you talking? Who are you talking
Don't
about?
worry about the guy. Listen, Mafik, just put yourself on mute. We don't handle like
couldn't.
conversations.
Yeah,
like
yeah.
Hold on, Aaron Seth.
Go ahead.
We
Go
don't.
ahead.
Yeah, we don't handle conversations like in the other rooms, bro, where everybody's just chiming in and saying dumb shit in between a mid
Oh, my bad.
conversation.
My bad.
So if you don't mind,
Yeah.
just white mic, sir.
I was trying to figure out.
I was saying Seth was just gonna school you. That's all. Go ahead.
Well,
I don't.
that's
I don't
good.
want to argue, but
That's good. No, I'm all for it. School away. Go ahead.
I'm not trying to school you. I'm just giving information that I
No,
need to.
but I mean, he thinks so, but I don't really care. Just go ahead and say what you're gonna say.
So, mass. So this is what size means. Mass refers to the amount of matter. Density compares the mass of an object or substance to its volume. So, the Earth. Most people who aren't flat earthers believe that the Earth is a very large planet.
Don't
Small
worry about
compared
flat
to-
earthers. No.
Sorry, I
Stop.
apologize.
No,
Sorry.
Stop. Don't veer. Okay. Here's one thing in our conversation that we're having. Don't veer off to tell me this is what flat earthers think, and the Earth is not flat because of that. No, we're not going to do that. We want to hear how you know what the causation of gravity is. So we parsed out gravity being a cause and effect relationship, correct?
Yep. I apologize.
Okay, so we're on the cause. Let's stay on the path. Go ahead, Ariane.
All right, I apologize.
No problem.
So the Earth, even though it's not as large as other planets, some of those planets might not be. It might be heavy mass, but the density might not be. It could be large. The mass of it could be very large, but the density, the volume of it may not be very dense, like gas compared to solid rock. But like I believe that the Earth is large enough. Its mass, Earth's mass is very large. Its density is also is very dense, and due to the size, its mass density, it acts as the stepping on like not stepping a trampoline that you can just stand on and it will bend, and someone a ball standing will roll towards you. That's how I view it. So if like the larger, like the more mass it has, the more volume it has, the bigger the planet is, the more gravity it will have. That's why I believe that we have the solar system, we have the sun, and is the largest mass. It's really big. So then you have planets rotating around that, which are like half of its size or less, and then you have moons that are, equally smaller as well.
All right.
That's
I'd
what I believe.
I'd like to rescind my earlier statement. That's all I'm gonna say.
Okay.
Oh damn, bro! I guess I didn't cook. Huh?
Well, I mean, I let people school, cook, or whatever you want to do, but this is the point, right? I want to make sure that you have a firm footed on what you're saying, so that we can continue to move the conversation forward. We got to make constant progress. So, in this case, do you understand what you said about explaining the causation for gravity? Could you, in a few words, right, or a sentence, summarize what you just said? What is
the
cause of gravity?
The Earth's size, its mass, its density.
Okay.
Creating gravity that pulls the objects if they are light enough, and those objects that are light enough, they could disobey gravity if there's enough wind current to pull it up. But usually you see feathers floating. But yeah, that's
okay. So the Earth's mass, right? How big it is causing the gravity?
Well, it's also quite dense. It's made up of rock. So
sure. But is that what's causing gravity?
Well, the sheer size. Well,
the sheer size.
That's not causing it, but that is.
No, it's not causing.
That is like why. That is why we have it, because of that size. But the actual cause.
Is it causing? Yeah, I'm trying to figure out. Is it causing it or not?
I mean.
Listen, Miguel, he said why. He said it's why it's happening, but you will have to establish how it's happening, not why. How? How is it happening?
That's a good point.
All right.
Damn, I gotta admit.
Would you mind if I connect this to a point that I
I
made
like
before?
you taking this one on point this time because this is hilarious.
So my point from earlier, my question from earlier is how would is if there's not enough mass and density on the flat Earth, how do we?
Oh,
like,
once
what
again,
is
we're
the
talking
reason for
about
us not
flat Earth,
putting up?
Aaron Seth.
Yeah.
Once again, we're talking about flat Earth, right? Why do we find ourselves talking about that when the discussion is talking about how the cause and effect relationship works on a globe? That's really
Yes, I got
interesting,
distracted.
right? Say, well, let's not do that, right? I'll help us get right back on the
Because I
path.
had a really
Don't
big
worry
question
about
in
it.
my head. So.
Yeah, I know, but we're not concerned with finding out about flat Earth at the moment. We really want to dig into how the cause and effect relationship works on the globe. So the cause
Understand.
right now is what, sir? Restate that. For
I don't know. I don't know how that creates gravity. I just know that it does, and I could probably Google the
that's good enough.
information.
No, that's good enough. That's good enough for
Okay.
me. So you saying that you don't know the cause would be the same as me telling you, yeah, I don't know the cause for why things are moving in the vector that they move in the specific way that they do. What gives things the propensity to move up and down in this reality that you and I are in is unknowable. Just like you said, I don't know.
Well, I guess
But
an
the
external
idea,
force, if there's no
yeah,
internal
the
force.
idea, yeah, the idea that you've been given an explanation that you don't know heads or tails from shows us, right? It shows me and you that they're telling you something that you don't understand even. I mean, we just found that evident in your little speech here. And I've given you the floor because I wanted you to do the best you could to articulate your point. And it seems like, I mean, it was a bit lackluster. Let's put it that way.
Do you mind if I ask a question?
Sure.
I apologize if this is going off course, but this is the main reason I came in here. This I don't mean to like last night. Y'all thought that I was trying to divert the course and go off, but this is actually my main question of flat Earth. My main question is like, how do we not float into the air when we jump if there's no gravity? What is causing us to like? What is causing us to stay on the ground? Like,
Okay. So, are you heavier than air?
Yep.
Okay. There's your answer.
But
that was easy, huh? Was that easy or what? That's pretty easy, huh? We got there quick. I mean, super fast. We didn't even take time to get there. You and I arrived at the answer.
Let me respond to that, okay?
Sure. Answer or respond.
No, I'm saying. Sorry.
Are you going to respond, or do I have to wait?
Yes, I'm going to. Yes, I'm going to. No,
Okay.
I'm going to respond.
Is the response gonna be how that is not the case? Is that's what you're gonna say?
No, I do want to say, take your time. Just hurry up.
In outer space, if you have something that's lighter than air,
Stop him.
heavier than
Stop
air,
him.
it will.
Stop him right there.
Why? I'm talking.
We're not in outer space,
It's
are we?
it's an example of it. It's like
Yeah, but we're not there.
if you're in
dude.
outer
Like,
space, you can see how these.
It's a non-example. So you don't have that.
If you're lighter than air, you're not
Non-example.
going to.
Aaron
simply
Seth,
float.
couldn't you say it better? If we were standing in Middle Earth, right, or if we were in the land of the Wizard of Oz, or something, right? Because what you're saying
Narnia,
is about
Narnia.
what you're saying is
Okay,
about
but-
the equivalent to that.
I'm trying to.
No,
use,
even
I'm trying to
better. Hold on.
use something
Even
to
better.
finish his question.
Even better. He asked if you were heavier than air, and you said
Yeah.
yes. Let me ask you a question.
I
Since
didn't say
there's
yes.
no air, since there's no,
Yes, I
you
missed
did.
it.
Yeah, you did. So
I
okay,
missed
so since there's no air in space, do you think you'd be heavier?
Considering that being
Yeah,
heavier.
do you
than
think you'd be
isn't
heavier than
the
no
only
air?
reason
Do you think you'd be heavier than
I'm
no air?
heavier than air, but in space you. can
So
float
so would you be
because
heavier
gravity
than
pushes
no
you
air?
down.
So would you be heavier than no air?
I mean,
Would
if
you
there's
be
no
heavier?
air,
Yeah. I just a Spanish song that starts that way.
It's kind of a weird way. It's kind of a weird question to answer because if there's
Brother,
no gravity,
you don't
then
have an
there is
answer
no.
though. It's just
I am
simple, right?
answering right now. I'm answering right
So
now.
he's just saying, like, you said you were
But
heavier
I
than
don't
air.
have a
We
yes
understand.
or no.
Yeah, but we got
don't
there
have a
quick
yes or no
though.
answer.
And this one is like really stumping you. I mean, you're just like
I'm using
like
something to
doing these
answer it.
mental
So.
contortions and like it's crazy.
No, but I'm using different things to answer the question.
Well, we
So,
don't need different
if
things.
you-
We need a direct answer to the question.
I
Are
am
you heavier than no
I'm
air?
giving what the fuck is that kind of a question? Are you heavier
It's a
than no air?
straightforward
Like,
question.
what
Why
is
are you
no
getting
air?
triggered, bro? Like
I'm not
when
getting
you have
triggered.
air.
I'm
Okay,
trying to
so
figure out what the
when
answer
you
is.
have air, let's just say you have some air. Are you lighter than the air?
No,
Mindset?
because we.
No,
No,
you're not
'cause
lighter
I'm not
than
a feather.
air.
I don't float in air.
I'm asking,
No,
are
I'm
you?
heavier than air.
Are you heavier than air? Sorry, I said it backwards. Are you heavier than air? Sorry.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. Which
So
is
are
that
you?
I don't float up.
Okay, so are you heavier than no air? Ooh,
I'm
that
trying to
one's got
understand
you.
what the fuck that
That one's
question
got you
means.
cooking, man. That your brain is working overtime on that one. Huh? The gears and sprockets are about to go.
I'm
Bing,
cracking up.
So, hold on. So if there was no air, what would you measure as being heavy?
You
enough?
almost hear
Because
the
I'm, like,
52K
I can't-
dial-up going. Beep boop, beep
Listen,
boom,
I
bing.
can't answer this in the form
ding.
of the opposite of that question. I have to answer it in a form of what am I measuring myself as being heavy, as being heavier than if there's a lack of air. If there's
Dude,
no
are
air.
you the Wonder Twins? Form an iceberg.
In gravity, listen, if in space, if there's no
In
external
space.
force,
Are we in space
you
now
will
again?
not. No, but I'm using it as an example because
Okay.
On the Earth, you have gravity, but do feathers fall? No, because they're very light. They're light enough
Have we
to
tested?
have air counter gravity.
Have we tested this? Have we
Feathers don't
tested this in
fall?
space?
Wait a minute. He just said feathers don't fall. Did you just say feathers don't
No,
fall?
I said feathers. I said if there's an external force of air, feathers don't fall. But if there is no external force, then yes, they will fall because the feathers are light enough to have an external force with air counteract gravity. But it doesn't happen for us because we're heavier and
Dude,
we're not light enough.
we're going the long way around. All
gravity
right, Seth.
with it.
We're going the long way around. It's pretty simple. The question was, are we heavier